Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Blaster 6 Major Manchester. We're live with Phase 2, where the real major begins. Hi, welcome to an actual analyst desk. I'm Alistair Medic, your host. With me are Alfama and Fresh. Gentlemen, how are we today? Fresh, you've been casting. Is it better now to be on the desk?
I did. They let me loose. They let me loose for just one day casting, and we got a bang-over series, by the way. We got 14-0, the first that's ever happened. But yeah, no, happy to be back on the analyst desk. It's where I live, Milosh. It's where I was once chained, so I'm happy to be back here.
Alfama, you're here with us. Welcome. Sois le bienvenu, s'il vous plaît. Monsieur Alfama, welcome to the UK. How you doing today on the desk?
I'm doing perfectly fine. I just had to cross the sea, you know, so very short journey.
Did you swim?
No, I actually have to fly, but
Okay.
I'm not strong enough to swim all the way through. Maybe that's enough for another time, you know.
Something to work on, but of course, we have to go through a schedule for today, so maybe you can kind of plan ahead what sort of swimming route you'd like to take. We have quite a few matches to go through today. Actually, in total, 8 on A stream and 8 on B stream for 16. Quite a bit to follow through, so please pick and choose. Remember to hydrate and get some food today. You can't just sit here and watch and bring out your bucket to go through Siege. First match is Bleed versus Talon and FaZe versus Team Secret happening on stream A, 1 and 2, and B, we'll have CAG versus Scars and Bliss versus E1 from Brazil. Those are the first 2 games to be shown on A and B. Of course, the latter 4 games that are happening either on A or B will kind of depend on the winners and losers that we have. That's kind of how the Swiss bracket functions, where everybody has to play everyone, and it depends on who's winning, who's losing. But if you want to participate with us in the game, you see this QR code. It's pretty simple. Take out your phone, unless you're watching it on your phone, in which case I guess you're gonna have to screenshot things and work it from there. But scan the QR code and put in your predictions, because you win stuff in the game for free. You literally just predict and tell us who you think will make it out of the stage. Predictions closed in around 13 minutes from this moment, so get predicting right now. But we've said hello to you watching at home. Let's say hello to our teams that are coming to the event. We got stuff to play. There they are. We got stuff to play. Videos in the back. And Scars are in. Actually, one thing that we heard today about Scars and in their matchup is that they have consistently beaten CAG for the past 3 years.
Yeah.
It's
been a while. Yeah.
And for the right reasons too. I mean, overall, they were strategically better and understood the game a bit better than CAG, I think, overall.
Do you know one thing I love about these videos that we're seeing here? How many new teams there are? We saw ITB, we saw Secret, we saw E1, obviously we've seen Dark Zero, New Look M80, I guess. So many teams that are kind of new to the major. These guys aren't. They've been here forever. They'll always be OSIS representative. But yeah, no, it's a fun one. Certainly, like, Phase 2 of the major and this whole major in general has got a lot of new faces and a lot of new teams, and I love that.
And even look at BDS, it's a completely fresh roster. I think all of the teams took the chance at SI to actually rebuild and get stronger, and this is why we see so many new teams at the major. Beast Coast is one great example of this, actually.
I'm loving seeing Beast Coast in here, and I know it came as a surprise for anybody that wasn't really checking up on how Stage 1 went, but it's beautiful to see that there's so much diversity in terms of new teams that are coming, but also a lot of new faces on every single team. It's cool.
Yeah, it's great.
New guard is always here.
It's great. It just proves how competitive a lot of the leagues are.
Yeah.
Like, there is a lot of the same old guard, but in terms of some of the other regions, there's a lot of new guard teams, particularly in Europe, of course.
Well, let's cut to our next segment, and we're calling it Panorama. We're going to start off with an overview. Of course, that's what panorama means. You have a view high up over everything that happened. We got 3 bits to talk about: the moment, the monster, and the must-see. And this is kind of focusing on Phase 1 that happened a couple days ago, but also what is something to watch for today in Phase 1. First of all, the moment. And there's no 2 ways around it. There's a moment that a lot have been dreading. G2 knocked out from the running of the Manchester Major in Phase 1. The word of the day is hubris. H-U-B-R-I-S. Hubris, Jack.
I have no idea what it means, Milos, but sure. I'm going to say unfathomable. It's unfathomable that G2 would go out in Phase 1 of the Manchester Major to a team that barely wins at an international level. Like, VRX had won 3 maps over the last year and a half at an international level, and they go and beat G2 in a best of 3. But is it unpredictable? No, because I think G2 have been in decline for a long time at this point.
I think it's what they needed. They really needed that. I think overall, you look at 2023, they salvaged their season by qualifying to Atlanta, making a top 4 finish, and then they had a decent run at SI, but they didn't fix their long-term issues. And I think that's really the wake-up call that they need. You even heard it in the interview from Doki. He was, asking himself, do we need changes? And I think this is the right moment to decide right now to have a big change in the team.
Absolutely. It has to be, because expectations are high, not just for G2S players, but of course the organization and everybody around them. Though we talked about the moment, let's move on to the monster himself. And he's come here to the bog, to the swamp, and we'll talk about him. It's Fultz from Space Station Gaming. Numbers aplenty for this man, Atoma.
Yeah, I mean, he is clearly the best player and best rated player of the first start of the major. But overall, I think I have so much respect from him for one biggest reason. In 1 week, it will be 5 years that he's with SSG. It's his first and only tier 1 team. He's always played for them. But he's been able to play on every role, to be a really big player on the team, whatever the role and whatever the playstyle. You know, the first playstyle of SSG was super slow. This version of SSG is completely different, completely different player, yet he's always there, always persistent, always consistent.
That's the impressive bit for me, the actual longevity of the guy to be able to play under one system that is at one end of the spectrum and another one that's at the very, very far end, a completely different style. And yeah, he absolutely ripped it up. He had quite a quiet NAL stage. By all accounts, it was Ashen, it was J9 that was carrying them, but in stage 1, he has been incredible. And that's just what SSG need if they're going to have a long run at this tournament.
Well, of course, today there's a lot of games to keep up with, but we kind of wanted to narrow it down, right, to one that you must see. And it is, of course, our third piece of Panorama. So continue BDS versus Furia. And let's lay it down for you. Quite simple. BDS, the #1 team, champions of Europe, overhauled through the stage, play against Furia, the world champions from 6 Invitational 2024. And I'm still shivering. I still have goosebumps from SI in Brazil. And boy, do they as well. Formerly known as W7M, they're still here under a different name, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in my head, I've teed this up as the Dynasty versus the Super Team. Like, I think this match today is one that everyone is kind of hoping we see in the final. Let's be honest. Day 1 of Phase 2, we are getting what could be a grand final in a best-of-1 format, and I'm all for it. I can't wait.
If you look at BDS right now, I just feel like they're the strongest a new team has looked in years. Like, literally, this is our best chances since the G2 era to finally have a team that can perform at the highest level internationally. And now they're coming up against Furia. It's the biggest test that they could get, probably. Maybe if they played against FaZe, but that literally you're playing against the best team in the world. We're so hyped to see that right now.
It's time for our Manchester Major debut, and one of these two teams in our matchup, Nick, is going to be making their Manchester debut as well.
Yep, Scars versus CAG. That's why I started with Scars. You see that? It's a pretty interesting one because, yeah, domestic matchups, they're both Japanese, whatever, but there is something on the line because when you play against each other all the time domestically, you want to win when you go into international turf to get that tiebreak, like, we are the better team, because CAG, they almost always lose against Scars.
Yeah, CAG have had some troubling results over the last 4 or 5 years of international results. This is a team that is a perennial attender, not a perennial contender. Perennial attender. They're often here, and we look back on all the results of a team like CAG, and we're always wondering when they'll be able to break loose and make it out of the group stages, into the top 12, into the top 8. The closest result that they've had goes all the way back to that Mexico major. Yep. Scars are a team that come in with a lot on the line. Obviously, they've been one of the best teams in all of APAC, the best team in Japan. They have a very high skill ceiling. And between these two teams, the results kind of skew one way, Nick.
Yeah. Scars, they have won, what, like 95-ish% of all the head-to-head against CAG in Japan, so it's a little bit of a tough one. I think that's why for CAG, this match matters a lot for them, right? To just win against Scars for once.
The last time that you wanted to see them win outside of a domestic matchup would be all the way back in 2020. Scars have defeated CAG every single time they have played together since May of 2020, with the exception of the Japanese Invitational, where CAG beat Scars in the upper bracket in a 2-0 victory. But other than that, the stats show you that Kawasaki Scars have inarguably been the better of the two teams. And my expectation in this best of one is that they will be closely matched, but you have to wonder, is there a lot of emotion here for CAG? Is there a lot on the line for CAG?
I could imagine so, and if you've been a Siege fan for a long time, you think of CAG, you're always thinking Monty, the operator, being played by Anaton. And the thing is, Monty in the current state of Rainbow Six Siege is a very present operator, both in the pick rate and the ban rate. So before, teams had to go out of the way to target ban Anaton to weaken CAG. Now, Scars can just ban the Monty because it's outright just a good idea to do in general. So I would say CAG need to have something else than just the shield play to actually win today. They gotta show us something different.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's a best of one, right? We're going to be playing a lot of games today, as was said on the pre-show. We have something like 16 matches being played today across both streams, which is an unbelievable amount of Rainbow Six Siege. For these teams, they'll be in action later again today. Once we get through our first 4 matches on both streams, then we'll know who the winners are, who are the losers, and who will be squaring off in those later 8 matches. Map bans are coming in. Any predictions here as to where we will go?
I mean, we're thinking APAC, we're thinking CAG Scars, we're thinking aggressive maps. So in the past, I would say coastline, right? That's what we're thinking. Just battle it out, gun skills blazing. Nowadays, you can look at Border, you can look at Oregon. Those are like more default maps, if you will. It makes a lot of sense to me that the big maps are going out early. For example, Bank, Labs, Consulate, Clubhouse, very strat reliant. But Oregon also disappeared very early, so it does leave possibility of a Border, for example.
Labs is still in as well, so we're down to the final 2. Border versus Labs. No, Labs went earlier. Sorry, I missed it. I'm looking for Nighthaven. This throws me. This always throws me for a loop. I always just mentally look for Nighthaven because some people call it Nighthaven, some people call it Labs. I've seen a couple people call it NL.
Okay,
which always reminds me of the Netherlands.
Okay, fair.
We're going to Border though. So you predicted Chaos. And we have Chaos on the board.
I mean, I guess you could put Chalet in there as well, but yeah, Chaos because fight it out, brawl style. Also, don't show too many strats, quote-unquote, early on. It is a long tournament. If you want to make it all the way, you have to try and save some of those maps that expose a lot, like Clubhouse, for later.
Absolutely. And I mean, Border is a map that doesn't have the same fundamentals as you might see on a Clubhouse or an Oregon, though a map like Oregon can get quite unpredictable. Border is almost always pure pugilism. These are going to be teams always engaging in gunfights.
Yep.
If you go back to SI, the way that this top floor of Border is held by these teams, you have an extension out into Office. If the bomb site is that Armory and Archives component upstairs, you'll have presence over in Security and in Break Room.
Yeah.
You'll oftentimes still see people playing up there, especially in Office with one of those triple panel walls shot open if they're playing the Bathroom Teller's bomb site down below as well. And all this to say that if you're an attacker, you have to be able to flush out these roamers really quickly, and if you're a defender, you have to take gunfights, usually quite early.
You don't really have a choice, that's the whole thing, and this will also be a rematch of the Grand Finals in Japan to qualify for the Major. That was a best of 5, the first map. It was a 3-0 win, by the way, for Scars. The first map was Border, where Scars, they won 7-3. So that means CAG didn't do well either on attack or defense. They kind of just fell over. And I love how you put it earlier, Parker, because it comes down to you have to fight early as a defender, deny the attackers any that kind of like easy pathway into the build in the first place. So every single player on your roster, they have to be willing to take gunfights. And for some players and some teams, that's why Border doesn't fit them, because you might have a player who's more support oriented. That doesn't work here.
Be interesting to see when we get into the matchup what the operator bans are as well, because with the way that these teams like to defend that top floor, we're focusing solely on defenders at this moment.
True.
Operators that get brought in those instances. Malusi and Wamai, because they have those MP5s with ACOGs. Those things are nasty now. Obviously, the scope changes make a huge difference in the way that defenders are going to take engagements. But putting a Warden upstairs to defend against smokes and early pushes, very strong. Legion, an operator very much back in the meta now because you got a great gun. You've got limited recoil. Yeah, he doesn't have the impacts anymore. That is a big change.
True.
But a bulletproof camera is still going to keep him relevant. You got the Super Shorty for doing sight setup. Never a bad thing to bring an operator that can help you shoot through walls, get rotates, and get lines of sight through floors. And then, of course, the goo mines as well. As for attackers, I expect to see some shield play on this map.
Yep, exactly that. Yep. She'll play some Capital, some Grim maybe, because you need to have utility to move around your defenders or blind them, for example, with the Ying. You can't just walk in through a door with a gun and say, I'm gonna win my gunfight fair and square. You can try for it. If you're a phenomenal player, it might work more often than not, but you might also just need utility to make it easier for yourself. Operator bans Deimos, actually banned early here from Scars. Deimos, an operator, very new to the scene, of course. He has been seen a lot of plays, specifically in APAC and in North America. I don't believe as much in Europe. Of course, Ying, it's the same old story. Such an easy-to-play attacker these days. Players have so much experience with that operator. Throw in your Candelas, your smokes, and again, weaken the defense. That does leave shields open, Monty and Blitz. The big question here, Solus and Fenrir, up and available, as is Asami. CAG, they've been banning Solus every single time they play against Scars. Nothing will change there. And if things are going to follow the way we expect, Scars should be banning out the Fenrir here, unless they change something up. Vigil!
Oh!
Okay! Whoa.
All the operators.
That's different!
That is certainly different. Both Deimos and Vigil have some bans across the world, but usually in very small numbers. We're talking maybe 1, 2, 3 bans. That's it. You're not looking at a staple operator being banned out in most regions. The 3 most banned attackers are Ying, as you can see, removed, but then also Dokkaebi and Monte. For defenders, you see Azami, you see Solus, you see Fenrir, maybe a Valkyrie. Those are the 4 operators that are typically removed from action. Vigil gets banned maybe once or twice in a given season. It's not very common at all.
No.
And, I mean, look at the right side of your screen. What are they cooking? A Deimos and a Vigil ban from Scars is certainly not normal.
No, it's not, but I love it because if you have a rematch on a map that you've played before, only a couple of weeks ago, you would want to change things up. CAG also, because they played in Phase 1, they've already played 3 separate matches, but they've not shown border yet at this event. So it always feels as if both teams expected to go here way before they met each other, and in case that was going to be the scenario, they could bring something new that would be different to previously. So that counter-stratting, knowing your opponent kind of goes out the window, because now it's going to be a different scenario. I am surprised to see, though, there'll be no Muncie from CAG here in the very first opening round, but also with that, get your guns warmed up, right? If you play a Muncie there first round, you don't get a lot of action. If you get onto an operator later that has a gun, or of course when you go on defense, you're not really warmed up here. So Fanaton, he's going to play Flores, get that soft destruction, and just this early round prep for CAG is droning, intel, and counter-intel with the Brava, Twitch, and the Flores. A lot of drone work here in the first minute of the round.
Yeah, I mean, those 3 operators that we talked about that are often removed, all present right now for Scars. Black Ray, first one inside the building, close enough to a line of sight, and there you go. Jumped on by Wishoy. The Valkyrie down below will start off the killing less than a minute into this matchup, and already CAG not finding the entries that they need.
Yeah, losing your self-destruction is very critical here on border attack because there's so much self-destruction to be made, but also losing an early gun is an even bigger problem. Sure, it's never great losing a player, but on border you just need so much map control with this players available, you have less of it. And it's almost gets a trade back there, but is it well read by Scars? They move away from the breach.
And it's a nose this, but with Shoi's on another level. A second kill found relatively early on. Still inside a supply room with the window shot out. A third player, a Shoe Reap on the Bravo with DMR in hand. Can easily kill the Valkyrie with 2 shots, still staring down that angle. But all the while that this has happened, you've lost your 2 best hard destructors. Well, soft destructors as well, if you think about it. There's no hard destruction whatsoever on the lineup of CAG. Now they're just reduced to 2 drone operators and the Dokkaebi. And getting into the building now will be an even greater challenge for Cyclops.
Imagine they had Deimos there in the attack, right? You just scan Washu downstairs, you can hunt him down with multiple players, you have live intel. Instead, he kills a ton of different drones, finds 2 kills, they can't find him. Now Scars, they are playing disciplined. They're just sticking their corners, playing near the bomb site, on site itself, waiting for CG to get into the building, to be exposed to all those different crossfires.
Oh no, Chibisu. They've got a read on one of them, though. Chibisu looking for the follow-up onto Wishoy, but it's Shiro Nico with the very first kill for his team. That looks like it might be all she wrote for CAG in this round. Only 20 seconds remain. It's up to Shureep and Shiraniko as the last two standing. Scars can sit pretty. As a late rotate comes in from Shiraniko, Shureep taken down by Nina.
A bomb has been located.
Those MP5s do so much damage. The MPX as well, and Nina will finish it off. Both Warden and Valkyrie rocking that same gun, and the MPX tears through them. An easy first round for Scars.
I mean, what better scenario can you have here? Your first game at the Major for Scars, you start on defense on a map that is very defender favorite. I would argue from a strategical point of view right now, it's very comfortable. You don't have to problem solve, you don't gotta deal with the injuries, you're gonna feel a little bit nervous. I will always stand by this opinion that going in from phase 1, assuming that of course you don't get knocked out like G2 did, is always better. You get some warm-up reps, you play against arguably the weaker teams because, you know, phase 1 teams are the ones that qualified last through other methods and means. So CAG, they're warmed up. They've already played in this stage. They're familiar with the area. They've already been adjusted here longer. If you don't bootcamp, for example, the time zone differences. Scars, they get in. It's very nerve-wracking, but again, very simple, straightforward first round. A single player roaming around, finding kills, and the rest of the team just, again, playing disciplined. This is the thing. Scars, they are a more well-rounded version of CAG. They're both playing aggressive, in your face, very like a lot of surprise factors. They're making it difficult to attack against them on the defensive side. But Scars, a little bit more well-rounded. They have more discipline. They have an arguably better read of the game overall, and that's why they've had more success both internationally and domestically in recent time.
There's a tech pause right now. There's a microphone issue that was called, I believe, by somebody on CAG. Given that there's no admins present on your screen, well, you have to imagine that it's the culprit being CAG. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe it was Scars calling for it. Don't really have much information beyond that.
One of the players was like, "Stop! Hammer time."
No, I suppose it was Scars who might have called for it in that case.
Yeah. It's a shame because, like, Border is a very momentum-based map, I would say, both like in the individual rounds, but also like in the flow of the game overall. You want to just be running through this with your Scars right now. CAG, they can breathe, they can't talk to each other, but they can sit there in your own head going, what could we fix, what went wrong, operator ideas, change-ups, etc. Because, I mean, you don't have the demos anymore. The way that you roam through the map is going to be different now. You have Dokkaebi, you have a shield player, possibly, but other than that, you have to now get in the building to get intel. It is a headset, yeah. I think you're right on it.
It was a mic issue.
A mic issue.
We were told that it was a microphone issue. Headset's been fully replaced, by the way.
Oh.
Quite impressive, for the record, if Scars were playing down one headset. Right? This is something that's happened to other teams. And, you know, every now and then you'll hear from a team, whether they get eliminated or whether the matchup is rough, you know, that, oh, we didn't have VoIP or something along those lines.
Yep.
And I mean, if you can't have one person on the team calling, if they can't hear your comms, then you're in serious trouble.
Do you remember when it was Astro back when he was on FaZe in Brazil? They played like, it might have been an international event actually. They played like the first 4 or 5 rounds. Astro was like 0-6, like no kills. And he realized he had his earphones in the wrong way. So left was right and right was left. He had a tech issue, fixed it, and dropped like 15 kills after they won the match. It's like, it's pretty important you can hear what's going on in an FPS game, you know?
No, absolutely.
Especially in Siege. Sound cues are so crucial. Just like, imagine you can't hear a C4 rip. You have no idea it's coming. You can't juke it. You're just gonna die to the C4. You hear the rip. You run away. At least you have a fighting chance.
I mean, we're not even, well, you were, but obviously we're not competing at this point. But
no.
There are times where we've been commentating and we've lost audio.
Yeah, it's true.
And there are little telltale signs throughout the course of a round that help guide you when you look at what's coming next, who's doing what. Every gun is a distinct sound.
Yeah.
5 seconds to go.
You hear an L85 go off, you see a Thatcher's on the board. What is Thatcher shooting at? That's an immediate sound,
yeah.
Right? You hear Candela's going off, that scream as they're getting rolled out right before they deploy. If you don't see the Dokkaebi, you don't see that on the left side of your screen where there's logic bombs been used. You're watching a defender, you hear that. This is all stuff that really aids you in understanding this game. Obviously, it applies to the players more than it does to us. And it certainly applies to the viewers as well. So, Scars, though, very much liked a lot of their lineups. They haven't changed a ton of it. As for CAG, they're going to run with almost an identical lineup. They have opted to get off of the Flores and go with a Hibana. Other than that, same 4 operators for Cyclops.
Yeah, they're very big on fighting utility right now, hacking the gadgets, fighting them with the Twitch drones, and they're just like forcing the counter intel. But Scars, like you mentioned in the pre-show, or the pre-segment here, they're playing very front forward. They're playing East Staircase with a hole in the triple wall. They're playing in Break Room. Like, they're really in their opponent's face. Like, far left there, you see it as a whole. It's hard to see with the shadow, but Rake is peeking it right now. So, they're pretty much trying to deny CAG any entryways into the building, and CAG can't just attack the bomb site directly because Scars have upstairs control. So they have to eventually attack this upstairs hold with the castle barricades, with the frost mats, the valve camps, etc., and it's not gonna be easy.
See the same toothiness of CAG to get into the building. They'd already lost 2 players at this point in the round, so a better start here in round number 2 is Black right now finds himself in a very similar position to where he was before. His engagement came against Washoy, but there's nobody really around for him to be greeted. Ian had played the Warden before, but I suppose you don't have to worry too much about smokes or stuns if you don't think there's really going to be that many present. I mean, they're bringing the exact same secondary utility here, Nick.
Oh.
Shoereap's getting the diffuser down. Nobody, for whatever reason, is watching Vents. Anaton dies, and while CAG is losing forces here, but ultimately their goal might be correct. Tayu retaking from the back of Workshop. 1 kill. Now a 5v3 favoring Scars, but the time will be their enemy. When I mean you're finding everybody, Nick, it doesn't really matter. There's an upside down repel for Shoereap. You'll have to have multiple players vault out. Fishlike is on diffuser. Shoereap trying to get in. How does Scars pull off a flawless retake? Masterfully done. CAG implode in round number 2.
That we don't see that like almost ever. Like a 5v5 plan goes down, basically like 1 death happened on the side of CAG shortly before diffuser was planted. But then it's like a 4v5 retake flawlessly done afterwards from the defenders on a bomb site of ventilation on border where you can hold diffuser from outside the building. The CAG did a really simple attacking strategy. They realized that the player above was a Frost, not a Warden. Can't see through those smoke grenades. So they breach armor a little bit, they rappel in the sandwich window upstairs, and sure, they sacrifice a player, but the plant goes down, it's worth it. But their post-plant positions afterwards to watch over that bomb site wasn't great. You had Bach inside the bomb site of Black Ray, who was just in a corner, got pre-fired by Valcam, died. You had a player unrepel outside the door, but you can't see the diffuser being planted. So you have, again, no post-plant. Scars, they're not doing a lot in these rounds per se, but they're doing all the right things. They are reacting to what CAG are doing on the attack. Because play back that round, not a single attacker was inside the building in the first minute and 40 seconds of the round. Scars, what do? Nothing. They sit in break. They sit on East Staircase. They sit above the bomb site and they wait. When CAG enter the building, they react. They lash out with the intel 2 against 1, and they win every single engagement to get this 2-0 scoreline.
Well, not exactly the start that Cyclops wanted. Round number 1, you lose the buck very early on. You have serious issues with dealing with roamers. You hinted at the Deimos ban. Entirely possible this is the major thing tripping up CAG. It was Scars, after all, who removed that operator. But you've got tools to deal with it. Not only do you have 10 drones, you've also got 2 drone operators. You had 3 in the first round. Yeah, Rotero drones are not exactly scouting tools because they have a timer and then they blow up. But you're still going to gain some information, those 5 to 10 seconds that you're using them.
Yeah.
You got the 2 Kludges, you got the 2 Twitch drones. Those have a purpose, but they also gain information. So CAG will run with the exact same lineup, 2 rounds in a row. Scars has completely blown it up. And that flexibility here from the defenders has worked out for 2 rounds. Why not keep it going?
Fishlike, he's been spotted out, shot through the wall. He's in trouble, but no, again, every single time Scars are in trouble, they find picks. They trade back, though, back to a 4v4, but Fishlike is still alive inside of customs with those mute jammers. He can't quite be droned out. Don't be caused, not gonna have a big effect on him. And CAG, they've not advanced into the building, but a swing, a little bit too eager there from Fishlike. He finally goes down. CAG, they're in an advantageous position right now, but if we know Scars, they'll lash out and try to even those numbers.
They're going to have to do better than this, Nick. They only had 1 kill previously. The round before this was flawless, so you're not going to get anything there. But as for this CAG team, you know they've got good aimers.
Yeah.
You know they've got good gunners. Strategy might be the biggest concern for them. You're going up against a team that you have a lot of history with. These teams have played dozens of times over the last couple of years. They know each other very well, and again, only a single victory for CAG in the last 4 years against Scars. That's a hard thing to have in the back of your mind as you go into this match.
Oh, that certainly is. And CAG, they've slowed down. They want their Durin Intel to work with. Don't peek those gunfights. Just blindfolded, basically. And Scars, they're again waiting. 30 seconds left. And CAG, they gotta be the one to act here. Wait, he's flanking? What?
That's the beauty of Oryx,
From
isn't it?
outside.
5 kills, no deaths for Nina. And that was Nina who had the headset issue all the way back at the tail end of round number 1. The numbers advantage for CAG is now gone. Goo Mine by window will alert the Scars team of their presence. Down goes Shuri. Taiyu dies at the hands of Shironiko. Chibisu on the board. It's all up to Rek, who just needs to waste time. He doesn't even need to fight. Oh my goodness, but he decides to peek because he fears the worst. And Shironiko gets him with a nanosecond left. That very easily could have been a 3-0 for Scars. But in the dying moments of the round, it's CAG to pull through.
Yep, 0.something seconds left by my count. That is way too close for comfort, given that CAG they had that 2 opening kills early in the round, but I respect them for slowing it down. You don't want to throw a quote-unquote easy round victory by going too quickly. When they went for that plant later on, there was no real cover, nobody on the teller's window. A single player from CAG upstairs on the hatch, just throwing down flashbangs, hoping for the best. And that's the tertiary bomb site choice by Scars too as well. It's technically by their means the worst site for them to play since it was their 3rd/last choice. Very few teams, of course, play that 4th bomb site of customs downstairs. You can roam there, you can extend there. You don't typically play the bomb site itself downstairs, that is. But for Scars, that's them also being a little bit, over-peaking. They were very happy to take those gunfights, and they almost brought it back, but not quite. Last time they played Border, speaking to the Deimos and Vigil ban being very different, Scars, they banned Munti and Fenrir. So, from Munti Fenrir to Deimos Vigil is an entirely different story, both targeting very individual players with those specific operators, but also, again, the playstyle in which CAG can bring to the table on both the attack and the defense. I think if you're CAG, getting a 2-4 or a 3-3 half is kind of where you want to go. I don't think you go up against this and go, we know how to deal with this. We've been preparing for that, because this is just that unusual. They got the first shot in the bag now, although be it close, and they keep bringing that same kind of formula. They bring out the Twitch and the Brava every single one. Look at this value! Hacking, bulletproof cam, the Fenrir mines, getting so much intel and forcing Scars to shoot their own gadgets because of it. Huge value on the bomb site itself, and it looks like CAG will just try and play for plant every single round right now.
I mean, if you don't think you're going to win in terms of pure gun skill, why not go for utility work? Round number 2 showed you that Scars doesn't exactly keep their eye on the ball. The problem in that second round was not with getting into the bomb site, it was what to do with it after you got it. Because Scars were perfect on that retake, and it ended in not just a flawless win for Scars, but also them grabbing that counter defuse at the same time, which is a mighty impressive thing to do. BlackRay loves this customs position, by the way. He has the same entry pattern every round. But surprised that Scars haven't wised up to it yet. They had Washoy in that position to deal with BlackRay back in round number 1. But since that, they've let BlackRay take up a fair amount of time and space in that part of the map without doing much to stop him.
Yeah, the other thing is that Scars are good at playing the time element of the rounds right now. Again, like, they're falling back step by step as this timer ticks down. 1 minute 20 seconds. We saw Fish like give up security. But then Washu swings these stairs now. It's a bit of a mix-up. One player falls back, one player advances, but Dog is on the board here. So if they can back to the bomb side, he can be healed back up, but BlackRay downstairs unblocked can do some serious damage here.
Stokeby's been a major thorn in the side of Scars, but haven't really been seeing CAG be able to capitalize off it as much as they want. Washoy takes out BlackRay yet again. It's the Fenrir playing down below on a collision course with Shironiko. Shironiko's scouting for something. I don't know if Washoy can be spotted from this angle. It's a tough one. Tucked into the corner. No. Not visible whatsoever, and Wishoy's just going to play time. A very distinct sound, that EBR being brought by the Dokkaebi. Final 20 seconds, Nick. Black Ray, so far, ineffective on this roll, ineffective on the scoreboard. The other 4 players from CAG now have to use this logic bomb to try and find the remaining Scars players. Hanneton breaking in through the top of metal. Wishoy another. Nina traded out. Wishoy a third kill in the midst of the smoke. Rex swings. Shotgun in hand. Runs for the hills and plays the clock perfectly. Rec might have botched it a little bit in the previous round, makes up for it this time, and it's 3-1 for Scars.
These rounds are ridiculous. Like, we're thinking Border's going to be chaotic, it's going to be in your face, fighting the entire round. It's not. It's like CAG, they want to take things in a very strategical approach. Deny utility, to toss out a smoke grenade, get that diffuser planted, and Scars are just kind of waiting for things to happen, but the last 20 seconds are thrilling. Every single second, something's happening, downstairs, upstairs, on the side, and around it. And I think the only issue for CAG, like the true issue right now, is simply time. They are too slow to get into the building, not willing to get into gunfights or take a risk. When they finally get into the building, they still get punished. Blackberry is 0-4. He's the quote-unquote entry. He made it in stairs or into below the bomb site last round, dies immediately. If he doesn't get inside, he'll die outside the breach and die immediately outside the building. So it doesn't matter where Blackberry goes, he just doesn't find success. I want to see CAG invest more into him, give him more drones, a second gun, trade his body on those positions, for example, to get some value out of it. After a tactical timeout, Blackberry's on Nuke now. Maybe a change up in approach for him. Could be, because he is the sole player right now who doesn't really get any value for his team. And with the rounds being so close, one single player not being fully enabled will make the difference between CAG winning or losing some of these rounds.
Early timeout being called, but there really haven't been a lot of good looks for the CAG team. Black Ray 0-4 and on main entry. Looked like he might be playing the Nook.
10 seconds to insertion.
We finally see some swap-ups here from CAG. They come in the dying moments. And it's a full change, by the way. It looked like we were about to see a 5th round of an almost identical lineup through the whole game. The only aberration was round number 1 where they ran the Flores. They backed off the Flores, decided to start bringing the Hibana. Now they have completely blown it up. The only operator that we've seen before is the Brava. First pick for CAG, that's a big one, and it's because Nina gets a little bit gutsy, looking for a spawn peek. Does a great deal of damage to Black Ray, who almost dies again, but gets that first pick.
And this is classic Scars. Like, that kind of spawn peek they normally do every single round, but they've been playing very passive. After a tactical timeout, they change it up. Now they're gonna aggress. But CAG, they've been playing so slow, double-checking angles, double-checking their drone work, because they expect aggression. And despite this being round number 5, they were still ready for it. So Scars get punished, right? They stop bringing out the mirror. Guess what? Shurubi's now an Ash. Use those Ash charges to break the mirror windows upstairs. You have Capital, more fire for the mirror windows, more utility in general. CAG, they have a really good read in the entire situation so far, but they have to convert that knowledge and that kind of counterability into round victories. This is their best position. 5 versus 4. They have great operators to do this. They got the counters for every single defender basically that they have to worry about. The Warden and the Mira. Even got the Selma charges. So Fishlike's mirror window will fall. They don't swing. They're not getting too aggressive. They just throw the Selma, get away. They know that Fishlike can't do much about this position being dealt with. No Bandit, no Mute, for example. But he's going to stick around. He's going to be stuck in the corner of Fountain for a while. Oh boy.
Well, over all these years of watching with Shoy, you know what he's capable of. Backed up with Fishlike as their hold on this upper portion of the map is slowly falling off. They're losing that grip. And they're now losing bodies as well as Fishlike dies inside a fountain. His hard destruction paying off so well. Now Wishoy is next one up. Swinging for the fences. Oh. Wreck not too far away as well. Wishoy swinging with 1 HP. CAG took their time out, Nick. They have the first 3 kills. Nobody from Scars able to find anything so far in this round. Plenty of time still, but unlikely that Scars can hang on.
I'm saying it well, like they're using the fires, the ash breach, the hot breach, and gets like CAG are doing everything perfectly right now and not taking those 50-50 gunfights. Do they have the crossover? Are they watching the flank? Can they shut down Teo downstairs?
That's that ACOG coming in big. You got the worst gun in the game, and you're going to have to kill 4 more people. This was a bomb site that we saw Scars have difficulties on previously. CAG walked in and got the plant off in round number 2, but it was Scars flawless on the retake. This time, CAG does not follow the same script. They blow up their composition. They don't go for the objective play. They go for kills. They take the right amount of time to cut through Scars' forces upstairs, and it's a significantly better round for CAG.
Yeah, and it's all about the pace and the momentum here on board. It's about actually taking the gunfights. And you see the easiest round victory was when they played border the way that you would argue that it should be played out. It made sense what they were doing. They knew that Scars, they were holding the bombs at vertically from above, so they take above control, and they actually bring operators that can help them just do that. The Ash, the Ace counters the Mirror, the Capital counters the player positions, they can fire, force movement, get free kills. Bing, bing, boom. It's basically pretty much simple 1, 2, 3 steps of siege, and it worked so well. Now, can CAG push forward, get that 3-3 half, and make it look like, you know what, it was a messy first couple of rounds, but now we've kind of figured out how to approach this, because Scars, they're showing a different version of themselves, maybe that CAG they're not simply used to, because it almost looked like you were saying, CAG were afraid of taking gunfights. And then all of a sudden they said, guys, we have to take them. And guess what? Black Race on the board. He's now 1-4. Despite losing all that health early on last time, he found a ton of value still. Round just started, drone phase is over, and some things will stay the same. The Twitch and the Bravo, they're simply just too good. And it is just because they get so much value here. Scars, they're not playing Break Room, they're not playing East Stairs. I think they just gave up security as well, so there is so much free counter intel here available to them. You see it here, they're working the site with the Brava, and they roam the Twitch. And they're just finding piece after piece after piece of utility. Greg knows there's a Brava drone somewhere, finally hears it, runs after it, and misses it. So, Shurib is just driving circles around him right now.
Really been an intriguing matchup when you go by what rounds have been important and what rounds have played out the way that we might have thought, might not have thought. I did not expect this to be a lopsided matchup. Best of ones tend to go one of 2 ways. It's either a complete blowout for one team or it's a bitter fight right to the very end. Don't tend to see a lot of 7-3, 7-4s in these best of ones when we get to international events just because of how evenly matched these teams are. But it doesn't always stand when you look at teams fighting in the same regions because of their experience with one another.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like APAC, which is not one big region anymore. But these are 2 Japanese teams. They play each other in the Japanese league all the time. It's another APAC match going on, by the way. If you weren't tuned into the mainstream, Bleed is currently going up against Fabian's PSG Talon.
True.
Not Nick's.
No, not mine.
Fabian's.
Fabian's the main man. Southeast Asia against Korea.
You think he suits up for the team? If things start to go bad, you say, hey, put me up.
He's threatened that a couple of times, let me tell you. It's like, you play bad, I play major. Classic Fabian.
You know who could have used him? G2.
Touché.
Chibisu starts things off. CAG has not been particularly effective on drawing blood first this round. They do so. Black Ray stays alive, but him, Chibisu, and Shiraniko have all taken quite a lot of damage. They've been finding goo mines as well as now with Shoy. Patrols not too far removed from the buck. Right now on top east. Down to the stairs. He'll burn through those flashes. Be crazy those flashbangs hit him.
Surely not.
What? A drop from Black Ray, and Wishoy has that one lined up, can now look over towards the door into Customs. Anderson is not too far removed. Chibisu shot from another door frame. Not expecting Nina to hold this position.
10 seconds left.
And it's a catastrophic series of events for CAG. Shiraniko will pad the stats, but the 3 remaining players from Scars will give him no assistance. 4-2 first half. 4 Scars on defense here on Border.
That's again like CG. They go from looking kind of lost don't know how to progress the map, don't want to take gunfights, to taking their time out, figuring it all out, and having a pretty much flawless round victory in round number 5, only for the following round that we just witnessed to follow the same pattern as before, where they don't really do anything. If you look at that round from a top-down level, they never took the bomb site, they never took above, and then they realized, guys, we gotta do something, I guess. Blackray vaults over the railing while in a goo mine, dies. It's like there's no follow-up, flashbangs weren't timed, Hibana was right next to him, no trade occurred, he didn't say, hey, follow me for a trade or anything like that. They just fall flat. CHG, they don't have the problem-solving skills, I want to say, here on Border against Scars to look like a great attacking team. They had moments of greatness, but mostly they just kind of fell flat. Scars now, they have to show us that they know how to attack Border, and with their playstyle being more aggressive, I could imagine it just naturally working out better. Round number 1 so far, showing the Monty, right? They got that operator that can break things apart because Ying is banned, so you gotta get something else. Grim and Capital, also great operators to just getting you that information or maybe some potential kills later on. And CHG, they have some counters, I guess. They got the Goyo Fire, of course, those canisters can be popped, damage the Monty, that's not good. And of course, the Tuberao as well, slowing things down, denying Heartbreach, reinforcing player positions, but also the DMR with the Echo Scope, like you see right here, can hold down long lines of sight, and again, fight your opponents before they enter the building, which is what you want to do here on Border.
Quite a change up from the Scars, bringing the shield that we said we expected to see. Brava, Dokkaebi, and now Flores have emerged multiple times. Dokkaebi and Brava have been huge staples. You speculated that maybe we would see a Grim. Grim hasn't shown up once
Not at all.
so far.
Nope. A bit disappointed, gotta say.
I will say, the way that a lot of these teams use Grim, if you are a heavy execute team, Grim is excellent not just for finding roamers, but is also great for area denial when you try to get the diffuser down.
Yep.
We saw a couple rounds where CAG focused quite heavily on pulling off the execute, but I think they realized it wasn't the go-to play for them in those final 3 rounds of the first half. So why bother bringing an operator that's not going to provide that same value? And the operator lineup that we saw after the timeout was taken in round number 4 paid off quite well for CAG by immediately claiming them the next round. I don't fault that decision. I wonder if Scars will bring the operator Grim at some point. Until then, we can watch the Monty with great excitement. Chibisu starting things off with half of the round gone. Goodbye to Rek.
Ooh. That's not good.
That's not. Fishlike joins as well. Immediately a logic bomb goes off, and then he is gone. Fishlike not having a particularly strong game stats-wise.
The whole point of Monty is that Monty goes in first, gets you that instantly pressures the defenders, and then you follow up with the guns, but Monty is walking around outside the building. There's a yellow ping saying, guys, this guy here, over here, shoot them, etc. But now you lose your entries. Now you've lost 2 players, and you're playing Monty. You only have 2 guns. Now Monty runs in first and dies with no follow-up as well. Scars have completely misplayed this round, and CAT, to their praise, they're playing well around it.
Hate to highlight that number again, but only a single victory in the last 4 years for CAG over Scars. These teams play each other a lot, by the way. Huge round for CAG to try and draw numbers close. Trades from both teams. Wishoi's been phenomenal so far from Scars. It's all up to Nina. Gets punished out on that armory balcony, and CAG ends up claiming a round that might as well have been won once the Monty fell 40 seconds prior. CAG within striking distance now, a single round back of their region and country mates.
And Shuri really doing a good job there. Just like it can be very hard to play those people call them things like bunker positions. He plays inside a break room. He has some utility like a keeper barrier, a Fenrir mine rather, and he's got the canisters like freeze the walls, the doors, etc. But if he oversteps, peeks the wrong thing, doesn't know the exact angles from like the windows and the door from the outside of the building, he'll just die for nothing. Shuri did such a great job at just bouncing between those very small like pixel spots where he is completely and utterly safe, and he actually got out of break room and just lived that round. It's so much value from a single player that someone like the Monty can like help force out. Monty could have walked into break room from his staircase, could have walked into office to help take office as well, can walk into security from outside the balcony. Like, when you have a shield operator, you have so many different avenues than usual because you're covered from being hit by bullets. but it wasn't utilized at all by Scars. So I'm not surprised to see them changing up, get more guns, get a different approach to this round, because you want to just change things, figure out what's working. CAG did that same thing. Once you find your playstyle in this matchup, start winning some of those rounds, or you feel better about the outcome of them at least, even if you don't win, it's a close one for example, you felt good throughout it, it's better. The IQ is great because Valkyrie's on the board, there are some new jammers, and you can just get a general sense of where is the setup. Is there more stuff towards, for example, office or security? Because without droning, you're not going to know what the rooms look like, but IQ can help you figure out how much have the defenders invested into these particular areas.
Reload! Been rotating between hard breachers with Hibana actually showing quite a lot of play. Across most regions, she tends to trail a lot of the other hard breachers. And, well, as we saw from a number of these rounds for CAG when they were on attack, a hard breacher is not exactly necessary for a map like Border.
True.
You can bring a secondary hard breach gadget. Of course, CAG did not do that until they switched to the Hibana. But Scars brought the ace in the very first attack, and now will bring the Hibana as well. Hard breach gadgets in the hands of the Buck too. A big part of why an operator like Buck is brought is because he comes with a Gon 6 and those hard breach gadgets. Lots of soft destruction, good surface level destruction, and great hard destruction. Buck really does it all.
Yeah.
But the application between these two teams was so different. CAG stuck Black Ray on this position, and then had him go in on entry and die most of the time. Whereas Scars has Fish-like in more utility positions, and I think that's better value for the operator.
No, I agree with you. You want to ensure that Buck gets that value, stays alive for a bit longer, get enabled throughout the entirety of the round. Fish-like, he's not supporting.
I mean, maybe that's an entry. Maybe once or twice.
That might have been an entry kill.
Maybe. CAG's defense, though, falling by the wayside at the moment. Scars well poised to deal with this lineup. Fenrir and Valkyrie, the first two off the board. Logic bombs all exhausted by Tayu. Ooh. Another kill for Scars. They're looking for a second flawless round. They won't get it, as there's a trade with Shoy and Chibisu both trading off. It's up to Shiraniko. Positions himself near the door frame, punished by Nina. Round goes back to Scars, and the gap that had ever closed in favor of Cyclops widens a little bit again.
It seems like both teams with the same approach. You're trying to figure out, okay, what are they going to do? This is what we're going to do. They try Monty first. Doesn't work. Get more guns. Get more aggressive and much quicker round there from Scars. Getting into the building. And then we start talking about support stuff, the box self-destruction. But they realized, hey, we have intel. Just go kill. When you find these isolated players on defense that are roaming around or playing near the bomb side that don't have those crossfires, there's no support from their teammates, you have to just take those small windows of opportunity. Because if you don't, they might get that crossfire, and it's going to be a trade. The best teams in the world, the way they play Border, is that nobody on defense will typically die alone without anything happening somewhere else. Now, you can of course lose two players at once because the attackers, they punish you perfectly, but you want to have this kind of setup where if one defender is in danger, a second one is nearby as like a link to follow up, to trade, to help, to cover that map, map control rather, for example. Because once you lose an area, there's no retaking here in Border. You lose Easters on defense, yeah, good luck. You're never going to see Easters again for this round. You lose Office, same story. Army, Archives, etc. You get it. So whenever you lose something as a defender, it is truly lost. Some maps, that's not the case. Border is small, and it's hard to rotate around, only 2 staircases. I don't see Oryx jump up hatches all that often. Scars, they tried Monty on play number 1 of JU, and now they're going to play it on Nina instead. Just change it up here. Nina's going to be the Monty player.
Third round on attack for Scars, third Heart Breacher being brought too. Now we have a Maverick on the board. On Border. I can maybe understand it if you think the hatches are going to be a difficulty.
That's fair.
And there is a Kaid on the board. But if you can't fit pocket EMPs, you can't fit a Thatcher into the lineup, then you might as well go with the Maverick. A little bit puzzling, though, because they have the Monty bringing the pocket
I was going to say, they have the pocket EMPs.
But they are also imprecise.
Yeah.
The one beautiful thing about Electric Claws is that they have such a large radius, you can throw them in completely different rooms, and they'll still electrify the hatch. Even on a position like Armory Wall, which this is not where the bomb site is, for those without a visual reference, but even when you're defending on Armory, those Electric Claws can go in places that you are not expecting. First pick comes from the roam down below as Shuri
Attackers have located a
punishes Rex Ash. Not exactly the result that you expect an Ash to have the first minute to a minute and a half of a round.
It almost looks like they might just send it in the window and start planning out the diffuser. And the one big issue if they do go for this play is there is an Echo in action. So going for a quick plant out of nowhere for a big, surprise, we're planting. It doesn't really work against the Echo because the Yokai Drone will stop it, of course, multiple times, possibly even. But it very much looks like Scars taking Easter's control. They're going to Maverick open the wall. Munch is going to walk on in.
This is why.
Yeah, I mean, it's smart, but can they actually go for this? I'm not entirely sure.
Well, we talked about the ACOGs being back in play. Lamai and Malusi, along with Doc and Rook, tend to be the big four that you see show up. But what about a Castle? Both of these teams now rocking that ACOG on the UMP. It's certainly not the same gun that you see out of the MP5.
Nah.
But it can do some serious damage. Nina's in, taking a bit of a brief bit of electrification. Excellent timing on the logic bomb, by the way. But you can't shut down a nitro cell.
The bomb diffuser.
Desperately, Scars trying to knock off these utility players of Cyclops, and they are failing every step of the way. It's all up to Wishoy and Fishlike. Wishoy caught out, electrified on the wall, and Aniton with a huge finish to the round as Cyclops gets a flawless of their own.
Scars went for the most simple, predictable, and just slow pay. Like, you can only really go with direct border if you're rushing and being quick, or you're faking it, right? Munji goes into plant, Dokubi calls, you're rushing top floor, you pick apart the roamers, the Echo and a Cam, for example, etc. You can't just take a minute and a half, lose the Ash in the process, Maverick a wall in front of the defenders that are looking at the wall being opened up, wait another 30 seconds, and then walk in and plant down the defuse. It's just not gonna work. It's almost disrespectful to try because you're saying, hey, CAG are so bad that they don't know the basics of Rainbow Six Siege and of Border, which they do. They reacted perfectly. They even saw ahead of time what the play might be, and they got the Echo. They had a failsafe. They had a C4 in the right position. So Scar's not respecting their opponent here enough, perhaps, or just having a really poor read on what they should have done that round, not having that top-down oversight saying, guys, we should have done this originally, but now we have to pivot and change the plan. And there's no shame in that. If you're an IGL, if you're a leader for your team saying, guys, we're gonna go plan A. Okay, everyone knows what to do. And then about halfway through the round, you go, guys, we need to now change something up. This isn't gonna work any longer. We now have certain information that means this is a bad idea. There's no shame in it. You change the plan, it's not ideal, it's not perfect, but neither is just following through when you know you're just not going to win.
Breaking news from our corporate masters.
Okay.
Our 6-share skins are 20% off. So if you feel like supporting one of these teams, there's a
Attackers
variety of
have located a
Rainbow
bomb.
6-share kits,
Yeah.
full battle guard,
Bundles.
bundles, paraphernalia, some would even say, available 20% off right now. They're not playing currently. We are looking at an all APAC matchup as PSG Talon and Bleed do battle on the main street.
Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb.
Saw the note, by the way, that SSG had the, as I was going to say, the Jinxie bundle. SSG is the best-selling skin right now.
I saw that, yeah. They had the rankings.
Who would have thought that basing a skin around a streamer affiliated with your organization, and not just any streamer, but the most subscribed to streamer?
Yeah, at
on
some point
Twitch?
at least, yeah.
I don't know if Kai Cenat has actually surpassed Jinxie yet again, but either way, who'd have thought that coupling up with somebody who has 70,000+ subs would result in profits?
Who would have thought, yeah.
I'm no economicologist here, but seems quite simple to
Defender is
me.
exposed.
Scars burned their time out just as CAG had done the 4th round of the first half, so Scars has actually taken it sooner on their half than CAG did on the very first half.
Keep it active.
This has been a relatively tight game, especially after those first 2 rounds. I didn't necessarily expect CAG to be able to keep it this close with some of those deflating losses, especially that second
Yeah.
flawless round.
No, I fully agree with you, and it is surprising to see because, and I think this just comes down to both teams know each other so well that they're playing, non-default, if you will. They're trying to change things up a little bit, play out of their comfort zone perhaps a bit because it might be better off. Grim gets brought out, finally happens, nice. Did shoot out one single beacon, but look at this, they're in the bomb site.
Wishoy taking no prisoners, breaking a dozen kills. And the orange side of your screen is dominating. CAG is left to Shiraniko and Chibisu. Shiraniko looks for the return back to the bomb site, top metal. But any re-entry will be heralded by the sound of those logic bombs.
Attackers
And with the
recover the
walls
diffuser.
carved open as they are, Scars will certainly hear that. Didn't get a lot of value out of the Grim either. It's another thing that we could have very easily spoke of as we talked about how Grim could have some importance on this map. But Wishoy sent out, what, 1 boogie, 2 boogie, and then just said, you know what, I'll just go kill them. And I mean, he sprinted in. It almost worked.
Got them the opening that they needed. They got the chaos. All the players could now thrive in it as well. And Fishlike is outside the building that he was a second ago with Diffuser. And there you go. He's rotating. Hold on, guys. I'm getting to the bomb site. You wish you were a 3-speed, but you're not. You're 1-speed. Takes a bit longer. If he takes the wrong avenue, though, the window, for example. Okay, there we go. He's going to go door. It's safer. They know Armory is clear. They had a drone in there. Stop planning it down. No counter.
Look at that secondary gadgetry from Chibisu and Shiraniko, and there's not a damn thing you can do. Chibisu's gun still works, though. And Rek, who's been on the wrong side of a number of what seem to be safe engagements, dies. Shiraniko will now need to help his teammate. These are two of the newest defenders added to the game. Pocket utility from Chibisu is now look to hop onto that diffuser. He can long arm it. Is there anything they can do with it? Yes, Nina has the angle, and now they've got a read on Shiraniko too. Scars use their timeout, and it looks to have paid off as match point series point is theirs. A 6th round after an impressive entry and good objective play from Scars.
That's more like a border round that we expect to see, especially from these two teams, where it's just going to get really chaotic out of nowhere, and it worked so well because no one's done it for 10 rounds. It's been waiting around, making logical plays, waiting for something to happen, but finally a team said, you know what, we are going to take full control on the attacking side and play a fast-paced round on border. And you saw CAG, they were expecting like a security push or an office push, not somebody rushing up the main staircase and just running into side getting 2 kills basically. And the big thing isn't what happens to the player that's rushing the side itself, it's what your teammates on attack can do around it. Because you start creating chaos in the voice communication of the defending team of CAG. They go, oh, there's a guy in beepers, he's got bad, blah, 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 blah. And like you don't really understand what is actually going on. And Scars utilized that. They got multiple kills off one player making the play. And with that also the round. Intel, of course, very vital to both these two teams. When CAT were attacking, it was the Brava, the Twitch, and sometimes the Flores. Ton of intel. For Scars, they have the same story. They need their drone work to know what plays they can make. So what better operator to get you intel than a Zero? Massive flexing capabilities here from Scars. The Monty, the Grim, now the Zero coming into play for different reasons and by different players even sometimes.
And honestly, the kit across Zero is quite good. Two good weapons, right?
Yeah.
People often forget that you can bring the MP7 on Zero. I don't necessarily think it's the best gun to bring, but still an overall good weapon. The other big change to Zero that often goes overlooked.
Oh, yeah.
The camera doesn't immediately stick out on the other side anymore. So if you shoot a wall and then you want the camera to turn around, you can do that much later on. It makes it a lot harder for the defenders to know where this operator is. And what a bait on Anaton. The Warden goes for the drone and gets punished immediately. Nina breaking 10 kills in the previous round, shutting down that retake onto the diffuser, and now an 11th kill to be had. Great start for Scars.
I love those mini executes where you can bait a player in, force a rotation, etc. Now you see desperation a bit here. They're down a player. This C4 is excellent. Oh, Rek, you're on the floor, man.
Rek somehow is still positive in terms of kills and deaths, but from our vantage point, the ways that he keeps dying are very puzzling.
Someone's got to do it. You know, every team has that one player that will die in the most absurd ways. It's like, it's okay, guys. I'm used to it, you know? But that's one of those steps where if he was standing up, he's just crouched, teammate was there, a bit of drone, he could have lived. But now we see the switch up. They're going to go down this avenue outside security, but they're ready for it. They're watching the window, they're running out the door. Perfect read from CHG, but they don't win the gunfight. They lose their CC player. There's a second person. They could try again. Big risk and big gamble here. And Scars are making plays around it, now on top middle as well.
This is just going to keep going from bad to worse for CAG. Only one victory over the last 4 years that CAG has on Scars. The record is something like 14-1,
Nice.
by the way.
Nice.
That's not a correct number, but it was. I stopped
Roughly.
counting when I broke a dozen.
Okay.
Because I felt like at that point it didn't really matter. The overall point is that Scars has CAG's number. And unless we can see CAG work miracles, that number will only go back into the column of Scars. Shiraniko defend for himself. He's got a read, but it's Tayu to seal the deal, and Scars will start off the day with a well-earned victory.
There were some rounds where you're thinking to yourself, what happened there? And Scars not looking like the most comfortable team on border, but the later this game went, the better they looked and the more different strats they were bringing out. And they are very happy about this victory.
Oh, there is a lot of noise here in this cavernous hall that we are working in, and the echoes really do add greatly to it. It's good to see that there's not a lot of frustration on the side of Cyclops, but they are a team who mentally are very hard to get down, even when things seem to be going the worst as possible. This is a team that is in good spirits, and nothing has really changed with this loss against their fellow countrymen.
And I think it's important to say, I mean, it can be a long tournament and you're up against your fellow countrymen. You have a game where you lose, smile about it, be happy, whatever. Of course, go back to the drawing board, figure things out, talk things through as a team, but there's no reason to get mad right now. You got more games to play later on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long day. It's a grueling day, one would say.
Yep.
We've got dozens of matches
Literally.
to go through. You and I will be doing 4 best of ones today. We have E1 versus Bliss up next after this. Then we have a break, and we'll wait to see, of course, who goes into the upper bracket, who goes into the lower bracket, and what teams will then play later on. But here's the tale of this particular matchup. 2 players on the side of Scars breaking double digits. I think Nina actually finished with 11, Washoy with 13. On the side of CAG, not a lot of good numbers over there.
No, I mean, pretty much equal performance, right? 8 kills, 8 kills, 8 kills, but it's equally poor, if you will. No outstanding players. They did not really meet the tally of winning their gunfights today.
A big win for Scars as they start off the day doing quite well. Doing as we expect them to do against an adversary they know quite well. We've got a lot of matches, and we don't want to hold you from the action. We'll be back with more Rainbow Six in just a few minutes. casting, and somebody had to fill in, and Lynx was offered that position.
Also the same height, roughly.
Sure.
So it kind of fits.
Yeah, if you put 4 boxes under Lynx.
Yeah.
While we were doing rehearsals, Nick and I both discovered that even with Carter on a box, we are still both taller than him. Just as Dev Marta is. So
It's true.
But on their broadcast, they had another APAC matchup, but not from the same region. PSG Talon, your boys, going up against Bleed. And Nick, how did that go?
Well, also not the, result you would expected here. It was a 5-7 loss for PSG Talon on Oregon, of all things. And I heard from other people that it wasn't a masterclass of an Oregon from either side, but there were individual good rounds from both teams.
And of course, now we have E1 going up against Bliss. All of the APAC teams seem to be in action very early, and you have to imagine that's just because of the time zones, right?
Sure.
We're here in the UK. If you're a North American, you're probably not awake right now because it's 1:13 local.
Real early.
Real early. You know what time that is on the eastern seaboard? That's 8:13 in the morning. If you're on the West Coast, it's 5 a.m. So you're probably not awake right now watching these games. That's why the NA matchups will be coming later on. We have our first non-APAC team on your screen on the right side of your monitor, your phone, whatever device you are using to watch this on. E1, a team that certainly didn't seem like they were pegged to make it to a major, but they surprised us, didn't they?
I was going to say they started very slow, losing their first 2 games in Brazil. Then they played Liquid, who... Liquid didn't have the best performance this stage, right? But they played Liquid, and they won 7-1. And ever since that first play day for them, they've been looking so good. And to qualify for this major, they beat Blind Dragons 2-0, then followed by beating W7M, not the World Championship roster, but the new roster that plays for them because they became Furia, also 2-0, qualified here. So ever since that third play day, E1, they've been just improving at a rapid pace, with Arthur leading the charge as a very aggressive kind of entry player, often playing operators like the Blitz and the Monty. So if you look out for a specific player from E1, look at Arthur throughout this game.
Absolutely. Talk a little bit more about E1 just because they are the team that if you're watching this broadcast and you've watched previous Rainbow Six broadcasts, you're probably a bit familiar with Bliss. Bliss went on sort of a miracle run at SI, surprising a lot of people, and had a deep run as well in Atlanta. They come all the way from Australia. Australia's had a long and storied reputation here with a variety of different teams carrying that banner. Way back in the day, it was Corvidae and Atletico carrying that banner. Then you had Mind Freak before Fnatic effectively took over. Then we went to Wildcard. Then we went to, was it Order? And now Team Bliss is here representing the region. As for E1 though, they started off that stage in Brazil by beating up all of the lower teams. They won all of their matches going into the playoffs by beating teams below them in the standings.
That's fair.
Every time they played a better team, a higher ranked team, E1 could not hang. But that's when things turned around in the playoffs, as you pointed out, and stunning result after stunning result gets E1 into the playoffs, into that top 3 position. And they didn't make it here through the LCQs. They qualified as one of the top 3 alongside Furia and FaZe Clan. The world champion roster of Furia, FaZe Clan. A team that looks indomitable, and then E1. So a bit of an interesting group of players. As you pointed out, Team Liquid is, of course, present. They stormed their way through the LCQ. And if you watch the first 2 days of play-ins, Team Liquid looked mighty good.
They did. There was that whole G2 match to start things off. Absolute barn burner of a series as well. Going back to Blizzard, just like getting some details to like how close have they been to success, because they've done well, they've done okay, but they had 3 separate matches as at SI where one, they took a map off FaZe 8-7 on Bank. That's very impressive because FaZe looked like the best team in the world at the point, but then lost to Fury in the comeback. Then they had a 6-8 loss to SSG. Well, again, they're 2 rounds away, they're 1 round away, whatever. Then again, another 6-8 loss to Wolves. So Blizz, while they've had good results, they've been so close to having even better result, only losing out in overtime usually. So it just goes to show that if Blizz can get 5% better, win in regulation, they can be even miles ahead of where they end up finishing in the past.
For people who don't follow along, you always think of these 3 core regions, because for a while, they did frankly dominate all of the scene. It wasn't until my very first LAN, actually, which was in Sao Paulo, in, what was it, Season 6, Season 7, back when we finally saw APAC debut at a Pro League Finals. Before that, there were just 3 regions. It was EU, it was NA, and it was LATAM, which was all Brazilian teams. With the change and the new era of Rainbow Six, of course, all of the regions have now scattered. Japan is its own region, Korea is its own region, we see Southeast Asia, and obviously OCE, which has been dominated by Australian teams. Bliss, like every Australian team before them, have the same issues that being a bit geographically isolated presents, right? Go back and talk to Mind Freak. Go back and talk to Wildcard when they had an Australian team, not the NA team. Go back and talk to Fnatic, and they all say the same thing. Scrim quality is rough. There isn't a wealth of experience on the Australian coastline to provide enough experience for them to excel. So when Australian teams get to come to these events, just like we see from Japanese and Korean teams, you start to pick up more experience, and the team improves. And to credit Bliss, they haven't tinkered with the roster. They've kept the same players, they've kept the same mindset, and they've improved at every single event we've seen them at.
And I think you almost have to go with that approach if you're from a geographical difficult position, because by changing players all the time, you will fall behind, get better, fall behind, get better, and by sticking it, you're just staying up there and you're competitive against most other teams.
Now, obviously, we need to know where this matchup is going to take place. That comes down to the map bans. We saw Border, which was a hectic map. But where will we go here? Skyscraper, Bank, and Oregon all removed. All 3 of those maps playing out differently. So they give you a little bit of a taste. Bank can be quite chaotic despite how large it is. Oregon, a map about fundamentals. Skyscraper, a very defender-favored map. Border is gone, so we will have a new map here on our screen. But where will we go? One of the newer maps, Consulate. It was not a newer map, but it was changed around, and it's not the same as before. Cafe is gone. Still have Clubhouse.
I was gonna
still
say.
have Nighthaven Labs.
And then Chalet. Oh,
Chalet is gone.
gone.
Do you want to speak it into existence? We're going to Nighthaven Labs.
I want to see Clubhouse personally because I love seeing teams and their strategical depth really. And actually, Blizz, they're a phenomenal Clubhouse team. I'm not surprised that E1 will go for that ban. But still, I love the team saying, you know what, they might be a good Clubhouse team, but we can counter-strat them. We got things figured out.
Now, I'm not going to be the numbers guy right now. I'm
Okay.
going to be the eye test guy.
Eye test guy? Okay.
We saw a lot of Nighthaven Labs in Brazil.
We did.
E1 strikes me as a team that will be very comfortable on this map.
I would agree.
I expect this to be a very competitive matchup between these two teams. Bliss look like they'll be starting on defense. So when you look at Nighthaven Labs, do we discard the stats that we have from all of the regions and say, let's start fresh here at the major? Or do we then look and see, well, that Nighthaven Labs has actually historically been a pretty well-balanced map. It was the only map in Brazil at SI just a few months ago that wasn't overwhelmingly defender-favored. Those numbers have not held up in various regions over this first stage.
Yeah.
Do you suspect that Bliss will have the upper hand given that they're starting as a defender, as the defenders, or do you think sides don't really matter here in this match?
I don't think sides matter all that much. I think it is valuable to say that I think starting defense in your first match is important because there's less stress on you to problem solve, to clear intrigue, frag, etc., and so on. You just play your normal defense setups and you just react to what the enemy is doing. That's always easier for the mental to kind of ease out of those nerves that you have in the server. And with that being said, I do think we gotta look at the statistics for this event in isolation. It doesn't matter what happened in stage 1 or at SI, the meta has slightly changed. There has been impact changes rather, like the shield rework, right? Lesion losing impact grenades now, and those will play into factor of defense and attack. I will say, I would very much expect like a 3-3 half here between attack and defense because E1 can be a phenomenal attacking team. They can be so quick on their feet, in your face, on the bomb side, and they don't often have a lot of hesitation. They will just go for a play. They remind me a little bit of like old school FaZe Clan from a couple of years ago, where they have like the EU style of like picking apart strategies and setups, but with that Brazilian aggression out of nowhere when they have to go for it.
I like that you talked about Arthur because obviously Arthur's been one of the main standouts for this team. But sometimes you get something stuck in your head and you can't really shake it out. And that's the fact that through the first 3 days of Brazil, Emps was a top 5 rated player. Now, Emps' numbers regressed quite a lot, and he fell down not just the depth chart in Brazil, but also on the team. But throughout the qualifiers, Emps can still dominate rounds. A very mechanically gifted player, relatively new to the competitive scene and relatively new to Tier 1 play. So, for me, out of all the players in this lobby that I'm going to be looking at, Emps, not because of his nice hair, which he does have very nice hair. I don't know if you saw, it's luscious locks.
It is.
Emps is going to be the big question mark for me. If Emps has a good game, I think that pushes E1 well over Bliss and pushes E1 across the finish line. If Emps falls off, I still think E1 has enough depth to deal with Bliss. But Bliss are inarguably the more experienced team when it comes to international competition. But there's one thing that we don't account for all that often, and it's that Brazil plays on LAN.
Yep.
The LAN build is totally different than the online build. Bliss knows how to play with ping. They know how to play online, but their experience competing on LAN is not that much better than E1 because of all of the game day reps E1 gets by the fact that the Brazil League is played in studio on the LAN build. So that, to me, is going to be a huge advantage for this Brazilian squad. We're live in Nighthaven Labs, our second match of the day, as we get underway with operator bans, and things are a little bit more normal than what we saw out of that Scars CAG match.
Oh yeah, we saw some demos and visual bans on border, which doesn't tend to happen all that often, at least for the visual part of things. And this is all meta expected operators: the Dokkaebi, the Maverick, the Fenrir, and the Solace. The only real outlier, if you want to call it that, is the Maverick. But Maverick is typically only played if you're expecting a Kaid and a Tubarão. But with Maverick being banned and nobody banning those wall-denying operators, we can probably expect to see Kaid or Tubarão, maybe even both, in the majority of these rounds, because with Maverick being gone, you have to now go on to the Thatcher or secondary MPs and juggle with that. So, let's say in this first opening round, Bliss, they only bring the Kaid and the Mute Jammers. Well, E1, they can then just bring the Thatcher. You throw down 1 or 2 EMPs, open the wall, all is good. Next time Bliss defend, maybe they go on to a Bandit. Then you Bandit trick the wall. Then E1, they have to bring nades or verticality or capital, other means of dealing with the Bandit, because EPs won't just do it. Kite cannot, trick the wall, but Bandit can. So you're gonna have this same kind of strategical back and forth as we often see on Clubhouse, where the first step of these rounds for the attackers is we need to open up the walls leading to or near the bomb site. And same for Bliss. Their win condition is try and keep those walls closed for as long as possible, or maybe keep them closed forever. E1, with no surprise, they will play a shield. That's Arthur. I'm a huge fan of him. You said Amps, big numbers, great performance, mechanical skill, but Arthur is the IGL, the in-game leader, calling the strats for his team, and there's no better operator than to have a great overview on than the Monty. In this first round, that's in play.
Shield's obviously getting a change with the last patch that just came out. For those that didn't follow along, you can now throw gadgets from behind the shields, reload, do an awful lot of things. Wedables, the very first kill, the mustachioed man himself, eliminating STK, no Nomad to be had. Down goes Emps to Brendo. Brendo has been a standout performer for Bliss. No Emps, no STK. We are 40 seconds into action when both of those kills happen. That is really quite a dreadful start.
I mean, E1, they're known to be quick. They jump in garage catwalk window, but Bliss, they're ready for it, right? They've seen guys, they want to catch us off guard. In this first round, they try and do intercept, but look at this. They swing and they win.
Oh, does Perez lose that to Brendo, who goes for a second, looking for a third? Fisho guy credited with the kill. Flashtree will deny the flawless round, as now Bliss is throwing bodies at the problem. Flashtree stuck inside of Electrical. The Fragmite will have to find his way out of this position. The longer this goes on, though, the more that Bliss will start to gain strength. The Azami of Sage swinging over. Both Kiba barriers in pocket will now go down with him. Could have very easily plugged some of these holes. Flashtree jiggling around the door. The last two remaining players from Bliss. We'll just simply wait. Great round from Brendo. I saw some chatter, by the way. I don't know if you saw with Super talking about how Brendo consistently tops the charts on Bliss. And Super, if you're doing a watch party, I know you are doing it right now, Seth. I don't know if you're watching our stream or the other stream, but I mean, hey, you look totally vindicated right now. A nice 3K from Brendo to start things off. And not exactly the result that you want for you.
No, but in defense of E1, you, as a team, they like to check their opponent, so to speak. And it's the good old eye test, like you say, where they're going to try and do this really overly aggressive play that is just outright bad to do. Because if their opponent is not going to be ready for it, absolutely free win of a round, and you get into this match quickly. No sitting around, nerves building up, oh guys, what are we going to do, we're stuck. In classic E1 fashion, it is face first, in the building, massive risk being taken, and now they actually have gotten a really good understanding of what kind of setup Bliss they're bringing, because they were very ready for all of those entries. Now E1, with that knowledge, they can slow things down and play a more methodical style. Where if that rush had worked, they then punish Bliss and force him to play more passive, and then they can keep taking map control for free. Or Bliss will be like, guys, what are we going to do against this? It's hard to play against rushes because you don't have a lot of intel to work with often. Bliss now, they're going to go downstairs, more util. The Bandit Banters like we spoke about, Kaid first round, they bring out the Thatcher, then you go Bandit second round, now you can trick the walls. E1 have to go for a roam clear. There's no real way to deal with the Bandit here. You gotta take top floor, first floor, break the self-destruction, deny the Bandit tricking, and it's why Bliss, they're now roaming as well across all 3 floors. They're playing the Bandit and enabling that by having map control and playing that timer for E1 side.
I will say that previous round in defense of E1.
Some serious drywall work.
I suppose I will be an E1 defender.
Okay, you're defending
Moving
him.
forward. When you are defending that CCTV control room area upstairs, most of the action is going to occur in IT, as you just saw.
Yeah.
That's going to be the major beachhead for the defenders. And teams will literally live and die off of that position. We've seen bandits get blown up by exothermic charges as they try desperately to bandit trick the wall. Press finds an opening. Brendo, the star from the previous round, will find nothing this time. Neither will Sage. It's those R4Cs coming out so handily. I don't know what's in the water between these squads, by the way, but they're coming to blows very quickly. Bliss has been slaughtered Press killing everybody. Wedables involved in the very first kill of the very first round, now last alive in the second round. How much noise can be made from the Bandit now? Playing in a relatively safe position downstairs. Still 2 batteries in pocket. And an exothermic charge will find an opening into Animus. They could have tried to stop it, but they won't. And now the wall's been opened up, and things get a lot easier for E1. As Wedables will lose a lot of the safety of those walls, antagonized and harassed by a drone. He's got information, but what an angle from Flastry. I don't even know if Wedables saw that. Look at this angle.
Ooh.
A one-shot, much better, much more surgical from E1 in round 2.
Yeah, so this really shows the difference between the 2 bomb sites. When you play upstairs, you're not really roaming or extending around the map a whole lot on Nighthaven Labs. You're playing catwalk rafters inside a garage, and you're playing the bomb site itself, and then you maybe play aqua/fish stairs. It's pretty much like a 3-4 room setup. When you play basement, if you have 5 guys on the basement bomb site, you give up the entire room for free, and attackers will run the building, they'll do self-destruction, get the hatches, then pop the walls exterior, and just have bomb site pressure. So you have to roam. But the issue when you're roaming is, against D1 is that you're spread very thin. It's individual defenders on the roam that can get caught off guard by many different areas. And there was no Valkyrie, there was no Echo, there was no live information outside of default cameras to support Blitz on the roam game because they went for utility. They were playing Castle and Bandit for the site and the roam setup, and then a Capcan, for example, that could have been a Valkyrie, arguably, because what happened is that Perez just walked in the building and got 3 kills everywhere. And Blizz are playing as they should, very isolated, very much covering as much of the map as possible. That's how you want to roam, typically. So a great punishment from E1 there, showing that, yeah, the first round, the straight rush didn't really work out. We can still be quick on the entries. Classic Brazil action. You have a drone between an entry player's feet, drone goes in, gun follows behind, beep bop boop, you get a couple of kills, you get map control, the round progresses, you win. That is classic E1 playstyle, and they showed in that previous round why they're so good at it.
Oh, how nice it is to see R4Cs with ACOG back on the menu.
And then,
I don't think we'll be saying that in a few months.
come on.
There was a period of time where it's like, why is Ash always the entry operator? And then she was gone. Then IQ with the commando ACOG became the main entry, and then we saw Zofia take over that position as well. Now we are back with Ash currently driving this change. What? Why?
You could have just punched it, no?
All right. Not necessarily sure if that was the best use of utility, but Bress was worried about Sage, who now finds himself dead yet again. Wedables not a direct engagement, but the Nitro cell keep numbers even. After that Legion had died, Oda on the board. Now dead. Flashtree looking for a 6th kill, but Wedables is really shooting. Before the game, by the way, I said, how many kills are you going to get this game? Wedables said 4. Well, he's already there. And we're only in the 3rd round, so I think he might do a little bit better than that. And well, there you go, 5 for Wedables. A 2nd round goes to Bliss. And again, the 2 rounds lost by E1 have not necessarily been won by Bliss. It's been E1 making very puzzling entries with limited information and getting immediately punished for it.
I mean, it's fair to say, to be honest, but I will say in Bliss defense this time is that they understand what they need to do in that round. Like, they play catwalk rafters very early, they fall back, and they establish crossfires. And while Perez did get it that quick entry on Ash with the mirror window, and then found the flanker downstairs, nobody from Bliss is overstaying their welcome alone. They're swinging together for once, unlike their previous base and roaming round, and they do a good job at hitting their shots. And I think setting the bar low for yourself for Wedables, like, how many kills are you going to get? I'm going to get 4. It's a very achievable goal, beating it in the first 3 rounds, but also they're messing up outright. Blizz, I think they've always been a team where the classic Apex, they go, oh, we're kind of bad, we suck, whatever. But then they go overtime against teams like SSG, like Wolves, like FaZe Clan, taking maps off FaZe, even winning out in overtime. But they also play the underdog card where guys don't look at us too much, right? We're just here, don't worry. But then bang, they come out of nowhere. But this is defense on Nighthaven Lab. This is the Again, easier to play. I wouldn't say it's like defender favorite, but it's easier to play defense typically than attack. We gotta see what happens throughout the entirety of this match if Blizz can attack as well as defense has been going so far.
Flasher was on that line in the previous round. Now on hard breach duty is it will be another attempt for E1 to tackle this IT portion of the map. With Amonte leading the charge. Arthur does quite enjoy these shield operators. Spirits does the same. Over on Beast Coast, there'll be an action later today. It'll be that Beast Coast roster making their international debut, despite the fact that all the players on the team have experience competing internationally, with the exception of Diffuser, who is much taller than I thought.
He is very tall.
He's very tall. This is always one of those things with, you can't ever really gauge somebody's height when you see them online. For example, I thought Caliber Jacob was quite short based on the way that he framed himself in his videos.
He's tall.
The man is a redwood. So, first kill comes from E1. It's traded back immediately. Goodbye, Oda. Goodbye, Emps. I did say before we played a single round that Emps, to me, would be the difference maker for this team. Flasher's been doing a great job on support. Wedables dies to STK. Isolated, found by the Deimos, and is no more. Advantage goes back in favor of E1 as they have half the round to go.
Is it really isolated when he gets floor banged on this side from downstairs? I mean, that's just Deimos doing Deimos things. It feels kind of unfair when you're defender, like the old line where you're spotted, you're running away, but you know you'll still Deimos that if the beams go the wrong way in the floor, or in this case, the right way for STK. So now Blizz, they've been good at lashing up, but look at E1, they've adapted, they're holding those ankles now, getting free kills off this round.
These are very, very dominant results round by round. Sage still searching for his first kill. It's going to take a little while longer as it's yet another terrific round for Perez. And these teams are tied again. I said I thought this would be a competitive map. So far, I look totally vindicated. I have to make it about me.
Yeah, of course. You are the star of the show, Parker.
Not even close.
That's why they put you in the B stream. They love you that much. We're on A later today, by the way.
There are dozens and dozens of people watching this broadcast right now.
Dozens and dozens of people? I love the dozens and dozens of fans.
I am somebody who is an enormous fan of Conan O'Brien.
Okay.
Everything Conan has done, I think the man is very talented.
Okay.
If you are as much of a Conan file as I am, you will notice that I shamefully, or shamelessly I should say, shamelessly, there's no shame here.
Yeah.
I shamelessly lift little phrases that he uses from time to time because I am not that creative. He is a Harvard-educated comedian and late-night host.
Yep.
I have a degree in steakology from a steakhouse.
Seconds to insertion.
We are not the same.
And oysterology. You're a big oyster guy.
5 seconds
I
left.
know a thing or two about those.
I do love oysters.
Man of culture.
Attackers
I try to be.
objective is locate a
I
bomb
love
and
to
defuse
eat
it.
really wet, slimy, semi-live seafood. It's a delicacy.
Sure.
But either way, these two teams very evenly matched. Fisho guy just managed to get away, by the way, with his life still intact. STK had an engagement on his hands, but instead will do what Buck does. And we talked about this in the border matchup, but I don't expect everybody to watch every single game. Part of why you bring a Buck is because the embarrassment of riches utility-wise he brings. Yeah. You've got soft and surface destruction. You've got hard destruction with the can openers if needed, or flashes to waste ADS's blind players. Deal with those magnets. You've also got the Gonstocks.
You can do it all pretty much. That is absolutely true. And they get the first wall popped open. That's step one. Step two, Boogie Drone in there. Destroy the floor. Verticality towards the bomb site itself downstairs. E1, they've been pretty quick every single round, either getting the wall opened up or getting an early engagement. And so far, this might be the slowest round in terms of killing action. A full minute has gone by. Everybody's at full HP, but Perez is always looking for a kill and always seems to win it out. Opening kill going to E1 side, and Perez is right above the bomb site, sorry. The verticality is looking not to the bomb site itself, but the floor right above it. Of course, you can do verticality from top floor to the basement, technically speaking, by breaking both floors. But this is a roam clear, and they're buying their time right now. Blizz also, notably, they fell back really early on. Only Fisher Guy actually was playing on the staircase itself, so Blizz, they're not going to die on the roam this time. They'll play it out 4v5 at, like, on the side or near the side.
Still got tons of stall potential as those goo mines litter their way towards the site. And Oda's generating more as this time goes on. 3 Zoto canisters from Wettables. 1 a zombie barricade from Sage. So there's tools there, especially when Brendo can hit these shots. Challenging Wettables for most kills on the team. 5 shared between the two of them, 10 combined. Brendo's just wasting time. Can Perez overcome this obstacle?
I mean, he might even get out. I mean, he's wasting so much time now. E1, they had a full minute and 20 seconds to work with. Now, it's 40 seconds. Bombsite walls not open up just yet, but they dropped the hatch. They're going to be for single panel here. Just walk on in.
There goes Brendo to Perez. Yet another multi-kill round from the entry player of E1. He's traded most of his HP for it, though, so it's come at great cost. Now, where are the stalls? Zoto canisters to ice STK as he's in a bad spot. Diffuser going down in the hands of Arthur. Nitro Cell shot in midair. Wettables can't do much. Sage, his very first kill. That's also the diffuser. Wettables with yet another, looking for more. Multiple pings. It's all up to STK as Emp's dropped, and he can't finish the defuse at all. Sage not just breaking the goose egg, but doing so with a multi-kill round of his own. And it's a back and forth contest. No team winning consecutive rounds so far.
A great play there from Sage saying, okay, just stake it in this corner. They miss drone pin and lash out when the plant starts getting planted down. E1 didn't have enough cover for the plant itself to actually protect it. It was just one player from the window, and when he died, there is no cover. They try to flank cargo stairs, so they had a bit of a mistiming there. And then Blaze, they actually flanked late in that round to get a kill upstairs in the end as well. So Blaze holding the bomb site, sticking it on the roam. Brendo again, just finding so much value individually in that previous round on the roam game itself, getting kill, wasting time, and flanking later on. And despite E1 doing so well, I didn't actually notice it, but Arthur is 0-3 right now, which he's played 2 rounds of Monty. He, planted last round, died literally while trying to get down that diffuser. It's not like he's in a position to take a lot of fights right now. Arthur has not been needed to do what he does best, which is to get crazy on the entry sometimes. They tried that very first round, it didn't work out since, and then it's just been Arthur doing support work. But in the final 5 seconds of the drone phase, this might change. Arthur going from Thermite onto Ying, and Flash Street taking over, going on to the Thermite. So this is Arthur saying, hey guys, we're gonna get aggressive. I'm gonna lead the entry. So this is that other side of Arthur that we've not quite seen so far in this matchup, where he will become the king.
Drone ready.
This is an international debut for most of these players on E1, by the way. So obviously you're going to have a little bit of stumbles in your early matches. E1 did not come in as world beaters, too. It's not like they had a result like FaZe Clan, like BDS, like Beast Coast did, as they topped their respective regions. E1 came in as a solid top 3 team in Brazil, but they weren't a team that we had initially assumed would make it to the major. There were some surprises in all regions, but Brazil, I would say, had the biggest surprises. Maybe NA.
Yeah, one or the other at least, yeah.
Maybe EU. See, now I've covered all my bases, so no matter what happens, I always come out ahead. Playing both sides, so I always come out on top.
Smart.
But here for E1, you're going to have some early stumbles, especially against a region you have no experience with. Not that Australia and APAC in particular has a defining identity, but they do play differently. Arthur is in, he's getting the diffuser down. Fisho guy sees it, there's absolutely zero coverage.
What?
I don't know what Arthur was expecting there, but Fisho just walks up. Wettables looking for one more, hits the gritty onto Flastry, and suddenly there's only 3 players remaining from E1. One of whom, Emps, is almost mortally wounded. He could have another terrific round from Perez.
Wait, what?
As he just hits 2 great shots without breaking much of a sweat. Brendo and Sage to hold down the fort for Australia now, as they're looking to do something that no team has done, which is win back-to-back rounds. Brendo antagonized by that death mark. The tracker from Deimos still staying on this player, and now it's Sage. But Perez with a 4K in the round in the first half. 3-3 between both of these teams.
We've been talking about the wrong E1 players. You said Amps, I said Arthur, but Perez every single round. Phenomenal on the entry, the mid round, and there as well, the late game. And you should see him. He is like a turret with legs. He says, Yellow ping over here, go kill. Okay, runs out of the bomb site, into the other bomb site, gets a Deimos tracker, so he can't see it, but the Deimos player on his team can communicate verbally where that player is. Middle garage, okay, he goes kills that player. He is everywhere. But E1, they are pretty much riding off of an individual performance from Perez on the attacking side versus a team performance from Bliss on
Attackers have
defense.
located a bomb.
Now, this is not all that abnormal. We do tend to see attackers having more individual players pop off because if you get an injury kill or two, it just kind of builds up very quickly and defenders fall apart. So now we have to see E1 rely less on a single player because they're defending and more about
seconds
the
to
team
insertion.
play, getting those trades, the crossfires, nobody doing those silly things
5
alone,
seconds left.
dying without any kind of like backup somewhere on the map. Whereas Bliss just keep doing the
Attackers are
same
heading
thing,
out to
play as a
defuse the
team.
bomb.
Step one, just like for when E1 was attacking, get open that exterior. What is STK doing? He is punching out and deagling out part of the basement area here, expecting entry obviously, but he's looked a bit odd there just punching away. No one's coming though, but it's gonna go upstairs. The first step, just like for E1, open up the main breach. That's gonna be again, verticality, the IQ, the Thatcher, whatever. And E1 is gonna take the very safe approach. They're gonna just stall it out. They're gonna slow this down with 30, 40 seconds, just ice up the wall, ice up the wall, ice up the wall. But the thing is, the exothermic charge already has been popped by Fisher Guy, and because of that, he can put down the second one, and Blizz will in very quick succession here get the jungle wall opened up, and when the ice finishes on the IT side of things, that wall too will be open. So in 60 seconds, they've gotten what they want. E1's deny strat, not successful here in the
Attackers'
first try.
bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
That's the very first E1D used by Sage. Both of his kills coming to save the round for his team. This will have their work cut out for them. Down goes the biggest target that you could find, though. Fisho eliminating Perez. He's been absolutely unbelievable. More kills than everybody else on his team combined. Technically tied with the rest of his team combined.
Fair.
Arthur's gone through 6 rounds without finding the scoreboard. E1 doubles up now as Emps and STK get in on the action. Sage's third kill comes by eliminating the mirror of Emps. If that Nitro Cell had gone off, the gun can do some serious damage. You still have 1 explosive. Nitro Cell in the hands of Arthur. 2 impacts from Flastry. Bliss need to be good at time management over the next minute, or they can find themselves being stalled out.
They gotta clear Arthur first here. Shotgun close by the connected door, and he's got a shot. He got those Warden glasses. Can't get flashed out. Flashy falls on the sidelines though. Now Arthur's spot is not that great any longer. There's no crossfire.
Looking for kill number 1, but he's gonna have to deal with all of Bliss. Sage, another multi-kill round, his second, and Wettables gets the final pick. Didn't expect Wettables to be the one topping the scoreboard for Bliss, but here we are, and Bliss do something that, yet again, they win a round after E1 wins a round. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth we go.
But it's a team effort like once more from Bliss where every single player is supporting one or another. Like, no one is doing silly stuff alone, which E1, they actually ended up in a man advantage in that 4 versus 3. And then for some reason they swing the window and it's a 3 versus 3. If they had fallen back and played together more disciplined, which Bliss was really good at doing what they were defending, they had the numbers advantage. When you have someone like Arthur who's playing Warden with the primary shotgun, he doesn't have the best weaponry for long engagements. When you don't have enough bodies around Arthur supporting him, he's forced to swing a relatively big room with the shotgun. So he dies, there's no fighting chance. Enemies on a pixel angle because they know he's playing shotty. They droned him out. So Arthur stays in that 0-5 scoreline, not finding value individually, but also the team not respectively like playing around him to enable him to
Attackers'
thrive.
objective is to locate a
Bliss
bomb
looking
and
really
defuse
good
it.
though so far. E1, small things they can fix up. We're gonna change the bomb site though, just go downstairs. Play on the roam, got mute jammers out of kitchen. That's their main hold right now. That's gonna be Emps in the mute, of course. They got Valkyrie cameras for vertical C4s, which they have 3 of. Flash 3, Arthur, and Emps. You can pre-place a C4, be on that default cam about cam and say boom, pop it. And it's why Blaze, they're respecting this so much for bringing IQ in round number 1, and also here in round number 2, while still being actively dealing with the roam game. They got Brando and a Jackal, for example, and they still got a ton of self-destruction and hard destruction. I love this operator lineup flexibility that Blaze has brought out this round.
Oh, Brendo almost got siege timed, but footprints are found, and then the actual target themselves is Empt is completely lost to that one. May I introduce you to siege timing, by the way, which is where you hold an angle for a disproportionate amount of time, and the second you look away, you either die or the target you were looking for emerges. There's no way to predict it.
Nope.
There's no way to deal with it.
Just
There's no way to
happens.
know. It just happens. And it will happen to you. It will happen to all of us. There's no stopping it. Perez not having the same success now on defense as he's been held off of the score sheet through 2 rounds. Bliss looking so formidable on this entry. Oda going big with a double to breach in, to fish. Arthur, the very first kill for him. It's taken him 8 rounds of action to get on the scoreboard, and the hordes are closing in. Losing some safety above him. Sage tears through the floor. Arthur will play close to the door, but with such little HP, he's going to be in rough shape, and he gives his position away, trying to head back to tank, and Brendo does something that we haven't seen at all in this matchup, and that's a team win back-to-back rounds. Brendo enabled, not just by the rest of his team, but he also was jackal tracking Arthur, so just a bad spot to be in. And E1's international debut, maybe not going the way that they expected. They haven't had the same success on defense as they did on attack. The team looks listless. It looks uncoordinated, and they're being punished by a much more experienced and, frankly, much more balanced Bliss team.
That's the big thing right now. Bliss is every single player who's doing their part and some more. And sure, we can say Wedables had the most kills this time, or Brendo, etc. But it really is every single round somebody, well, everybody finds significant value. And it seemed like Bliss in that previous roam clear, they were absolutely everywhere. And the moment that they found Emps playing inside a kitchen from that verticality, it was just E1 being very desperate, running into the roam clear, looking for picks, taking back gunfights, because the initial part of the plan is now falling apart. They've lost the one player that should have lived for a lot longer, which was Emps. It seems like E1, they have this like, this is our plan, guys. And the second something goes wrong, the adaptation is desperation, seek out gunfights, and in this case, Bliss, they're just so ready for it. And because they get opening pick, they have more guns. And again, Bliss's operator lineup was excellent previously. They had every single operator to counter anything that we saw. And mind you, we see the operators here because we see both teams. If you're Bliss, you only see what defenders are being in action if you join them in drone phase or doing the live round. So either they have a really good read on things, just like knowing or expecting what's going to happen, or they spend their drones so well in prep phase that they get this information. For example, right now, they've lost 4 drones. 3, 4. It's taking back and forth. I don't know if it's 3 or 4, but they've lost multiple drones, which usually tells us they're seeking information in the drone phase by sacrificing those drones. They see the defending operators, then they can attack or repick to what they want to play with, and then counter. So you're sacrificing drones for info to then make the right decision.
To speak on what's going on the right side of your screen with kills, by the way, obviously Perez leading the way with 11 kills so far, and he ended up the best player on E1 at the end of the regular season. Just narrowly missing out on one of the top 10 highest rated players in all of Brazil. And that's not an easy feat. When you think about how many good players there are in Brazil, it's actually crazy to think about how he's done. But the rest of the team, Arthur, 1-6, well below Arthur's stats in the regular season. SDK, 2-5, well below his stats as well. Emps actually ended up, by the end of the stage, as the lowest rated player on E1. It was quite a fall from grace. But Emps has not looked like the worst player on the team so far for E1, so that's a promising sign. But boy, oh boy, they call their timeout. E1 showing some major discomfort on defending this map.
Really good there by Bliss. So basically what happened here is that E1 were hiding SDK playing Bandit behind the chassis on side, could not be drawn out by Bliss. But Bliss still double breached the IT wall, they got it opened up. SDK tricked the Selma charge, but exothermic charge of Thermite still went off. On this jungle wall though, SDK was there first, denied the wall, and now they have to rotate over, get the MPs, get another exothermic charge, and now, great shot by Brendo right there, just taking down Perez. Okay, it happens. This last obstacle here is going to be the mirror window.
3 rounds now on defense where Perez has been held off the scoreboard.
Yeah.
completely ineffective in terms of killing for Perez. You cannot have your best player doing that. You cannot have your best player be shut down every single round on the second half, or your team is just in this perpetual 4v5.
Yeah.
E1 are still very much in a winnable position, especially after that successful bandit trick we just heard. But the bigger problem is the duels that are being lost. And here we go. Everybody from Bliss getting in on this. SDK, last man standing. Huge round from Oda, huge round from Sage. And it's a flawless win from Bliss to go to match point.
Brendo is on something right now. Like while you were talking about Perez and like his lack of impact, he basically shot the bandit battery, flicked the C4 midair, flicked back and shot the second bandit battery, flicked back and got a kill. Like this guy is shooting every single moving target, whether it's a gadget or a player, and he is not missing any of his shots. If you're E1, you're just losing gunfights sometimes. Like,
No, that's
literally.
Sometimes there's as much utility as you can bring, there's as much strategy as you can bring, but there are rounds that are as simple as we took a bunch of gunfights we shouldn't have taken and we lost all of them. And that's really it. Doesn't matter if there's Kiba barriers in the way, doesn't matter if there's laser gates to slow them down, doesn't matter if bandit batteries are keeping the walls intact. If you're taking bad fights, you lose those fights. That's the whole round.
Yeah, I mean, also kudos to Bliss because this is also Bliss forcing E1 to take some fights they're not really happy with doing. Because, again, whenever Bliss they get like a foothold on the map, they get a couple of kills, so they get like map control that they desire. That was all these. E1, they were just like, guys, let's swing. And it would work if Bliss they weren't ready for it, but they are respecting E1 so much in these rounds that they are indeed ready for it, expecting that to be the outcome. Finka, Monty. I mean, APAC, we also say there was like Spice region, Chaotic region, bring us the pain and the fun strats. This is kind of boring, no offense, right? They play really good Siege, but they're playing like normal operators. They're good at breaching open walls, dealing with utility. We don't see glass from them or a rush strat. So seeing a little bit of Finka, a little bit of Monty here, it makes me happy, okay? As an old school APAC viewer that used to bring all that chaos, we might see a little bit of it here this round.
This is a team that finished in the top 8 of SI, by the way, for Bliss.
No.
I feel like there are times where we don't really respect the placement of this team.
Yeah.
They have beaten expectations more often than not, and because they come from a region that is often not really given the same spotlight, they tend to just get overlooked, written off, before even a single bullet is fired in the map.
That's a fair statement. And I said, like, they've been close so many times to beating really good teams as well, where had 1 or 2 rounds going the other way, we would have said, oh, they're so good, they beat this and beat that team. They've been so close, and still, with those losses that they have done really well. And beating expectations multiple times. And now against E1, similar story, but there, Siege timing, right? Holds the door, swings the window, dies the door. Unlucky. No, like, quick round here for Bliss. They had the Fisher guy downstairs on Catwalk. They had Brent on the window with Finka. The plan was to jump in the window as Monty walks up, but the Asami's making things very difficult here in Catwalk Rafters.
Bliss still holds the lead as Oda and Wettables are able to break through. Brendo with 9 kills, the only one dead from Bliss so far. Perez still alive, finding his very first kill on this defender side, but it might be too little too late for him and the rest of his team. Fisho guy amidst the smoke getting the diffuser down. Is there information from E1 to capitalize off of this? An attempted retake from Empt stopped by Oda. Bullets and words exchanged on the door frame. Empt will think otherwise of it. Now it's STK to take some damage. Nitro Cell goes out. Empt's out-dueled by Fisho Guy's pistol. Perez is down for the count. Wettables breaking into them, and Sage as well will get the final kill. Utter domination by Bliss on this second half. It really was an attacker-sided map, wasn't it? And Bliss show us with 4 consecutive wins, denying E1 any victory on defense, and the Australians with Wettables breaking 10 kills. Can we get a hashtag Wettables Gritty in the chat, please? Bliss with a relatively easy first match here in the UK.
And they did so. Like that final round is like they showed they can do the in-string, the breaching, and then when things actually got tough for them, they don't panic. They had a plan B, they had a plan C. They said, guys, they're all above. No one's in sight. I can literally just walk in and plant. Munchie does that. It's perfectly read and executed by Blizz. So many rounds in a row there on the attacking side. And then defense, it was okay. It's a 3-3 half, but that's okay if you have excellent on the attacking side. You're fine.
Well, I mean, when you make your LAN debut, there's going to be some issues. You can't be like Empire did and just make your LAN debut and suddenly end up looking like one of the best teams. You're going to have some difficulties. You're going to have some issues. And E1, with the exception of Perez, the whole rest of the team really did fail to show up. And it didn't really look like the E1 team that we saw in the playoffs. No. But it did look like the E1 that we saw in the regular season.
Ooh.
The team that struggled to win against better competition. The team that feasted on the low standings in Brazil, getting all of their points by beating teams worse than them. Well, today, I think by that math, Bliss is better than them. The Australians pick up a big win. E1 will go back to the drawing board.
Yep.
But we've got a long day. Sit tight. There's more Rainbow Six coming right up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Manchester Major. I'm here joined by Demo. Here we are back together. We are going to be... we're on the wrong way around. Oh, dear.
I'm not you. You're
well,
not me.
I mean, it is one of those things. Maybe I'll be Demo today. Maybe I'll lose my mind, and maybe you'll be a little bit more stoic and
Maybe
a
I'll
little bit more
grow
wise.
about 6 feet.
Yeah, or maybe you'll just grow up in general. Who knows? We have got some Siege coming your way as we enter into Phase 2. We are now in the Swiss format stage of our competition. We've been through the best of threes that we went in during Phase 1, and it is now a Swiss system. So winners play winners, losers play losers. But before all that, we need to find out who the winners and who the losers are. So this is going to be the day of 0-0 games. And then later on in the afternoon, we will get into those 0-1 matchups. We are going to be looking at DZ versus Beast Coast here on the B stream coming up. Let's have a look at both of these two teams. I'm sure you're all familiar, but it is going to be an NA derby here.
Yeah, we get stuck on the North American showdown for some reason, but here we are. But look, no, two very well-established sides. Probably DZ more than Beast Coast, you would say. But look, Beast Coast, I think, are probably a team that we have to talk about first because they are the side that came out first inside of North America. So that's something that you have to respect and give credit to them. Look, this team is formed of players who we had seen previously in other teams in last season. You think about Hot and Cold coming in from SSG. You think about Gunner and Sonics. You Gav on DZ going up against his old team. You've got Spirits, who we haven't seen really in a top team and a top LAN for quite a while, but I remember him back in the M80 days. And you also bring in a new player who's never played at a LAN before in Diffuser.
Exactly. This is, it seems strange to call it, and I call it this team with a bit of love behind it. It's kind of the MUT team. It is the team made up and comprised of the players that did get dropped on previous rosters, but it hasn't stopped them.
Nope.
They finished top inside of NAL. They had a lights out season. They had a very slow start, granted, but once they got going, they were absolutely tearing through sides. 7-2, 7-3s. They were pretty stompy in their results and fixtures. On the flip side of the coin, we've got a very well-known org here. We've got a very known team inside of Dark
core,
Zero. The core, it hasn't, it hasn't changed all too much.
Canadian and Sons.
Canadian and his merry men. It hasn't changed, of course, since SI with the addition of Nath coming in. SI was Nath's first event with this org. Now they've had a whole season of NAL and they've got a bit more time to gel together.
He's got a banana. He's at it again.
There
Look.
it is.
Of course, Bolo here. Bolo coming back into the swing of things. We weren't really expecting that after he announced the retirement, and we seen him just kind of go full into the content creator side of things. But no, he makes an appearance. He comes in, says, has a bit of an interest, says he wants to get back into playing again. DZ take the opportunity. They make that switch at SI. And look, I'm not going to sit here and say that Bolo was back to his best. He was lights out. I thought SI... It was unlike Bolo, because you really thought he was going to come in. What he's done previously, he's lifted a hammer before, but no, it was a pretty mediocre event for him. Going in towards, I suppose, you look at the kind of stage for him as well, and you would hope that, once he settles in, he could do a little bit better. Again, still not hitting a positive rating, 0.99, just nearly there, but not quite throughout his stage inside of North America. But look, it's Bolo. We know what he can do. We've seen it before. It's just, can he hit those heights again?
Exactly, and I think it comes down to a few things, doesn't it? Obviously, the SI for DZ was a big sort of stamp of saying, right, this is what we're going to bring, this is what we're going to try and do. They've now had that stage to really get, in and amongst everything and figure out how they want to start to formulate and how they want to start to try and function as a side. But there's a lot of talent on this team. It runs deep. Pambazoo, player that you're always going to want to try and keep an eye out for, can have a fantastic impact onto the round. You've got NJR just for a little bit of, I think, safety in some ways. He is that backline player, and then you've got people like Canadian, Nath, Bolo as well, all going to be running through it.
Do you want to have a talk about Nath? Obviously, comes in UK, which is he lives 20 minutes away from here, so it's quite a handy commute for him. But look, Nath comes in. We've seen him before in previous roster with the M&M lineup, of course. One thing that Nath, I think, really brought to this side is it gets him out of that slow, methodical playstyle that DZ were kind of known for. I think Nath can shotgun really well. He can bring it in and can have those quick impacts. I think in this current meta you need to have. You think about how Brazil have dominated, where they see an open and they go for it, and that usually wins you around. So I think Nath can bring a lot to the table in that regard. But again, look, DZ, they are against a side that they have lost to twice this season. Beast Coast, like you mentioned, apart from really the first couple of games that they had, where I think they had the default win against Mirage, and then they lost their next two, you were probably thinking, oh, same again for Beast Coast, the side that's been put together, nothing's going to come off it. But then all of a sudden, this team just starts beating everyone that comes in their way. And DZ were no exception. They 7-1 DZ in the best of one during the regular stage, and then they beat them 2-1 in maps in the best of three.
Beast Coast were pretty unstoppable throughout the stage. You've mentioned there they had a bit of a slow start. They lost to Luminosity. They also lost to Wildcard. So, as you say, you were questioning that, and you were saying, you know, is this the team that we're expecting to be? Then they come out on 7-3 Sonics. Then they come out again in 7-1 DZ. That's not a close fixture by any stretch of the imagination. It was a 7-5 against SSG. Anyone that's been watching the stream for the past couple of days, we commented on SSG and how they didn't play too badly overall inside of NAL. Their games ran a little bit closer, and they were one of the teams to push Beast Coast a little bit further.
The only teams that beat them are the teams that actually aren't here. It's the lesser sides in NA that they lost to. They go up against all of the big sides, the sides that are here, they beat them all.
M80,
they
7-1.
They 2-0'd M8 in the grand final, like it was nothing.
A lot of potential on this roster, and it does just go to show that, you know, these are talented players.
Yeah.
We know that to be a fact, and whether it's a bit of honeymoon period that they've got going on at the moment, whether that's, you know, something, you know, bringing a rookie on can always have a nice little impact, can't it?
Look at the stats across Beast Coast during the stage. All of them hitting a rating above 1.03. All of them playing their role. All of them playing to the best of their ability. I'm pretty sure they have, out of the top 5 players in terms of cost, and cost, if you don't know, is your kills, objectives, survivability, and also trades. They have 4 out of 5 in the top 5 in terms of being able to do something. Basically, cost is the way you look at it. If you have a good cost, it means that you actually played well during that game. It means that you did something. They're always doing something.
Busy little bees. You can see the players are chilling out for the time being. We've not quite got everybody into the lobby yet, just getting everybody set up and ready to roll. These guys are going to be, you know, what do you think about this demo? In terms of this being the first game of Swiss, where you're thinking about it and you're prepping, you're on the flight over, or, you know, it's a couple of weeks before and you're thinking, right, first game of Swiss, we're going to prepare ourselves. We obviously don't know exactly who we're going to be playing at this point, but as soon as we find out, you know, this is going to be the action plan. You get into it and you draw a team that you've already played inside of the NAL. You draw a hometown or home country team. What's the thought process going into that? Because it's got to be a little bit different than if it was an international matchup.
Well, here's the thing for Dark Zero. Seeing the matchup, you've played against these guys before. I'm sure you've scrimmed against them before as well, because they are in your own region. You're going to know them extremely well. But the issue is that you've played them twice and they beat you twice. So you just can't go in doing the same thing. You're going to have to do something different. I think right from the get-go, DZ are the teams on the back foot. They're the ones who have to change. If they go in against Beast Coast the same way they did previously, Beast Coast will just wipe them to the side again. That's what will happen. So DZ, they are the team that needs to change.
DZ are the team that need to, you know, like you say, buck that trend. They've lost of recent to Beast Coast a couple of times. You can see them getting into a little bit of a huddle here. Another question, Demo, obviously with them playing each other quite a bit, they've played a best of one, they've also played inside of a best of 3. There's a big question mark over what map we're going to end up on here, because you start thinking about it and you're like, well, are DZ going to let a map go through that they've already lost to Beast Coast on? Possibly not. Both of these teams, have got some pretty serious permabans. Oregon and Border is just a no-go for Dark Zero. That's a 15-band Oregon and a 10-band Border, so they do not want to go there one little bit.
Yeah, you look at Bank as well from Beast Coast. It's a map that they've banned first twice against DZ. I think they know that DZ are a very comfortable team on Bank, where again, I think that slow methodical play style, it actually suits DZ really well. So yeah, I think Beast Coast will know exactly what they want. And of course, in the best of one, it's a lot easier to get a map that you like more than the map that you don't really want to go to. So I think either which way we look at it, both teams will be happy with the map, just because it is going to be a best of one, the same way that both of them went to Chalet in the best of one during the stage. They're both happy in Chalet.
Well,
so that works.
Chalet is a top preference for Beast Coast currently. It's a little bit lower down there for Dark Zero, but it fluctuates a little bit. It is one that they will still play, and especially when they've got a couple of permanent bans.
Yep.
They get left in with a position of very little choice. They end up having to go to that. So let's have a look at the map ban and just see exactly where we are going to be headed on for this one. We didn't quite get the synchronized huddle at the time, did we? We got a little huddle coming out from DZ and a huddle a bit later coming out from Beast Coast. But Skyscraper will be the first removed. Although That's Team Bliss. Are we letting
And E1.
Are we letting Bliss and E1 do the bans?
We got a rematch
for DZ and Beast Coast.
That's a
Maybe-
bold move, Carter. See if it pays off for
I
them.
tell you what, though, that would be a really interesting way of playing a sort
What,
of
let other teams
a
pick
more
what?
for fun
Oh my
game.
word.
It could be a deeper system than Swiss. It could be like Swiss Pro, where the other teams and then there's just a whole new level of analytics and strat that goes into it. We'll get that fixed and we will get back into the Vita and see exactly where we are headed. Here we go for the second time. Oregon is going to be removed there by DZ.
What a shock.
No surprise there. That puts it to 16 times there.
Oh,
Ban that
what a
map.
shock.
Bank gets taken away. Bank is DZ's best map currently, so it makes sense for Beast Coast to remove that. We're going to see the border ban next, so DZ really not straying from their protocol here.
Yeah, Border last map that they played against CGR and it was a 7-3 victory for Beast Coast, so yeah, no surprise to see DZ get rid of that. Labs, again, Labs I always thought was, DZ were one of the early adopters inside of NA whenever that map was put back into the pool, and you know, DZ, they played a lot, I think, during the first stage last year, so yeah, no surprise to see them also get rid of Labs. So at the moment, I think it's just running its course. But there is like a few maps I'm still like, you know, Skyscraper still up, for example. It's always a fun one to see.
Yeah, Skyscraper not somewhere that Beast Coast will be wanting to go to either. That is a map that they do like to remove. Chalet, Clubhouse, Sky, there it is. It's going to be Dark Zero to actually take that one out. So trying to manipulate a little bit. With that being a bit of a permaban here for Beast Coast, I would be surprised to see Dark Zero take that away. But they did want to get it out of there and not leave it as something that maybe Beast Coast have been hiding. It does ultimately mean that we will be headed to Cafe here with DZ starting on that defensive side.
Yeah, Cafe, it's a map that, I'm not mistaken, whenever they usually go up against each other, yeah, it's always Beast Coast that ban it, but it was always a very late ban. So I don't know if it's something that they maybe wanted to, you know, to keep hidden. And again, it is best of one. I think the mentality you have with best of ones as well is you can almost just throw this map away if you want to. Again, best of ones, look, anyone can win a best of one. We know best of threes is where we really start to see the competition. So I think it is a bit of a risk, mostly because I think it comes down to not so much the strat work, but more the gun skill more than anything. And we know there's people there like Pamba, for example, who will just pop off on you and just drop 20 kills in the blink of an eye. So it is always, I think, a little bit of a risk for Beast Coast, but still, I think it's going to be a good map for them.
Something to note going into this, and I almost feel terrible bringing this up on air demo, but it was brought to our attention, so we are going to bring it to your attention. Diffuser, it is his first time playing in a LAN here. He is obviously one of the star players, really, at the moment for Beast Coast. Come in on his rookie season and played lights out, had a really big impact, sort of tending in and around that flex role, but still producing a lot of kills, going plus 31, so a player that you're really going to want to try and keep an eye out for. However, what he does in the server, he kind of lacks a little bit that in some real life planning, because today he forgot his in-ears. And obviously, I mean, it's not very obvious, but if you don't know, the way that the players go is they've got in-ears and then they have the big cans, those big noise cancellation headphones over the top, and that is how you rock and roll. So if you play with anything other than in-ears at home, it's going to be different when you come to a LAN, so that's why a lot of players use the in-ears. So we can see there that he is rocking some borrowed headphones there. He managed to scrape some together. We are near quite a big shopping centre, so I don't know if someone ran out and picked some up for him, but it does just go to show a little bit of lack of planning there, something maybe that you're thinking, you know, first LAN nerves, you don't want that sort of piling into it. I hope it doesn't affect him today, but definitely it's always worth highlighting because you think to yourself, how ready for this game are they?
I think the good thing is, though, is that the other four do have a lot of experience. Like, they do, and I think that's going to help them a lot. You know, Hot and Cold has been one of the longest servients in the game. I think him and Canadian might be the only two remaining oldest players in the game who have been here since year one, day one, from the very beginning, whenever Pro League was built. Those two have been there all the way through it. So I think that's a very exciting storyline, is that we have two of the oldest playing players here at the event going up against each other on day one for them.
There's a lot of previous teammates ties in this one as well. We've already mentioned about Gav.
Yep.
It runs a little bit deeper than that. It's NA, so of course you're playing a home region game. You are going to get some sort of cross-pollination there in that, and you are going to get players that have recently or somewhat recently been on the roster. And I think it's a good opportunity for the players of East Coast. One of the reasons I believe why they've done so well inside of NAL this stage is because they've been trying to prove themselves. Because they were some of the players that got dropped, they were the players that had to come together to find this new home. You've got a little bit of a chip on your shoulder and you're like, you know, you've got to prove yourself that you're worth it, you aren't the problem. And they've certainly gone in there and done that with their performance. But we are going to be ready to get ourselves stuck into game.
Here we go. Cafe on the cards for Beast Coast versus Dark Zero. Will Beast Coast continue this momentum that they have had throughout all of Stage 1, or will Dark Zero finally get a bit of revenge in here?
Let's have a look and see what our bans bring us here. Dokeby getting removed first there. Beast Coast going to be running through their ban here as well. Going to be the Ying. No real surprises there. Both shields left available.
Yeah, scary.
Demo. Obviously, shields have been a big talking point and will remain a big talking point throughout SI. Fenrir getting taken out there as well. Fenrir has slipped through a few times, and it always does surprise me because
terrifies me.
It's such a scary operator to go up against. Final ban coming in. Going to be the Azami.
Yeah, I think those bans are pretty default, like very default. I'm very happy with that ban selection. Look, you still have your Grim up, so it's not going to be totally done for the attacks. You know, they still have some form of pushing power that they can gain, and also the shields, of course, which hopefully will see some of that Monty and Blitz action, especially for, you know, Kitchen, for example, a very strong site for the shields. Defense band, yeah. 2 are probably the best defender bands you can go for in this map. I think the only one you could probably argue is maybe the Solus as well, because there is a lot of vertical play on this map. So being able to see, you know, where that diffuser is being planted and try and deny from below, yeah, massive thing. But yeah, look, Azami going to be... She's that power operator that you see inside a piano, for example, and to remove that, it just makes that attacker's job just a lot easier. And yeah, Fenrir, like you mentioned, speaks for itself, just how good he is.
Yeah, whenever there's a lot of windows and you can try and hold on to an area like piano, Azami becomes an incredibly good option. And for Dark Zero, they love playing a little bit of Solus. So it isn't something that they are going to choose to remove. And in fact, with them starting off on the defense, they do get to reap that benefit right from the get-go. They're going to take us to mid-floor site here. We're going to be down in Reading and Dining, one of the more popular mid-floor sites. We don't always see the old dining and mining side of things. The Reading being a little bit more popular. You do extend, however, into mining and train, and of course you need that upstairs pressure as well. Quite a bit of information kicking around with those Maestro cameras. That's definitely something to keep an eye on, and it will need to be dealt with here on this approach. And of course, as I already mentioned, you've got that Solus. You've got a nice little bit of denial there in Nath on those Vulcan canisters as well with the Goyo. So plenty of things going for Dark Zero here.
So Cafe, attack. One thing that you always need to make sure that you can do on this map in the first opening 30 seconds is stay alive. I know that may sound, you know, very, what do you mean stay alive? Obviously I'm going to stay alive. Not a map where there's about 20 million spawn peaks, so you have to be very, very careful of getting into the building. And right now, talking about getting into the building, Diffuser's almost trying to walk into that mid-floor, but absolutely shut down by Canadian. Sitting inside of the train, big old LMG. He's as happy as Larry. I don't even know who Larry is, but I know he's happy.
Do you respect the push? Do you respect the chance? I think Diffuser maybe got a little bit too hasty there. Obviously, he's got a bit of support with him. Gaveni now going to hop in and get put to 1 HP. Canadian's got an awesome long line of sight there. If he jumps into the Maestro camera, he could quite easily finish him off. Gonna get taken down elsewhere by NJR. With Gaveni on 1 HP, this isn't looking too good.
Oh, the remaining 3 players just clogged up in towards red stairs. Obviously, they went for something very quick. They've tried to gain control of train right from the get-go, but Canadian has not let them in, and Canadian also has a Maestro camera supporting himself that he can flick onto, and don't forget the HP that Gaveni's on. He will die to 1 zap of that, and oh dear, NJR gives himself up, gives a kill back in favor of Beast Coast, but here comes the Monty. Can unextend the shield, can run in now just like he's a Blitz, but the coverage is great from Dark Zero, making sure that Canadian can stay alive, and Spirits is all by himself. It's inside of mining, Diffuser cold in the floor right in front of him. Flashbang to try and keep Canadian at bay, but we know there's 2 hungry roamers ready for him, both of them stacked up inside of Pillar. Another flashbang, here comes the swings almost. There we go, finally, Bolo with that long angle, using that ACOG, picks up a quite big kill there just to get that first round over the board. You know, that first round, Ollie, we talk about it all the time. It's so important, especially on LAN.
This is one of the best things about watching a Dark Zero game with Canadian in it, because you just know there's going to be a lot of shouting. There is going to be so much banter going on, and especially with it being against a fellow North American team. You know that it's just going to get more and more and more over time.
2 matchups I want to see is Canadian up against Ashen.
Yeah.
Of course. And I also want to see Canadian up against Twister. Twister! You know, that's what we want to see.
I think it's just Canadian up against anybody. And if they're going to talk back, even better. Because you know that the banter will be flowing.
And what I love as well is that Canadian will beat anyone in Orbit because he can just say, I'm an old man and I'm killing you. That's it, you're done.
There's no comeback. And he said it before. He's even said it himself.
I'm just an old dude. You're losing to me.
He's usually got the worst gun in the game.
That's it, worst gun in the game.
Didn't have the worst gun in the game last round, though. The Alder's class.
Alder's good. Alder's very good.
And he made it work.
Especially whenever you have a lot of different softballs. Where he had that first set of softballs in towards mining and then that triple softball. With that Alder, you spray. You get a bit of in from the Maestro, just go for it.
You saw just how devastating that could be. Downstairs we go into kitchen. It's Nath this time on the Solace. Canadian going to be bringing the Echo. Nothing really got going in the previous round from Beast Coast. We never really got onto their lineup. But this time, at least, they do have a Ram in tow. So that means one thing. It means that they are going to be taking that top floor control. Some serious screaming going on in the arena.
Don't have a clue. Don't have a clue.
Not sure how much of that you can hear, but the team's certainly sounding up for it. That top floor control, very important here. Of course, we've got Gunner. He's going to be rocking that Ram, and Gaveni going to be on the Jackal as well. Bolo kicking things off with a kill onto Diffuse. That's the second round in a row we've seen him open and picked, and more importantly, Demo, not traded.
No, and the opening pick that's happened, it looks to be he's just tried to slip and get an easy kill, and he's been punished both times because of that. And this seems to be a very similar round as what we've seen previously, where there's just bodies dropping from Beast Coast, and nobody's really responding to that. You know, nobody else is there to try and kill some of the players from Dark Zero. Did you see an Echo Cam just in the air? I don't even know what's going on there from Canadian, but he sacrificed an Echo Cam. He got a little bit of information, but I don't know about that one. But yeah, 3 versus 5, minute 30 to go. You've lost the round, which you mentioned, you know, very strong operator, especially for the vertical sites such as Kitchen. He's only managed to get just opened up that top red corridor, and that is it.
Especially when you're trying to use the Hibana to get the breach open, you need that Ram, you need that ability to just ensure that no one's tucked in behind the wall. There's no denial on the wall at the moment, but you're going to want to get that dealt with because you need to take control here of Bakery. And with NJR's positioning, you know, you should be able to clear a warden out of a Bakery position. It isn't the most difficult thing in the world. Now the stuns start to come in and we can start to see a bit of a push. Spirits is going to find one, but immediately traded out. Canadian there, just happy to peek out from beside that bomb chassis. Gets a couple of shots into Gaveni as well, and with Gaveni super low, Hot and Cold now needs to try and come to the fore and assist him.
Oh, there we go. Hot and Cold eliminates Canadian. Echo off the board, but I don't think he had any Echo cameras left, I don't think. Maybe he has one, but it doesn't look to be the case. Oh no, Pamba is retaken above and he's making vertical holes using the shotgun, so this can put pressure on the guys in sight who want to try and get the diffuser down. And Hot and Cold and Gabby, you can see they're panicking only. They're trying to just move through the site, but there's nowhere safe that they can sit with that shotgun above. It means that the other players who are still in the site can just start moving up, playing off Pamba's pressure and get easy kills.
Round 2 already, he's going nuts.
All I hear is, that's all I hear.
All it is expletive. Expletive. Time out from Beast Coast.
He's brilliant, isn't he?
I mean, if all Canadian's going to do is scream throughout this entire timeout, you wonder how effective it might be. There's not a long time in these timeouts. He's still not shut up. And there's only 25 seconds left to actually get some important information across.
Still going.
Mint sat there grinning like a Cheshire cat because he knows just exactly what this is doing. A very early timeout here from Beast Coast. Things haven't been going their way. They've been losing that opening pick. And to be honest, Demo, I don't even think we've seen the pushes that they want to try and bring here. They're not getting past this setup that's going on here from Dark Zero. And with the greatest respect in the world, it isn't the most complicated setup. Dark Zero are doing a fantastic job of winning those gunfights at the moment. They're getting that opening pick, which is really opening things up, and players are then able to play a little bit looser, a little bit faster. Beast Coast at the moment, I don't believe we've seen the siege that they want to play here today.
No. They're losing Diffuser immediately, and he is the second highest rated player coming out of NA, only behind Spoit. So that is, for him coming into this side, a massive achievement, just, to be runner-up to Spoit of all people. But right now, for the last 2 rounds, he has tried to jump in, get an early pick, and just been sent back. That is now becoming a bit of a trend. If it happens again, then I really do start to worry. Cafe, it is defender-sided in terms of NA. It's got a 55% win rate on the defense. Really, the worst site that the defense actually have is your reading and dining. It's actually a 27% win rate for the defense, which I think is a big surprise, because you look at mining and dining has been played 10 times and won 8 times for the defense.
We haven't seen that top 4 site yet either.
It's 60. Good attack from Beast Coast in the service. I knew that's what they're going to go for. Use the Monty. You can just ignore, all the Maestro cameras. You have that shield. You got a lot of health as well. Very easy to get the plant down. The coverage, though, was just not there, because the issue is that DZ had reinforced the very left-hand wall. Of that triple wall, they reinforced the very left-hand wall. We didn't see that opened up from Beast Coast. They left it just hard reinforced. He gets into the corner, he plants, but then the issue is if that wall's reinforced, you can no longer hold it from red stairs, which that's the biggest issue. Everyone just has to try and stop that from happening from just one window outside of mining on the balcony. You can't see that guy diffusing. It's a blind spot. I'm pretty sure there's also a guy rappelling on the double window and pillar. He was on that rappel. And again, he couldn't get that line of sight because that wall's reinforced. So where they planted, if the Monty stays alive, yeah, it's fine. I mean, if everyone stays alive, it's fine. But if you lose that Monty, you can get a very successful counter defuse, because Beast Coast are not in the position to deal with a reinforced wall.
The impressive bit was Canadian killing the Monty.
I don't know how he's killed the Monty.
I don't know how he's done it. We didn't get a great view of it at the time.
Was it Houghton?
Very scrappy.
I think it was Houghton, wasn't it? I don't know how that's happened.
He's dropped the ball in some way, because as a Monty, you shouldn't really be losing that. If you see the reinforced wall and you want to plant there, you can tuck yourself in. There's a chance you're going to try and stay alive. Canadian tempted for something here, just a bit of a wall bang or a bit of a barricade bang, let him know that you're there. On the pulse, of course, can gather a lot of this information and can feed that back to his team and say, yep, guys, this looks like a cocktail push.
Well, we move into our reading bomb site now, and did mention this is actually quite a good place for attackers to see a bit of success, and that's what really Beast Coast need to have, is a bit of success. They have lost 3 in a row. They need to try and get some points on the board. Looking at their lineup, they do have the cap tower, you have the Grim, so you do have these strong operators that you can clear away people who could be in towards the top floor site, which usually that's where people will try and hold us in towards the top floor. Got the pulse as well from Canadian, see if he can find anything on the windows. I mean, this is just really good info, because this will just filter through the entire map. It's going to allow people to know what they can retake, what they can't retake, if there's someone's on that window. Just that active information is very, very strong. DZ, surprisingly, have kind of left the entire top floor, like, pretty open. There's nobody up there. You've got 2 guys kind of downstairs and just 3 guys in the site. So, honestly, Beast Coast can just walk in right now, but I suppose, if you're DZ, minute 15 left, and Beast Coast really haven't done anything.
I don't think you need to worry. Beast Coast need to try and put the foot on the gas here. We haven't seen an opening engagement just yet. Bolo going to be making himself a nice long line. That's one that already Beast Coast have fallen to, just hiding out inside of that train cart and getting a great visibility through into the bottom of that corridor. We have Gaveni upstairs just trying to make something happen. He can do a little bit of vert there on the Ash, but the opening pick is going to come in. Hot and Cold takes out Canadian. Hot and Cold immediately going to hit the drop there. He feels like this is free. If he's getting covered from above, he can almost certainly get this plant down. There's nobody here to deny it. NJR there with a little bit of cover, as well as Gaveni on that door. With those track stingers sent out, it is going to be extremely tricky now to retake into this. And, well, Dark Zero, they're on the back foot.
Bolo with the ACOG, trying to see if he can find some of these longer engagements, but we know that Beast Coast will just filter back out. They'll hold their angles. Nave will find a kill on the Spirits, and now DZ are on the lead. They're in the lead to see if they can maybe try and get the retake, but Gav in such a passive position. He has access straight onto the top of the diffuser, and Hot and Cold hasn't moved his feet. He's still here, and they start running at him. Gav appears. He does get traded off, but the job has been done. 7 seconds. No time left for Pamba to get anything on the board. Beast Coast, finally, we see a round from them.
Good initiative there, I think, as well. I think Beast Coast needed that for themselves as much as anything.
Big play.
Quietens Canadian down for a little bit. Obviously, we've mentioned they've got a rookie on the roster, so they are going to be, you know, saying, look, Canadian's going to shout. It's going to be weird. You're not playing at home anymore. You're not playing online. You're now in the same room as someone, and Canadian is going to say a lot of things, and it might scare you. But afterwards, he's going to give you a hug because he's actually quite a nice guy.
Yeah.
But when you're in the server, he's going to scream and shout. So obviously that nerve is going to start coming through, and we've seen that affect Diffuser a little bit already. But good for Beast Coast that they're able there to get around on the board. Great initiative, I think, from Hot and Cold. As soon as he picks that kill onto Canadian, he's instantly down there getting the plant.
Look at Canadian, right from the get-go, prone, trying to hide the clash. One thing that Beast Coast have not been afraid to show is the Monty. Clash is the perfect operator to go up against the Monty, because Monty just cannot move, and you're taking so much damage down to the taser effect. So a really smart play right from the get-go from Canadian.
10 seconds left.
Everything that they've had that could deal with the clash as well has now been 6 picked off.
There is nothing, mate.
You had a Kali,
Not a thing.
you've switched off the Kali. You had an Ash, you've switched onto the Buck. You haven't got anything to deal with this clash. You've got a couple of grenades, but aside from that, you can EMP it to stop the stun, but you can't do much about the shield. You've got to get up close and personal.
Like, there's Wamai going to be supporting the clash in Bakery. We know that this is the position that we seen NGR play the last time.
And NJR did a great job of holding on to Bakery last time.
He just had to waste time. I mean, he did die, but again, he wasted time.
I think
That's all
he died
needed
in
to do.
40 when there was 40 seconds left on the clock.
That position it's a suicide position. You will die there. Yeah, I think everyone knows what happens if you want to be the small bait player. You're gonna have to sit in there and probably end up losing your life. But if you can waste the time and waste the utility, then yeah, you've done your job to a T. I think for Beast Coast, whenever they did try and go very direct in towards Bakery, they just really couldn't get anything on the board, mostly because they had lost players like straight from the get-go, which is a lot better this time for Beast Coast. Nobody's died. There were 2 players dead the last time they attacked here. I think if they just try and play it by the book, and they just try and open up all the flooring, then rotate the Monty down, they will have a much easier time.
And it seems to be that's what they're doing this time. And what plays into that quite nicely as well is that Dark Zero aren't going for a really significant roam at the moment. They are just looking to try and play in and around these hotspots down on that first floor. Gunner gets himself in and gets value out of the Ram this time. That's what we didn't see happen last time, and it forced Beast Coast into a less than ideal push for the operators that they brought. We've seen full value out of the Ram now. There's no boogies left, and all the floors ripped open.
Yeah, you still have a Buck as well, just to do any bits that you may have missed. The issue I think that they're going to have is, do they know about the Clash? Do they know about Canadian yet? Wherever Clash is, they should go to the complete other side. That's the way it should work now. So I'm interested to see what the initial idea is from the attack. You know, where is Houghton going to go? He has the diffuser in hand. That's always the player that you look at. It looks as though it's gearing up towards that kind of white side, but they haven't went through the process yet, Ollie, of actually clearing out VIP and Restaurant. You know, and they don't really have the operators to do that. You don't have your Grim. You don't have a Capital. So this is going to be difficult. Maybe a Bakery now. They're going to rotate it.
It looks a little bit unsure, doesn't it? We've got the track stingers going in now. Could be a little bit of a bait as well, don't forget. They have heard the clash or realised they might be thinking, well, we need to try and switch this up. Looks like Dark Zero are throwing the kitchen sink at stopping them from coming through Freezer there. But isn't everybody pushing through Freezer? Hot and Cold, he's going to make his way through Prep immediately and aggressively hops on over. He's going to try and make something happen here, but he's waiting for assistance from his team. You can see the pings going out there as Diffuser looks to try and put a couple of shots down range. Pamba, he's going to start getting chunked down a little bit as well. Bolo also low, but with only 20 seconds left and Gunner going down, it isn't ideal. Canadian, what's he doing? He's going on a walk. He's taking himself off upstairs, but Hot and Cold's in the side getting the plant down, and Spirits has got the cover. Bolo goes down. That plant's likely going to be confirmed, and all of a sudden it's a very difficult task. Canadian, where were you when Dark Zero needed you the most? Now we're in a 3 versus 3.
But what this has done, though, they know no one's above. They can try and retake from the vertical angles, and they can still use Canadian as almost a drone to try and find these remaining players. He knows there's going to be one guy outside. Oh, almost Diffuser catches him as he went for that swing, but Diffuser is in such a good position. Houghton's still in the sight. He has the Monty. Another one lines up for him. Oh, a massive batch right to the skull of the smoke, and another one for Houghton. Oh my days, a huge round for Beast Coast.
We've got a game on our hands now here, folks. Beast Coast, they are starting to get a little bit hyped up in here, and they should be, because that was a fantastic round of Siege. We got a beautiful view of it, Demo. We called it the split push. It was a bait and switch. 3 Toxic Babe canisters to stop Freezer, and for what? It was just a ruse. There was nobody ever going to push through Freezer. Hot and Cold was already through prep.
Great idea from Beast Coast. You know, it really did look as though that Beast Coast were going to attack the back. You know, they're spotting out the Cave Claw. They're, you know, opening up the White Wall, for example. And then they just completely switch it. They almost bait, because again, Gridlock, a very utility-focused operator. You can toss in the track stingers, toss in the smokes, the nades, whatever it is that you want to bring in.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, everyone then from DZ was, you know, guns up, looking towards that white corner, looking towards the hatch. The smokes were being tossed out as well. And like you mentioned, the Monty just comes straight in through Bakery, and that is the power of the Monty. That's the change that's happened, is that Monty can unextend and can move very, very fast, faster than you think. You know, he really can. So, yeah, great attack. Look, you have to look at Canadian there. I get why he's going above. He's going above, expecting, you know, Beast Coast to play the verts. Makes a lot of sense. Nobody's up there. Everyone just went to Bakery, exfilled the site. If Canadian just goes in through Bakery there, they win that round. As easy as that, but he doesn't. He just doesn't go for that. And the thing is, look, we knew he could have just walked through the site with no issue.
No, he doesn't know that.
But he doesn't know that no one's above.
It's easy for us to say that sitting here with the overhead view and the outlines and all of this sort of stuff. It's a difficult call to make in the moment, and on another day it would have been the right play to make. But Beast Coast, they are finally in this game. They pick up one round, you think, okay, do it again. Then they pick up round number 5 and you think, right, that was impressive. You got a great plant off there. You had a very clear strategy for attacking into Kitchen. Now there's a chance here to level things up, equal at 3 rounds apiece. This time we have got a new player to the party. We have Spirits playing the Deimos. He is going to be targeting out those players and looking to try and take advantage. One of the reasons at the moment why he's down inside of Kitchen is because you've got great wallbang potential. That Vendetta is going to rip through the floor, and you can easily get a couple of bullets off.
And one thing we know from the last time DC defended this is they put a lot of their resources actually downstairs. They weren't really interested in trying to hold above, so I think it's a good idea to kind of send just a lurker down here who may be able to pick up, you know, just someone who might come along. You know, it's what DZ have shown that they're doing, but look at the DZ though. They've put, I think, a little bit more upstairs. You know, you've got the mirror windows being placed upstairs along with the Wamai. Again, you still have this Monty from Hot and Cold. He's done a great job on it, apart from that one mishap that he had, but, you know, it was a big character in that last round. And is he up against him again? It is. It's the wartime veterans going at it inside of Trade, and Hodge is going to push straight up, and here we go. No, he's been baited. A long angle being held by NGR, gets it down, and Canadian going to finish it off with a shotgun. The Monty is off the table.
Spirits will come through with the trade, and Gaveni is ready to collect here. That's a freebie if ever you've seen one. Can swing, looking for a second, but that is advantage Beast Coast for the time being. They do have Gunner out there on the rappel. The diffuser should be able to be recovered, but it might not even get down to that. Gaveni's going to take down Pamba, and he's not done there. He's going to be continuing on and looking for more. He's got his eyes set toward Pillar at the moment. There is going to be a player just inside of that reading door area. NJR, real hot spot that he's found himself in, with Bolo playing up above. What can these two cook right now? Don't forget the Deimos is still going to be active, and NJR will be getting spotted out on that. That Vendetta is not going to give a damn about any of those soft walls. It is going to rip right through, and you can see just one bullet there deals so much damage. Diffuser, he's going to end up taking down Bolo. He was trying to self-revive himself. The plant is going down. NJR finds one, but it's not enough. He's now in a 1 versus 3, making a 1 versus 2. He's picked up 2 on the round. This is going to have to be massive. The drone going to call him out. 2 players retreating up that white stair. They do have time to relax, take a breath, and get himself set up. We also have a player out on the rappel now. This is a great position that Beast Coast have got themselves in. NJR looks pretty dangerous for a time. Not sure he's going to be able to find the long arm angle onto that. He's looking for it though. But is any of him going to be exposed? Gunner, I don't think you can see him from the window, but NJR comes off. He knows that the pressure is mounting. He knows it's a 2 versus 1.
Huge comeback from Beast Coast. You know, from 3-0 down, where they just looked a little bit shaky the opening 2 rounds, just losing players right from the get-go. Now they're starting to feel themselves. Now they're really getting into the matchup. They've really salvaged that half.
It's like their season in NAL.
Starts off slow, and then all of a sudden, demolition job.
They started off terrible. They started off really slow. They started off, we had Dark Zero running all over him, Canadian. He was shouting and yelling, and all of a sudden, bang, flick a switch.
Yeah.
A few things go right for him. They make some clever plays, and I think that's the thing to stress. They've played some clever Siege there. We see fantastic strats. We see fantastic mechanical skill. I think they played, particularly that kitchen round 5. I'll keep coming back to it. It was extremely clever.
The pressure that they're applying is all around the map. They have never once looked, well, obviously apart from the kind of first 3 rounds, but those final 3 rounds, what we're really going to focus on for Beast Coast is they put pressure on every front around the map, so DZ never actually know where they're going to plant. They just don't. You think about that reading one. Houghton just runs in straight away, sees a gap, runs in. You're not expecting that. The kitchen, obviously they're expecting, oh, it's going to be white, you know, it's going to be in towards Freezer. No. And even that round, it looked as though a lot of pressure coming in from reading. You think about that demo standing there. But no, all of it was going down inside of dining.
An equal half, 3-3 split. Round number 7 now. Dark Zero, it's your turn to show us what you've got on the attack. Beast Coast, can you maintain that momentum? Can you keep things up here as you move over onto the defense? We've seen a very equal map so far. Bolo is going to be starting things off on the good old sledge. We do have a Deimos being brought by Pamba this time. A couple of quiet players on the side of DZ. I think someone that we would look toward as being a big player, a big moment player. Could be someone like Pamba.
Of course, yeah.
Currently sitting 2 and 3, not really getting involved too much. Nay, 3 and 4. It's not been a high kill game by any stretch. NJR and Bolo have been doing a lot of the lifting work in terms of the kills, and with some of the quicker rounds earlier on, it's expected that that is going to be the case. But equally, for the side of Beast Coast, we've seen some good individual moments, but again, no one really standing head and shoulders. We've got Gaveni and Houghton both on 5 at the moment. That's not really who you would expect to be picking up a majority of those kills.
Pamba in the alert position downstairs on that Deimos, of course. We've seen Beast Coast use that operator. It was extremely well done. You play him as lurk, and then whenever you get a man advantage, distract somebody, kind of checkmate that player, go for that 1v1 engagement, win that, because you're Deimos, you can see him for the walls, it's quite easy. But at the moment, it's going to be DZ on the back foot, and no, 2 kills in quick succession. Gav and Diffuser will pick off NGR and Bolo alike. Naif has tried to get a kill back, but nothing comes off, and down goes Pamba. Spirit rips him apart. And this is a very poor round from DZ, a 2 versus 5, minute remaining. No kills coming back in favor of DZ. I say that though, Canadian has got 1 back for Spirits. But Naif is really struggling, Ollie, on this top floor just to find anything.
We look at the health available on Canadian as well. He's not got too much to go on. Fortunately for him, there's no Legion in play at the moment. Naif, he sees a barrel of the gun and will find a first. It's going to have to be the first of a couple though if they're looking to try and level things up here. Still 2 versus 3 and not really working off too much information here, it seems. NJR's flicking a couple of drones, but aside from that, we haven't really got too much going on in the cameras. Nathan gets a shot at a second, but they will be allowed to rotate out of bathroom and get themselves likely to the top white position. Canadian looking maybe to go a little bit more direct now. Is there anything that he can find vertically? Getting caught out on that wood, and that will be giving quite a bit of info away. They are now going to double up, but immediately get banged there by Houghton, and the C4 is likely going to do the rest. But no, Gunnar sneaks in and collects that final kill. Not much left on Canadian there, so any splash damage from that C4 would have done it. But Gunnar said, hang on, I fancy a bit as well.
Looking at the strategy from both sides on the attacks, is it just feels very, slow. You're looking for picks here and there, but if you don't get those picks and it goes in favor of the defense, the defense win. That's what it feels like. Whoever's getting the opening pick in this matchup will win that round. I think it has, but I'm pretty sure it's been the conversion rate is been all in favor. Whoever gets that opening pick has won the round. Again, look, we see that all the time, just that extra man. You can play it in a lot of different variations on the attack. It's another extra angle or an extra backstab you can fit in. For the defense, it's an extra man you can trade off if the attackers are trying to push onto your defense. So
It has been the case in the first couple of rounds, but there were a few, particularly some of the better attacking rounds from Beast Coast where the opening pick wasn't traded. That was another round where it wasn't traded. So it kind of feels like, as you say, that advantage, whilst it is very important, I think Beast Coast have still done a great job from fighting from behind when they've not had it. And so far, for me, they've played the better Siege.
I think they've looked the better team.
They have looked the better team.
DZ got around in that defense that they should never have gotten. You know, that's the way you kind of look at it. But probably, apart from the first 2 rounds, I think everything else has probably been favored for Beast Coast.
Well, that was a timeout there for Dark Zero, so both teams have used their timeout. Beast Coast used theirs incredibly early after round number 2, and we've seen Dark Zero choose to use theirs just after round number 7, going into round number 8. Typically, the sort of way that a timeout is used, there's a lot of different schools of thought around it. You could wait until you see a full rotation of sites and then come back with something. You could also use it quite early if things aren't going well, like Beast Coast did, and that turned things around a little bit for them there. Because we've only seen one site, I'm imagining at the moment that there's something Mint has seen, whether it's heads dip, a bit of bickering, something along those lines to say, look, this is what we're doing wrong.
I even think it's the play style almost from Dark Zero. Look at the lineup change compared to what they had previously. Look at that utility dump lineup that they have. That might be what they've seen and said, guys, they're playing very heavy roaming operators. They don't really have a lot of, you know, strong operators like fortification operators. You know, I'm seeing an LN Legion, 2 traps. Warden, not going to bring them much either. You know, Beast Coast lineup is very fluid. It's very, I think, it's what they want to play. It's the more comfort operators for them, where they just want a gun.
They also want to jump out. I love it when you can see a player eyeing up a window because you can just feel that they're itching to send himself out of it. The Diffuser didn't go for that option there. It would have likely ended pretty badly if he had. Dark Zero have been allowed up onto the roof. Bit of Diffuser juggling now. But that is an incredibly heavy util lineup, as you mentioned, Demo. And with the way that Beast Coast play, it's not like they're setting themselves up a fort. There's no army. They're not building a base. They're looking to just be quite fluid and pick up kills wherever they are required. But if you're getting grimmed out, Damost, and there's Capital Fire Arrows coming your way, it is not going to be a fun time if you've not got much util of your own as a defender to save you. Spirits, thinking about a quick run out there, and he's going to be successful, but no, the Claymore! Brilliant game sense there from Bolo to place that Claymore. It's not a very popular Claymore, I'll be honest with you. And Spirits was really cautious. He opened the double and looked at both sides because he didn't want to get caught out there and didn't even imagine that someone would have put one on the corner.
Oh, and it's worked out really well because another kill comes in for DZ. Hot and Cold has got a kill back with the pistol, but there we go, 2 kills back in favor for DZ, and Hot all by himself, and his position will be known because he did get a kill previously down here, and this will give DZ just the access to move on up. He does have the shotgun in hand and almost dies to nades that has been tossed to him by Canadian. Hot and Cold with a pistol. What can he do? Can he get it? No, misses the man. That would have been an important kill. That would have been the Diffuser. Tries a swing onto Pillar, but Pamba says not today.
Much better round there from Dark Zero. They're starting to look like their round 1 and 2 selves again. Do we credit Dark Zero for rounds 1 and 2? They won the rounds that were put in front of them. But Beast Coast, they had their foot off the gas. They really had their foot off the gas. So it's good to see Dark Zero come back into it. That timeout has been good for them. And I think that new style that they're going to start to try and play, heavier on that util, it didn't really matter in that round, to be honest, because we saw Beast Coast getting a little bit too aggro.
It was a very minimalistic take from Dark Zero. They weren't really interested in trying to control all of the map. They just said, right, we know there's a player here. Let's grim him out. Let's Capital. Let's just throw everything we have and kill that guy and just get a kill back. Whenever Beast Coast are giving themselves up, going for runouts, going for Claymores, you know, DZ have to do very little. You know, this is where Beast Coast, I think they have to understand now. Dark Zero are setting up in a way where they just want to take one part of the map. You now need to do everything you can to try and stop that. Or you give them it and try and play retakes, which they could. They have an Oryx, for example, who, again, Hot and Cold to try and hide himself. I can already tell what he's going to try and do. He's going to try and go up the freezer hatch and retake the birds. That's what he's going to go for. Especially if we see DZ try and play, for example, in towards Bakery. They'll be making the verticals. They might be able to, you know, bring in Nomad, bring in Gridlock, clear away all the flanks. Oh, you haven't checked the hatch.
Yeah, there's not a real clear intent there of taking a lot of on the side of Dark Zero. They've got a couple of breaching charges, excuse me, but they've not got a ram, they've not got a book, they've not got a sledge, they've not got these tools that are going to rip open a lot of the floor. with 2 breaching charges and a bit of secondary action, you're not really going to see too much opened there. So it will be more of a direct approach here, I imagine, and that could,
I think, just horizontal,
like,
isn't it? Yeah.
it could leave hot and cold open for a field day. The laser gates, of course, are going to slow things down somewhat, and not only that, but that DMR is a devastating weapon to boot.
There isn't really much that the defense have to try and defend Bakery. They have the Aruna gates and that's it. There's no Wamai, for example. It would have been very helpful whenever you're dealing with the Capitao. So I think this is free real estate for Dark Zero. They can walk into Bakery with very little ease. You know, there's not, what, 1 C4 and Impact. That's really the only thing you need to worry about in terms of the Monty, what he needs to fear. I suppose, of course, you have the Oryx, for example, but look, hey, that's not an Oryx, that's Gunner. He's just been stabbed right before our very eyes, and that's the first pick, and look at this. Again, DZ, very similar to Beast Coast. They're trying to just prod and poke at both sides, and they're not really showing their full hand.
Well, they don't need to right now. Pamba, he's in a position to try and cut through this site at the moment. He won't have got a glimpse there. I believe the player transitioned just behind the small counter in front of the bomb. Diffuser, he's getting fire arrowed out now, and his moments are numbered. He's live info on the drone there for Canadian, and immediately taken out. The nade comes through from NJR. Nate, he's going to add on to the pain. Pamba's joining the party, and Spirits is left all on his own. Picks up 1 onto Bolo. When you're facing down against 4 players, one of them being a Monty, it's never going to be easy, and that's not even a breach that he can get out of. He's in a coffin right now. Full white flash, picks himself another. Canadian playing to the win condition, getting that plant down. As soon as that shield's extended, it is going to be very difficult for Spirits. And the rest of the players can just start to try and back off, but no, they're just going to hand him some exits here. This isn't a round that Spirits should be allowed to win. But he has managed to pick up 3 kills in the process.
Oh, look at Nate.
He's just going to immediately aggress. Does he know that the player is going to be upside down? Canadian, don't be dropping that shield. You've got to be super careful here. 20 seconds left on the clock. Nathan, the upside down repel. Does Spirits know? He's looking. Not looking in the right direction, though. That's giving him the heads up, but Nate finishes him off.
Oh, touch and go for Dark Zero. It's
Mint pulling a bit of a face there as well. It's like a fist bump, but a come on.
Needs to be better than that, fellas. And to be fair, it was a very strong attack from DZ. It was a complete horizontal take. They weren't interested in trying to take above. All they wanted to do was put a little bit of pressure in Bakery, rotate around, put a little bit of pressure in towards White, and then back over to Bakery again. They were always trying to keep Beast Coast on their toes. And one thing I really liked as well was the lurk from Pamba. Seeing that there's a heavy roaming presence from Beast Coast. I think there was, what, at least 2 players in and around the top floor area. If he can slip his way in towards that long bar area, down in towards Restaurant VIP, he can sit there and he can cover off the white flank, he can cover off the brown stairs flank. Very strong position to be in, and he got a kill from it.
Round number 10, 5-4 we sit. Dark Zero 2 rounds away from locking this thing right up and sending Beast Coast into the 0-1 portion of our Swiss bracket. I don't think it is going to be that straightforward, though. This is going to be a big round, though, make no mistake, because it would put Dark Zero on that match point. So, Beast Coast, no timeout, no opportunity to compose themselves. They've only got the time within the round and the prep phase. They are going to be defending downstairs, reading and dining, because we've already seen this site a couple of times already. Now they're starting to commit a little bit more, Demo. We look at the lineup, it's changed a lot. We've got a Mirror, we've got a Wamai, and we've got Vulcan canisters. They are some of the 3 biggest intents of setting up a fort and setting up a base that we've got inside of this game.
Yeah, I think this is a much better lineup for Beast Coast, considering the play style that has kind of shifted for DZ, where it is more minimalistic. It's using the utility, it's trying to just pile as much pressure as you can onto one area, and hoping that everyone in that area will just crack under the pressure. So I think right now for Beast Coast, it's trying to steady the ship. Don't give DZ that first pick where they can rotate that extra round. Don't allow Pamba to have that lurk roll anymore. Making sure your trade game is being covered off. And I think having the utility, I think also having the Doc as well, knowing you're up against a Capitao, where if Doc is playing, you know, a bit of a suicide position in towards the back of Cocktail, the flames aren't going to affect him. You know, I like that little change as well.
Canadian straight in here, and he's got the kit in his pocket. He is going to be using an Impact TMP to get rid of the mute there and allow that wall to start getting open. Gaveni getting put under pressure. There is going to be a Doc, but can Doc get a stim to him? Diffused is going to be playing just over inside of that Cocktail area. He might not be able to get a line without exposing himself.
just doesn't look fun playing against DZ right now. It really doesn't. There just seems to be a player just everywhere. And yeah, Beast Coast are really succumbing to the pressure, the push potentially coming in from the Capital, but Gav sits down Bolo, Pamba onto Gunner. Here comes the Monty though, Gav. Here comes Canadian, and he's going to need to try and get out of there. Diffuser still alive upstairs in the back of Cocktail, but here comes Canadian again. He just takes it one after one after one, and he's gone as well. They're terrified of the old man. He's like the old man across the street. He won't give your ball back.
Gaveni finally going to get juiced up now. But that top floor is in the firm hands of Dark Zero. What can they do with it in this 50 seconds? They're going to pick up one onto Diffuser. NJR going to deal with that. Canadian's not done. He's dropped into laundry. He's got himself straight in there. You better hope that doesn't give him a rotate out, Spirits, because you want to keep him locked on in there. Spirits, he's seeing the full force here as NJR picks himself up yet another. Gaveni and Spirits, the only two left standing here from Beast Coast. They're going to find a couple of kills. Spirits picks up two. He draws for the pistol. They might be able to 2v1 here onto Canadian, and they're going to do it. Nate's left him high and dry. Finds one onto Spirits. It's a 1 versus 1. There's 15 seconds left. There is a long time here for White Flash waiting to go through. The swing comes out, draws for the pistol, but Nath makes it happen.
Oh, Nave, you've almost cost your team as well because you've just left Canadian in such a horrendous position. Oh, but he makes up for it. He finds the two-piece. Oh, boy. Again, Dark Zero. They're making it really difficult. Really, really difficult. They're opening half really strong. The way that they moved across that top floor. One mirror window, out. Next mirror window, gone. And they just keep moving across. The way Canadian's playing this Monty, he's showing no fear. He's being ruthless. He's being aggressive when he needs to. And he's making Beast Coast, get the toilet paper that Ashen was handing out to bleed. Go and get it, because they might need it right now.
It's scary how quickly he moves, because there's just no regard for what the space that they are gaining gives them. They're not interested in the space, they're just interested in pushing you back into a corner. And that's exactly what they did with Spirits. He was stuck, he had nowhere to go. He lasted for as long as he could and he picked up 2 kills, he did a great job. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. If we're in a world there where Nath for some reason doesn't have a flashbang left, all of a sudden that's a real 50-50 gunfight. At that point, with him having a flashbang, it's probably like a 70-30 and 80-20. There's still a chance that you're going to pick up the kill for White Flash because there's only a few places he can be, and you're going to spray the corner. One shot's a headshot, so you'd roll that dice. But it came down to a much finer margin than it needed to. Dark Zero are going to be on a match point here now. Canadian sticking with that Monty. It's been working quite well for them so far, and we're slowly starting to see these players starting to come alive. We gave Nath a hard time. He's still 9-5. He might have sold Canadian in that last round, but he clutched it up, and he's still 9 kills, 5 deaths. We've got NJR. He's had a big part to play as well, some really important openings.
What I really love about Beast Coast is that they have also brought in Clash. Again, if you know a team's running heavy Monty against you, Clash is going to be your best friend. It's a full counter to Monty. Sure, maybe Canadian didn't show that in the last time we kind of seen that Clash versus Monty episode, but hopefully we'll see it be used very effectively by Hot and Cold, because again, Beast Coast, I still don't think they're out this, Ollie. I still think that they're going to be stuck in here. The way DZ have been playing, look, it's been looking really good, but then they've started fading away, and I think there's been opportunities as they've seen that Beast Coast, it could be 6 for the Beast Coast that really could, because DZ have allowed that door to be opened again.
I'm not sure if Hot and Cold there got a glimpse of the shield. It just depends on how far he went round that corner there, but Canadian, he's framing up for something in and around the freezer. He's got the wall open, waiting for that vert to be done by Pamba upstairs. There is a ram in tow as well. Nate's going to be sending out another one of those boogies right about now. So we've got the red hallway ripped up. We've got some floor missing as well inside of Train, and a bit of shorty action just to clear some of that debris. Camera there getting spotted out as Valkyrie makes an appearance, I believe, for the first time in this match. Usually a bit more of a staple on Cafe, but with so many options at this point, it's not always brought.
Well, time is slowly moving away from Dark Zero, and they still haven't attempted, of course, with the VIP restaurant execute that you need to go for a big kill. You take down Banba, you take down the vertical player that would like to be up there trying to support his team. Oh, here comes Canadian. Where's he going? Where are you going, Warden? And you're out of there. Again, just that change the Monty Ollie, where he is such a threat now with getting kills. It's second to none. Canadian pistol whips Hot Cold into next week.
Canadian's not finished on this Monty. He is out for more. It's still a 3 versus 3, and we've got to be cognizant of that. He can't transition through that rotation, and Gaveni needs to be dealt with here inside a coat. He's going to be full white. NJR's going belt and braces. He's not taking any chances. Going to send another one in. The mag is empty, and NJR knows it. Hops in, gets caught out by the goo, but it doesn't matter. 17 seconds left. Another kill comes in from the hatch. Bolo's replaced Pamba on that top floor. Diffuser, this is your time to shine, but no, cut down by NJR, taken out, and Canadian can finally let out a scream again.
Oh boy, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Just Canadian, that aggressive Monty, that was the game changer in that last round, because again, time was really getting away from Dark Zero. They didn't have a lot on the clock. You have to say the way NGR played that 1v1 against Gav was very well done.
Yeah.
Free flashes, he knows that, and he just kicks one in. Gav fires some bullets in case he does jump in. Second one goes in, fires more bullets. The third one goes in, Gav's out of ammo. Free kill.
Yeah, got to play those smart, and obviously NJR recognising the clock there. I think NJR had a fantastic game, to be fair. There was multiple moments like that. I commented that he was getting some big impactful kills, and a lot of them were like that, where he's using his utility to his advantage. And when you've got Canadian on your team, it's a little bit easier to do that as well, because if he's bearing down on him on the Monty, you're going to have a slightly easier time of things. You can see some of these highlights here from Canadian, and he did quieten down after the first couple of rounds.
Yep.
But that's to be understood.
It's, we've got something, guys. It's Pamba party time. We're having fun here. Look, I've got you a hat.
But it wasn't the
You wanna wear
Pamba
the hat?
party, though.
No, but still, he wins the game, so we get Pamba party.
Well, I'm going to put this on, and you see, it's not even in
Does
the
anyone
it's not
want a
even in
slice?
screen.
Does anyone want one? It's a classic here in the UK. He's called Colin. Everyone say hello to Colin. There he is. And I'm gonna go give us a Pamba.
Well, we're going to have a slice of this. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back, of course. I do believe we have another best of one in the Swiss format. We are going to be looking at Liquid versus M80. And that
Another
game,
NA team.
Another NA team, but this time going up against Liquid. And if you didn't see Liquid earlier on in the week, they looked fantastic up against G2. So I believe we're going to show to a very short break, and then after that, we will be back with our second game. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Manchester Major. We are going to be running through yet another fixture here for you right now. We have got M80 versus Liquid. We have just seen DZ versus Beast Coast here on the B stream, and there are of course games going on over on the A stream just behind us here actually. But for the immediate attention is going to be of course on M80 and Liquid, and what a matchup that we have got here, Demo.
Oh boy, here we go. We have our Brazilian side of Liquid versus our EU/NA/Brazil team of M80. Does that sound about right?
It feels weird to call them a North American team given that there are no North American players on the team technically. There is a very nice mixture
Kino's 50-50,
of players. Yeah, Kino's 50-50. But you can see right there, he's got a Brazilian flag on the shirt. On the flip side, we have got Team Liquid. This is a team that everyone is going to be very familiar with at this point, and a team that impressed us and certainly impressed me over in Phase 1. Of course, they beat G2. It was a brawl of a game. All 3 maps played in a best of 3, and it came down to a 1 versus 1, so it could have been very different, but all that is set aside now because as soon as you enter into the Swiss in Phase 2, everything equals out. Both these teams, they're 0-0 going into this.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of casting that match, and oh boy, Liquid really shocked. I think most people just with I don't think there was a lot of hope for Liquid going into it, considering the stage that they had, where it's like, it was like watching, you know, an animal just way past their sell by date, and it was like, come on, they can't function anymore, you know. And Liquid, somehow the old dog's got a bit of life in it yet, so I have to give credit to Liquid. What they did to G2 was exceptional. Look, again, close game, could have went either which way, but then obviously cementing themselves, getting into, you know, just 2-0 straight into Phase 2. But they are against a side which really difficult to place. Shall I have a little M80 rant? Shall I have a little go?
Do you want to have an M80 rant?
Look, this is just from my opinion, yes, my perspective in terms of where do we put M8? What do we do with M8? Look, M8 last year coming in, they go out, they buy Spoit, massive transfer, they go out, buy Iconic, you think, oh my word, yes, they can do it. Doesn't work, sent home every event, yada yada yada, same old stuff. Changes again at SI, which made very little sense to me. Look, they got what they deserved, again, way home, nothing to do there. And they've tried it now for the second time, where they've gutted the roster out. They have kept Spoit, they brought back Kino, who was benched for SI, and then they go and pick up Cameraman, one of the best IGLs that the scene's ever seen. You then also get in Citizen, one of the best players the scene's ever seen, and you also then pick up a guy who single-handedly carried a MENA team, well not single-handedly, but helped carry the team up to a main stage at Atlanta. That's where we're at. How do we judge this team? There is so many factors and elements into this.
Surely, this being a best of 1, this is their wheelhouse, though. They played well.
I don't know.
They played well inside of NAL. This is where we're expecting M80 to do something. Now, the problem is that we've been through a couple of international events right now up until this point where we've expected M80 to do something, and they've often gone home very quickly. Now, this is an opportunity for them to wipe that slate clean. They brought in a fresh set of a fresh roster, and you know, it's a roster that have been working together since SI. So you're going to expect some level of clarity in there and what they're trying to do.
Look, watching them through the stage, one thing I will say is I do feel a lot of the games that they won was down to individuals playing out of their skin. I don't think that you can walk away from the games from M80 during the stage and say that was a full team performance. I think it's off the back of, oh my god, did you see Spoit? Oh my god, did you see Kino today? That was the kind of vibe that they gave. Spoit, obviously coming into this competition as the #1 player in NA, and it's by a fairly, you know, decent amount. You know, he's up there at 1.25. Second closest is Diffuser on 1.19. So there is, you know, a fair little gap there between #1 and #2. In the kill department, that goes up even more. 15 kills separate that. You then look at over on Kino's side. Again, coming back to the point where I say, oh, did you see Kino today? Oh, did you Spoit today? Kino, most clutches, most plants.
They've definitely got the players and they've definitely got that pedigree. you talk about the flip side of Liquid, and it's a conversation that we've been having for quite some time. The deadly Palu Nest duo that once was, is it still as deadly? Is it still as sort of scary to go up against as it has been in previous years? And the answer certainly over the last couple of events has been, well, no, not really. It has been sort of tailing off a little bit. That there was a little bit of a resurgence in the G2 game, and it's, you know, we're not sitting here saying by any means that it's back and we're expecting these two to be top fragging in the, you know, throughout the entire event, but there is still that potential there. Liquid have also made a change since SI. For anyone that didn't watch any of the Brazilian League siege that we had going on over the last stage, they brought Maya in. Obviously removing Volps from that role. Maya, again, somebody that's been on a major winning side. You know, you're going to look toward that player. They played on Lost. Like, they have that pedigree, they have that potential, and they've got that experience. So it's another good change. But again, it's this sort of one out, one in system that Liquid seem to be going for, trying to build around this Palu, Nesk, and in more recent years, Lagonis and Reset's core that they've got going on.
Yeah. Certainly Liquid, I think they have all the elements there. I really like the Maya edition. I think that is such a strong player to come in, because during obviously that run they had at Atlanta, I thought he was a big reason why they were able to get that far. And, you know, look, Maya's up against Cameraman, which is always, again, we have these, you've played against them before, you've been teams in them before, all of that goes into it. Last time both these teams played, it was a 2-0 to Liquid invite. Straight in, no messing around, got the job done. Look, for M80, this is their chance to prove everyone wrong. I don't think there's a lot of people expecting M80 to do much, just because we've been down this avenue before where we think, oh, they can do it this time. And we've always been let down. I think a lot of people have just said, you know, we're giving up on that dream. Maybe with the expectation off their shoulders, something could happen. Maybe
there's a little bit of room to grow. Let's have a look at the maps and see where we are going to be headed for this best of one. We've got Clubhouse, Cafe, both removed. The Cafe ban doesn't really surprise too many people out there. It's been banned 17 times of late by Liquid. It is a permanent ban from them. Oregon going to be removed next as the M80 choice. Not a map that they are sort of dead against. It's 4th pref, but it is a map that they're not going to want to take Liquid to, given Liquid's preference for that map as well. Consulate, that will also be removed here, so no opportunity for the best map for M80. Their most successful map, or at least the map that is banned against them the most often, is Consulate.
Last time they played each other was on Clubhouse, and it was on Skyscraper. Club already gone. Sky still left up in the pool. I wonder if Nighthaven's going to be an option. You know, Liquid, we've seen them go 15 rounds against G2 on that map, and that's maybe something M80 could look towards. Another thing as well, you know, I talked about the changes with M80. You know, they've got it at the roster, and they've added in these new players. One thing that hasn't changed, though, with the side is it's still the same coaching staff.
The Nighthaven is still let in. Now, it is a map that is not banned by Liquid ever.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
It's been banned against them 13 times. The last time, of course, that they played it was very recently over against G2. It was an overtime game. It did come down to a 1 versus 1. It was a close fixture, and they have opted to go back there again.
This is actually the last map that M80 played inside of the NAL, and it was up against Beast Coast in that grand final to see who would become the #1 team out of that region. And it was an 8-6 loss for M80. So, look, I know again for NA really like labs. I think they're one of the early adopters that we've seen inside of the scene whenever they were picking labs. And yeah, M80 even back then, you know, like a year ago, they were still very happy to go to that map. So yeah, no surprise to see them happy to go over it again.
Well, we have our map, we have our teams. The only thing left to do is get ourselves into the game. I'm not sure what Nesk is. I'm not sure what he's setting it. It looks like a musician. It looks like he's
to play the piano.
It's like he's propping his music sheet up and he's about to start. Maybe he's going to play as a symphony. Maybe it is going to be beautiful from Nesk today. Who knows? We're going to go to labs. Obviously, we've mentioned there the last 2 times that both these 2 teams have played it. They have been successful on it. M80 weren't successful on it, but they did play it the day before against Oxygen, and they did get a win over on labs against Oxygen in that qualifier as well. So they're not going to feel too uncomfortable on that map. Personally, love a bit of labs. One of the best maps to be introduced into the game of late, in my opinion, and I just love how it's immediately been adopted and gotten into competitive.
Well, look, we've seen Liquid G2, what cracking game we had, where it came down to a 1v1 against 2 former teammates. You know, absolute cinema, I believe, as it's been dubbed. But Look, I think going into Labs, obviously Liquid are going to feel, I would say, a little bit more warmed up because they've already played here before.
Yep.
They got their wins. Whereas M80 coming into this, we don't know what to expect still. We really do not know what to expect. We don't know what team's going to show up. We all know individually all these players. We can name the characteristics, list them off, and they're all phenomenal players in their own ways. But together, we've seen it time after time with these super teams. It doesn't always gel. It doesn't always mesh, where you're almost having too many cooks in the kitchen.
Well, M80 have certainly got super team potential on their hands with the roster that they have brought in and the experience that each one of those players brings in. One of the things I like to think about at this point, when we've had a team that has played inside of Phase 1 and is now competing inside of Phase 2, you mentioned there about comfortability. They've already played in the arena. They've got set up in the booths. They're a few days now into staying in the hotel, eating the food and walking the walk.
They're
getting used to that routine. They're getting used to the shuttles. They're getting used to all of this stuff that is life when you're at an event. And it doesn't take too much adjustment. Not for me personally, but I imagine for some people,
Not for me.
it takes a bit of adjustment.
What lands did you play in where it was just so easy to adapt to?
No, I've never played, but like getting adapted into being in an event, it's very different to being at home. And obviously Liquid, they've already been here for a bit. They've had a day off. They've relaxed. On the flip side, M80, they're a little bit fresher into things. They've just, had a travel day a couple of days ago. They've not been here for, that much time. They will have done a boot camp prior to this, I imagine, and they'll have themselves all ready to go and set up. But there is that sort of comfortability factor that you can start to think about, and it isn't always a bad thing starting off inside of Phase 1 because the slate does get wiped clean as soon as you get on into Phase 2.
Yeah, look, I think right now it's up there for both teams to see how they want to go about this. Look, it's a best of one. Again, best of ones can be, one-off matches where one team just had a great day that day.
One player.
One player, yeah. That happens all the time. It's where we see the series that things start to mix it up. Social prediction. Ooh. Pretty close, but it does lean in favor of M80.
It's unusual to see Liquid, air quotes, lose a social prediction. Obviously, it isn't a significant loss. It's a 47-53 or something like that.
46 to 54.
Yeah, it's very close. But Liquid does carry a lot of weight in terms of fans. So it's interesting to see a lot of believers out there for M80 as well. I'll be honest, when we were chatting about the games that we'd got, I couldn't pick a winner for this one.
No,
I just knew it was going to be a good game of Siege.
Yeah. Because it's just, there's a lot of elements. They both played each other at SI. Liquid, who, again, didn't really do that well at SI. I think we have to admit they didn't even get to play in front of, the crowd in Brazil, which was a massive thing for Liquid, considering they are one of the godfathers of the Brazilian scene.
Hometown heroes.
That's it. And, did not see them falter there, but still, it still wasn't as bad as M80, which is even more of a surprise. It's just very, very difficult to really pinpoint them.
I feel like poor old Maya's been targeted in the bans there. We've had a Buck and a two-brow ban. Now, the two-brow ban, not too unusual. No. The Buck ban is a little bit more on that edge line of being niche.
Buck's really good if you look at the way that the top floor's played. For example, top floor usually has a lot of elements where there's pressure coming in from opening walls, pushing in through connector, pushing in through IT. There's a couple of really strong positions that defenders can fall back into and still play in an aggressive position. A lot of those positions you can get bucked from below. For example, the bomb chassis on B. So if we have a look at where the bomb chassis is, if that main wall gets opened on towards B, you will actually see people fall back into that position because they have a blind spot, but then a buck will go below and just get an easy kill because there's nowhere else that guy can go. So it means that the defense will have a much easier time with actually staying alive based on that buck ban, especially for the top floor.
The reason that I say that it's poor old Maya that's been targeted is so far over the course of the major, there is two most played operators. Obviously, they've not played a great deal of Siege yet, and there is more strings to these players' bow than just a couple of operators. But it is worth noting when it gets brought out, because I don't think we've seen a book ban yet inside a Manchester major. It's been dominated by the typical Ying, Monty, all that sort of stuff. Speaking of Ying, it is available, and Kino is going to waste no time. He is going to bring and lock in the Ying straight away. If Ying's up, you better believe that you are going to see it.
Big ol' operator. And also the Grim as well. So you've got the Capital. You've got everything. You've got
everything you want.
Everything to clear away. Somebody in a position. Azami is open, so that means the Rafters area can be played by the defense. You won't see this happen unless the Azami is up. Spoit, the window will be open for him. And he's able to get that opening pick onto Nesk. A nice play just to get a kill on the board. And this is where Ameti can just slow it down now and do the heavy work. Make sure these walls get opened.
Well, they're taking the Azami down as well, so Catwalk's going to be a nightmare to hold. Lagonis, he gives himself away there. Noodle finds himself a freebie through that Maverick line. Not even a minute gone and still 2 kills here for M80 as they've just cherry-picked some absolute beauties. Player on rafters just caught out unawares, and Noodle getting caught just as he's doing quite an aggressive swing. In reality, you don't really want to be swinging those Maverick lines. It's never usually going to end too well for you.
Oh, Maya on the creep up, looking to see if he can get a kill back. Is he going to be a hero or a villain? He's the Joker, I think, more than anything, as he gives himself up. Another one? Yes, please, says cameraman. Oh, there we have it. He checks the keybinds, resets, gives himself up, and here comes an onslaught of M80. A massive first round for that side, dissecting Liquid inside out.
Brilliant stuff there from M80. They make it look so easy when it's like that as well, Demo. Moving in, great information on the drones. Spoit's got to have had a drone in there, and there's a great hiding place for a drone if you want to take this one into your ranked games. Inside of Warehouse, underneath the default cam, there's a lot of shrubbery. You can easily jump up onto it, tuck your drone right back, and then you get a great line of sight onto what's going on at the top of rafters. I imagine that's where the pre-placed was to gift him that kill.
Shall we have a sport discussion? Discussion, maybe?
A Spoit discussion?
Yep.
Go for it.
So, Spoit comes into that roster last year. Shell of himself than what we've seen previously. He had the odd good game, but for the most part, I think Spoit was severely below his standard for what we've seen from that guy whenever he was on Rogue. And I think the biggest reason why that was look at the role that they had Spoit playing on last year. It was more of a flex role. He was on Jackal. He was on Ace. He was on just these random variety of operators that he just does not play.
He's on Jackal now.
I get,
where's this going?
Look, I'm going to get to that, and I do worry about this. We'll bring it on to this. But Spoit he excels whenever he can just play Ashe and Finka. Finka is where he single-handedly carried a team to a major championship. Like, 100%. He was the main reason why they were able to win that. And to see him switch around all these operators and not necessarily playing that entry role was such a big issue for that side. Now they've actually, I think the penny's dropped and they realise, yeah, I actually need to play Spoit in the entry because he'll just do the job. And look at the difference in Spoit this season.
He's still playing an entry role here. He might be on the Jackal, but it doesn't really matter. He can get himself in, and because of the speed of him getting into Electric there, he can very quickly check what's going on. Now, Maya, a bit of a snake in the grass right now. He's really ratting it out for a kill. The boogie's been sent in, and he hasn't moved.
He's going to get a kill here,
Doesn't need to, and I think you're right. I think he will see some success here. It just depends on who that is. That's going to be the Valkyrie, so Maya still safe.
Oh, I think he's going to get the kill on Spoit, and Spoit's on his drone. Does Spoit hear him come up behind him? Maya, this should be an easy one for you. Oh, and it will be a one-tap to secure the kill. Spoit goes down, a lack of droning, but then again, I suppose they're probably thinking, Spoit, you can drone yourself, you're Jackal.
Well, that's exactly what's happened, and maybe a bit of a misdrone because they've not expected Maya to be in that position. Still, the ram is going to work above, and there's a chance here for cameraman to find a really nice angle. That player is essentially cut off at the moment on the staircase. Kino's actually getting the plant down here. An aggressive swing up when Citizen is going to shut Palu down, but this plant is going to go down without a hitch. Citizen takes a good bit of damage. Kino finds one inside of the post. Cameraman, an unfortunate team kill, and they keep coming. Maya, he's going to pick one up. Advantage now is going to be in Liquid's favour, but it's not going to be enough. There's too much for them to watch. Brilliant rotation there from Noodle to pick one up, and with the vert being watched, Nesk might find himself an opportunity, but there's a flank drone there and a kill comes through. Cameraman takes Nesk down, and the second, look at him go. Cameraman's on fire today.
Oh, what a great attack from M80. We kind of missed the actual execute that came in, but what they went for was actually quite a minimalistic take, where you're looking to go above to open up some lines of sight to try and clear away players who could be in behind, the pillar area and in towards cargo. You're not really interested in going, the other side of the map where you try and push down, the vending machine stairs and try and open up in towards storage to try and kill players who could be inside of the armory room. You are focused very much just on the left side of the map. You then bring the Capitao in, where there's two doors that will look in towards where the tank assembly is. You fire and smoke off both of them, and you can jump in and plant for free. There's nothing really that the defenders can do against that, because there isn't actually any soft walls on that layout. There's just 2 doors that you can retake from. If you can't get through the 2 doors, and you can't see any angles from the 2 doors, a plant will go down. So it is a really slippy idea just to walk in and try and go for it, but it works really well as long as you have things covered, like I mentioned, the vertical action.
10 seconds to insertion.
2 lightning rounds there from M80 as well, sticking to that win condition.
5 seconds to go.
Obviously in the second round, getting the plant down in the first round, they were just overwhelming.
Attackers are heading out.
Liquid managed to get a couple of kills there, but still 3 kills, and we're going into round number 3 now. Still a couple of people that haven't won a gunfight yet, Demo. It could be a bit of a concern, especially if M80 do start to snowball. Noodle 3-0, Cameraman 4-0 right now. We know anybody on this team can pick up kills, but you're not always going to look toward Cameraman to be that shining star, are you? You're going to look towards some of the others. He's been in the right place at the right time, but if he's firing, just wait until the others get online as well.
That's the scary thing about it. Cameraman, again on that Maverick. Left open, of course, means that you can open up these walls with ease. You don't have to worry about dealing with bandit tricks or Cade claws that could be in tricky position. Although there's a Cade anyway, but still Maverick makes all that difference and just that ease of access. Noodle on that same angle he was before, which is always a little bit of a risk, because, come on, you got killed from the last time. They could maybe just try and pre-fire off it, but still going to go for it nonetheless. I think Nesk, he's just trying to keep himself alive this time. He's not getting caught out by that, that little pocket play that Spoit went for previously, and yeah, he's just blocking up all these windows, making sure he has plenty of cover as he can, but maybe it's just that tedious process, isn't it, Olive, just getting all these walls opened up.
This is the thing when you bring the Maverick to get it done. They do have a couple of tin openers on Kino, and they might choose to use them elsewhere.
EMPs as well.
They've got the EMPs, so they can get walls open. But obviously, the Maverick is going to be the chosen method just for that line on the top. And Nesk choosing then to make his rotation. Doesn't have another Kiba in his pocket at the minute, so he's going to have to wait for that to regenerate. Flores drone can go in, remove the bulletproof, and after that information is gone, you can then start to look at opening up that Kiba and then start to look to pressure in over onto Garage. Oh, we're seeing the nice little mini-game. We've got the mini-game going. It's one of my favourites. Yep. The bulletproof camera has an EMP function on it where you can stun a drone or stun a gadget, and a Flores drone is no different. The problem is, it all happens so quickly. The Flores drone resets so fast, you've almost constantly got to be on to make sure that you're stunning that, and it does take you out of the fight.
But look at how much time that M8 have just let go of the round, because they just have to go for the Maverick trick, and it takes so long to get things ready. This is going to be really difficult, I think, for M80 to get through this, where they don't really have a lot of map presence. They have a couple of walls open. They just try and go for it, and Noodles tried to do that, but he has been picked off by Nesk, who was inside of Rafters, who just has not been challenged. Liquid don't need to move their feet. As long as they can play the retake, play around their utilities, such as their C4s that they still have, they'll win this quite simply.
Spoit going to try and nade in here. He knows that Resets is in there. Going to hit a Think of Stim and get himself popped on in. Does get shut down there by Resets. Resets has played that beautifully. Nesk, he's on 3 kills before being taken out by Cameraman. How many can he find? Gets taken out on the second. Maya going to be the player credited with that final kill. Nesk really coming alive there. I said it was fantastic the way that M80 were able to get that opening pick onto the Rafters player, and look at what happens when you don't deal with that Rafters player in the first 30 seconds. You can't always deal with him in the first 30 seconds, but you've got to deal with him at some point. And M80, they kind of skipped that step there in round 3.
I just thought that was way too slow. Maverick just took so long, and I think a reason for that is because the Mira had placed a mirror window on the connector wall looking out to it, so they couldn't put the tin openers down. It would have been an impact trick, or just simply would have died, so they then had to go for the Maverick. Just the timing of the thing was just way too slow for M80, and ultimately that is what's killed the round for them. That's how they've been punished, because Liquid know they have all the time in the world, they have all their util still, and they just don't have to move their feet. They can sit, hold their angles, they know M80 is going to get desperate, but I look at that last round. They bring the Ying, and the Ying did he even use a Candela? I don't think he did.
We didn't see it used to great effect, did we? Which is a shame, because there's a reason Ying's banned, and it is because it's a fantastic operator to bring. The Candelas, the full white flash effect. There's no better, there's almost nothing better in a lot of circumstances. It isn't going to be brought this time. Instead, it's going to be a slightly more roam-focused lineup that we've got brought out by M80. They're going to be bringing the Nomad, they've got the Goatfeet, and they've also got the Jackal. This time, it isn't going to be Spoit on the Jackal, it's going to be Cameraman. Spoit has actually switched over onto the Ram, so still gets a decent gun,
R4C, which
but
is very good.
he's still playing around.
Located by attackers.
He resets to the bandit trick again. It's going to cause them issues, considering that, to be fair, they can't even get the wall open anyway. No hard breach on the side of M80. This is going to be just more of a fast kind of take where you're trying to play with kills. Guns up, but oh, here comes Nesk. Cameraman off the board immediately. They've just tried to do the same thing again on the Nesk, but he's tearing them limb from limb. A triple from Nesk. He's mudded the M80 round within a minute.
6 kills in 2 rounds. This is what Nesk is capable of. Maya, he's going to take Spoit down. Noodle now left as the sole survivor. He's going to be gifted 2 right off the rip. Now, with the amount of time left, this is somewhat doable. He doesn't have the diffuser, and it gives Liquid a moment to consolidate. He can make a full rotation outside, and he's got a bit of drone information to go off.
I like the fact that Lagonis has rotated over to Polu now as well, because you don't want to give Noodle these individual 1v1s. You want to try and stay together and just play off each other and just go for the refrag. Like he mentioned, he doesn't have the diffuser, and they know that. Solus can see the diffuser if it's just sitting out on the ground, and oh, what a peek from Lagonis. Takes down Noodle. But I mean, Nesk, he's the guy we need to look at. Massive triple kill.
Again, back-to-back triples for Nesk.
You mentioned Polu and Nesk. Are they past it? You said, for the record, 2, maybe 3 years ago, this guy right beside me said, Nesk, he's over the hill and he's on his way down. Did you or did you not say that?
I think there was I think he could be in front of that. I think he could be
I think
over the hill.
we're backpedaling, chat. I think he's backpedaling.
Listen.
Chat, let us know. Is Ollie wrong? Is Nesk finished? Is that what Ollie thinks he's finished? Is he finished? Don't think so.
From a statistics point of view, he was going downhill. From a statistics point of view, from the heights that we'd seen him at events like SI21 and that sort of era. So I do stand by it. But in this round, or in this game at least, he's shooting. He's 6-4. He's died every round so far. So there is a question mark there, but he's also picked up 2 3Ks, which have single-handedly secured Liquid the round, or at least put them into a position where they would have to throw an insane amount to end up losing it. He's played a fantastic role at this point, and we mentioned a best of 1. Sometimes it can be about big individual performance, and if Nesk's on his game, then it could be very difficult to overcome that.
Not a lot you can do. If one guy is just killing everything that moves, don't care, you can be the best player in the world, the best strategic mind in the world, there's nothing you can do. He will just win every engagement. I think everyone has been in that situation where you're against just that one guy, may it be in any casual rank, whatever it is, you just cannot kill him. Every engagement he has your number.
Maya, maybe thinking about a little bit of a hop out of the window here. He is on the Solus, so he does have that benefit of information. You'll be able to see Cameraman is on the drone outside, but he's choosing for a bit of a slower approach at the moment. The hatch above the site will get opened. One of the only sites in the game that has got an exterior hatch that can be reinforced from the top. You can run out after the prep phase, reinforce the hatch, barricade back the window, and it is like you were never there. And you can typically get it done quite safely as well. There's no risk to doing it. There's no ability to get spawn peaked in that time. It is designed as such. Opening pick this time going to go in M80's favour. Spoit takes Maya down. We saw Maya, he was creeping in and around the window. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd gotten a little bit too aggro on it maybe, or just caught out by Spoit.
Oh, Lagonis has ripped down a barricade downstairs, but his Cameraman heard that. Looks as though he has, and he has him down to a T. Lagonis puts his head in front of that Magnum, and down he goes. Polu, you going to join him as well? But Cameraman's just doing a great job just at taking players from upstairs down to the basement.
It's a distraction
It's a
tactic
gulag
almost.
down here, isn't it?
It really is. Palu's seen that and he's going to want no part of it. That's 2 shots from the Vendetta. Nearly done Palu in. And now he's stuck on exhibition stairs. He might be the Warden, but that's going to do no help against the nade that comes through, and the shotgun comes out. I tell you what, Cameraman's up for the fight today. That C-key is constantly being checked. He must be relishing going up against Team Liquid here. A hatch drop to finish it, and Spoit to find that final kill. Cameraman.
Oh, he's ready.
He's getting vocal now as well.
He's up for it, and people, if you don't know the history of Cameraman, he used to be on FaZe, the major winning side FaZe back in 2021. And if you don't know the history of FaZe, it was one of the, one of those early teams alongside Liquid and also NIP. Those were the three main organizations that came into Brazil way back in 2018, and they're still here to this day. And, he was on that FaZe side for a very long time. And how many times have we seen Cameraman up against Nesk and Paulo? It happens all the time.
The statistic for that match is something unbelievable.
It's one of the longest derbies that we have in Siege. Probably the only derby we have in Siege.
But the actual difference in between, at least the last time that I checked it, the wins and losses, there was still like 3 games in it. Do you know what I mean? It's not like one team streaks ahead of the other throughout a real long time period and throughout a heck of a lot of different players and rosters. It is still one of the most coveted derbies that we've got in Siege. So if you see Cameraman getting vocal today, it's his FaZe roots showing
red
through.
Red versus blue. That's as easy as we can make it. So, yeah, look, Cameraman, if he's up for a fight, boy,
well, he
better be
is.
ready.
He's
You better
7
be
and 2
ready.
right now. He's top fragging the server. There's no one competing with him KD-wise. He's having a fantastic game, and you don't always expect to see Cameraman in that role. There are other players that are stepping up on the side of M80. We commented on Noodle earlier. He's now 5 and 2, and we're in round 6.
Is this something similar than what we've seen the previous time, where they're going to try and be very minimalistic, get that single wall open as quick as they can? I mean, it is a very heavy extension from Liquid, where they have at least, a triple roam setup upstairs. We see the bandit trick come in, and it will be successful for Lagonis. And there isn't really a lot of hard breach other than the ace. There's none whatsoever. They've been able to get that single wall open, so they still have a way into the site. But I would say, based on what happened to Liquid last time, they're not going to allow M80 to have that vertical pressure that they need for that particular attack to work.
Citizen scoping things out on the shock drone at the moment. Just looking for any Fenriers, any beepers. I haven't seen a lot of Fenrir considering it's open, to be honest with you. I'm surprised it's taken to round number 6 to get it brought out, but a great shot there. It's not just all about aiming with the gun. Sometimes aiming with the utility is an important aspect as well. And Citizen, he's just happy to surrender that shock drone there. He's got his value and more.
One of the highest value Twitch drones. Get at the option. It's worth a lot because it's got a Fenrir trap and 2 mirror windows. My goodness me. So M80 just little by little looking to attack the utility in the bomb site. They are well aware that Liquid have a very firm grasp on that middle floor area. But right now they're just waiting. I think they're going to try and wait to get Spoit in a better position and then just play off, all these angles that they have, use these crossfires, and Cameraman's in a great one as well. Just trying to hold on to anyone who wants to try and rotate out, but again, Liquid not moving their feet. They're being very static, but that might come in to cost them as Nesk has lost the engagement to Spoit. Another one for Spoit, perhaps. Resets is up here as well. Spoit, no! It's going to be Maya on the shotgun. Takes him out. That soft wall's actually worked against Spoit.
I think Spoit's probably played that a little bit too passively in hindsight. Noodle, he can try and sledge in and see if he can pick the player up behind the tank. It is going to be resets. Going to send a nade out to try and displace him, and it's going to work beautifully. But the swing comes in from Lagonis to save the day and maintain that advantage. 3 versus 2. There's a flood down these EXO stairs. Cameraman, he's on the Dokkaebi. He's got that DMR. It is a hard-hitting weapon. And he's been fragging out so far today. Citizen needs to try and pick up this kill, but he doesn't know about the player prone. It's going to be a free one into the back, but no, the smoke comes in to save him. Maya's found Citizen, and Cameraman, he's got it all to do. Maya, pretty low. Lagonis, full health, and Palu, not too shabby either. 3 C4s in 10 seconds. You could almost just take pot look at this point as to where you want to chuck it, but it's going to be Lagonis. Hidden. Kept himself safe down there in the site, and that's one of the problems when you don't get that wall open and you don't have that presence cutting through the middle.
I think Liquid adapted extremely well to what M80 had done last time they went for that attack. So they went very heavy on that roam. They really just did not want to give M80 any form of vertical pressure whatsoever. Look, you can see it's worked really well. Almost M80 they've taken the bait where they feel that they need to go up. They need to challenge these guys who are roaming around. And look, Spoit, it did feel he was by himself. I understand that they're trying to set up the crossfires, and if you're Spoit coming, you're going to maybe shuffle back, move back, and then you walk into one of those long angles, but you need to help the guy.
3-3 split then as we enter the second half of our fixture here. Not a great deal separating either team right now.
This is okay. I think usually, Labs, if we look at North America, it is a little bit, more, I would say, more defender-sided. So I actually think for MA, this has actually been quite a good half for them. Even though they did kind of taper off during the kind of final few rounds there.
I get it. I'm going to keep coming back to the bans. I know the book has got very good uses here. Oh, we're actually going to get a brilliant visual of how you reinforce the hatch.
Yep.
So you can see that it is 250 on the clock, and
Really
you've still got plenty of time to get yourself back in. You can choose to barricade that window back up, obviously, as well, and make it like you were never there.
But if you do that, the room that Spoit just ran into and towards the connector, make sure the walls are reinforced, because sometimes if you know a guy's jumped out the hatch and he's going to rotate back upstairs, you just wall back. So it's quite easy. So just be careful of that sometimes as well. It's happened a few times in the old rank sessions.
Paolo getting a good bit of value there out of the Flores Rotero drone. He manages to get the castle barricade and I believe the FNAP there. You can see Citizen has got 1 out of 3 remaining here.
He's been very good in the olds. I think Paulie just on that Flores. We've seen it a few times, obviously, throughout phase 1, where you just sit there and you'll just take away all the utility. You know, Flores is very good in this current meta, where you have a lot of those kind of traps you can get rid of, the Izami barriers as well, and Spoit. Speaking of the Izami, he's just going to be sacked on the 90 and looking to see if he can try and waste a bit of time. Again, keep in mind this is a basement, and it will be, of course, that I'd say more of a loose roam over towards the kind of kitchen and dining, but a lot more of a hard setup coming in towards garage, in towards cargo, and Maya will open up that window for Paulu. They know exactly where he is. There's a drone constantly at the feet right now. Off cameraman, Paulu just jumped through the window. He almost gets a freebie onto, I think that's going to be Noodle onto the mute there. Gonna call Spoit over maybe for some support, but again, this is a difficult one for Noodle really to challenge onto.
Yeah, Noodle's not got himself in the best position here. His best bet might be to tuck in with the shotgun and see if he can find anybody close range. Palu, that isn't going to displace him, and I don't think that Palu is going to know that he's there at that point. Palu's not looking to get rid of any utility there. He's just trying to displace the player. The FNAT could be fantastic to swing off here, but that's a bit long for the shotgun. And Noodle might have to make a full rotation upstairs here. Can open the barricade at the top fish and get himself out of dodge.
Hear a lot of screaming from another game, I suppose, but right now it's the flank from M80. Nobody has died yet, by the way. 40 seconds, still nothing, but Resets is in such a good position. You're probably expecting that M80 will try and get aggressive, will try something like this, and he just wait for them. Look at the HP of Noodle as well. He doesn't really have a lot to go off, but 30 seconds. Liquid now need to start thinking about getting to the bomb site and trying to get this plant down. Keenan will find Nesk, and the players you're actually pushing into the site, they're having a hard time. That's the kill we expected was going to come in. Resets takes down Noodle. Lagonis is going to try and plant right on the wall, but there needs to be immaculate cover coming in from Liquid, but Spoit finds 2. Lagonis, he doesn't even know where he is. Paulu, oh, he was upstairs, he was trying to play the verts, and he's not going to have enough time. Oh, they almost line up for him, but still M80, they hold on.
Great round there from M80, doing a good job of holding on. As you mentioned, even Spoit's getting into it now.
Yeah, well, see, that's the Jinxie effect.
Spoit loves
That's
it.
what that is, that's the Jinxie effect.
We've got some very loud... What's going on? What's the game on the other stream at the moment? Because that's a loud game as well.
I don't even know. Let's have a look.
Oh, it's ITB SSG.
Oh,
no wonder it's loud.
Ah, Ashen. That's all we need to
Yeah,
know.
no
There you
wonder
go.
it's
Ashen,
loud.
guys.
Well, that
Ashen-
makes a lot of sense.
Ashen versus Oscar. Oscar
Yeah.
going to be given some.
I don't
back.
think that Oscar's going to be screaming, is he?
He'll just be screaming, "Hold that!" whenever he beats him. That's all he'll be screaming.
4-3 we are here on this game. M80 taking a narrow lead there. I think Liquid just too slow is the top and bottom of it. There's 30 seconds left. He's still hunting shadows on the top floor. You haven't done all of your prep into the site. There's still the bulletproof camera to get through. They're just not disrupted enough.
It almost felt as though they were like, "Oh, we see a lot of roamers. Okay, we're in a great position. You know, we'll wait till the roamers come."
Yeah.
And they're sitting waiting for the roamers, like, "Oh, wait, we have to plant the bomb. Oh, guys, quick, we have to get into the site. Quick, what are we doing? Where are we going?" And then it just completely capitulated because they never thought about what they actually had to do. The job, you do not win by simply killing the roamers. You win by planting the diffuser.
Noodle did fantastic just to extend his life as long as he did. If he'd have died to Palu down at the bottom of Fish Stairs, it would have been a big problem, and I think that would have been easier then for Liquid to speed up off the back of it, but it was that uncertainty that really slowed them down. However, as we move on into round number 8, we have got a little bit more of that disruption being brought this time. We've got a Deimos, good for clearing the roam game, good for soloing and isolating out those players. And we've also got the Grim being brought this time as well by Maya.
They may have a couple of issues with getting the walls open. Again, keep in mind, we are dealing with a situation where you're really only limited to your bandit on the side of the defense, because we see a Cade and we see the Dabaro banned out. And to see them almost, you know, kind of, I would say, play the odds and hope that the bandit's not there, because they don't have, you know, they don't have EMPs. They aren't bringing in their Maverick. Even more so, how have they let the walls get opened up?
Attackers have located a
That's
bomb.
even more strange. What's Cameraman
He's
doing?
still got one in pocket.
Is he holding? Is he trying to trick the mirror windows instead? Is that what he's trying to go for? But I think you still go for it. And again with Buckband as well, you're not going to get Buck from below. You might get Deimos from below.
You're going to get Deimos from below. So another thing that the Vendetta is fantastic for is ripping through the floor. You're going to see just exactly how easy it is to open up great lines of sight with that powerful hitting revolver.
E-box, isn't it? I think it is. So that will just mean that no one's going to be playing in that E-box position, and I believe Nask and the IQ can get himself maybe into that position. But look, it's going to be the mirror windows that they're really going to struggle with. As I say that though, how are these walls getting opened up? They have a bandit, and there's nothing from Liquid's side to stop that.
Palu from below. Palu's doing a great job. He shot the bandit battery off,
that's a
and
player.
Cameraman's not able to do anything. Picks up one on Takino. This is like shooting fish in a barrel. You don't even need to be good to get this done. You just need to be able to shoot moderately straight. Maya picks one up onto Spoy.
My.
5 versus 1. It's going to be a flawless for Liquid. They take M80 to the cleaners in that round.
Just Liquid just moving for the motion. I mean, Polly's just sitting down, shooting M8 in a barrel. That's what he's doing.
It looked like an arcade game, didn't it?
Just, oh, I'll shoot here.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a guy. I'll go over here. Oh, there's another guy. Just, just raining M80 on him. I don't get it from M80 though. You have the bandit. You know you're going to be, obviously, you're going to be handcuffed immediately because Cade and Tavaro both banned. Liquid have took a massive risk by not bringing in the Maverick, not bringing in any EMPs. If you just whack the bandits on the wall and then wait for the Deimos to go below to try and shoot them off, you can challenge those vertical angles. It works both ways. If Deimos opens up a hole to try and stop a bandit trick from happening, someone else can also just fry the Deimos.
The hole below with the C4, there's multiple options.
It's, yeah, very, very strange from M8. It just looked as though they just let Liquid have everything. Liquid didn't have to work whatsoever. You look at the difference between the way M8 had to attack that top floor one round. They were handcuffed because they only had the Maverick, which is still better than I would say what Liquid had. But Liquid even made having a Maverick difficult. You know, they had the bandits, they had the mirrors set up. They were just trying to stop those walls being opened up. M8 allowed Liquid to open up the walls for absolutely nothing.
All level here at 4 rounds apiece. Then we're going to go to the mid-floor site right now. The Deimos was threatened by Palu again, especially after its success in round number 8, but he's going to be opting for the Dokkaebi this time. That needs a little bit more in terms of that roam clearance. Obviously the phone call is going to be very handy in that endeavour as well. They've also brought the Gridlock this time. A good operator for cutting off any sort of rotates. Track stingers make a lot of noise. Stop people from rotating through for free. They've got to make noise to transition through that. So you're going to try and get a bit of value out of that as well. But it's going to start as most mid-floor sites do, and it's with a bit of a clear of that top floor.
That's usually how things plan out, of course. I think the vertical pressure that you can apply onto those, you know, both of the bomb sites can be opened up from above. So it makes sense that you try and take that avenue of approach. Look, a ram is usually one that we like to see because it just makes it very easy. You just toss in the drone and away it goes, does it for you. But Liquid not opting for that. Instead, I'd probably say, what, breaching charges maybe from mine. Maybe they don't want a whole lot of soft destruction, just a little bit of what they need. But even at the way they're kind of shaping up, it seems very horizontal. You know, they're kind of coming in from the mid-floor in through kitchen and dining. They have the Dokkaebi as well, who can obviously just creep up and use that sound to their advantage. But Liquid just at the moment, I think, just trying to set themselves up and probably look for a pick, I think.
Don't forget, we've seen Liquid be quite slow before as well. We've seen them take a long time until they start to commit to clear things out. So at the minute 15 mark now, Nesk is going to be greeted by a Kiba barrier, and the Citizen is going to just say hello to Maya. Great pick there, removing the ace. Still have a bit of hard breach left in Lagonis, but it isn't going to help you to clear this top floor. You're now going to have to try and rotate somebody in. Either that or Nesk's going to have to go huge.
The issue now that ME has to deal with is Liquid can try and rotate now over in towards storage and get that plant off. And the players who are above are going to be held by Nesk. He can hold both of them. They have to go for Nesk before they can try and retake and use the vertical. And speaking of Nesk, he's actually dropped the hatch, I think, and has been able to push it. Oh, he finds two, one with the nade, and a quick change over the Citizen. Another one for Nesk. Oh my word, another triple kill in this series for him. Just triples everywhere. Free of a kind for Nesk. Spoit now has to try and retake by himself. The castle barricades will stop his approach. Drone there, so they know exactly where he is. A flashbang. Oh my word, disgusting shot from Spoit. But is it going to be enough? A 1v2, crossfire being held, a very long crossfire. He will try and individualize the fights, but Liquid just have these long-range weapons that take advantage of that play from Spoit. And Liquid, again, assessing the area, assessing how they will win that round, and it's very simple. You hold the guys above, you jump in storage. It's as easy as that.
Where would Liquid be without Nesk today? He's got 10 kills, he's got 8 deaths, so he's died in nearly every single round, bar 1, and he's got 9 of those kills in 3 rounds. The moments that this guy is creating for himself at the minute and the positions he's finding himself in and that ability to just chain them together, go from one to another to another. I don't think that they're going to find a solution for that during this timeout, do you? M80, they are going to choose now to take their tactical timeout. They don't want to give Liquid a chance to get onto a map point here. Instead, they want to try and nip it in the bud early, level up at 5 rounds apiece, and then take the game for themselves.
Just need to see more, just get the comms up from M80. You know, just make sure that you can get that confidence back into your side and just don't shut down. You know, just don't give up. You want to try and get yourself back into it, give your head a bit of a wobble. That's hopefully what the timeout's going to do for them. I think more than anything, it's not about the strategy from M80. It's just, let's get the spirits lifted a little bit because they haven't been shouting in a while.
No, it's been a couple of rounds, hasn't it? Cameraman's been very vocal throughout the course of this game. We've seen Spoit have his moment as well, but even Kino, you know, not really been getting up there and having no too much to say. Maybe they don't feel like they've got too much to talk about at the moment, given that they are 1 round down, and it has been a very, very close map of Siege so far. We're going to round number 10. I believe we will be going down to the basement once again. M80. It's quite a fluid lineup, this demo. They have got the bandits. They might choose to bandit trick the wall, but for the most part, they haven't done anything to the site.
No, they went for a full extension upstairs. They've also opened up the garage hatch. Yeah, everyone is away apart from Kino, and he's only now just opening up, or reinforcing, should I say, the trench walls. How many reinforcements have they got left? They've used them all? So they haven't actually reinforced. I don't think they've reinforced all of the site walls. I think he's missed one.
Well, they haven't got single. I think he got double, but he didn't get single.
Did he get both a double, or did he get one side of double?
I've no idea. I think he only got one.
Yeah, he only got the right side.
So he's got half of double, none of single.
How much vertical do they have? I mean, none
they have
whatsoever
none.
in storage. This is a risky strategy coming in from M80, because Liquid could just rush into B and nobody can stop them. You've got one guy, there's no vertical angles upstairs, and the thing is, the reason why they can rush quickly is because you just walk in with like a breach in charge.
I'm surprised that Liquid haven't sort of cottoned on to that and gone, well, this is what the setup is, let's push into side. They're just expecting a setup.
They don't know that trench is soft, they haven't looked.
They're just expecting some sort of a setup, and they're going to get quite a rude awakening at some point in the round, or maybe when they start going through and they're like, hang on, that wall's reinforced, that's not usually reinforced. That wall's reinforced, that's not usually reinforced. Where have they used all the reinforcements here? Nesk, he's going to be on the warpath, looking to continue from where he left off in the previous round. Does have a drone at his feet, and it's going to call the top floor as clear for the time being. The presence being held by M80 at the moment is purely in that mid floor.
A lot of info as well with the Valkyrie and the bulletproof camera that the castle can provide. But this mid-floor hold is, you know, it's a lot of resources that M80 have really put into it. But Liquid now seeing that top floor is clear, they then think, okay, if they're not top floor, where else can they be? Probably the next floor down from that. So they will get themselves in towards kitchen and dining. Nesk again, poised and ready as that entry. Reset's also joining them on the other side of things. And the Zami barrier is going to be on the outside window. Paulu finds Noodle. Paulu finds two. A backstab on the cameraman and Noodle. Lagonis finds Spoit. Oh my word, what a clear out that Liquid have just done to the roamers of M80.
And what do you do now? You've invested so much upstairs that you've no sight set up. Kino's going to get one with a C4 and maybe through a hatch as well. Can he finish Myra off? No, doesn't get the confirm, but instead his attention is diverted as he gets into a fight with Palu. Citizen, he's going to grab one before being taken down. 3-1 now. Make it Nesk, make it rain. Another double to finish things off from Nesk.
Oh, Nesk. Just, he led the charge and the screams. I cannot explain to you the noise of this place with these two teams going at it. And Liquid are just, they have the run of form now, don't they? They have that momentum underneath their wings. That timeout has done nothing for M80. They went for this extremely heavy roam game. And I'll be honest, they didn't have enough to hold everything. Labs is a big map. Big map.
Oh, they spread themselves too thin.
Staircases, windows, everything. And we've seen that push come in through dining and kitchen, which is then, I believe, where Noodle and Cameraman went to check out. They went to challenge Nesk inside of kitchen and dining. But nobody was holding behind them. Nobody was holding the fish, which is where Paulo just appeared from. Using that Dokey call as well, which is obviously going to be your best friend at dealing with roamers. It's just like, I don't know, it's just M80. You go for that play. You need to be able, I would say, to understand, right, we just need to go back now. We wasted enough time.
Yeah.
But maybe it's a case of they just felt that they couldn't get
Well, you've
back.
got nothing back to go. You've got nothing to go back
That's true,
into.
the setup.
You've not got a setup to
I
retreat
would probably say
to.
6 of those reinforced walls have done nothing.
Yeah.
Easily. Like, they reinforced the 2 walls upstairs, the 2 connector walls that lead into the site, or the site right now where it is, and nobody played above.
Yeah.
So they reinforced upstairs walls and nobody's playing above.
Certainly a strange strategy, and I don't think that it played out exactly as M80 envisioned. Map point here for Liquid to go 1-0 up in Swiss and to send M80 down to 0 and 1. Palu
Failed.
on his death mark business again.
On the mute jammer. That's what happens, guys. So Deimos, again, very strong operator. Not a lot of counters that he has, but one of them is going to be a mute. If Deimos tries to track you and you're on a mute jammer, you will not get tracked, and you'll see that expression from Deimos saying death mark failed. It also works same with Vigil, which is basically a mute jammer on the go.
Resets. He knows that someone's playing up there in the top of warehouse. He'll almost certainly be able to hear them as well. M80, for all their extravagant roams in the previous round, they've really tried to consolidate themselves here. Got the Azami, they're trying to set up a little bit of a fort, and certainly some mini games to go through with that Fenrir and the FNATs that brings as well. But the main worry is always going to be Palu below. We've already seen how devastating he can be. Oh, just pull the trigger.
Again.
Just pull the trigger.
He's played this level before.
He honestly has. He's back in the arcade game right now.
World 1, level 1. Here we are.
Waiting
back
for
again.
it to come through. Oh, just gets the glimpse, but it's not going to be
Harder
enough.
difficulty this time, I think.
Kino, he's going to take down Maya, who's gone on to insane difficulty level, hasn't he? Kino with a real close range kill there. And Palu, I'm imagining that he's just being a lot more cautious this time because he knows M80 know the game now. They know the trick. They know what he's going to try and pull.
Yeah, they know the Deimos tech. They know exactly how to play against that. Just don't stand there. It's quite simple to avoid the Deimos tech. But Paulu's still going to try it again, and even Kino looking to challenge onto it this time around. You see that E-box door is where a lot of players from Liquid want to try and get into. Resets now, bottom of garage, looking for a 1v1 engagement with the Fenrir, who almost shows himself and misses the shot. Spoit is still alive. You see somebody trying to help him. It's Lagones on the door, but he's too late. Spoit has already killed Resets, and the man advantage is now firmly in favor of M80. Both players are towards the garage side of things, and as soon as they expose themselves, and M80 can set up accordingly for that. 20 seconds to go. Paulu, gun in hand. Oh no, doesn't get the down on cameraman. He just drops to the floor. And Noodle with an easy kill on the Palu. Lagonis no hope, and M80 not out of it yet, Ollie, not out of the fight.
Not often you see Palu miss like that. He missed 3 shots in a row there. Very uncharacteristic for him. M80 doing a great job of holding on there. It's strange that that's how they play the top floor site when they could have just played the basement site very similarly and not extended and not roamed so heavily. I'm sure we'll come back to that again at some point. It may even get referenced in a future game if we see something similar there again. For the time being, 6-5, M80, they stave off Liquid from converting onto a match point for 1 round. Can they take us to an overtime here? Back downstairs we go, and this time M80, they are going to set up shop. Gone is the castle, gone is that extravagant roam. Instead, let's bring some tools and build ourselves a fort. We've got the Goyo, we've got the Vulcan canisters, we've got the Azami, we've got the FNATs. They've got the information, and they've got a bit of backstab potential there, or at least a preventative backstab measure on Noodle with those goo mines.
Yeah, I like the lineup a lot better from M80. I like the Goyo as well, where Liquid, they haven't been, the fastest of
They've not been
teams,
quick.
There's been moments there where they certainly could have been done over by, for example, a Goyo canister. So I do like to see them bring in this operator just to try and slow it. I look at the lineup, switch from Liquid, a full 5-man change-up. I'm seeing a Glass, I'm seeing a Ying, I'm seeing the Thermite. We could have the Trench Rush on our hands, Ollie.
Well, maybe they're thinking, well, they might set up quite similar. They might roam, they might get themselves out and about. The wall is, in fact, soft right now. So they're going to need to deal with that.
Ash over.
They need to get resets over here. Resets is the only hope of getting that wall open. You place a thermite on it, it's getting shot. You try and shoot it out, it isn't going to work.
So it certainly is going to be lined up for this rush. So M80, are you comfortable with dealing with the rushes? It looked as though that's what they wanted to happen the last round. It didn't work for them. So this is exactly where they want Liquid to be. You just hope that they have the vertical angles that they can try and play off. And here we go, resets, opens up that double wall. In goes the smokes from the Glass, and you need to get that diffuser down. In goes the flames, in goes the C4s, resets. Diving headfirst into the action. He picks up Kino. The diffuser is going down from Lagonis and M80. They've been caught lacking, holding on to that rush. A 4v4, diffuser planted. M80, you have to move.
Not the easiest thing to try and hold on to here, but the Glaz is certainly going to help. And look at Reset's positioning. Eventually will get taken out as 3 kills come in. And Lagonis, he's got it all to do. Cameraman, he can disable that diffuser all day long. Just keep blocking it up, Spoit. You're going to lock him right out of there.
Oh, the retake from M80. Huge. I agreed with you. I thought Reset's in a great position just in the middle of sight. But
Too much to watch.
Get shot on the back.
Too much to watch.
One of those 50-50s.
The thing is, it's not an easy post to hold if you've not got any vert. You need a little bit of vert. You can get in and get the plant down, that's fine. But if Resets had all he'd have done is he just shot up an Ash charge at the ceiling, giving himself an option. However, M80 know this.
And the thing is as well with that retake for M80, Liquid were very predictable in the positions they would be in.
Yeah.
There was nothing that was going to surprise M80. They knew there's going to be guys probably still inside. They knew there's going to be a guy outside of the breach, And look, Lagonis obviously trying to rotate up and trying to play the vertical. You still have that extra man that Spoit was just up there. I'll block it up. I'll sit here and cameraman, away you go, diffuse. But look, a really excellent retake from M80. Liquid just way too predictable in terms of how they set up to try and hold that post plant. So all credit to M80. It worked. I was worried. I was really worried.
And now we're in overtime.
Here we go.
Nothing separating these two. We need extra time to find out who is going to be the winner here. Now we have had a side swap.
5 seconds left.
Liquid, they have been on the attack for the last couple of rounds, or the last 6 rounds. And now they are on the defense. M80, they are going to switch things over. It was a 3-3 split for both sides, so there's no real advantage here in the OT for who gets what.
But maybe the site selection could be, the bigger thing to look at, as we have the top floor, which is going to be chosen by Liquid, which I would agree with. I think top floor is probably where they've looked more comfortable. M80 have looked very slow sometimes going up here, again, with only bringing the Maverick in, and you have to go through that process of opening up that wall. Liquid are not going to give them walls, for free. They're going to use, the mirrors, for example, to try and maybe stop that connector wall from being opened up. No Bandit this time around. That has been a removal from Liquid. So cameraman should be able to just have no issues at all and just get the wall open, make it soft, and get that opened up.
Trademark little Bandit line, Maverick line getting sent in here.
Always dangerous, I think, these days with the Maverick with the arc
The
lineups.
lineup,
Yeah,
oh.
yeah. C4s, it's not fun.
It's a lot easier to hit those C4s. We haven't got Noodle trying to cheese a kill through it this time. Instead, it is just a case of getting the wall open. You delete the reinforcement,
Here Candela.
and you remove everything in there, and it goes back to being purely soft. Kino's got himself in a fantastic spot here. Now, that Candela did not go off. I'm imagining that it possibly got shot out there, caught out there in the full white flash nest just before he gets himself onto drone, but Kino, no one's pushing off the back of those.
No, because you don't need to. He's only using the Candela to blind off the guy in the mirror window to allow Kino to walk up and punch the mirror window. So Nesk no longer has a secure way of having information onto that rafters.
Attackers have located
So
a
good
bomb.
play by Kino, and he still has one Candela left that he can use anywhere he wants, of course. But it's not really more the Candelas they're worried about. You still have all of the Grim utility, all of the Capitao utility. You know, this is the thing with having the utility heavy lineup. Is there's only so much Liquid can really take. They've barely been able to hold on to the Candelas. You know, they probably, oh, Candelas are gone. No, you've got waves 2 and 3 coming up.
Yeah, there's plenty more coming through there as well. Nesk's feeling a bit more confident to retake there into the top of Garage as well, or Warehouse. Maya still trying to play around this close angle onto Electrical. Kino going to send in the Candela now, and maybe a push in off the back of it. The mirror window might be popped, but the player behind it is not flashed, and they've no detriment to them right now. And resets, he's going to see it, that he deals with Kino pushing through. Citizen, he has managed to make his way up to the top, but look at Cameraman go. He's just slaying in the sight. He might get 4 here. Citizen, he picks up 1. Cameraman was looking in the right direction to confirm the quad. Palu, he picks 2. 1 versus 2 now. Plank going down. Cameraman, this could be a quad kill for you here. Are the players going to be allowed to get back and retreat? Noodle, he's just on the other side of the reinforcement. The shotgun at close range is devastating, but he has the initiative. He takes the swing.
Oh, massive pre-fire. Here's the weapon switch. You know, so that's probably going to be a shotgun coming my way with the Warden. And he just pre-fires. He wins the engagement. Cameraman, just like Jack the Ripper, out of the fog, out of nowhere, and he just slashes everyone. Oh my word.
He's 12 and 6.
Unbelievable. I'm telling you.
He's double positive.
It's that Liquid phase connection. It's that bad blood, you know. Once a phase, always a phase. Once a clan member, always the clan member. You're part of phase stand forever.
The thing is, it's one of those situations where Cameraman is on M80, but he was on phase for such a long time that there's always going to be that link.
What,
you know,
5 years?
There's always going to be that link. It was one of the
5 years?
longest standing
Yeah.
rosters, and when it's a derby like this, and when he's playing against team he has played so tens of times in regular BR and in international competitions around the world, and then for him to pop off here and now, it is beautiful to see. Tactical timeout there from Liquid, maybe a little bit late. The M80 round,
I mean,
the
what else
M80
are you gonna
timeout
use
was
it?
good for a tactical timeout. Like you say, you've got to get it used. Maybe not wanting to break the momentum earlier on in the fixture, because you know Liquid have had spells of looking on top in this matchup, but for the time being, it is going to be map point to M80.
3 rounds in a row, M8 came back.
Yeah.
6-4.
It's impressive.
Liquid, like, yeah, they look good now, but honestly, M80 refusing to give up, refusing to know when
Attackers
they're
have located a
beat.
bomb.
Liquid on the attack. They go above. This has been, again, one of those, it was a weird one. Whenever we seen M80 defend it, where they weren't really interested on, you know, they weren't really interested in being that kind of hindrance strategy where you try and stop those walls from being opened up. You just gave Liquid way too much control. And then the round that we've seen previously from M80, they knew exactly what Liquid were going to do. Liquid didn't adapt. You know, they knew that they were going to have to deal with Poly below with the Deimos, and they worked around that. So I think now it's the pressure on Liquid. They can't do the same thing again because M80 are onto that.
And if they try and do the same thing again, then you know that all you got to do is ban a book against Liquid on Nighthaven, and you're going to have an easier time of things because you've just got a Deimos to deal with below. We'll see how Palu chooses to use it. Just because he's locked the Deimos in doesn't tell us exactly where and how he's going to play it. Bit of early info available for Lagonis here, and he's going to pass that over to Nesk, but it isn't going to be good enough. It doesn't matter. What he should have said was he should have said, watch out, Cameraman's there, steer clear.
Are we back in 2021 watching, you know, Nesk and Cameraman just go at it time after time? It is incredible to see. But Liquid dropping the ball, losing the first engagement. M80 have the man advantage. They have the extra man that they can do whatever they want with. And look at Polo. He's going to try and go for that same ID again, using the Vendetta to try and open up these vertical angles. But we know M80, they're ready for that.
Yeah, they're not going to fall victim to that again. C4 on the floor just to open up a big angle there.
Oh,
Cameraman's actually going to drop
no.
the hatch. No, he lands in his lap.
There was a moment I was thinking, maybe they could just send a guy down the hatch to kill him, but I was like, no, you don't do that to Polo and think you get away with it. He's too smart for that. Way too smart for that.
You've got to do something else at the same time if you're going to be given a chance to get a kill, and it has leveled things back up here. The mirror window can now be open, the lion scan's coming out. These defenders are going to start to feel this punch, but the attackers, they are still light when attacking into this site. Palu remains downstairs. He's got a long rotation to go and get himself back into this fight if needed. And these staircases are being watched very intently.
They're just trying to get Kino out of this position. This is where the buck would be huge right now for Liquid if they had that, but M80 banned it for that reason, to allow Kino to play in this position. A shotgun close to E-Box door is very difficult to deal with. He's not moving his feet, he's just waiting for them to come to him. But Liquid, you need to make the push now. You still have some utility with the Grim that you can utilize, but Lion is out off his E1D. So Lagona's barely missed a kill onto Spoit, but M8 are standing firm. It's Kino. Kino's the danger man, Ollie. They need to kill him.
Lagonis is going to try and push up a bit more aggressively, but there's a great long line of sight. Kino, he will go down. Spoit, Noodle, find one apiece. Citizen joins in. Palu, he's rotating himself up fish stairs. He's got to find 3 here in 19 seconds. Won't get past the first. Noodle there to take him down. M80, they're going to win in overtime.
Oh, Noodle, as liquid as ever. Sorry for the pun, but he just moved through that bomb site like water, just taking swing after swing, because he was untouched for pretty much the entirety of that round. He was over towards Fish. Nobody from Liquid was interested in Fish, and then you're allowed to then just swing and use, just that full healthy man. He was sitting in the back doing really not a lot. And Liquid, the time gets away from them. Kino, even though he didn't kill anyone, he caused them so many issues. They banned the Buck for that very reason. Buck kills that guy 10 times out of 10. But without that Buck, they don't have that luxury. And Kino just burns down that time, and it just gets away from Liquid in the end.
You can see there, fist bumps all around, all happy days after the game, but when you're in the server, it is a different beast entirely, and these two were going at it. An overtime game, something you love to see inside of the Swiss. It's as far as we can draw it. I'd love for them all to be best of threes, but we'd be here for months just doing a major. So you've got to rattle on through these games. That's going to put M80 into the 1-0 bracket, and that is going to put Liquid into the 0-1 bracket. This is where Swiss then starts to separate out, and you start to get teams, and you're still going up against teams with the same record. So it does make for some entertaining viewing. But what a fixture we've just been treated to there. I love the way that Liquid played in that first couple of rounds. They were dominant. They were really getting it in and amongst it. And all of a sudden, M80, they just come alive.
It was that retake where they had the retake from that quick rush. I think that was really impressive from M80, where I think M80, there was a period where the energy was really low. You can kind of see those free rounds, rounds 8, 9, and 10. I thought Liquid had all the momentum. M80 looked very quiet. I'm pretty sure round 9, they called a timeout as well for M80, and then round 10 it did nothing, absolutely nothing. But Jen, just look at the sweep, 4 rounds in a row. I don't know how Liquid, they just couldn't see it over the line.
I can tell you what happened to Liquid. Ness stopped getting 3 kills. Ness got 9 kills.
Don't say it.
9 kills across 3 rounds and ended up with 12. So, feast or famine performance there, really, from a lot of the players on Liquid.
36% cost,
not just Nesk. Well, that's because he was getting 3 kills in 1 round, so you're not going to hit cost every time. And if you're dying in nearly every round in the game, it is going to be a tricky one. Well, that was a fantastic fixture. We're going to take a very short break. We are going to send you over to the A stream. I do believe there is a game on over there right now. I was told what it was before. Oh, it's ITV, isn't it?
SSG.
ITV, SSG. So we're going to go over to watch that one. And we'll be back on the B stream when we have a game ready. Don't go anywhere.
here because you've got now that 20 seconds for ITV to set up the post plant as well. They're not just having to fight reactively, they've got themselves into positions that they want to be in. Oscar manages to pick up one, Kendrew onto the second, and these kills speak to what I was saying. They were there, they were ready, they pick them up. Azza with the final, and that's great from ITB. They've just seen an opportunity there, Dorky, and they've just gone in and taken it.
But if you watch that back, Oscar has went through meeting with Capital. There's no defenders anywhere near him.
That was definitely a waddle.
And 10 seconds later, you go back, there's 2 defenders in meeting. Where did they come from? I don't know.
That's unbelievable. And more the round end is what got me. Like, Kangaroo Kenny's a really charismatic guy. I love speaking in interviews, but he's never struck me as a loud guy. And when you said you were worried about how they were going to respond when they got to land for the first time, he's giving it a large. He's up there.
I think it's just the name Kenny in general.
Oh, it's
Kangaroo Kenny. They're both going for it.
Look at him
as well. He's going to scream at them.
There's a bit of me really hoping that ITB play Dark Zero at some point.
Oh, mate. Kenny versus Canadian.
Yeah.
Woo!
I'm here for it. I'm living for it. But back to the round there, like, how do SSG sort of allow ITB into the middle of site like that? They've got the warden upstairs. They're able to plant inside a smoke. There's a couple of mistakes there.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like ITB were going for like a kind of split theory, kind of split play. Like sorry guys, sorry. Like 3-2, like two groups of people working together, and it seemed to work. Like two groups of people were working to take above control, or at least bait above control, whilst the rest of them. Whilst the rest of them were working for more of a site execute, and then 3-2-1, everything just worked together, and I guess that's how Oscar slipped through.
So it's kind of just make a lot of noise over here, whilst we've got the real thing going on down here.
Pretty much.
The thing is, generally had the angle as well. We saw it when he had the floor opened up, and on the warden he can see through the smoke. But if he's being pulled over here to take a gunfight,
that's the thing. It was smart.
Yeah.
And that's why I was confused, because I don't know what pulled the warden away. Like realistically, he should have been there the whole round.
Or was he watching a different angle, not expecting someone to waddle into sight and drop down a smoke?
So much waddling going on.
Got a waddle com. Des loves a waddle.
I hate the term, but Fresh made it stick in the stack. Now everyone else says it. I've got no choice. I've got to roll with the waddle. Do you guys say waddle?
I've never said waddle.
Well, now you said it now. You said it several times.
I've said it.
You're so welcome. You're in the waddle club.
Very interesting to see the clash here. And a very unusual position for him as well in the middle of CEO.
They're just trying to kind of deny what... I wouldn't say let's look at the full, because normally you'd see a Ying for this, but obviously no Ying on side. But I'm seeing the Grit on side, for example. Of course, seeing the vertical power of Noah playing off on the Deimos. I wouldn't quite say it's a full ability to pull off like a window execute here, but the Clash at least has the ability to ignore a lot of the things that would otherwise stop you being able to play inside a CEO.
Yeah, I mean, SSG are also playing with people below. I don't know if you've seen the piano was reinforced. So I guess their plan is to use the Clash to bait people into sight and do the work from below.
Oh, baiting complete. Azza taken offline here on the ace.
Oh,
Kenny's making his mark. Sure, they really want to see a push, and they're making it happen. However, a couple of kills come back the other way, despite Creed finding the one for himself, consistently finding himself traded out here. So yes, Creed is finding the openings, but SSG are making sure he can't roll that into 2, 3, 4 kills very quickly.
It's going to be tough for ITB to get anything going realistically now. You're 2 versus 4, and Clash is one of those operators that the more attackers lose, the more powerful Clash becomes, because you know, there's no need now for Iconic to ever switch away from that shield. Doesn't need to take a part. It's fair players to do that for them.
Who did we see doing this? In fact, no, there was. In fact, it was when Fabian and Fresh and that having that fun scrim against Talon, but he was playing behind the shield, leaking out from the side of it, just taking some little pot shots. That's exactly what they've gone for, and they've used it brilliantly. As you say, that Clash getting stronger and winning out that 4v2 very comfortably.
Yeah, they were using the Clash as like a meter window almost to like have that one-way advantage.
And it's so obnoxious because the worst thing is you can see the other side, but you can do nothing about it.
Yeah, you can do nothing about it. Yeah, because it's totally dependent on the other guy's mechanics to who judges the gunfight. It's not the other way around.
Yeah.
That's a really good way to use Clash, but obviously like easier to do that in a 2v4 than in a 5v5, for example.
Massively.
So you can't really have 2 guys stuck in a corner in a 5v5.
I was going to say, you can't commit 2 players towards that kind of play. Not quite when everyone's still alive and on side, but a comfortable round is probably how the best way to summarise that one. SSG not really looking too bothered at all. Very stark contrast to the prior, but 4-4, things still staying as tight as ever, Tim.
Yeah, these two teams very evenly matched at the minute. I think there was maybe I don't want to take it away from SSG, because I think in the first 3 rounds SSG played super well. They were really on it. They didn't make any mistakes. They didn't give ITB anything, and I think probably along with that, little bit of nerves for ITB. First match on LAN, everything, and they just weren't in a position to break down such a strong SSG. But I'm glad that they've found their feet now. Both teams are coming together. They've found a level that's very, very similar, and it's proving to be a really entertaining game between the two. And honestly, at this point, you just don't know who's going to come away with it, because, you know, a couple of rounds ago, round 7, we have ITB having a great round. They wander in, they get the plant down, it's all good. And then SSG come back with a round that themselves is fantastic, and ITB can do nothing about. And this is not going to be an easy attack onto the basement for them.
No, I mean, that's the thing with Consulate. Compared to other maps, you don't really have a weak bomb site. It's just totally dependent on how you play every situation. Like, you know, when you go to other maps, let's say like Clubhouse, you can say that CCTV is kind of hard to defend. But it's, you know, here, this is the new impact change, that you can't impact the thermites on the breach anymore because the radius is smaller in the last patch. So I don't know why SSG are going for that. That's a completely impossible thing to do. So that might just be some bad preparation. I don't know.
You fancy part-time as a coach for the week? You'll be their 19th analyst if you want.
So I've done playing. I've played this major.
Yeah.
I've casted the major.
Yeah.
Well, I now need to coach the major.
Host the major.
Host the major.
Take over Milos's job.
To be honest, yeah. I can do it all.
Analyse.
I really can do it all.
We'll just put you in charge of the whole event if you want. You can be security on the door.
Produce. Security at the door, maybe not. That's maybe the one thing I can't do.
I mean, sometimes you know your limits, that's fine.
I mean, my limits might be quite small, to be honest. But you know,
that applies to all three of us, mate.
Yeah, I do love to try. So
very good, very good. Right, see how the march on this round goes then. Halfway through already. No early deaths, and it's one thing I'll probably remark on the last few rounds. Haven't been those kind of crazy early jump outs or early aggression. It has been a little bit more measured between the two teams. And I'm looking at SSG's lineup here, as I say, that halfway.
That's huge.
But looking in towards like the Capcan, in towards the Legion, in towards the Ella, everything is just about trying to play this very trap-based game, but they've got in, and the plant is going down. They're in smoke yet again.
Nitro comes out, but it's not quite going to catch Kendra enough. It does a lot of damage, but he will then be downed as Iconic pushes through, recognising that he needed to make a move, but Noah is there for the trade. 4 versus 3. ITB have used this aggression well. They've gone into site. It's not quite gone to plan. They've not got the diffuser down. It is now down inside a site. But
Noah,
they're finding the kills on the back of it. Noah, he's like a hot knife through butter at the minute.
Still 2 on side, mind you. I say that, and Boris is deleted as well. Jane, I know, at least got a backstab, and he's got the vertical here. But the thing is, there's enough obstructions downstairs that ITB can play around this. As long as they don't give themselves too much away, they know where he is. They know they haven't got control, and Azza finds the closing kill. ITB back in front once again at 5 and 4.
I don't know if you noticed, but Noah's got the entry kill there onto the Azami, which is typically the pillar player. And the time that ITB took from getting that entry kill to instantly execute was so fast. And that was so good by them, because think about it, you've killed Pillar, that's the really power position of the bomb site. If you give the defense time to rotate another player, then you need to go over another hurdle, which is extremely difficult already to do. So that was really well done by them to just instantly go from entry kill, here it is, into the execute right away. There was no hesitation.
And is that the sort of thing within a team that sometimes you'll have as like a preset? If we get that kill, we go for it, or is it like more of a spur of the moment? That's like maybe, you know, your RGL just calling that and saying the opportunity's there.
Yeah, I mean, probably different for all teams, but I think it's more so the second one that you said, like.
It's just how he walks up at the very end there to, I think it's Oscar. He's like, come on! And Oscar's just there, plain face, and just goes, yeah, fist bump.
Yeah, but I think that decision lies more with individuals to say, okay, guys, I killed it, let's go. Smoke the vert, let's plant, don't waste any time. That was just really good job. And okay, they didn't get the plant off right away because Iconic made a play through the smoke, but you know, the idea was there. They executed it pretty well.
And that's kind of the belief. Like, I remember like, a few years ago, we moved from having like a very single like, IGL calls everything to this mentality where teams have all players that can call in, like you said there, oh, I spotted a gap, this is what we should go and do. It's that belief and trust in all 5 players to have that good decision making, right? If it makes a bad call there, everyone runs in and just dies, then you're doomed. And well, Ashton's at least started things off. It's the ram taken away as well. Again, the vertical play fully removed here, almost in its entirety.
I think one thing I'm happy to see on the side of ITB is Azza and Creed's both doing really well. Because like that was, I think, the really big difference maker for ITB this season, and why they're here at the major is probably in the hands of people like Creeds and Azza, because they've had outstanding seasons. So it's good to actually see them putting up the numbers where it actually matters.
Even his rookie stage, he's coming and dropped what, like 5th highest rated, I think, overall in the EU. Is unbelievable as a first-time performance, and that's obviously referencing Creeds there. Azza, as you say, definitely not doing too bad either.
I think Azza is someone that maybe a lot of people watching who don't follow EU League is a bit unaware of. But Azza's actually been playing really, really great for multiple seasons now. If you look back at the stats of the past couple of stages, he's actually one of the top players in the league every stage. So I'm happy to see him actually at a major and doing well.
Obviously March, still a little bit cheeky aggression coming out from SSG, looking at windows, waiting to find players outside. So not trying to get to him. As I said, Kenny really was on the way to make something special happen there, but unfortunately can't get away with it. Forrest hitting the deck here. Oscar should be able to find the finish. In fact, no, went him in the right way at the right time. He'll keep himself going, and Creed has got a great read. Another player coming on here. Nate coming out, maybe not quite the most effective tool there, but it does give him a little bit of space, and 2 more kills come through. How have SSG let this one crumble, Tim? They were in a 5v3.
They're becoming one of these teams that don't know when they're beaten. It's like you can find yourself in a 3v5. Yeah, we've lost the blitz, we've lost the ram, we've lost all the things that we were probably shaping up to use to soften up sight and create space. But you know what? We'll create space by finding 3 kills. It's no problem. We're going to go in and just start taking them down one after another. Great stuff. Jane, I know he's going to have to drop the hacks back towards sight, and he's going to have to make a move. He manages to find one, but not the second, as Oscar's there for the trade, and ITB take themselves another round closer to their first win at the Manchester Major.
I tell you what, I want Kenny in the bench in the morning. Just saying, get out of bed!
I'm pretty loud.
In the shower now!
I'm pretty loud, but nowhere near Kenny. He's overshadowing even me.
Lord, a new loud entrant, just what we needed in this siege scene.
To be honest, this is some impressive stuff from ITB. I'm not going to lie. Like, I wasn't thinking I was going to see this team here. Yeah, like, again, they've lost the entry kill. Azza's been spumpied by Ashen. Ashen's typed good night in the chat. You know, he's confident. But they're able to rotate that 4-man into a really direct push and really fast again. I'm sure that wasn't their initial plan, but they've rotated into it and said, you know what, we can still do it with the guy dead. We can still do this as a man disadvantage. And that was beautiful. So that was great.
Their adaptability's been fantastic. Like you say, that ability, we saw it with the push. You know, we've killed Pillar, we've got the smokes out, let's go.
Yep.
We've seen it there again, right, we need a plan B, let's go. And, you know, whether those are preset or whether they're being called on the fly, either way, it's working fantastically. And, you know, this team are looking super confident at the minute with good reason. Interesting little stat. So Ashen picked up the entry kill back in round 1. And SSG won the round. He's then had 3 entry kills since then, in round 5, round 6 and round 10. And every time he's got the entry, SSG have gone on to lose the round, and that's specifically when Ashen has got the entry. There's
Also,
no real reason for it, but...
Stats-based analysis there can be like, Ashen, stop getting the entry kill, mate.
Getting
Stop
the entry
trying
kill.
so hard.
It's,
You're
know,
costing
for one
your team
reason or
rounds.
another, it's not working. No, which is an interesting little coincidence there.
I think if we look at the lineup here from SSG, it's not the best decision to run the same strat back. They've got the clash back again, and knowing how ITB operate, how we have... Oh, what's Des doing?
We're on camera. I pull fresh in.
Another Jack joins
It's another Jack on Castillo, mate. You can say hello.
Hello.
There you go.
Just getting ready for the desk.
Yeah, go on, enjoy the desk then, mate. We'll enjoy the rest of the cast.
But yet, knowing how counter-heavy Kangaroo Kenny is on ITB, and just off the back of a timeout, you can be assured that Kangaroo Kenny has said to ITB, guys, if they go CEO, and they do this clash strat again, do this, okay? And that is looking kind of what they're doing. They've got the Buck and the Deimos on sides of ITB. That's going to mean they're going to go below, try and clear this roam below of the guys that are going to play in the C4s off the clash. And then after you've done that, the clash becomes useless, because you can then kill the clash from the vert, and then you can plant the CEO window. So pretty good counter here, and I think really stupid decision from SSG to run the same strat twice.
Well, you tell him, Jack.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Stupid decision.
That's what maybe that's my coaching role.
That's your coaching impact for the week.
That's
So he's
my
doing
impact,
coaching
yeah.
and casting at the same time here. There's obviously can't hear it.
He's not used to the power of the caster curse yet, though. So you say
good
these
point.
things, and then you see the exact opposite happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, time will tell. Time will
Well,
tell.
SSG will be hoping, because at this point they need it. There's still 2 rounds. I've got to pull back.
Oh, but
Even
it's
forces
looking
towards
like
overtime.
Doki's right. It's looking like he's right.
Is he right here?
That's why I'm the concept genius, guys. I told you before.
Okay.
Creed is going to be working his way up to that piano door in a second. He's just getting that information fed back in from Kendrew now that he knows that there's somebody in closet. The choice is his as to whether he goes in for that challenge. But look at this, they're coming in from multiple sides, and it's as easy as that. Creed is not the threat. It's Azza who manages to pick up faults, but J9O is there for the trade. SSG keeping themselves in this one. They don't want to pick the fight with Ashen, with the shotgun on yellow stairs. They've already learned what happens when they do that. In fact, Ashen changes to the SMG. He's going chasing. He's looking for his man, but Noah manages to just back out in time.
That was close. it's actually quite scary watching this as a player.
John, we
Because
see this all the time. And we're like, you are pixels
you
away.
don't realise how close it is.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Take this back into the game, mate.
Yeah. You see, like, this is the Clash that I'm talking about. They have below control. Clash can't really do this. You're going to get shot from below. But ITB have made a decision to leave. Oh,
Okay.
I don't know how that's happened.
Okay.
But, okay.
And shot from below at the same
Yeah,
time.
and shot from below. So, guess who was right, Des?
All right, mate. Let's see if it wins the round first. God, get this one on one cast.
The only hope in grace is you have Asher on the smoke, but he has none left, so they could just plant here.
They got him from below, though.
Yeah.
That's all they need is those 2 kills to come on through. Forrest has got it all to do, and based on how today has gone, it's going to be a hard job to shut these boys down. Tries to get in close, air jabbed away. Diffuser is stuck. This one looks like a closeout for the EU side. A dominant 7-4 victory over SSG.
That was great. That was really great. I thought every attack there from ITB was just methodical, played out, and energetic. Look at these guys.
Oh, they're absolutely pumped at this point, and it's no surprise. Of course, ITB's first performance at a major. It's in Manchester. You know, it's going to mean an awful lot to these guys to get that first win locked out against a big name as well. I know it doesn't matter who you play. You've got to beat everybody. But coming in here, first match at a major against a team like SS, turn it around from there.
And then you get loud.
After that 3-0, SSG were only able to win one more round. ITB have really locked that out, and it's impressive stuff from them.
It's a good point to win 7 rounds on the bounce. It's unbelievable. And I know we spoke about him already a lot as well in the former Crete. 7 rounds on the bounce. So the 7-1 they won off the back of that from that 0-3 deficit. But we spoke about him a lot as well for Kreese to go 15-6 again against a team everyone's looking at as being really hot. To step up here and put on that kind of show, that is very promising. And like you said, Azza as well. Really all the boys putting in work today, which again is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, is ITB the home team?
I guess they are. Technically, yeah. The British org, yeah.
British org, British players.
Soil.
Is this going to be the fan favourites, do you think, coming into it?
I think there'll be a lot of support for ITB.
Yeah, I think so
I can't
too.
wait to take the chance for ITB. They'll be a nightmare. How'd you find your first cast, by the way, Doki?
I thought it was quite good, actually.
Enjoyed it?
It wasn't as bad
Well,
as
you
I
were
thought it
right
was
in that
gonna
last
be.
round.
Oh,
I'm-
so never drop it.
I'm always right, Tim. I'm always right. So, yeah, nothing new there, but I enjoyed it. Thanks for having me. I hope I didn't butcher it. Hope I didn't butcher it that bad.
Not quite, no, not quite, no. We have got an interview coming up with Kendra, I think, in just a couple of minutes as well, so we'll jump over to... In fact, no, it's there now. Let's go to Kendra right now. See you in a bit.
Thank you very much, Ace, Des, and our caster, Doki. Who would have believed it? Doki got to cast your game and your victory. I'm here, first of all, Milosh, with Kendrew to talk about this massive victory, not just for Into the Breach, but for EU as a whole on home turf in the UK. How does that feel?
Feels good, man. I mean, it got off to a shaky start, but honestly, that's one of our best maps. So I think we showed why it's one of our best maps.
You were definitely a bit more fired up than that at the end of that game. I saw you standing up and yelling at the other way. Was it specifically about Consulate?
No, I mean, I think any map that we went to, we would have beat them on anyway, because they're, I'm not going to lie, they're a bit clueless. But I mean, Consulate definitely helps us, but any map doesn't matter.
Space Station Gaming, more like Clueless Gaming. That's exactly what I'm hearing here from Kendrew. But why is that the case? Why do you feel that way?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like all of them, like they're a good team, don't get me wrong, but like I think they just don't match each other like at all, like ever. There's always one person that's playing super aggro, and like it never really matches. It's really weird. It's like it took us like a couple of rounds to get used to, and then you saw like after the defense half, it was like I think we only went 3-0 down, and then we only lost one round after that. So pretty much it was just 1 when we actually decided to start playing.
Fair enough. And what took you that moment to kind of warm up into it? Because a lot of people say, you know, Into the Breach might not be the top cream of the crop of individual players, but everybody works together like a well-oiled machine.
I mean, I think you've got to take into consideration a couple of things. One is that other than me and maybe some like lower tier UK lands, it's these guys, everyone on my team's first major event. So obviously nerves are going to be always there. If anything, it felt like I was maybe the most nervous. But yeah, I think it was just a little bit of nerves, really.
I mean, Kangaroo Kenny, your coach, was fired up behind you. Does that breathe more fire into your engines?
Well, I definitely fed off his energy, that's for sure. I mean, like I said before the game that I was going to be like a bit more mellowed, because I remember when I was last year, we played Heroic first game, and I was screaming, and it took... I'm an old guy now, I'm 25, you know, like like takes it out of me a little bit. So I was like, I'm going to mellow down, and then he's screaming, I'm like, oh, you know what? Why not?
Let the kids have it.
Exactly.
Right. Fair enough. Well, Kendra, congratulations on the win against Space Station Gaming. I'll let you have your time to rest up and kind of get prepared. Thank you, Kenny. To get prepared for your next best of one, but it's a good thing that actually stepped in. Kangaroo Kenny, coach of Into the Breach, will join us on the analyst desk in just a bit. We'll have a chat with him and break things down. Again, congratulations. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to the Blastar 6 Major Manchester. Hi, I'm Milos. With me are Fresh, and of course, joining us are victors from Into the Breach. It's Kangaroo Kenny, the team coach. We've seen you 1,000,001 times, and for almost the same amount of minutes and hours, really, on the broadcast with our interviews over the stage. Welcome. Congratulations on the win. How are you feeling?
I think a major win feels very different to a league win because it's in person. You can see your opponents, and
you can yell at them from the other side.
I know, it brings me something different. So I'm ecstatic. But we got another game today, so got to come back down to earth, prepare for the next game.
So let's talk about the major win then, because the major start itself didn't start well. You were 0-3 down, defending Consulate, and I'm there in the pre-match, and I'm setting up the viewers, and I'm saying, 0-3. These guys can only defend Consulate. In the EUL stage, they couldn't attack it. This is not good. And then you pull that out. So what was the story of the game?
Well, Consulate was a good map for us. Even though I think people have a bad conception of our Consulate because of the 2 times we played against Wolves and Secret in the stage. We only got 1 attack in both those games. So I think going 0-3 down, I think SSG might have thought they had it in the bag. But funny enough, for SSG, they have a worse defensive win rate on Consulate than attacking win rate. So I said to the team before the game, if the defensive half goes awry or it's not less than desirable half, like a 3-3 half or even a 2-4, we can win every attack. Like they cannot defend that map. It's crazy. MAE exported them twice on the map. So I always have full faith. I think we just took maybe those first 3 rounds to settle in. I think there was maybe a bit of panic and overreaction in a couple of our defenses. But like with the stage, like we started off shaky, but once we learned to control ourselves, then we can excel.
I love that you have Kenny as a counterpart to finally talk numbers. Well, actually.
Yeah, I know. We think about the game the same way as well.
Fair enough.
So do you just think it was just a little bit of nerves those first 3 rounds?
Yeah, I think it was just getting settled in. I think our first game against Wolves in EUL as a first game as a roster was really shaky, and we just learnt how to manage and control nerves. And obviously first game at Major, first 3 rounds at Major, that's going to creep in again. There's nothing you can do about it.
You were hyping everybody up. Like, we could hear you screaming behind all the players, and specifically, like, obviously, here's what it looks like on camera. How does that happen? Because Kendrew told me that it hypes the team up so much when you're doing that behind them.
Yeah, I'm just naturally a passionate person. I love competition. Throughout my childhood, I grew up with competitive sports and competing at international events there. Unfortunately, my body didn't really hold up in the combat sports. So coming to esports, it's less strenuous on the body, but I still get that competitive fuel that it just runs right through my body. I can't contain myself. I just love competing. I love winning.
So speaking of winning, you won, obviously. So you'll go into the 1-0 bracket. I don't know if this is official, so I'm fairly sure, I'm reasonably certain that you're going to play Bleed next. So if you're going to play Bleed, so tell me about them. Like, obviously, you've got to go away and prepare it, and you've got to get ready, and I know you'll do that, but initial thoughts on playing Bleed, and then how are you going to control Reap specifically? Because he's been popping off this tournament.
We scrimmed Bleed before the tournament, and I think that we understand how they play. I think with any team, when we understand them as a fundamental team, how their play style, all the little things they do on attack and defense, we really thrive. And I think we all really understand Bleed as a team. So we'll go into today.
Yeah.
The best of one, anything can happen. Like, they have players that can just hit 15, 20 kills. Like Reaps has had an amazing tournament so far. But I think something that's excelled us as a team, we are always a unit, and everyone shows up. So potentially the fact that we are able to shut down an individual because of how we trade, how we play together, I think will be the way that we shut down Reaps.
Okay, do you remember how when we did your interviews in EUL, you always have the Muhammad Ali picture behind you? Did you have it with you here today or something?
I didn't bring it because it's a very fine print, so I didn't want it to get folded in my luggage or creased or whatever. But I've got my kangaroo charm, my plushie, which I got from Australia, so it is from the source, and that's my little sidekick along the way.
Fair enough. I mean, with all of this said, even Kendra at the end is calling SSG clueless in many ways. Is it a bit too arrogant to call it already with the game, or you feeling how the team all is together? Because let's be honest, you're still untested. Many of them outside of Kendra have not really had experience on LAN at all.
Yeah, I think going up against a team like SSG who have played, on the Copenhagen stage against FaZe and nearly beat them, a really close consulate. They've been to multiple events. I mean, even the Org and Faults have won a world championship. Yeah. So to come and to show up like that, and even in the comeback manner, really just shows the substance of this team. And even though they're young, it's the first event. All we need to do is just understand the feeling and shake off the nerves, and then we can power up and show the team we are, which is a really good team.
Anything you'd like to say then to your fans out there, be it in the UK or outside, for ITB before your next game?
Thank you very much for all the support. We feel it all the time. And this wonderful ITB jersey, you can, if you're coming to the Manchester Major, you can purchase this and pick it up at the Major in Manchester and support and show it off in the crowd. The black and red is phenomenal. Thank you all for the support again. We love you a lot, and we will hopefully try and make it to main stage for you guys to get a UK team at the UK Major.
There you go, the spot that everybody was looking forward to. Thank you very much, Kenny. Congratulations on your win. I won't take too much of your time. I know you have to go and prep with the team, and thank you, Fresh, for your wonderful questions. Though, for all those still watching, of course, it's a pleasure to have the players and talk to them, but we will take a quick break. When we come back, we'll break things down for a previous game in ITB versus SSG and set ourselves up for our halftime show. We're cooking up a lot here at the Major. See you in a minute. Welcome back, everybody. A short break just to get ourselves back in, relaxing. Welcome back.
Glad to be
Space
back.
Station, unfortunately, they take an L here against ITB. And I guess let's focus on ITB first and their victory before we kind of dig through the ditches and see what's happened here with SSG. So, into the breach, what did you feel was really their core strength?
Well, the interesting fact is SSG were prepared that there was going to be consulate. And then obviously you touched up on ITB, couldn't find that attack, and that's actually where they found the most success here.
Yes.
And I wanted to touch up on before going into this match is Azure specifically finding those opening engagements, finding that success for his team. We didn't see that, but he was still putting numbers up on the board which was ultimately helping his team find that success in those attacking rounds. And it was a beautiful display, especially from rookie players that we also talked about, that a lot of these players don't have that LAN experience. And like their coach just said, that, all these players are finding this experience, and there is sustenance to this team. So if they can find that success throughout the phases, that we are going to see a really good performance from ITB, but it's a matter of they have to get this consistency down. They have to keep pushing that going forward.
I think those first 3 rounds in particular, they went 0-3 down consulate defense. Literally never happened. You can see it on the timeline there. There was a nice timeout, there was a nice regrouping, and I think Kenny said it, we know ITB for being a team that trade each other out, that play as one individual unit. They were not doing that at all in the first 3 rounds. Ashen was genuinely running around and just having his fun with them. And when ITB brought it back around, brought it to the game that they know, and started executing their defenses, it went fine, and they got that 3-3 split. And again, like I said, they'd clearly reviewed SSG's consulate. They talked about that and how different teams had their way with them on consulate in NAL, and executed a couple of, I think that first attack that they got was probably the most crucial one to keep that momentum going.
I mean, Creeds has been incredible. We talked about him throughout the entire stage in EU, but to come in at his first experience on LAN and hit those shots, I mean, you've had plenty of experience over the years, but you've gone through the shakes, Lax.
Yeah, I mean, it's important important. Obviously, you don't just want to be a regional team. You don't want to be the team that just looks good in your own region, but then when you get to international play, whether that's a team perspective or a player perspective, so the fact that Creeds can come here, do it regionally, and now do it internationally against an A team, again, I want to see the consistency. I think it is important nonetheless for this team to find that success early on, but still, there is a lot more games to be played, and there still is a lot more consistency that we have to see going forward.
Keep having these like proud father moments. Like the first day of EU League when Adrian and Creed, and I'm going to mention them together because they were in the same tier 3 team together, made their rookie debut inside of EU League. I was like, oh, I'm a proud father. Then they qualified to the major. Great. Then they play the major, and you know, obviously Creed was top of the scoreboard today. And I went into the player area mid-game, and I was just like having a look at the players. I like to do it, see what the coaches are saying, see what the players are saying to each other. Creed is just sat there, and he's like a Cheshire cat. He's got a massive grin on his face, and they're losing. I'm like, Creed, and it's just, I could just tell he's just like, I'm just happy to be here. I actually couldn't do a smile wide enough if I was trying to imitate it, but yeah. So he's enjoying playing regardless, and I think that showed in the server today as well. He was very confident.
Yeah, that's something that's really important to keep that energy up. But, you know, proud father moment. But what about SSG? Is there any disappointment after this game?
I mean, you got to be pretty disappointed because they were confident they were going to get Consulate, and they got Consulate. And SSG are no slouch on that map specifically, so the fact that ITB could turn it around, do the VOD review, work on their attacks, and find that success where the defenses where they lack, that's a massive strain on SSG just to show where they were lacking on their defensive half. So going forward, I think SSG really, sometimes, and SSG is a team, they do start out slow sometimes. They do need to get put against the wall to realize where their problems are, and I have no doubt Callout's going to realize and pay attention to where the problems were in the setups or the strats or the plays, whatever that is. So I have no doubt going forward, SSG is going to fix what they need to, because looking at the LCQ and looking even in phase 1, they were looking flawless. This is now a bump in the road.
Big question, how do you reset and refuel from this?
You don't. You just go again. I think that's all you can do. You know, in a matter of literal hours, you're going to have to be going again. So you've got to forget about it if you're SSG. Just don't worry about game 1. Worry about who your next opponent is and beating them now in terms of that next opponent. You wipe it off. You don't think about it anymore.
And it's important that no one is being sent home after the first loss here. So there's not a lot of pressure. I don't want to say you don't have any pressure on you, because you obviously want to perform and you want to make that upper bracket. But nonetheless, there isn't a lot of pressure. You just wipe it off.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for kind of breaking things down. It's great that we have a North American analyst and a European one to talk about both SSG and Into the Breach. But we have reached the halftime of our Playday, which means it's time for the halftime show. And before I send you to break, let me just tell you, for all those that are subscribed, great. Get your questions ready. For those who are not, make sure you do. You got 5 or so minutes before we do it, because we have a special guest coming up on our halftime show. When does Bolo join the halftime show? It's just in a few minutes.
Told the guest.
And you can ask. No, I can't. I need to tell them. I need to tell them, because you want to ask him questions, and you should. And we want to learn how he plays, what physical kind of utility he has, you know, from mousepad to how he actually works with the monitor, but also the preparation at the gym or anything like that before you get to the game. So anything you'd like to ask, our team will filter it, and I'll be asking it. That is after the break, though. Welcome, everybody, to the halftime show. It's time for us to have some fun. Hi, I'm Milos, your host. With me, relaxing, and our guest of honor from Dark Zero, it's Mr. Jason Bolo Doty.
What's up? How's it going, guys?
It's good. I mean, I'm so happy to finally see you on here with us on the desk. I feel that you should have been on here before King George did, which he did at SI. So.
Okay.
He was on the desk at SI. We did a little.
Yeah, a little bit.
Not with me.
No,
No KG.
You weren't invited. You weren't invited. My fault.
I just had to stay in the green room and kind of listen to Carter yelling.
That's fair.
Which is usually what we get in the green room. Anyways, we're here to discuss a few things, but also to get questions from the chat. So for all those in the chat, if you're subscribed, great. If you're not, do so, because then you can ask Bolo questions, and I have my questions populated on my tablet here by our wonderful staff over at Blast. So the topic of conversation is, how the hell do players set up and play on that desk? Because some of them, good God, their claw grips on the mouse is weird. The way that they're so close to the monitor. I'm looking at you, Joystick. There's just so many ways for people to play, and I just wanted to ask you first, before we dive into it, if you could introduce yourself again to all those around. I think that this is your cam.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess the main topic, right, is just about the setups and whatever. I'm not like a setup guy. I don't got the tape measure like I think Doki. Yeah, Doki. I'm not too specific on that, but I just kind of roll up, see if it kind of fits, and just kind of go from there. I kind of go raw on it, so
it's not the worst thing.
Yeah.
I mean, do you go raw to the point where you never wash your mouse pad, or? Am I outing you here?
Never
that you
washed a mouse pad.
Okay, so typically, I usually just get a new mouse pad.
That's what I do. I think it's kind of nasty. Like, why are you washing your mouse? I
don't want to
fill up.
I don't want to fill up the tub or anything.
Yeah,
Plus, we got some good orgs representing us. So if we need some new peripherals, we always get hooked up.
Yeah, I'm just a caster. So not a caster.
Have you washed your mouse pad before?
Yeah, I have had the same mouse pad since summer of 2016, and I love every bit of it. The only
apparently
it is great to wash, but of course you have to keep it clean. Though I will say, I do not regularly clean my keyboard. Let me tell you, that really it comes a knocking.
You're loyal though. That's all that matters. Loyal to the pad.
Loyal to the comfort that the pad brings, right?
I was gonna say, I feel like once you wear and tear it, if you're washing it, you might as well just get a new one and get that brand new feeling.
But you can get it. It's a limited edition, developer only one. So that's why.
All right,
there's some history behind that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I actually do have a mouse pad with your signature on it.
That's the most important one.
Yeah, but it also has a bunch of others. So
not mine. Not mine.
No, you weren't even playing back then.
Sure, pal. Sure.
This was Pro League Finals, so Season 2 of 2017.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Gamescom.
Yeah, you're being accused of cheating in ranked.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
That was that time.
I was still what, 15 playing ranked.
I remember I thought you were cheating. You killed me one time on Chalet, and I was like, yeah, this Bolo guy's definitely cheating.
Yeah.
There he is in Pro League. Gets an ace, I think, first game. First game of your career.
Oopsies.
Did your mouse grip change since then? Can you talk to me, how do you usually grip the mouse?
Well, I mean, I don't even know how my mouse grip has kind of evolved over the years, honestly. If you really wanted to, you could probably go back from my, first videos, first streams. You can, I had a mouse cam back then. You could probably compare it to now, but I don't think it's changed. I feel like it's always just kind of whatever fits is what fits and what I go with. I think the only thing that's ever changed regarding my mouse is just the evolution of wireless technology.
That's true.
So that's kind of, a crazy thing.
Did you play wired?
Yeah, FK1. Oh, that little nasty yellow scroll wheel, Zowie FK1. Shout out Zowie.
Yeah, and
the little nasty one. Shout out Zowie.
This is in the days where everybody had mouse bungees also, just to have the cables
I would always wrap mine around the monitor stand. No mouse bungee.
It's actually what I did.
Yeah, fair. But at some point, the cables kind of don't really work too well with it. But actually, I wanted to get your opinion on what players here at the Major are doing with their mice. So we actually have a reel for it. So so far, pretty normal, like a standard.
Oh, the little lift off. Yeah. I've seen that a lot.
That's the drag and drop.
Angled on the keyboard too.
I'm a fan of the angled keyboards.
Ah, all right. Okay. It's a bit higher up, right? A bit more raised on the back.
Reeps is in here, right?
We'll get to him. We'll get to him.
Sorry.
What about middle?
There it is.
Wow.
That's the Grim Reaper. You can't discredit
he is
that.
Still wired. That is insane. He's got the waterfall mouse pad hanging off the desk and a wired mouse.
Yeah, I mean, everything's kind of seeming normal here. Do we have like a zoom in on the Reaps one or like a slow-mo of it? Because it seems like it's the most epic one of them all. And just to kind of give some info on it, this is because his sensitivity is like 3 Gorillion.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's a number.
But that's what I mean. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive. It's honestly impressive that he's using that little of mouse pad. Like, he definitely doesn't have to wash it. That's like he's only using
he just did a 360.
a percentage
Yeah,
of
no,
that.
he can just switch out the corner whenever he wants
just-
to. Like every 2 months, he just switches it to the other corner, hangs the other one off the mouse pad.
100%.
The desk, yeah.
So did any of you kind of do any of you put your actual mouse pad just a bit off the table, or is it completely on it?
So what I do is I actually have a really long mouse pad that also covers my keyboard as well. So like I kind of get a little cushioning on my keyboard hand, and then I also stack a mouse pad on the other one.
Yo, double
So I'll have,
teaming
like
mouse.
I'll have like a square one and a rectangle
That's
one.
some tech. That's some tech.
It just gives a little more height.
My pad on the desk, not an inch off.
So it's specifically only for the mouse. You don't have anything extra for the keyboard with it.
No,
How do you
I've
use
tried. I've tried that.
Not loyal to the pad. Not loyal to the pad.
I switch it up. Logitech G740 right now.
Okay.
Okay, because I have a 4 foot by 1.5 mouse pad that is meant for everything, and I just put it over the edge because I don't want to get carpal tunnel.
Yeah.
Watch out for it, gamers. Like,
No, you gotta do that. You gotta do the hand
thing.
stretches.
Absolutely.
Just need it.
Move around and just don't put it directly on the edge or for something that can even cut you or hurt you. You got to be
Well, that's
careful.
why I have that long mouse pad. So like I said, I get a little cushion in there.
Exactly. There you go. Some gamer ergonomics. I actually did a paper for that in university. That was a fun time.
Did you get an A on it?
Absolutely, I did.
Oh, okay. Just making
Absolutely, I did.
sure. You didn't
Beast.
fail that.
Beast.
Getting W's in general. But why would anybody run wired mice at this point, in your opinion, Bo?
I don't know. They're trolling. Or you're on whatever Reaps is on. I mean, it's obviously working for him, but he's an outlier. So literally no idea. I would never, ever try to go back to it. I mean, there's times where, you know, your mouse is glowing red, it's about to die, and you're like, all right, this ranked game's almost over. I got to plug it in, right? And it's still pretty miserable from then on. So I have no idea. No idea, but I'm glad that we are finally at this point of technology where everything is wireless.
Lax? You ever kind of cling on to those olden days?
No, I've had people like try to tell me like back in the early days of it, like, oh, you know, it makes such a difference to have it wired. You're missing like a millisecond of, you know, the rate to the monitor. And I'm just like, there's no way your eye is tracking that anyways. Yeah. Like there is like, I think there is a little placebo when you're like switching some things around, but still you're not noticing that. So I agree with Bola. Like now that we're on wireless, it creates less clutter on your desk anyway, so you aren't scrunching it even with a mouse bungee. Wireless is just the way to go.
Exactly.
Just plain and
And
simple.
you can't spin your mouse with a wire, so
That's true.
That's the key thing.
That's the Bolo special.
Really miss that
the
kind of
thing.
flexibility with
Bolo
it.
started that whole thing. Ever since people caught you doing it, now everyone does it. I even tried attempting it, but I'm not good with it. I'm not good with the wrist. I'm not flick of the wrist.
You need that light mouse.
Yeah, it'll probably bite me in the butt in like 5 years when I can't use my right hand anymore. But you know, I think it's worth it for the Twitter clips, right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. We have some questions actually from the chat, if you don't mind.
Lovely.
We have here from Remudo PCHS. What's the best way to improve at the game? I've been watching you since year 1/2. You're amazing mechanically. Thank you.
He meant all that?
Boy,
Yeah.
that is a loaded thing. Appreciate you, dude in the chat. I mean, I don't even know. I get asked this all the time, and my answer changes literally every day. You just got to grind it out. I mean, watching Pro League is always nice. You know, you get to see what the top dogs are doing in the game. Try to replicate a little bit of what they're doing. You know, you can always learn a little bit. You know, some spots, some drone spots. You know, little rotations, all that stuff from even with site setups. But you just gotta put in the time. You gotta be a good teammate because Rainbow Six is a team game. You always gotta, you know, use your words, communicate. Even if you're in solo queue, you know, you gotta be the icebreaker. You gotta talk. Even if you're solo queuing, be the one, be the change you want to be.
Even if they don't talk back, you just got to be talking.
Exactly.
Yeah, you just be nice,
Exactly.
sing a bit.
Yeah.
Why not? Get all the emotion up.
Yeah. Just be ready to learn though, because Siege is a learning game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Actually, we have a question for you, Laxing.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate, yeah. So Zexorus is asking, what's better, KFC or Nando's? You're a food guy, man after my own heart.
Not a fast food guy, but you can't really compare Nando's to KFC. I mean, I'm not a British local by any means, but Nando's, when I did have it, is by far superior in terms of we're comparing the two. So yeah, I mean, I think chat's gonna love me for that, Nando's. But then if you're gonna go KFC or Popeyes, you have to go Popeyes.
Fair enough. I mean, I've never tried it.
I don't really eat that stuff anyways.
Nah.
But if I was to, I'd go with Nando's any day.
You just make your stuff at home. You know, what do you eat? Do you like to make any food at home, Bolo?
I'm a pro gamer. What do you think I'm doing?
Nah.
I'll do a breakfast every now and then, but
Well,
you
what's
know,
that breakfast looking like?
you know, just the old eggs, egg whites, some potatoes,
How many eggs
a little bit of
would you say?
avocado. Ugh. 2 eggs and then the rest egg whites if I'm feeling you know, clean.
Okay.
I usually just do the eggs for the yolk.
Fair enough.
That's fair.
So
I mean, the yolk is very good for it. We do have one more question here before we get to keyboards. So Grimrose Gaming is asking, what made you want to return to being a pro player? Now, there's a lot of people that retire and then unretire within 5 seconds.
Yeah,
so
who would do that? Who would do such a thing?
Why?
Unreal.
What happened?
I don't know. I got bored. I just got bored. You know, it was just retired life is nice. You know, it's you don't have to scrim all the time and whatever. But I was just kind of sitting around at home with not enough to do.
And from Christopher is asking, which team you're looking forward to facing off against from this tournament overall?
Which team I'm looking forward to face the most?
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know. Whoever's in grand finals.
Yo.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Gauntlet has been thrown, friends.
Got to beat everyone.
Nope.
You want to be champ? I mean, you've lifted the biggest trophy that there is in the game.
Yeah.
You know what it's like.
Still want to keep lifting trophies though. That's the thing.
That's why you came back.
Yeah. That's another thing. The passion. Can't beat
Passion, the desire.
It's like the song, you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. And that applies, I feel, in many ways to Rainbow Six and to esports.
That was deep.
Yep. It's nice to lift the trophy,
Eagles.
but you miss the feeling a little bit. You do miss the feeling.
Absolutely. But let's move on then to our keyboards. We also have another bit of video here to kind of help us out with it, and then I can ask you, gentlemen, about your own experience with it. Let's rate these here. So keyboard on the side, you said that's something you like, Bolo.
Respectable, yeah. I do the that's kind of crazy. The behind the monitor is crazy, but I usually have it kind of parallel with my monitor stand. Very similar to that, but a little bit different. But angled is nice, exactly like that. That's kind of how my
That's too much for me. I like it just slightly slanted, but when it's like a full 75 degrees, it's too much for me. I can't do that.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if the keyboard is completely just level with my mouse pad on, I feel like I'm like I feel like I'm a day trader, just clicking around, right? Like I have to have control over my desk.
I
have
agree
to have
with
control
that.
Everything.
How many day traders are running around with RGB keyboards?
I feel like everyone
a lot
has
actually.
now,
So
yeah.
RGB on or off?
On. You have to have it on.
It is on. I used to be one of those guys that would always do if I press this, the color goes
so
here.
it expands
Now
up
it's just
top.
default. I don't really, lights
Okay.
are cool. That's about it.
So you heard it here first from Bolo himself. The RGB stays on.
Stays
on.
There you go. That's a reference for all the D2 players out there. They'll know exactly what it's about. But any kind of favorite keyboard compositions? Because I've kind of cycled through different kinds, kind of the 10 keyless, the full body. But if you're going, are you going for a half keyboard? What's the style?
Small.
The smallest one.
Small.
You get the 60.
Doesn't matter how big it is. It's how you use it. Small 60 HE. Love that. Love that. The actuation. More tech coming out. The more sensitive you go, the more responsive it is.
There's actually pressure sensitive.
Yeah.
Talking the cherry switches?
Yeah, well, no, it's like the wooting actuation thing. I don't know.
There's a lot of.
I don't know the technology
I was
behind
about to
it.
say, I don't
there's
even know the
SteelSeries, there's
technical terms for a keyboard
I'm not even-
outside
I don't
of the
even-
switches.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm supposed to be throwing all these brands out, but SteelSeries, Razer, Wooting, they all got the little actuation where it's it's the lift off distance. I don't know that. I just use it.
I'm learning some
Shout
new
out to
tech about
Shout out to
keyboard.
tech.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yep.
I just paid attention to cherry switches and used my TKL Corsair keyboard. I love Corsair keyboards. Those are my favorite keyboards personally.
So from Sup the Goat 2, specifically the second one, because somebody took the first name. What's it like playing with the madman himself, Canadian?
I mean, it's an interesting game. Every time we get in the lobby, he's always screaming at somebody, right? I think.
What he's known for.
Yeah, I mean, it is. But
He's screaming at you guys.
We had a sometimes he's a little bit more gentle when it comes to us. More nurturing. I mean, I think just today we were playing Beast Coast and Fett called a timeout. Beast Coast's coach. The whole time we were up 2-0. Troy was just screaming the whole time at Fett. Like usually whenever like an enemy team would hit the call or hit the timeout, you would kind of, all right guys, what's up, blah blah blah. But it was 2-0. Troy's like, screw this. I don't need to say anything.
There was no communication amongst you guys as a team. It was just trash talk.
It was the whole time trash talk, and then 2 seconds left, he's like, all right guys, dial in.
That's pretty on par with Troy. That's
Just
pretty on par.
All directed towards Fett. Fett hate, straight over the wall. Dial in, boys. Let's go.
The man just knows how to swap from one situation to the other. It's incredible to see. And there's kind of a more general question to us from Shadowhunter 2001 asking, what's y'all's favorite live event in the history of Rainbow Six? That can be as a player, but also as a viewer. We'll start with you first, Jason.
I mean, as a player, favorite event, it has to be SI 2022. For some reason, what happened there?
You guys didn't have a crowd.
We didn't have a crowd, but we won it. So
yeah, no, that's right. That's 100%.
Is that the event where Empire almost won?
Almost, once again. Almost.
Keyword, almost.
Almost once again, yeah. Yeah, SI 2022 is probably my favorite, but as a viewer, I would go to a lot of the events that I could when I was underage before I was playing, so I would probably just say SI 2019.
Fun.
Oh, wow.
Lax, you've played, you've been to them?
I would have to say the most recent SI. That was by far the most hype. I mean, I won the SI as well in the first year, but nothing compares to what that lad SI was. Like that crowd, the storyline, everything that led into that, by far the best event.
I don't know how unbiased I can be because I've been to a lot of them. So I would just say, yeah.
Is it being biased at that point?
I don't know. This is my 27th Siege event. I've done 27 of these.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
You're old.
I turned 30. I'm balding, man. Every time we're on the cameras, like, man is balding on camera. Yeah.
Listen, I just turned 27. I feel ancient. I feel ancient.
But honestly, like you said, for SI in Brazil, it was just something else to the point where I will say, I don't really care much for football anymore, but I went to a Manchester United game here because we're in Manchester, right? We have to try it out.
Oh, sorry, M&A. I thought you meant like actual football, not soccer.
The real stuff. And it was, I have to say, it was so boring. Like, there was no energy, no nothing. And I'm like, bring me back the Brazilian crowd at SI that were so hyped. This was just not it. But, nothing will compare to it. However, SI 2018, it holds a close bit to my heart. There's so many cool events that we've had in Siege, and we're gonna have a lot more of these as we go on.
That was my first SI or my first Siege event I ever went to.
Really?
Yeah, SI 2018.
I have pictures with you.
Yep.
From those events.
Yep. I was there, and I don't even know.
Wasn't DreamHack the first
16.
one you went to?
I don't know. Maybe you touched up on the lore more than I did. I forget.
You wouldn't believe how much I pay attention to your career status.
No, it was February 2018 because then DreamHack was June 2018. So it was SI.
Yeah, it was end of May, early June, and you went there and you were right behind the players.
Yep.
I was
Good
there and I was
Coach
casting. That was Austin. Austin
Yep.
was a fun time, I gotta say.
Yep.
Anyways, Bolo, it's been a pleasure, and I'm sure we can spend the rest of the day here kind of chatting. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans out there to kind of close it all off?
I mean, what is there to say? There's a lot. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for, just hanging out, watching the major and Manchester. I'm loving it here so far. We just beat Beast Coast earlier today, so hopefully whoever we play, because I still don't know, hopefully we beat them and we start out 2-0. Appreciate the support and, all this talk about, setups and all that. Arm sleeve is a must. Pro sleeve GG, boys. Pro sleeve GG. Where is it?
There you go.
There.
The man had to do it, of course, and yeah, you got to shill if you're a player, right? You got to make it work.
Yep.
God knows we have to shill in our own way. But Bolo, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for taking the time and joining us here on the desk. Thank you, Max and Gibbs. Always a pleasure to have a chat with you here. It's like two old dudes just talking about the things that they love the most.
We're unks now.
That's very true. But you know what? This is it for me for today. I'm gonna take the rest of the day off because my bones are starting to hurt. And at 30 years old, there's not much that you can do. However, my good friend and I'd say to some extent cousin, I don't know, Jeannie Kulthum will be here with you for the rest of the day.
She's here?
She's here. She's going to be great. Everybody's going to love it. Jeannie will be taking over the desk and the interviews for the rest of the day. So I hope you all have fun. You're in very good hands. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Manchester Major. We're on to the B stream now. It's Dev Marta and Lynx bringing you all the action here. How are you feeling about the games we've seen so far? We've obviously done first round of the Swiss, all done. We're moving into the winners games now and the loser games later on today.
Well, honestly, Dev, I've had a big issue because I watch all the games, I'm watching, and I can't retain anything because FaZe losing 3-7 to Secret is still sticking in my head as the defining upset of today so far. Like, every other game to me, it's been good. Especially that Furia BDS game earlier. Really great stuff. But that is basically the headline, the story, everything for today's games for me up until this point.
Yeah, well, I mean, speaking about both Furia and FaZe, arguably two of the favorites for this tournament, perhaps BDS you could throw in there as well.
That's the three for me.
Yeah, I think for most people it's the case. So yeah, Furia obviously taking down BDS. That's great for them. A really good showing for the reigning world champions and, of course, the reigning major champions and the only team to ever do it twice on a major. A lot of accolades to Furia have. FaZe, though, who managed to take the championship within Brazil, losing their first game. But let's talk about some of these lesser-known teams or perhaps up-and-coming teams. And I want to talk about Scars a little bit because obviously they're going to be in our game at the start of our B stream run today, and they'll be taking on Furia. And Scars, look, they did win their first game, but it's not going to be a big walk in the park from here on out. I mean, they have obviously played in the Japan League quite a lot, and they came to the major in their first games against the Japanese team anyway.
Yeah, and then their second game is against the world champions.
Oh yeah, it doesn't get much better than that.
It's sure you have the hometown rivalry. You know, well, not really a rivalry. CAG always loses to Scars, but now you're going up against Furia as your second game, and as we can kind of talk about later, there's reasons why this is going to be problematic beyond the simple fact that it's Furia versus Scars. You know, a team from the best region in the world versus a region that is still trying to get their things figured out. But I think undisputably what we can agree, you know, maybe Scars and then the second, third, you could say Kinotrope and CAG easily, but Scars are number one. Over the past year, still the only Japanese team to make main stage Copenhagen a year ago now at this point. They're unequivocally the best in that region and are honestly genuinely impressive in some respects.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Scars have dominated the Japanese region, and they, like you said, did make a name of themselves internationally a year ago in Copenhagen. But guess what? They have not won an international match since they qualified for that main stage in Copenhagen. Obviously, they took down Space Station at the time. They went and played FaZe on stage in Copenhagen. They lost it. Yeah, I mean, it was a hard game. These guys actually took a map off of them. They had a really solid shot. Since then, they didn't win a single game in Atlanta. They didn't win a single game at SI, at least not a series. They might have won maps, but that's a bit of a different case. Now they finally won a game at a major once again, but it was against CAG. So against a Japanese team, it doesn't really count for dispelling that curse. This is their opportunity to finally break back into the main stage, but it's against the reigning world champs.
And that's, unfortunately, that's when the other shoe drops. It's like, oh, we can say all these things about Scars, but Furia might not be in the form they were a year ago, or even necessarily in the form they were in when they won SI, but they're still one of the best teams in the world, even when there's been a bit of a reduction in performance from Copenhagen, Atlanta, or SI on their run over the past year. But for them, this is just one small bump in the road, is the way they're going to view this matchup. I mean, they had to beat BDS to get here. As we said, three favorites: Furia, FaZe, and BDS, as potential major champions, not just to make playoffs. Fighting Scars in a 1-0 position, sure, Scars are no slouch, and players like Nina and Rek on Scars especially could actually be very problematic for some of the Furia players. Nina and Rek are really talented fraggers. But Furia are such a complete roster, and having beat BDS earlier in a close game, but still beat BDS nonetheless, this game should dominantly go Furia's way if they're able to beat BDS.
Yeah, that's the thing. We just know so much about how good Furia are, and we've already seen that their form coming in, which was, in a way, coming into question this stage because of how much Furia struggled within the Brazilian region. They got third place. But you know that we've been talking a little bit off camera about all this, and I still firmly believe that Furia should be classified as one of, if not the favorites, for this tournament. And you've got to remember, like, you can't put too much stake into online performance for Furia. Like, FaZe Clan have been back-to-back champions of the Brazilian region now 3 seasons in a row. All of last year was theirs, and now here again, they've just lost a Secret. They haven't managed to take down Furia on the international stage in the last year. These guys always turn up at LAN to Furia, even if they aren't the best team in their local region. When it comes to these majors, it's their kingdom.
No, when it comes to not only specifically international events, but also late in events, they power up. They might take a little bit to get, you know, their footing under them early on in an event, but once the event goes on, but especially once they take a loss, that is really when Furia becomes scary, because they buckle down when they have either lost a game, not even necessarily to an opponent they should have beat, but just a game they've lost, period. That is when things really get real for them. But at the same time, Is that going to happen here? Is that going to happen against Scars? I mean, Dev, obviously, I mentioned Rek and Nina earlier as two big players. Rek, who's popped off over the past year. Nina, obviously, coming on this roster, aiding Rek, kind of taking a little bit of the burden off his shoulders when it comes to the potential fragging. But can Rek and Nina do that against KZ and Herds? Can we see the IGLing on Scars outdo Felipox, one of the best IGLs in Brazil?
Good question. Obviously, Fury are known for their firepower, known for their team play, known for their adaptability, and you can see that team play right here. Igor, the coach, giving them a bit of a...
Great coach as well.
Yeah. Anyway, let's just talk about the maps for a second. So, obviously, Furia have quite an insanely good map pool, and we're into a BO1. It does give both teams quite a bit of control over to where we're going, so you would assume that we're going to go somewhere both teams are pretty safe on. And Fury getting rid of Skyscraper straight out of the gate. It's actually their most banned map, but Oregon and Consulate are their next most banned map, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see those taken out by Fury here. For Scars, like, where realistically do you want to head?
For Scars, I mean, this is sort of the problem, right? Because Scars have been so dominant in the Japan League, it's sort of a bit of a mirage. You might feel comfortable on so many maps. Once you face an opponent of this caliber, how much can you really rely on that domestic performance? Even, say, take a map like, for example... Let's say both teams comfortable in Oregon, right? Yeah. But if you're coming from a weaker region, you might be 5-0 on Oregon domestically, but you go up against a team like Furia, that's a whole different ball game. As the ban phase continues, seeing Furia take Nighthaven Labs down, it's a little ironic considering that's the very map that they came back against FaZe on, but they also lost it in the regional league, and it's been a bit hit or miss for them overall.
Yeah, and Nighthaven Labs is actually Scars' favorite map. So I was thinking if I'm Scars, I probably want to head there. Furia very much clued in, and they have such a large map pool that they're happy to comfortably ban. Well, their first ban, Skyscraper, was their insta-ban, and their second ban was Scars' favorite map. So it looks like I have a feeling we're going to end up on Clubhouse here, because Cafe is another map of common ground between these two teams, and realistically, yeah, there you go, Clubhouse. So it is Cafe and Club are the two maps where both of these teams are really, really good, and I just feel like Furia has won this ban phase. I mean, they're undefeated the last 4 times they've played this map. Yeah, Scars are undefeated the last 3 times they've played this map, but of course, very different caliber of teams that we're talking about here, and let's not forget that Furia have played and won this map already this morning.
And the remaining 2 maps, Clubhouse and Chalet, in my mind, those are the 2 Furia maps. Sure, Chalet they've lost a couple times in the regular stage, but it's a map that they're comfortable on and have extremely good performances on against high-quality opponents. And instead, they don't go to Chalet. They pick Clubhouse, which they beat BDS on earlier, 8-6. I understand why Scars picked it. I'm not going to flame them for it. They're 3-0 on it. It's a very comfortable map. You gotta play.
It was that or Cafe or Nighthaven, and Fury banned the other 2.
Exactly.
So
and ultimately, you got to play to your strengths. You shouldn't not pick Clubhouse just because Fury is good on it. If you feel it is the best map in your pool, it doesn't matter if you're playing the World Champions. That's typically the map you should go to. Play to your own strengths, not to your opponent's weaknesses. But at the same time, this is one of Furia's best strengths, one of their most consistent maps, a map they beat BDS, one of the other tournament favorites, on earlier in overtime. It's one of those many reasons, as I mentioned at the start of the show, that we're going to complexify why Fury are the favorites here. Not just because of the World Champions, not just because it's one of the best rosters we've ever seen, but the map we're playing is such a strong favorite, such a comfort pick, that they literally beat one of the best teams of the tournament on earlier.
And yet it's not even their favorite map for Furia. Now, it is one of Scars' best maps. They've had very dominant performances the 3 times they played it in the Japan League. 7-1 over Kinotrope, 7-3 over Exist, 7-3 over CAG.
Those are quality wins in Japan.
Exactly. Like, those are convincing wins over 3 of the best teams in Japan. So a huge accolade for Scars. They like Clubhouse, but it's not really going to be about, oh, who's better on this map. It's about who's just better. And that's the fact is that Furia are the Goliath in this David and Goliath matchup.
They are, and the big thing in my mind going Scars' way, Dev, feel free to disagree, but in a best of 1, where you just have 1 map, you don't have 2 or 3 to fall back on, if Scars can get big performances out of Rek and Nina, this could go their way. If they have, because those are players that can take over rounds and have taken over rounds in the past. So if maybe Herds, who in the past maybe month or so has been doing great, but not as good as SI. KZ, who has really fallen off since his SI performance domestically inside of Brazil. If those guys are a bit quiet, sure, maybe JV92 appears, but if Rek and Nina are defining round after round, that could be a way for a Scars victory in a best of 1.
Very much so. Now, Scars going on to a map that they very much like with their new roster. Only 2 months since Nina joined up, and yeah, him and Rek are absolute beasts in the survey. It's not going to be easy against a team like Furia, coming off on a win already on Clubhouse earlier today. What a statement it would be if Scars are able to take down Furia, who have already taken down BDS on this same damn map. This is a huge opportunity for the Japanese to make a statement. Their first opportunity for an international win for over a year.
And also a position where all 3 of our tournament favorites, BDS, FaZe, and Furia, would have a loss.
Oh, yeah, they would be down.
They might, BDS and FaZe might still win their games, but if Furia were to lose here, everyone would at best be 1-1. Our tournament favorites would not be in the 2-0 position to automatically qualify if Scars were able to do the unthinkable and take down Furia. So not only a statement for, Furia's reputation, like, oh, wow, this team still is very beatable despite being the world champions, it's also that the 3 favorites we had, which I don't think anybody would stop or have those not be our favorites anymore, but it would really exemplify further what I think a lot of people have been saying, which is this has been a very competitive stage internationally in Rainbow Six. G2 being knocked out, the unthinkable happening, ITB not winning Europe but making second with a relatively new roster and system, incredibly impressive. Secret upsetting FaZe, Beast Coast winning the NAL, the unexpected. The unexpected's been the norm.
By the way,
yes.
There have been very few things that have actually remained consistent in 2024, moving on from last year, and one of those things has been Scars. They have been, once again, the kings of Japan, but we're no longer in Japan. We're no longer playing a Japanese team. No, it is time for the reigning world champions to take on Scars. 94% of you reckon it's going to be Furia to take it, and look, those odds look extremely grim for the Japanese. That just gives you the context for what an upset it could be if Scars have a little bit of bite in this game. But Furia, they're looking to go flawless here in Phase 2 of the Manchester Major as we dig in to Clubhouse.
And as we dig in, will they be able to hold their ground on this defensive side against the oncoming Scars attack? You would hope so, given what they were able to do earlier. The Furia bans we saw earlier, by the way, were Dokkaebi and Valkyrie, so already breaking a bit with the trend, and I like this Hibana ban on the attacking side. It's been a pretty normal ban on Clubhouse for a while now, especially since those pellet changes to Hibana, because when you're attacking that basement site, for example, you can get so many of those hatches, especially if you can deal with those Electro Claws, navigate around the impact trick. It's a really smart ban. Ying and Tuber out to follow up from Scars. Pretty normal as well. For the final one, though, Furia love their solos. It's one of their favorite operators that they play, always bouncing between different hands.
They're going to ban it out themselves.
They banned it here.
Wow. It does enable a lot more pre-placed drones and a lot more early aggressive drone work from Furia. Now, thing is, Nina loves Solus, so does Rex. So the 2 star fraggers from Scars really love that operator and are going to be a little bit more challenged when it comes to countering the early information for Furia. I want to go back and talk about Hibana again. Hibana, as you said, great on Clubhouse because you can open lots of hatches, but really, it comes down to how good Hibana is at opening one specific hatch, and that is the kitchen hatch, right? If you ban Hibana on Clubhouse, how are you going to open the kitchen hatch? What are your options? All right, you could try Maverick it. No, that's a death sentence. That's never going to happen.
You're going to get C4 or shot or something.
You could try and use a thermite charge or a secondary hard breach charge, but again, C4, even just shooting up through the vert, very dangerous. Or you can use Ace, who only has 3 Selmas, 2 of which need to detonate.
And especially nowadays, Ace is almost exclusively used on that church wall. You know that vertical angle teams will get where they toss it down to open up the bottom left corner. And then we get to can openers, but again, very susceptible to impact.
Like TLDR of this whole shebang is you're not getting the kitchen hatch open without some serious threat of the impact tricks. Now, we do have 2 impacts on Herds, and that may well be enough to protect that kitchen hatch, as we only have 2 secondary hard breach charges on Nina and 2 more on Rek as well. It's going to be a real challenge for Scars to breach these hatches.
Well, Herds has used both of his impact tricks to create rotate holes on the top floors.
Never mind me.
Yes, unfortunately, that's our bad, actually, for trying to predict what would happen around the kitchen hatch. But it's still logical from Furia. You know, Scars, the more inexperienced team in Fury, maybe would struggle with this problem solving, but doesn't seem to really care all that much about that roam. Nina's already made his way into dirt, but he triggers an F not mine, and that'll clue the defense in that somebody might be pushing very quickly into the site.
Okay.
But Washoy just cut down JV92. They're trying to take this one quick.
Oh, he does get traded on back from Philippox. Good long angle there. Warden apparently does not need the 1.5. Still a big pick to take down. JV not able to change which of his dread mines are going to be active for the rest of this round. A very cheeky, early and aggressive push from Scars as they haven't even fully cleared the map. they're threatening a push in through blue with already control of Dirt Tunnel. They've got blue clear, and Rek is starting to move on forward.
He is, but there's that mirror window in his way, and unfortunately, because of that F not mine. Okay, never mind. He's run in with the bailiff. Hello, they've made their way in. They've got the advantage.
Scars 4v2 on the site now as Furia look to pick up the pieces on this retake, but this mirror window will work against KZ. He managed to slip on by Fish-like, but he won't survive. Can you hear the Japanese spirit as Furia evaporate? Scars find the opening round.
Like, who's pushing that mirror window with a bailiff? What?
He's a gamer.
What primal reptilian urge sings to you in your brain, like, push it with the bailiff, swing him with the bailiff?
Rek for you.
He didn't even crack the mirror window. It was open, I'm pretty sure, and he just sprints around, kills the guy, opens up the site, because I'm sitting there thinking, okay, the F not mine has triggered in dirt, so the defenders are going to pull back a little bit, not fully rotate back, but basically get into position and assume that a rush is imminent. So that way, Herb isn't all the way on the top floor. KZ's not too far out of position. They can rotate back. Scars have, they've given up the goods. The game's given away. And then they just rush in anyway. They just commit to it, and the fights go their way, and Scars are able to get the first round. It's a risky decision, given Furio had rotated back, but it was very entertaining. I'm not going to complain about that.
All right, Carter. So we saw the social vote was 94% in favor of Furia, 6% to Scars. I want you to pretend that we haven't watched this first round play out. Yeah. So I don't want that to bias you. Like, realistically, what do you think? Yeah, forget about that. Realistically, what do you think would the score be in this match? Like, what result would you be looking at? I mean, everyone would pick Furia to be the winners, but like, what kind of margin are we talking about?
I would say since they're starting on the defense. Well, this is the interesting thing, right? Because my inclination would say Scars get at least one, maybe two on the attacking side. But then on the defense, that's where they might excel a little bit more. So honestly, without looking at the score, I'd probably say Furia starting on the defense, maybe like 7-3, 7-4. Now that I've seen that round and seen the playmaking Scars were at least able to do in round one, if they get a couple rounds here and Rek and Nina actually do come alive the way we're predicting, this might end up being a close affair if they can run up the score early on.
Well, BDS got 6 rounds off of Furia on Clubhouse earlier today. Scars have already got their first. And Furia have changed tack completely. They've gone to cache CCTV instead of back down to the basement. Now, this is in many teams' eyes the weakest bomb site on this map, perhaps aside from Bar, but cache CCTV is not all it used to be. There's so many ways of dealing with this site. Ying has been banned out, but you've got the Monty still in, you've got the Capitao and the Grim, you've got the Thermite and the Thatcher to deal with this wall. I mean, it's not going to be easy for Furia to dispel against all of this insanely powerful setup. This army's going to do everything that she can, KZ, to lock onto this position. The Grim's Bees can't quite land. Oh, unfortunately, I think that Gon 6 also missed.
He got caught on the top of the Monty shield, and so many of the Bees have been used. You still have both those firebolts, though, and that's the one thing they have. All of this can go awry, but if these firebolts land and lock this player behind the Kiba, yeah, good fire. JV92 cut down. That's what they needed. Utility placement works wonders. There was one more player in Garage, and yes, there still is. KZ, well, not anymore. Nina just domes them. That's Garage Control cleared, and we've still got a minute left.
Again! Scars are firing up. Where is the Furia that we have seen dominate the world for the last year? Because they're currently in a 2 versus 5 against little old Scars from Japan. Now, Philippox in prime position. He can't deny the plan. He can't find a kill, and he will go down without a fight. Could it be flawless from the Japanese in the second round? Rek is low HP as he looks to force his diffuser on down. It is indeed! What is going on right now? Scars are 2-0 over Furia.
What a ridiculous ego challenge. He's like, I know I could just hold the CCTV window and kill him when he rotates across. Or I could hop in the window, pre-fire him, and get a flawless round with a gunfight I didn't even need to take. Scars are confident. I mean, they're confident, and as we've now seen, justifiably so. They are hitting all of these shots. And it's not just individual performance, because in round one, that was the big thing, right? It's like, all right, you rushed the mirror window, you won the fight, great job. They're on CCTV, there are many options to deal with it. They choose the Monty and the Capitao, and it works perfectly. They fire
the Grim.
Exactly, the Grim as well. They use the Grim, get the intel on where the Kate is playing, firebolt him, shoot him. Then when the Azami pops up as well, they're able to hit their shots on that player too. Then they immediately move into Garage, and what happens once they get that advantage? They push up, get another kill, immediately hop into the site, and get the diffuser. Sure, it took 2 minutes to get to the garage clear, but once they got it done, it was logical, consequential after that, step by step by step by step. Really nice stuff from Scars these past 2 rounds, and honestly, with how that looked, I'm surprised we didn't see a tactical timeout, but if Furia lose it here, you best believe Igor's hitting the pause button.
Yeah, well, 100%, because we're talking about going to a 3rd different bomb site now for Furia. Nothing's stuck on the basement, nothing's stuck on CCTV, and I really mean that in the fullest sense of the word. They got flawless. And it wasn't like, oh, one player just popped off, it was a cheese from Scars. No, they played that so well. Yeah. They played that so methodically. They're like, okay, we're going to take garage, we're going to use this and this and this, and we're going to have someone here, and they just picked them to pieces. Damn, it's quite something. I don't know how much you guys can hear at home, but like the player area is just on the other side of this long warehouse room, and it is bloody loud.
Oh, look at this.
Is this a mirror trick?
Yeah, I was about to say, Nate is prepped for it, seeing if they read into it, but Nina cautious. Think aware that Nade might try to go for
he's going to get tricked.
Goes. Is he going to? It's right on the opposite side. Wow. No.
Just doesn't land.
I was about to say, it might have covered the top left corner of the exothermic, but either the timing was off or the top left can't really exactly hit it. Either way,
I think
it was spin no matter
missed.
what.
Yeah, obviously, with the mirror window, you literally have to plant it on the exothermic charge to destroy it. It has to deploy before the exothermic detonates. So well played from Scars. They've already got an early advantage, though. I like the idea from Furia as we see the second exothermic go out on the con wall as well.
Well, and because Nate decided to dedicate a mirror window to that, you're now losing it in one of the key positions. You might not have it for, we just saw the Logi rotate, and we might see a mirror window there to watch the bedroom bomb site. We also have one, I would assume, now in garage is the other, or not garage, bathroom. Garage, what the hell am I talking about? Yeah. The other one in bathroom to watch the breach. So Nate, unfortunately, missing a mirror window on potentially a key position that now they'll maybe have to contest Logi a bit more aggressively or play a little more passively. And this is the big thing I was thinking. Where is this Nook going to go? Rek sitting bottom main. Furia are the kings of finding gaps and hitting them. If Rek finds one of his own, he could completely throw the site into disarray.
He's looking to play just passively for now. One of the worst things that you can do when you're that backstab operator is to pull your play far too early. Scars is not ready to capitalize on this. It looks like they're just going to explode at the same time. Tayo goes down, JV goes for the drop, and Washoy does find him. It's a bit of a bloodbath. If Washoy can find this kill, it might be redeemable for Scars. Fishlike, though, does eventually finish off KZ. He's running from the breach. Herds just moments behind him. If he can trade this, then it should be Furia's game. Yep, indeed. Just him for Leapox and JV to pick up the pieces, but yeah, it's not looking so hot here for Scars. Finally, the first round on the board for the reigning world champs. A much needed one at that.
Bit low energy, though. Bit low energy after that win. Scars shouting, excited once they got those victories, and Fury, it's like, oh, yeah, good job, guys.
I think it's more of a sigh of relief than a cry of joy.
I mean, especially, if Washoe doesn't miss those DMR shots on the second kill right there,
Yeah, man, that wouldn't have taken much for Scars to win that round for sure.
No, not at all. I came very, very close. Rek well-timed with that push up the stairs as well. Unfortunately, right there, I think the intel on the actual site player is just a little lacking for Scars. They cleared the default positions, right? The Twitch is ready for the player on the rotate, even ready for the player moving around inside a bedroom, but Rek not ready for somebody to retake up the gym hallway around the breach. Nobody actually seemingly playing that very position as they're all focused on actually moving into the site. So I think just some gaps left in Scars' attack. I think it was a good game plan, and it's clear that common positions they are ready for and communicating effectively. But Furia, who are always wily, especially Herds getting in positions you don't expect, it's what he's known for on attack and defense, just got the better of him in that round. Still got to win one more to tie the game.
Yeah. Well, I just want to touch on that, right? We're talking about a defensive-sided map, a defensive-sided game at the moment. Furia by far the favored team in this matchup, but Scars have already found 2 of their attacks. Now, I know we didn't ever really commit to answering the question how many rounds did Scars get, but on their attack, right? Like, if they can push 3 rounds, that's a pretty big red flag for Furia.
It is a massive red flag. I mean, the game against BDS earlier, it was 3-3 halves all the way through. Neither team able to get a solid lead, well, by the end of things, on their attacks and their defenses.
I really like that. I mean, he saw that the doorway was barricaded from the kitchen hallway, so he knew he could just jump in straight away. And I mean, look at that, 30 seconds into the round, already 2 of the hatches are open. Scars making phenomenal timing. They might not know that the map is clear, but if they had good pre-placed drones, thanks to the Solus being banned on out by Furia, they could actually already have full map control.
And also, as we know, no impacts on the Azami, barbed wire this time, no Cade on the board, Bandit the only source of hard breach denial, really concerned about that church wall, and Tubarão obviously banned. So getting those hatches, very easy as well. Not only were there some barricades in the way to make them feel confident going for those hatches, but as we know, the utility's simply not there for Furia to deal with it. They're instead focused on everything that comes after that. The Azami can hold down AKs. The Bandit can make opening up the church wall a lot more difficult, depending on what Tayu is able to do with those EMPs. To counter my own argument, though, because there's no Cade, because there's nothing to really deal with those hatches, Tayu has all of his EMPs, and Herds only has one in pocket. Sure, maybe they can run up to the wall with that final hard breach charge or the other two in Nina's hands, but as long as they cover Moto, this wall could be opened up pretty easily.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Well, good timing for Scars, but they have to, of course, convert the mid-round. This hatch has actually still not been opened here in Moto. There is only... Oh, there's 3 hard breach charges left. So, yeah, as you said, they could even work this church wall. It'd be a bit dangerous to try and do so, but perhaps the vertical game from Washui could enable that. I would like to see the Moto hatch opened up, though. And with no Kaid on the board, I'm a little bit confused as to why we haven't yet seen Scars do so.
It is a little bit strange, and as we're reaching the final minute, I think the big problem we have is Scars don't have the advantage they had in round 1. They're able to get JV92 early, then, you know, blitz rush the mirror window inside of blue, but they're playing this a lot slower. But with no operators to crack or destroy those mirror windows, all the positions on site still held, they're going to have to run into all the guns alive on Furious defense with all the utility facing them. It's going to be a difficult to execute for Scars, nothing like round 1.
Very much so. No Monty as well. They have to leverage these guns.
All the B's gone now, too.
These have. Tayo's just waiting here at the bottom of the stairs. He might actually find Herds, should Herds over-aggress. As you said, this player loves to sneak into cheeky positions, but is Scars ready for it? Look at Washui sensing it on in. He does eventually go down. This position at AK's insurmountable. Everybody seems to fall to KZ. A bloodbath as Scars head straight into the meat grinder. They find nothing, not a single kill. 1 versus 5 for Fish-like, but this is a very fishy situation indeed. KZ throws his body at him, but that's going to be the round done and dusted for Furia, tying the scoreline back 2 on the trot.
And that's sort of why, when it came to Scars' attacking side, that's why when we did have the brief discussion about what might the scoreline be before I've seen any of the rounds, those were the kinds of round I was worried about, that we'd see big individual performances, get them a couple, but there'd be consistent issues in clearing things out. Maybe they'll bounce back. I'm not saying that this will happen for the rest of the half, but they get the hatches quickly. Great. Not complaining about that. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Not a lot of mid-round there, is there? Like they didn't
exactly.
really use that mid-round.
That's the big issue, is the mid-rounding was borderline non-existent from Scars. No utility clear on the mirrors down below. The Azami's left completely safe. The Bs get used, 45 seconds left, and nothing is gained for it. No kill, no damage, no control. The transfer down to the bottom floor was really not there, and I think the final thing, too, you want to go for a plant through Ash Wall, and you don't have a shield like a Monty or an Osa to protect yourself.
Dirt control either.
Yeah.
You need dirt.
There's gaps for utility.
They just got straight up minced by the player AKs, right? You need to have some kind of way of addressing that. Maybe a Ying would have been nice, but Scars themselves banned that one out. Oh well, still a solid chat. Like 2 more rounds to play in the half, Carter. Like this isn't done.
It's a tie game.
Yeah, it is well and truly. And I think even if Scars only find one of these next 2 rounds, I think they should be happy with the half, especially considering the skill disparity, the perceived skill disparity between these teams. But should Furia find the rest of the rounds in this half, that means it's 4 in a row, momentum on their side moving into their attack. I think that would spell doom for the Japanese.
I agree as well. 4-2 half, and Furia being just consistently a little better on the attacking side than Scars is, given their experience and pedigree. But then again, it's a little bit easier to take fights if you're Nina and Rek on the defense. You feel a little more confident. The attack's inherently the harder side.
Well, historically, Furia are actually better on their attacker clubhouse than their defense. Obviously, they've only won this map, so stats are a bit inflated, but 62% win rate on attack, 55 on defense. They are really good at attacking this map.
It's one of their mainstays for a reason.
Very much.
It's one of them. Well, one of many, I suppose, reasons why Clubhouse is thought of to be one of the Furia maps that you better be prepared if you take this team to. Interesting thing to note, by the way, is actually I was about to say, yeah, we don't have the Thermite anymore. We've got the Maverick as the main source of hard breaching. We've got 4 hard breach charges from Rek and Nina, but opening this wall is going to take a little bit longer of a time. And given how quickly, sure, they took 2 minutes, but given how quickly the round collapsed for Furia after Scars took Garage control, the fact that they've taken the longer route to breaching, which will delay the time they actually start clearing out Garage, it's a bit of a puzzling shift.
Nade almost loses his life to Washoy on this rappel as the wall is open, and I do believe it is now completely open. We should be able to see Scars take advantage of those angles. Yeah, this is actually a mirror window inside allowed. That's a bit unusual.
Yeah, this was about to say. I was going to say it, then I wanted to talk about the breach instead. We have all 4 Garage panels soft in a mirror window down below inside of Lounge to stop the very Garage clear. Rec can get in safely. That's all well and good, but as people take fights, well...
Oh, Nina's gone down.
JV92 also goes down.
I meant JV, sorry. Nina does take him down with the fire. That's quite well played there from Scars, but of course elsewhere they did lose Fish-like on the Grim, and realistically they need some player to deal with KZ down here. Like, you can't plant when you have this player down in Lounge, and Nina is going to be the one to try and do that. However, KZ is supported by another roamer, I believe, in Bar as well, which is Philippox here. So this is very awkward for Scars. Like, they have to deal with both of these players. Does mean Sight's quite weak.
That is true, but I mean, what the hell are you going to do here? You can't support the Monty in Garage. You got to use the flashbangs or the concussions maybe to deal with KZ below, and he's got a C4 too. Scars were setting up for a default plant inside of CCTV, and this has completely stumped them, and unless they can hollow out the site in the next 25 seconds, they're not winning this one.
It could flip on a dime, though. All they need is to find a few picks and to go deep. And indeed, they do that. Nade's gone down. Hertz has gone down. The site is completely free now for Scars.
He retakes.
Shut out. Put down. Philippox against 4. He finds the first one. But as Rex starts to force his diffuser down, Scars, they've once again taken the lead. They're keeping pace with Furia. In fact, they are better.
Oh, man. Oh, wow. Okay, so we see the mirror window in Lounge. 45 seconds left. Scars are like, I don't know what to do about this one. Like, this one, we haven't
just sent it deep.
But exactly, and honestly, that's the call they needed to make. Because, sure, ideally you'd find a way to clear that out and do it in good time. But if you can't, there's no point going on a side quest with 45 seconds left. You gotta send it. You gotta go for the kills. And whether Furia were ready for it or not, doesn't matter. Scars were hitting their shots, which, to their credit, Scars have been doing consistently round after round after round, even in some of these losses. Scars have been hitting the shots, and when they're given a 1v1, winning them more often than not. I mean, there's not a single player negative on their roster right now. Sure, only 2 positive, but they're still not at a net loss for the gunfights they're taking in this game so far, despite how close it is. It's a good call from Scars to send it. They win the fights. I think KZ as well throws up the C4 in the chaos and doesn't get any kill for it. So, Scars now with the lead. They've got 3 rounds. This is officially scary territory for Furia, in my mind. This is the harder side.
Can I just point out that Furia, earlier today, played BDS on this map. BDS only got 2 rounds of attack against Furia. Scars have now got 3. Everyone's saying, oh, Furia, FaZe, BDS, best teams in the world. Look at Scars for a second. I'm not saying they're the best team in the world or anything, but these guys are beating Furia on the unfavored side on one of Furia's favorite maps. This is quite a statement, and if they can keep it up here, moving on to Jim, I don't know what's in store for the second half.
Truly don't. The attack, again, it might be Furia's better side, but Scars will probably just be more comfortable on the defense is the bigger concern for me. Furia, they could be good. They could be one of the best attacking clubhouse teams in the world, but in a best of 1 where Scars are hitting their shots, if Rek and Nina just get a bit more aggressive than you anticipate on the defensive side, that could be wraps.
Can I just point out as well, you said that highlighted the KDs on the Scars side. Let's have a look at Furia for a second. Nade with not a single kill at the moment. JV struggling, Herd struggling. Like, these are the 2 big fraggers. It's funnily enough, Philippox is the only one positive on the squad. Furia are being picked apart.
They are. They're just not having the same success. They look cold, as you mentioned earlier, which was a big issue we saw in the FaZe game. The gun skill just not, we know it's there, but it wasn't there in that game. Here, hasn't been there consistently. The KZ at least makes it even. 5-5, cuts down Rek in the middle of the plant wall breach, unfortunately, caught with his pants down all the way on the balcony. And this clear,
nice.
Not going well at all. KZ is the king of 1v1s. Might get another, depending on what this Repel player decides to do.
I really like that from KZ, though. He's decided to get quite aggressive now. He's just having his confidence. He's got such good aim. He almost finds a 3rd there outside of stock. Washoy does a bit of damage, but not enough. The Fish-like starting to march on forward. Nina really needs to find a fall-off kill here as the defense retreat towards the site, but I don't think he's going to get that. Furia do manage to slink back towards that bomb site just in the nick of time.
This is where things get really problematic for Scars, because you remember how close that execute was previously? Well, Washoi's down, and Nina actually does walk in, find a kill, and hop back out. Oh, I was about to say, I think Washoi fell off the roof. That's unfortunate, but at least you can recover him. And it's a 3v4. We saw what they were able to do when they sent it into the site, that they were able to win the 1v1s given to them. If they're maybe able to run up main stairs, have Fishlight gather intel with the Monty, and then Nina and Washoi, with the flashbangs both of them have, were able to isolate 1v1s, it's not going to be easy, don't get me wrong. But there's a winnable round in here, depending on what they can find.
Double drop, perhaps. Is that what's in store? Nade, he's yet to find a kill, but he's in prime position for Leapbox. A pre-placed C4 nets him a kill on the Fish. Nade's also fallen back on the other side of this mirror window, and Furia are playing this to perfection. They can just be patient. Washo is very low HP. Nina needs to land some seriously gnarly shots as Washo has gone down, and Nade finally gets his first kill. The half is over, and it's a tie between Furia and Scars. 3 rounds apiece as the Brazilians look for redemption on their attack.
But I'm almost not even concerned with round 6. Like, Fury got your win. We tied the half. That's great. That's all well and good. But round 7, and maybe round 8 as well, is where I'm really concerned. Really, round 7 is the big one, because what are Scars going to do, and how effective will it be? Because we see the Solus gone. Rek and Nina love that operator. It's one of the main roamers inside of Rainbow Six. They play the Solus, they run around with the Specchio scanner, the SMG-11. It's a great gun. Solus is good for more than that, but she's still one of the key roaming operators. With Rek and Nina without that comfort, what are they going to do? Well, right here, probably not going to do a lot of roaming on Warden and Cade, all things considered.
Yeah, realistically, you don't need to roam with this lineup. You've got such a heavy fortification with the Azami, the Fenrir, the Wamai can protect those Kiva barriers from the Azami, and really what I want to see from Scars on this defense is very similar to what we saw on Furia's second defense of this side. Like, just put things on lock. You don't need to overcomplicate stuff. Just force the attack to really work on the mid-round and form up and execute, because in the late round, it's very hard to execute here onto this bomb site with a slew of operators like we have from Scars.
The Kiva barricades and the F-Not mines being the big ones.
Even the Warden, right? Like, you've got a couple of flashes here on the attack, and that Warden is so powerful at withstanding that and fortifying these heavy positions.
Something to consider, too. I mean, sure, you have the Maverick on the board. JV92 can cut through those electric claws, but as we mentioned, let's say you electrify the kitchen hatch, you're a bit susceptible to being shot once you open up that hatch, or a C4 potentially, but usually, we actually talked about this in the green room, you genuinely want to impact trick that hatch, and Fishlike and Washoi have 4 total between them. So, you're probably going to electrify the Moto hatch and the blue hatch. JV92 will focus on that, but working around that impact trick with only exothermics, obviously Fury have prepared for this, they banned the Hibana, but it's something they will need to be concerned about, and they might have prepared for it, but they stumble a little bit. On that hard breaching, there's quite a bit of potential Scars could take some utility away.
Nina does have an electrical in pocket for the late game, whether it's deploying onto another hatch, potentially trying to trick this Moto hatch.
He's juggling it right
He's
now.
actually juggling it off because he wants to use both elsewhere, which I think is a good move. Like, obviously, we've got the Maverick in tow. The main impact of this electrical would be over on the kitchen hatch, potentially, or ideally, just on that church wall. Ooh, what was that?
Knowing Herds, it was down a staircase. Yep, he is up blue.
He's actually looking for more as well. This is very dangerous, but apparently, call the ambulance, not for him, but for Scars. He is traded eventually, but the damage is dealt. 2 big picks there for Herds, the impact that we expect out of a player of his caliber. It does put Scars well and truly onto the back foot.
That impact found exactly that we expect from Herds, too. On this site in particular, he loves lurking down staircases, whether it's blue or main stairs, trying to find a gap. He finds one, gets 2 picks, dies, is worth his weight in gold. Fury is not going to complain about what he has found in this round, and they've still got a minute left to work with. Sure, they can't really open up the church wall because of that electricity right now. I think that's good allocation from Nina. Got the impact EMPs, but he's got one more, but he doesn't throw it. So unfortunately, Fury will be able to open this up. Now an execute is very likely.
Yeah, indeed. It looks like Fury might not even need to shape up and execute as Scars drop like flies. Tayo needs to land this long angle, but Furia have the site well and truly open, and they can simply hold down the line. Up to Rek now to form up some form of plan denial. He will find KZ, but not likely anything else. Beautiful work there from Nade. And Furia are firing up here. They've taken the lead for the first time in this game.
Well, I mentioned this round would be important, and Furia basically Fortunately for Scars, doing exactly what we need to see for a successful attacking half from Furia, which is two things. One, Herd's on his A game. Sure, he might not have been positive going into this round, but what does he do? First round of the attack, walks down, finds a gap in blue, gets 2 kills, dies. That's exactly what Herds is doing when he's having impact, when Furia are winning games. That is how Herds is playing, and he does that in the first round of the attack. And then they follow up. They use the ground he's gained to, sure, they didn't end up executing or going for a diffuser plant, but they immediately move down the stairs. They see the walls electrified. First impact EMP. Don't even fumble it. Hit it immediately, open up the wall. Really nice stuff. Scars taking an early tactical timeout. They have dropped 1 round on this half. They are down 4-3. They're taking a tactical timeout immediately.
I think it's a good call, though. And Blue will look to talk to the team and figure out how they can rope it back in. I mean, just look at the contrast of energy. Like, I love Igor's energy. He's such a good coach for this Furia roster. He's always got a smile on his dial, but he can be serious when he needs to be. Right now, it's just about vibes for Furia, but quite the contrast for Scars. I think they need to hone in and figure out how they can fortify these defenses and prevent Furia from slipping behind enemy lines, prevent Herds from having an impact play like we saw last round that really opened up the bomb site in favor of Furia. Scars. So you can hear there must be something good happening on the A stream.
It's actually funny. On the A stream right now, Adrian got an impactless frag in a 1v5, and they're like, let's go!
What is the A stream game right now?
I think it's Dark Zero Secret.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, remember? Because I thought we were casting Dark Zero
We were
Secret.
casting that game.
I was like, Dev, I'm casting an NA team, you're casting an OS team, it's great. And you were like, we are working the B stream. And I'm like, well...
we're casting an NA team later, don't you worry about it.
I get to cast the World Champion, I'm not going to complain about that.
Certainly.
And I get to cast Nina. 7-4.
He's a gamer, by the way. He is an absolute gamer. But of course, Scars needed to spring into action a little bit. They've decided to change bomb sites. They've gone over to gym and bedroom, which I think maybe it's a good move. Sometimes it's better just to keep things moving. And of course, Furia showed that this bomb site is very, very solid. It's the only bomb site they managed to win both times that they played it in their defensive half.
I also want to see from Scars them be a little more proactive in these defenses. They just turtle on the site completely in the first round on Church Arsenal.
Which is fine until you get 2 players picked off by Herds.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, Fury are the world champions for a reason. They can set up and execute if you don't provide them with any substantial obstacles. Herds, trying to find ground early on. I like this early clear. Of course, if they give it up, there's possible that Scars could retake it later on and try and go for a flank around the map. But Herds at least found it early. It can now start looking for utility with this scanner as well. Try and find any of these electronics. Minute in, and Fury are still, despite Herds being down below early on, looking to deal with Washoy and Nina playing inside of CCTV and Cash.
Yeah, speaking of Nina, he just swung out and almost found KZ there for Leapox. Oh, Herds is sneaking up the main stairs.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, this is very classic Herds, but he does lose his head to Wreck, and that might be spelling death for Furia. Now, fortunately, we'd already seen one big pick from Leapox on the Tayo, just on the logistic boost angle. But still, his position has not been cleared. Cash CCTV well and truly in the hands of Scars.
And Fury are honestly in a bit of a dangerous position because there's nowhere these defenders can go, but Scars clearly recognize that, but as Nina tries to take the fight, he's cut down by JV92. Fishlike follows up with one, but Washoy, same position. He's got to play his life here, but the players on site are dropping like flies. Both defenders feeling the need to rotate back as the site's entirely hollowed out.
It's a good move, though, from Washoy. He doesn't continue to contest. In fact, Furia might not be aware that Wreck is dead on the ground as of yet. Leapox likely to drone it out. He spotted the player. Now he must make the call to his team to try and capitalize upon this. No chance, realistically, that Wreck can be revived. JV is once again going to drone him on out. And that does mean we are in a 2 versus 3 for Scars. Washoy getting back to site. His position not yet revealed.
Unfortunately, with Fishlike not having a C4, there's no options to deny the plant vertically for Scars. They've got to win these gunfights. They've got to hold out, and somebody's got to overperform to retake this man advantage.
Patience now. All that's needed from Scars, wait for the opportunity, and then make your move. 25 seconds to play. Furia, where is this going to come? Nade, the one with the fuser, but JV can't make up his mind. Is he going to go through Con? Bit of information now revealed. Oh, Washoy does have eyes on JV, but Fishlike deep into sight finds Leapox. Washoy round in the corner, he gets his. 1v2 for Nade. Scars tying the scoreline once again against the reigning champions of the world. The Japanese are not here to mess about.
That's a thumbs down 3v2 for me. I'm sorry. That's a thumbs down. Furia, you give them all separate 1v1s? I don't think wrapping around a Logi is necessarily a bad idea. You're kind of stuck, unfortunately. There's 2 players outside of windows, 1 guy in con. You got to take the initiative, get some kind of control. But we see the guy wrap around Logi and take a fight with a guy. They know somebody is hovering around the bathroom area because they throw a drone in, it gets shot from the right side. They know he's either in bathroom or around the hallway somewhere. But then when they hop in, they're caught off guard by the player main stairs. They then give another 1v1 to the guy in the general position they were already aware of. And I also believe Fellapox had 2 flashbangs left. Maybe he used them, maybe he didn't, but there wasn't any impact found from them. That much is certain. And so Scars are able to win that 2v3, not from any individual overperformance, but from both players getting 1v1s and winning them, and then finishing off the round once it became a 2v1. Scars fight back beautifully after the tactical timeout with, I will say, not a perfect defense, but still a necessary win to regain that momentum and tie the game.
A pretty damn good defense, if you ask me, for Scars. When it came down to the narrow margins, when it came down to someone having to make a big play, they did that in the 2vx. And it's a huge up for the Japanese. I mean, this has been a really solid game from Furia. They've made mistakes every now and then. Nade's gone down. Thatcher spawn peeked by Washoy. This is the energy we needed from the Japanese. Furia on the back seat. The Scars look to take the lead once again here.
So, 5v4 early for Scars. Thatcher taken down. 4 drones destroyed going into the action phase. 5 now. And so much hard breaching for Furia, it's very evident what their win condition was. Well, I would assume opening up the flat wall breach and using the Selmas maybe to open up the garage panels. But now as Herds is rotating over to construction, it seems they might try to go for a con-sided push. But the big concern here, I've talked about this relentlessly in the NAL, I'm a bit of a Conte hater, I will not lie. Because you open up the con wall, and by the way, there's no EMPs remaining, so you have to go below. You open up the con wall, and you're just funneling in through 1 breach and 1 doorway, especially if you don't clear garage. The big upside is the cache positions are very default. Somebody's going to be green box, somebody's going to be red, somebody's going to be in garage. You can kind of pre-aim a lot of these positions and maybe get the picks, but in a 4v5...
It's not a 4v5 anymore, Carter, thankfully.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, and Nina's also... Nina's a big one to take down. Oh, Felipox, though, getting peeked once again. I think that's Washoy continuing to be a bit of a devil on this roam. He drops downstairs. He will be scanned on out. Felipox can see that he has been retreated downstairs. I think KZ's managed to cut him off just briefly, but now Washoy knows about that position of KZ, and he finds him as well! Washoy continuing his reign of terror. 9 kills, and Felipox, Diffuser in pockets, is looking to hunt him down. Washoy's already found 2. 1 spawn peek, 1 big peek. He's going and hiding in dirt
This is
tunnel
honestly
at the moment.
smart.
This is so smart. What a time sink this is. Furia cannot spend time hunting him down, and yet they're going to continue to do so.
We've got 3 people on this dirt tunnel problem now, overall through the course of the round.
Including the Diffuser, by the way.
Yeah, and exactly, it's with Diffuser, so as JV92 finds a kill on the site, you know there's only 2 people here, but Fellapox and Herds have been so focused on the player down below,
Oh, man, he's so
they're not in a good position.
He didn't have a C4 though, unfortunately. Tayo does, however. JV goes down. Desperation now from Furia. A player down as Herds just sends it up onto site. However, Tayo is right near the breach and Herds has clearly got no clue about it. Washoy's still downstairs. Felipox is deep in the site as well. This is a solid crossfire held, but Washoy goes down big from Felipox. Tayo in a 1v2, but he has been found. No right did Furia have to win that round.
No, not at all.
But they get it done anyway.
No, no right to win that round whatsoever. I mean, spawn peeked by Washoy, stumped by him, even with the Jackal ping. Well, I mean, fortunately, KZ loses the fight. Washoy just better in that individual engagement, unfortunately. But then wastes even more time by sitting inside of dirt. Furia are so tunnel visioned on it. And once JV92 dies, all they have is that 1 win condition that ended up going their way, is flooding into sight and winning 1v1s given to them. Ironically, exactly how Scars pulled back that 2v3 2 rounds ago on Gym Bedroom.
Oh, man, but yeah, I'm still stunned that Furia won that. There was no world where they were going to win that fight, but credit to him. Felipox just sends it in, and he got it done. Really good reads to find those final Scars players. Not sure whether it was a lack of restraint from Scars at the end there. Like, they didn't have to make a move, but they did end up gifting 1v1s that fell against them. Furia, very lucky to be in the lead right here, and I think they know it better than anyone. This has been a very tough game for both teams. They've really been pushed to their limits, but Furia have finally got back on top of it, and they're just 2 rounds away from closing it out.
And unfortunately, what has been a very close game up until this point, if Furia proved to be the better team, even by a millimeter, it's rounds like that that'll end up making the difference. Rounds that Scars literally should have won. They absolutely should have converted that round and taken the lead 5-4, but they didn't. Now Furia have the lead, and if this becomes a 7-5 game, or maybe needs to go to OT, that could have been the difference between Scars either pushing it to OT, closing it out in regulation, depending on what these remaining rounds have. Scars need every round here and must be treated as valuably as it is. In this particular case, one engagement, Herds is salivating at the idea of this pick on the Fenrir, playing either inside a bathroom or around the corner. No, just around the corner. I doubt Fishlight knows.
I don't think either of them know. Herds has an inkling. He must have heard something. Drones coming to support. Big kill. Fishlight goes down. The numbers already established by Furia. Scars on this basement bomb site. Caught in an awkward position. Nina not able to impact Trick.
I think that's Dark Zero winning, based on how long that trash talk went. All right, Herds is walking up long now. This is just normal.
Keep it in mind. We will talk maybe about the B stream or the A stream game in just a moment, but this is still quite a tantalizing prospect we have over here as well. Furia so close. Look at Herds.
This is so smart.
This guy just shift W's on forward. He's right in the middle of sight, and he's found another pick. Nina's gone down. The rug has been ripped out from underneath Scars, and with that, the bomb site is fully Herds's. He's found another pick, Tayo down, and Herds is back into form, no doubt about it. Reckoner 1v5, he finds the first pick, but this is match point, open and shut case for Furia. It's been a close game, but that was not really a close round. Of 4K for the man himself. Herds has a huge moment, and Furia now with 2 match points.
I mean, that's what, 2 rounds now that Herds has basically opened up.
Yeah.
Both Church Arsenal rounds, he's opened up entirely by finding a gap. In the previous one, it was a 4v5, I believe, and then he walks down the stairs, it finds 2. No, it was 5v5, walks down, gets 2 picks, then Furia lose 1. But still, 4v3 established, man advantage established, Furia close out the round. In this case, on the roam clear, knows the Fenrir somewhere around the strip in the bathroom side, gets the cutoff, gets the pick, and what do you know? There's 3 roamers around the middle floor, and Herds realizes there is not a soul downstairs on Church Arsenal. So he walks in, gets the kill, and he didn't even need to get a 4K there. It was honestly kind of out of pocket that he did. He could have just got that pick and won the round for Furia anyway.
Oh, he likes the style points, man.
He
Have
does.
you seen this guy?
And he does not even the top frag. It's Fellapox at 11 kills right now, but every kill, like, the vast majority of Herds' kills directly contributed to at least 2 round victories. And if you count him alongside Fellapox in that CCTV cash round, 3 rounds almost entirely won by his efforts and a little bit of Fellapox too.
Yeah, both have been hugely impactful players. Nina, who we really highlighted for Scars, has had a few quiet rounds now. A lot of early deaths, a lot of disappointing performances, despite starting so strong. And that really can be said of Scars. Like, they had so many opportunities here.
So many advantages early on.
I think losing that unlosable round where Washoe had such a good roam, that has really affected them. Of course, it was 4-4 at that point, and now they've lost the next 2 rounds. They need to bring this back and push overtime, because it's crazy to think Scars won more attacks against Furia than BDS did, and yet on Scars' defense, they cannot find any luck.
No, the confidence seemingly isn't really there. Even when they're roaming, they're playing very passive. I was hoping to see them use the defensive side, forcing the attack to come to you to their advantage, and really they haven't. They've been letting Furia, get their run of the map, get the control they want. Herds especially find the kills he wants. I was hoping for a bit more, not only energy from Scars as a whole, but specifically from Rek and Nina, their star players. And Washoe has been doing great, don't get me wrong. And he was doing great in the game earlier against CAG, but Rek and Nina, there's just not been much. Right now, Herds, well, I will say domed by Rek behind that mirror window, so good start to shut down such a powerful player.
Opening pick means a lot for Scars, especially when it's Herds, as you said. KZ tempted to try and make something work. I like this rappel position from JV. Now, they've got a good drone in the site as well. They can start putting some pressure on, I believe it was, it's actually Washoe here, and he is taken on down. Well played from Fury. Every single player on this team dedicated to try and flushing him out. Felipox, oh no, he loses the fight. And the top fragger in the server goes down. However, KZ and Nate spring into action, going deep into sight now. The Thermite, Diffuser in pocket. looks for an opportunity. KZ, the player to cover, and he does that to perfection. Tayo down. Another one for Herds. Certainly all up to Fish.
Attackers activated.
I don't think he is in the water any longer. JV puts the nail in the coffin for Scars after a very tense first half. Moving on to the attack, no chance at all. Furia show their mettle and show what they are capable of as the reigning world champions. 2-0 so far at the major.
And ultimately, I'm left a little disappointed. Not with Furia, to be certain, but that was a close half. It was such a close first half. And to see Scars not build on that promise, it's very disappointing. Given the upset we saw earlier, Secret over FaZe 7-3, I thought we'd have a close game. I really did. And Scars, a lack of energy in their defenses, but also credit to Furia, some solid reads of their attack, but especially Herds back in form. Furia have had problems with their individual performances, especially from KZ in the regional leagues. And while Herds has been a bit iffy too, he still had those consistent performances, finding those gaps, getting those big picks, and this game against Scars, he was there exactly when Furia needed him on that attack.
Very much so. We saw what Furia are capable of even when they are playing from behind for most of this game. I mean, it was Scars leading for most of this matchup, and yet Furia, they took an early tactical timeout. They really talked it on out, and I think that converted them into some serious success. Herds took a few rounds for him to find his footing, but he absolutely killed it.
And then, of course, Fellapox also doing really well. I will say one of the worrying trends we'll see from Furia is they've got 3-star players, right? 3 of the best players in the world. Herds, KZ, JB92.
And yet Fellapox was the best player in that
Exactly,
game.
that's where I was going. And Fellapox, don't get me wrong, great player, outstanding IGL, back when he was on MIBR, such a pleasure to watch. And he doesn't need to pop off when you have KZ, Herds, and JB92 doing great things. When those 3 are doing well, that's usually when Furia are winning 7-0 or 7-1. It's really strong. But here, KZ had some great moments, to be sure. But JB92, a little lackluster, but what do you know? Fellapox at the top, really good stuff.
2.0 KD, man. That's insane.
Exactly. But then KZ and Herds, especially KZ in that final round, when they were getting multi-frags, they were winning rounds entirely.
Yeah. It was really just on Herds opening up rounds. He only got 9 kills, but every time he did find a multi-kill, it was huge. Fellapox also consistent. Furia back on the horse. They've taken down BDS, one of the favorites for the tournament, and now they've come back from what was an uncharacteristically close game at the first half against Scars, and I think that will fill them with a lot of confidence moving into their 2-0 matchup. Of course, the way that Swiss works, every game you play, it in theory gets harder, right?
Yes.
Every game you win, you're playing against other teams that have won the same number of games as you, which means that the next game for Furia is going to be a real tough one. And of course, that will indeed qualify them should they win it for Phase 3.
And it should be a tough one, but it's not going to be FaZe or BDS.
That's true.
And I think they're happy about that they don't have to play one of those tournament favorites to get into that qualification game. Of course, did have teams like Secret looking in really good form earlier that are playing on the A stream right now. But to flip it as well, I mean, Scars, they go down 1-1. They lose 7-4 to the world champs. I think, really, knowing you did so well on that attacking side, and I think also looking at that defense and realizing that lack of energy, not really providing problems for Furia to encounter all that much, it's a pretty easy read. I think there's a lot Scars can learn, and just even to be even more positive, the fact that Washoy was having a really good day overall today, and it wasn't all on Nina and Rec to get Scars this scoreline. Sure, it might be regulation loss, but still decent showing nonetheless. There's a very well-rounded roster here, and if Scars can figure out some of those strategic things, this could still be a team contending for a deep Swiss run.
It's true, they might still be internationally winless for the last year, but Scars have shown just how much potential they have here. Furia, though, of course, winners of that game, they go up 2-0 in the Swiss bracket. We'll go to a break, and after, of course, we've got more games in the Manchester Major ready for you guys.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. This is the A stream, but on B stream we had Furia going up against Scars. I have certain expectations of how this went, but I could be wrong, so let's check in with our casters on the B stream to give us a little bit of a rundown of what exactly went down.
Thank you very much, Ginny. And lovely to see you, by the way. It's been about a year since I worked with Ginny, so always nice to have another very short person on the broadcast. Speaking of, Carter, what a game we just had. It was really close at the start. Scars gave it all that they had. As soon as it switched into the second half, it was all Furia all day long.
That was my biggest issue with that matchup, was we were hyping it up. We're like, oh my god, Scars are going 3-3 against the world champs, their attacking side on one of Furia's best maps. This is going to be close. Oh, they're sitting inside of the site, not doing anything. Oh, they're roaming and not getting aggressive and taking gunfights against Furia, not utilizing their star players. It was a very anticlimactic second half, unfortunately. And Furia taking the expected dub, but there was such a better game in there from Scars.
Yeah, I mean, there was a solid game, and we also got to see some cool stuff out of Furia. We got to see Herds really firing up some big games. Philippox had a stunning one as well.
KZ popping off too.
Yeah, and they just looked happy. They looked good. They looked fired up. Like, they went down 0-2, almost 0-3, and Igor just got around him and whipped him back into shape. The team stepped up, potentially looking like tournament favorites now that BDS and FaZe are down in the lower bracket, if you want to call it that, in this Swiss phase. I feel like Furia, who in my brain I still want to call them W7M.
It's hard.
They are feeling like the best team in the tournament so far.
Yeah. And especially after that loss FaZe suffered earlier, Secret also beating Dark Zero 7-5 on the A stream as well. So that FaZe game, not just a fluke, Secret doing it against two opponents all in the same day. I mean, it's hard not to call Fury tournament favorites at this point, with FaZe and BDS both 0-1. Potentially one of them could be 0-2 by the end of the night if, say, against Liquid, Nesk has a pop-off game and Maya pops off. FaZe could very well find themselves down 0-2. We'll see what happens, though. Fury is certainly up there right now. Secret 2-0, and right now the game we have coming up, of course, ITB and Bleed also fighting for a 2-0 spot.
That is true. We, of course, have ITB Bleed on the B stream, but if you guys are sticking on the A stream, stick around as the desk will break that one down, and we'll get into that just now. If you are staying on the B stream, of course, we've got Bleed. These guys have made a huge statement at previous events, but coming into this event, they have a big team to go up against. Into the Breach, of course, one of the European teams that everyone is talking about. In the absence of teams like Wolves and Virtus Pro, Into the Breach have stepped into that breach, stepped into the shoes of these great European teams, and they've looked really solid.
And I think the most impressive thing about Into the Breach is they don't really need a star player to do the talking. They don't really have a Doki. They don't have a Shaiko. They don't have somebody you could point to and say, that is one of the best players in Europe. I think Creeds is excellent. I think Azur's been good on the entry too. Kendra a great IGL, but nobody is really taking over rounds and is the guy on ITB. It's the system that does the talking. It's the team that shows up in the server and not just one individual player consistently. And that's been the most impressive thing, is that they got second in EUL based on their merits as a team, as a five-man unit. That's what's been most impressive about ITB. And in their game against SSG earlier, did Creeds have a great showing? Yes. But everyone really on ITB had a pretty solid performance through and through.
Very much so. Now, of course, Into the Breach, they've actually only played one game so far at this major, seeding straight into Phase 2. They took down Space Station earlier today, and now they, of course, have a good game against Bleed. Now, for Bleed, this is going to be a much tougher match than we saw this morning, where they played Talon. Now they're talking about playing the second-best team from Europe, and I guess one of the top teams at the moment, it seems, in this tournament. These guys have seemingly come out of nowhere. Of course, we do have some old names on this roster, Kendra, or Kenny as he goes by these days. Quite a historic player, even technically a Pro League champion from way back in the Na'Vi days. But he's back on a team with some serious talent. Like, everyone's talking to me about Creeds and saying that he's, saying that he is an absolute gunner and has been outperforming everyone in the Europe League.
Yeah, Creed certainly has, and to be fair, we talk about ITB, you know, Creed's obviously having standout performance, but if there's not really any star player, the same can't be said for Bleed, which is still very much the super team of the Asia region, right? Reaps certainly has been that guy this tournament. Asfi, in the past 6 months to the year, has had incredible games. Hoven is really stepping up when a lot of these teammates, specifically Asfi and Turtsta, have not been filling that aggressive role as they have previously. Hoven is having a decent performance, but that's unfortunately the story for Bleed so far. We talked about it in the Talon game earlier, and as opposed to ITB, who have only played one game, Bleed have had a much more consistent record that's been very inconsistent and not up to the standard we saw in Atlanta or SI. We'll see what the maps end up being here, and if maybe that'll go their way.
Yeah,
I hope so, at least.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. Of course, Bleed and into the breach. Now, Bleed's favorite map is Skyscraper, immediately banned out by ITB. ITB's favorite map is Bank, immediately banned out by Bleed. Who would have thought?
Yeah, usually how those kinds of things go, especially if you have a team like ITB, handed by Kangaroo Kenny, really solid coach, and Bleed headed by Julio, another very well-respected coach. Exactly, world champion Julio, very well-respected player and coach. These teams are going to have deep map pools, and you'd hope they'd have an 8-map pool minimum. And we talk about things hopefully being good for Bleed. Nighthaven Labs is a good map for them. They beat, I believe it was, what, CAG earlier in the tournament? 7-2 on Nighthaven?
On Nighthaven, yeah. It was actually 8-7 according to mine. Oh, sorry, no, never mind, that was Skyscraper. Yeah, 7-2 over CAG on Nighthaven. You got a good memory, mate.
What can I say? I really am quite something. And I also recall, I believe in the Fury best of 3 as well inside of the domestic league. This was the map that Bleed won, I think, to qualify
7-1
to the Manchester.
Indeed.
I just really am quite something. And the interesting thing for ITB, don't worry, I have this. I did not have this memorized. ITB haven't really played this map all that much inside of the Europe League this stage, and I would really base ITB's record on this map, on this roster we see right here. Because, you know, teams like FaZe, who've been a unit for a while, we could say, wow, they've got this record on Oregon for a while. But with Kendra obviously making his way on the roster, Creed's a huge fragger for this team. It might be Kangaroo Kenny's system, but there's new players slotting in and executing that vision. And not having any footage on Nighthaven, going to be a bit problematic for Bleed. I imagine Julio was hoping he had a little more prep work to do.
Yeah, but end of the day, this is one of Bleed's favorite maps. They have had quite phenomenal performances on it as of late. I just mostly find it interesting that they didn't go to Clubhouse. It was the final decision of Bleed, either Club or Nighthaven Labs, and both maps, both of these teams value really highly in their preferences, but Bleed decided to leave Clubhouse out and go to Nighthaven instead. As we get into it, it's one of the newest maps to be introduced into the pool, and what a map it is. Nighthaven Labs. So many historic games have occurred here, not to mention the grand final of the 6 Invitational, where W7M, now Furia, took down FaZe. What an exciting map Nighthaven Labs can be, and to see which of these teams will go through flawless into the 3rd round of Swiss, this is where we will settle it. Of course, a very slight favor in the social prediction to ITB, but Bleed are certainly not counted out.
And I think for me, I would like to reflect the social prediction a bit more, that Bleed have a very good shot at closing out this game against ITB. But as I said in the Talon game earlier, I love this roster, and I like what they did in Atlanta, showcasing the individual skill, and what they did at SI, showcasing the new coordination under Julio. But both have been lacking in comparison to those previous events at Manchester. Bleed have not been that same team. Really close games, fighting tooth and nail to even get to this position. Whereas ITB, asterisks, in the one game they've played, have looked quite good and are progressing very nicely from their high water mark in the EUL. Bandface is almost gone and transpired. We see the Deimos taken off the board, interestingly, by Bleed, not wanting to maybe get that revolver and deathmark tracker in the hands of a player like Creed's, I would imagine.
Yeah. No, it's nice. It goes to show that they've got a solid read of this team. I'm loving the banter we're seeing in the chat as well. They are just going back and forth. And you can see the faces of Bleed. They're having a lot of fun with it as well. Like, this isn't smack talk. This is a lot of respect between these players. Quite a contrast to what we saw in the first Bleed game earlier today, where it was literally just all smack talk from Turnster against Talon and against Fabian. I saw that even spilled onto Twitter a little bit afterwards, which was lovely. But yeah, I'm really enjoying this energy we're seeing from Bleed. ITB, though, very serious team. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them fire up here, especially as they start on defense.
Especially, and with ITB to start, this is a team that is no stranger to roaming. I mean, when Solus is on the board, Creeds loves playing her, loves going for those roams, and with the operator bans transpiring, that's something ITB are going to have to lean into. Cade and Tubarao band. On this basement site in particular, a strategy that is very, very useful is, you know, Zodoing one, maybe Electric Claw tricking the other, or Bandit tricking the other. So not having those two options, one of these walls is getting opened up. One of these walls is going to get opened up, even if Oscar somehow turns into the Flash and Bandit tricks the other wall at the same time. Something's going to happen, so you got to lean into this roam. We're going to see Kenny, Creed's on the top floor, especially with that castle. They're trying to hold on to the middle floor for a good portion of the round.
Yeah, nice extended roam. It's going to be a challenge for Bleed to look to clear all of it. But they're always up for a good challenge. Mentalist is tempted to try and make something happen here on this breach, and as he is the Maverick, he can essentially do a little bit of that solo. Does have to be a little bit worried. He's actually just making little lines of sight. He's not doing anything too serious as of yet, which is a bit of a surprise to me.
I mean, you can throw some flashbangs through those holes, maybe a nade to stop Oscar from bandit tricking, so he's not going to feel worried about playing on that wall right now, but if he wants to bandit trick something later, Bleed have options to throw utility in and either make playing on that wall very concerning for Oscar, or if they throw a grenade in, might very well cost him his life if he decides to stay there too long. But as I already mentioned, ITB are well aware that hard breach denial is not going to be their main win condition. It's just something they can't bet on, especially on this bomb site, especially with Cade and Tuberel off the board. So you're looking to players like Azur or Creeds to have good impact in this round. And considering the positions they're denying, they could be quite strong. Noah, Creeds, and Azur, all on this middle floor, but more importantly, holding control of that cargo soft floor. So Hoven can't just throw those boogie drones in and detonate them without worrying, because Azur can shoot them, he can hold this position, and contest the vertical angles for a long time. It's working out so far, by the way, because we're half the round in, not a lick of damage to be dealt to either or any player in the lobby, but more importantly, Bleed have not dealt any damage to this round.
Yeah, I mean, they've gained some map control, but really not enough. Flash goes in. Oh, Hoven, did he know that he was dropping straight downstairs? He's pretty much in the bomb site, and he's found the opening kill.
I like this.
This is seemingly a rush from Bleed 2 minutes into the round, and this diffuser will indeed be planted. However, Mentalist immediately taken down afterwards. Good response from Noah. He's found 2. And now it is up to the Asian roster to lock in a post-plant. Still roamers at large. But Azur's in a bit of an awkward one. He has a bit of a read. Can't land enough shots for Asfi. Creeds has found his as well onto Reaps. And suddenly, ITB have a substantial advantage. Azur finds his pick. All up to Turnster now in a 1 versus 4. And with Kenny hitting that diffuser, it's not going to happen. ITB, what a retake.
I mean, it was almost stopped in its tracks completely. Noah killed the player with the diffuser, killed Mentalist about a quarter of a second after they actually entered the post. That denial was almost precise from ITB to basically end the round before we even got to the post plant. But Mentalist is able to get it down. Noah kills him a quarter second later. But then the retake is very, very nice. Azur moving across the top floor, forcing the player inside of cargo to take gunfights with him, but the castle doesn't overplay his hand. He bobs and weaves, wastes his time, and lets the rest of the team, the bulk of the retake on the site, actually try to win those engagements. ITB do so successfully and unfortunately, and what was a really nice call from Bleed. They get that first pick. It's Hoven to find it. They get the diffuser down because they realize it's really biased on the roam and biased towards assembly. Nobody actually inside a tank. I like the call. But ITB win the fights on the retakes and coordinate very well, and that makes them the better in round 1.
Very much. Narrow margins, though. It wouldn't have taken much for Bleed to steal that round away. Now we see ITB for a second defense. They go into the top floor. This IT breach can be quite a fickle matter as well for teams to try and clear, to try and deal with.
Especially those mines.
Yeah, and well, the thing that we do have from Bleed immediately is this Montaigne. And Monty is such a powerful operator, as we've seen many teams use to great efficacy so far. I love this pre-rip C4 from Noah. He might actually find Reaps here.
Oh, too far.
Just slightly too far. Big player that you want to keep alive, though, as well. Reaps has been the best player for Bleed in this tournament, and one of the best players in the tournament, full stop. In fact, the 6th top-rated player in the Manchester Major thus far.
I was talking about this with Leo, though, Alfama, is that Reaps is often, though, on these operators that you want to stay alive for a long time. You know, maybe your Bucks, your Hibanas, or at least stay alive to use their utility, as opposed to, you know, Turdsta, for example. If there's not a Mira on board, the Ash charges aren't that big of a concern. Or Hoven on that IQ. There's not many electronics, not that big of a concern. Obviously, there's impact for both those operators here. There is, in fact, a Mira, and Creeds is on the Solus, which if you saw earlier in the tournament, Bleed actually found quite a good solution for on this map when the Solus was playing down below in basement. Faking a breach charge on a wall, IQ either scanner out, domes her through the wall. But Creeds is very tenured on this operator and very talented a player, and he's not in such an easy position. Instead, surrounded by bulletproof walls, scanning, seeing where Bleed are droning, where they're going to take from, and right now, Bleed not really concerned about that solo roamer down below. Well, that might change momentarily with Turdsta.
Turdsta's on for a bit of a lurk. This is quite common, though. A lot of teams like to go for these lurks down in the basement. He is being droned ahead as well, which is kind of unusual, but does give him a lot of ability to get a bit of control. Oh, he might be able to get the drop on this player. Now, Mira knows exactly where he is. Kenny is going to hear Turdsta. Oh, Turd has the opportunity and finds the pick, but Azur elsewhere has taken down Mentalist and a second one. It's Oscar. who springs into action for that. Very solid look for ITB.
Solid look, too, and look at the other player. Turdsta, frankly, his death doesn't even matter. It's the Monty going down as the first pick. That's the headline right there. Asfi trying to regain the momentum, but instead Creeds is pinched down below by Hoven and the Maverick of Asfi. But still, the Monty's gone. Still the player that could brute force control through IT on top of garage stairs is dealt with. Bleed's saving grace is this 3v3. They could make it work. They've got 4 flashbangs as well to blind these players. Once they pick up the diffuser, they'll have to move in. The secondary utility needs to land, and they have to kill Oscar if they want to push Aqua.
Dreadmine not active. Asfi can walk forward safely. Diffuser in hand, and he's got Hoven to support him. However, Oscar's taken him down. Oscar's gone huge this round. 3 big kills. Reaps now 1 versus 3. All of these players know exactly where he is. He's walking to a dead crossfire, and Oscar finds his 4th. ITB looking red hot, and there's nobody more fired up than Gangrel Kenny behind him.
Yeah, I was talking to Kenny the other night as well. You know, just getting the lay of the land once I flew in from, you know, Cornfield, Indiana, seeing what's up at the Manchester Major. And I was talking to Kenny, and he mentioned that it's a very conscious decision for him to get hype like this, because he said, I don't trash talk the other team. I'm getting hype for my players. I know that I can bring the energy up when it needs to be, or keep it up if it's already there and my team is already there. So I get hype, I get excited to try to make sure that my team is dialed in. And that's why he's getting loud like that. You don't see him yelling at the other team. He's cheering on Oscar. He's cheering on Kenny when they're popping off. And Oscar in that round, the deciding factor. Though it was Azure who cut down the Monty, it's still Oscar with that triple kill over by Aqua. The roams, when they've been there, have wasted time or been solid for ITB, but it's actually been the on-site coordination, whether retaking or holding it in that round, that have been their basically the best thing for these defenses so far.
Bleed looking a little bit disjointed in a lot of these rounds, right? Even when they do have a nice idea, it doesn't take much for ITB to pick it to pieces. 2 rounds of defense on the trot here for ITB. They found their momentum. They're looking very comfy. And they move on to what many people consider to be the tertiary bomb site here. Not kitchen, but storage and cargo. Now, this can be quite an awkward bomb site, but the same can be said for attacking it, right? Because in terms of denying the plant, you can do that from the floor above, the floor below, or the bomb site itself. And it does effectively mean that this bomb site engages the entire map of Nighthaven.
Loading new mag. But something going in Bleed's column is you know that somebody's likely going to be down there later on in the round. Could be the Valkyrie with the C4, could be Creeds with the Specchio scanner, but you know that's an option that ITB want to keep available and want to put some focus on, even if it's not their primary win condition. We already saw Azure down there earlier, and I imagine both him or Creeds could find themselves downstairs in that basement at some point in the round. Creeds, though, very much upstairs, runs out, kills Asfi, the Dokkaebi. You're going to be wishing you had those calls to hunt down the Solus later in the round, but instead, Creeds gets the 5v4 and is still in the wind, escaping the clutches of Bleed and likely going to cause more problems down the road.
That's not a good look, is it, Carter? 3 donuts for Bleed, and 2 players on ITB yet to fall, Azza and Noah. 0 deaths. A long way to go for Bleed. There we go. That's a big pick. That's what they needed. Reaps has found Noah. No more keeper barriers active. He almost gets C4, though he falls on back, and Creed swings him anyway. ITB are dominating here. They are not letting Bleed play their game. They have locked them out. Turdsta punishes an over-aggressive Oscar, and that does bring us back into a 3v3. But ITB have not taken their pedal off the metal.
No, they're still keeping the pace, keeping Bleed at bay, and I think what's so strong for ITB right now, every single operator remaining can go down below and deny the plant vertically. You've got 2 C4s, or you have Creeds with that Specchio scanner. Sure, he might be 1 HP, but if Bleed commit to an execute, they're going to have 1 player putting the diffuser down, at least 1 covering, maybe 2 as well. Maybe they say send 1 guy down below to deal with the player vertically, but that still makes a retake on the top floor. 2 guns on ITB against 1 gun on Bleed, if that's what happens. This is a very tenuous 3v3 for Bleed to thread, and also a post plan that ITB could very easily deny with literally any of their remaining players.
A lot of options for ITB, and so it just comes down to being patient now. In this little pre-execute moment, as Bleed look to try and make something happen, they do have a lurker upstairs.
That's the clear. Mentalist trying to take down one of these players, denying the plant vertically.
He has to land it. He has to cover his teammate, and it's Hoven to force his diffuser down. Turd's actually come up for a lurk from elsewhere. Creeds is in a funny spot as well. Mentalist somehow keeps at bay these players above, but we know how good ITB are on these retakes. And Kenny kicks it off. Turt's going to go below. He's the IQ. He can actually deny this disable from downstairs. Really, this is just about baiting time here for Bleed. As ITB are in a very solid position to make this retake work. They've got the numbers. And they're marching towards that diffuser. Kenny jumps on. Tursta can see him. Is he going to be able to deal the damage? He does! This is a highlight play from Tursta. Hoven's going to go deep. ITB! There's no time left! Big from Bleed. They get their first round of the game.
And that is a really well played 3v3. And obviously, Tursta deserves a lot of credit, you know, going down below, using that IQ scanner to deny the defuse. But really, I want to give credit to Mentalist for not overplaying his hand. He doesn't try to commit to the gunfight because he can see over that Kiva barricade. They've called, they want to go for a cargo plant, so he doesn't need to take the gunfight with the player all the way inside of second floor by Aqua. That's pushing too far, but he also doesn't need to swing further into the site to find Creed's bias towards the IT side because he can see if the Solus rotates across through that small gap between the door frame and the Kiva barricade. So Mentalist playing passive there, I think, was actually the best part of that 3v3 because he can say, you're safe to plant, Hoven, just cover him on the bottom floor. I have the second floor covered. Really well played and well called by Mentalist and executed by the rest of the team.
It's one thing to win on a tertiary bomb site, though, on your attack. It's another thing completely to actually have some success on these two primary bomb sites. And ITB were very convincing in these first two rounds, right, Carter? They didn't let up at all. But Bleed did manage to get the diffuser down on this basement bomb site, but that was a bit of a cheese play. They just rush-dropped the hatch about halfway through the round. They didn't go for a full clear. And I would be concerned if ITB are able to pull off another retake. I think it's a tough call for Bleed. Like, do they look to try and make an explosive play like that, or do you think they should be looking to go for something a bit more substantial in terms of a clear?
I mean, if they find the gap, they should take the opportunity, I'm not going to lie. And I mean, right here, sure, they maybe not going for a clear, but doing this set play with the glass, looking through the smoke, it's not something unique to Bleed. It's a bit of an off play, but it's something we've seen a lot of teams across regions do. So I hope ITB, if they're actually ready for this, not to counter it, but at least not peeking it, which it appears they are once they see that smoke go down. Oscar hiding behind those boxes, nobody inside of the site pushing, nobody on these vertical angles peeking. Really good stuff, playing passive. They know probably what Bleed are going to do, and a very nice call and reaction from ITB to not get too aggressive or too antsy. And the set play from Bleed doesn't work. So you talked about, should they hit that gap, should they go for a more full clear? Well, if they want to do the latter, they got to start now.
ITB have just always looked really comfortable and exuding confidence, which is funny because that's usually what Bleed are like. They usually like to play like in their opponent's face, but
it's two different things, right? Bleed are confident in their gunfights. ITB are confident in their system.
Well, Reaps does find the opening kill onto Kenny. Noah, indeed. Noah is very confident to continue peeking this angle as well on this roam game. Good information though for Bleed. Does make him think twice about it. He hears that drone. He doesn't know what they know and what they don't. As the glass goes for a peek. Oh my god! No way! Noah's just found two. I have no idea how he just wall banged that glass through the smoke. Absolute fraudulent behavior. Mentalist pushed in for a refrag and didn't find it. Gnarly stuff from Noah, who's continuing to deal damage here. A third one finds him, and eventually he goes down. But he might have dealt just enough damage. Creeds looks for a little bit more before falling back.
He could cut down Asphy right here.
Reaps is on the ground.
Azur's still holding this too. Noah's very revivable. He gets the finisher. Can now maybe pick him up, but he's playing it safe.
Oh my god.
Man, look at the discipline right there. Doesn't even pick up Noah. Playing out the 3v1 now. This is really good stuff. Really, really nice stuff. Noah begging for his life in the all chat.
Oh man.
That's funny.
I don't think Tez is taking out the default camera right next to him, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, that was quite a chaotic round there, and really Noah just saved that.
MVP.
Yeah, absolute MVP of the round. Tersta in a 1v3, but nobody's going to peek him, nobody's going to give him a chance, nobody's going to give him a look in. And as a result, this should be yet another very convincing round for ITB. Beautifully played. They are well and truly in control of Nighthaven.
And Noah, definitely, at least in my mind, in contention for most improved player of Europe. You know, on that previous, a year ago when they were TT9, then into the breach. was very consistently and repeatedly talked as the weakest link on, or one of the weakest links of that team. To be fair, TT9 was a weak chain overall back a year ago, but now Noah, this stage, has really come into his own. He's not the best player on the team. Don't get me wrong, at least statistically. Azer's leading the entry. Creeds is the closest they have to a star player. Kenny's the IGL. But where Noah before left a lot to be desired, Noah now is just good. He's showing up. He has high impact moments. He's making impact even in smaller engagements. And with the system that Kangaroo Kenny has developed on this team, he's really started performing very, very well. Bleed now obviously taking their tactical timeout as they've gone down 3-1. And talking about systems, this is where Julio needs to step in and I think get Bleed to figure out a more solid game plan, because we saw them react to that gap in the first round, right? We also saw them pick up that nice 3v3, but a lot of those were in-round calls. The beginnings of these rounds seem very formless for Bleed. Not a lot of set things they've decided upon, and it seems to be costing them a lot of time.
I'm not sure whether it's strategic or whether this is more just a form thing for Bleed. Like, in that tactical timeout they've taken now, is Julio saying, guys, calm down, etc., or is it more like, okay, guys, you're not committing to this game plan that we've got? To some degree, it's just ITB rather, running around this map. And it's so difficult, like when you've got Noah last round being such a menace on that roam, Bleed are finding that really difficult to deal with. And I think, like, Bleed are a team where they know how to play a really high level of Siege.
Oh,
obviously,
definitely.
they've got Julio coaching them, but they are chronic overthinkers. Absolute fraudulent overthinkers.
That's what it seems like, because I know Julio's got a good game plan. I know Mentalist can call a good game of Siege, and I watched this team play at SI. I know Turtsta, Hoven, and Reaps can execute a good game plan. So what's the problem? Has Mentalist and Julio stopped being good at their jobs? Probably not, given their long careers in Rainbow Six. So it's probably a case of, and if they've executed the game plan previously, it could very well be just overthinking, which teams go through. It's something you have to go through as a team and work through. But it's creeping up right here, where they're overthinking things in round, and when they decide on something, they look great. Even in that one round where they saw that gap, sure, they lost it, but they still got the defuse down with a really nice call. But if they are overthinking, which it appears they're doing, it's costing them these attacks, and hopefully this tactical timeout will slow the momentum on ITB's side.
That's what Bleed are hoping for sure. It is a slow attack, though. 45 seconds in, this IT wall being breached thanks to the Maverick. Interesting way to breach it. Long angle at the bottom just to enable this one-way fight from the staircase outside. But ITB are not going to contest that. A little peek angle as well, and a crouchable rotate hole. Very Picasso of Asfi, but it does get the job done. It does give an avenue towards the site for the attack. See the Ying for the first time.
It's a bit surprising, especially Ying and Brim on the board.
I like this, as the SQ comes on through, Hoven almost finds it, he misses both players. So unfortunate, the timing just off. As a low HP, Creeds is taking a bit of damage as well. Bleed need to capitalize on this. They've got the map control they were looking for, but it could so easily flip back against them.
It could. They are a bit boxed in right now, but now with Turtsta finding that 4v5, finding a second player retaking over towards lobby stairs, now they can spend this time to decide on something, because I like that quick thinking. I like that decision making. Hoven realizes with those Candelas, only one player here. He can push in and easily go 1-for-1 with Reaps over by the garage door, but he doesn't even need to do that. The Azami falls back completely. Turtsta's able to hit a lurk on the backside and find one kill. The two is just icing on the cake at that point. And now Bleed have so much of what they need for the execute. They can push in through Gen, push in through Garage. They have an execute here. A 5v2 on either of the reduced HP players would just make it even easier.
The Reap's starting to move on forward. Got to worry about these dread mines. Got to worry about the bulletproof camera staring him in the face. Almost lands a good shot there onto Azza. Low HP. They're still at large, still alive. ITB just waiting for this onslaught. Turtsta is a big position, but not able to refrag that teammate as of yet. A 4v2 still winnable. But once again, Reap steps up. Oscar's gone down. All up to Azza now. 1 HP. Finds the first. The trade comes through for the Chinese. Big play from Reaps. Big round from Reaps. And Bleed now just touching distance. 1 round trailing behind into the breach.
Yeah, for me, like, sure, Reaps got a 3K that round. That's all well and good. But for me, that was Bleed were the MVPs of that round, because the play there, the strat, it was very clear what they wanted to do. They wanted to acquire Garage, acquire IT, then flood into the site through those, that doorway through IT, the rotate into Garage. That was their win condition, and that was evident from beginning to end. And then how do they execute it? they've got 2 players pushing Garage when there's 1 player actually holding the Azami. They clear her out, they get that control, they have turrets on the backside to see if anybody goes for a flank. 2 people try, 2 people from ITB die, and Bleed convert the round. That is quite literally the exact round I needed to see after that tactical timeout. Like, literally down to the movements of each player for Bleed, in my mind, to stay competitive in this series, and we've just seen it.
Yeah, so is it realistically possible for Bleed to make a solid enough comeback to win this game, despite being really thrown around in the first few rounds?
On the attacking the kitchen bomb site, it very well could be.
I think it absolutely is. I mean, they got their first round win on a tertiary bomb site. Now, ITB, who could go back upstairs to that IT bomb site, that service CCTV bomb site, they instead are going to go and try a bomb site they have yet to play all game long so far. If Bleed win this, not only will momentum be on their side squarely, but of course they'll be 3-3 on the unfavored side of Nighthaven Labs. Both teams prefer defense on this map. We've seen that statistically. And I think it would speak volumes if Bleed are able to lock in an even half on their attack.
It would, especially, by the way, Asfi and Mentalist still both have 0 kills. Like, they're both still, I mean, to be fair, Asfi has, only seen 4 people and died 4 times, but it's not been great from either player, and yet they're still able to have a really, really solid round 5, even if Reaps, did a lot of the heavy lifting in the kill department. For this bomb site in particular, you have to clear out this top floor. You have to push the meeting player back, but you don't need to clear out the whole thing. You need to clear out these immediate rooms, meeting, top lobby, maybe open up the connector breach too, and then you can just get away with the half clear. You then open up the breach down below and then try to get maybe plant in on the cafeteria side. Sometimes we'll see an Osa or a Monty be used to facilitate that. Neither here, and unfortunately, no good advantage for Bleed. Hoven taken down and Turched on the floor. Just a potential 3v4 if Turched gets confirmed.
Okay. Very awkward. Vertical game punishing Bleed. ITB looking very organized. Oh, Turched is actually outside the building. He may get revived here. Kenny forced on back. Tempted to go for another repick. This is very cheeky. He could lose his life, but I don't think Bleed have got that read.
I don't think they do. They've picked up Turched again, of course, but no, Kendrew found out. Still 8 drones alive, by the way, for Bleed. That is absolutely absurd that they still have that much available intel. So many flashbangs, too, to rely on. 5 remaining. It'd be very ironic, by the way, with 7 drones remaining now. They don't drone this Fenrir in the corner that is playing right here. Hopefully they do, though. Hopefully they do.
There's also a bulletproof camera staring at Mentalist here as well. A very good setup. Oh, hello, Creeds. That's very aggressive. Very dangerous as well. Kenny ran in this corner. He could refrag. He could push for it. There's information. That bulletproof camera. Netzik, no, not a kill. Asfi lit up, but just barely. Kenny looks for a bit more. Turched, meanwhile, taking down Azza. So this is grim for ITB. It puts the pressure onto Kenny to deliver.
That's the
Finds
diffuser.
one. That is the diffuser down, but he's going to rotate back upstairs. His position was spotted, and I believe they should be aware of the fact that he's gone upstairs. But Mentalist and Turd, both low HP. It would take very little for Kenny and Oscar to bring this back.
But if he kills Reaps here, the full HP player, this is an easy 1v1 with Reaps not aware. If he wins this fight, the round's wide open.
You have to win this now, Mentalists. You've only got 1 kill so far. But Kenny now upstairs, and he's got this vertical potential available to him. There's so much information for ITB. A round that never should have gone their way has been stolen. Thanks to Kenny himself. Tersa in a 1v2 does not last. ITB say, no, you will not get your even half. We steal 4 rounds of defense.
That's the experience at play right there. Kendrew making every single right move down to the singular step. He wraps around. I thought Mentalist was there. Turns out it was a full HP Asfi, and I'm like, oh, he's fired a lot more shots at this guy than I thought it would take to kill Mentalist. That's weird. Well, it's because it was the Thermite. They swap positions, but then he doesn't re-peek it. He wraps around. Asfi's so concerned about both sides of that staircase, he ends up dying, drops Diffuser, and Kenny then rotates up the stairs and plays passive. Waits for Bleed to make the next move because Kenny could take the initiative, but he's got no intel. So he plays it safe, waits for Bleed to peek, and winning that 1v1 with Reaps. That is the gunfight that could have changed the course of the round. If Kenny loses that, it's a 1v3. They can move on to the site. They have the diffuser. They can trade that down. But with Kenny getting that kill, it's a 2v2, but he retakes the vertical angles, and that's what does Bleed in the end.
Reloading! Another round that goes begging, right? Like, Bleed would absolutely be kicking themselves for losing that round. They did so much right. It was a tertiary bomb site.
4v3 advantage.
Wide open for them, and they fumbled it. ITB are laughing right now. They built up so much confidence. They had a very strong start to this game, and they're weathering the storm as well of Bleed making that comeback happen. Like, at the end of the day, Bleed took their tactical timeout and only got 1 round for it.
A great round, to be fair.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's still just worth... A great round is worth just as much as a pretty poor, but we just got it across the line kind of round. It's still just 1 point on the scoreboard.
That is fair. I will give you that one. At least Asphy and Mentalist got to kill that round.
Yeah, well, no more donuts, but still a long way to go to look competitive in this game because I'll just say it again, like ITB looking like the better team, and it's not a narrow margin. It wouldn't take much for Bleed to fire up on their defense. Of course, they much prefer defense. 73% defense win rate on Nighthaven to their 61 on attack. So obviously they're used to winning on both sides, but particularly on this defensive side. Into the breach, not strangers to attack on this map either. 67% on their attacking side. This is very early aggression, though, from Kenny being live drone. There's nobody here.
There's a gap right here. There is absolutely a gap. So many players on this roam, just 1 player inside of Assembly. Kendrew might have just found the winning way into round 7.
Mentalist got no idea about it as well.
Oh no.
Reveals his position, Kenny.
Uh-oh.
Mentalist, you can't afford to die here. We need Bleed to come back to site to support. Hoven's looking for him through the vertical angles, through the feet holes. Kenny's just in the middle of sight. This is a game of ring around the rosy, but nobody can find anybody. Hoven coming back for it. Eventually, Mentalist does go down. Hoven finds Kenny. The damage may have been done. Snuck into sight of ITB. And they got the numbers on their side as well. Up to Reaps and Asphy now on this retake. But they are so far from home. As I say that, Reaps does get 1. Creed, the big hitter. He's gone down. Asphy's position revealed. Got to win this fight now, Asphy, as he falls back to sight. It might be redeemable for Bleed.
Might be redeemable if Noah wins that fight. Honestly, if either player wins that fight, that's probably the round for the victor. But Asphy decides to rotate back. Definitely the safe call with Diffuser down below, but with Noah left alive, he's got this skeleton key, and aside from using bullets, there's no way for Bleed to really deal with this effectively. No C4s, no impacts, so Noah can get all of this vertical control and set up Azur in a really nice way to maybe go for this Diffuser plant. It's so far away, it doesn't seem that they're actually going to rotate over and get it. I think it's a perfectly reasonable call in this case. But they've got to find intel, and they've just got 1 active drone remaining in Noah's pocket. So going for the kills here, Asphy and Reaps will have the advantage to rotate, find a gap where you're not looking. ITB need to be clean on these heads-up gunfights because otherwise it's not happening.
Drop down. Noah goes down. Big from Asphy. Azur was just far too late. He's now picked up that diffuser, but he's got to jump in through this hole, and he will reveal his position. He's gone straight into the dread mine. I mean, this is a done deal. ITB had a beautiful play, but they're not able to make this one work. 4 seconds. Azur is not going to be safely able to stick this. He goes for the fake, and as a result, Bleed hold firm. Finally, their first round of defense, but far too close for comfort. Smiles on their dials is exactly what we need to see from Bleed to fire up.
Certainly, and ultimately, you know, Kendrew finds a really nice gap there. You know, overall good call from ITB to try to flood in. It takes a bit for everyone to actually get into position, but we do see people go to that assembly breach, start actually pushing into the site to support Kendrew, and not a lot of players rotate from Bleed. You know, we see Turds to go down cargo stairs, and I think Hoven as well also goes into the site, but still have a couple players on that roam, Asphy in particular inside a garage. But the name of the game, more often than not, is if you try to quicken the pace, you're probably going to be a little bit lacking on the intel, which is where having really mechanically talented players comes in handy, or in the case of FaZe Clan, just 5 of the smartest players in the game that are able to adapt on the fly and still know exactly what they need to do. But when ITB find that gap, Bleed are able to find gaps, able to rotate where they're not expecting, win enough gunfights, and then close out the 2v2.
Yeah, but of course, Bleed are going to have that same level of skill on all these bomb sites, and yeah, it's going to be hard. I really think that fumbling that final round of attack is going to really hurt Bleed.
It's going to haunt them.
Because we've already seen how close these rounds are going to be on attack for ITB. Like, that could have easily been an ITB round win just passed. Now Bleed going for an aggressive spawn peek as Turds. I mean, this is just classic from Bleed, isn't it?
You reckon ITB are ready for the Boss G ACOG spawn peek? Do you think they've got a guy like...
This guy went 1-14 when he tried to
but do you
Boss G spawn peek. I wouldn't necessarily be bringing it out right now.
I don't know. There might be a guy in the strat book that's literally just sitting there, just like, all right, is the breach reinforced? Okay, we're fine. Who knows? Either way, ITB could go for that IT breach if they want to. They have a...
Is that what ITB stands for?
Into the breach. IT breach. Oh, that's clever. Yeah, now that's why they decided to bring out Nighthaven here. They're like, guys,
we have to go to
the
ITB.
breach is named. Wouldn't it be funny if they go for an Aqua take?
It's named after us. Yeah, I love that. ITB are looking really solid on their attack. They look very organized. They haven't actually breached IT yet, funnily enough. They do have the Maverick, but hasn't yet used his torch. As I say that, Oscar rotates over. And this is what you call an into the breach. This is an ITB right here.
This is an ITB right here, hopefully going into the IT breach. But of course, if they were to do that, if they were to commit to it, the thing we got to look out for is the very first player we saw in the action phase. Turns down that pulse. Down below with that cardiac sensor with the C4. It's got. He's inside. Well, he could drop down through.
Well, he can give a lot of information. Like he can call how many players are pushing from blue for 1 point.
How many impacts? They have a shotgun even? They probably
He doesn't have to play vertical though. Like the pulse can still gather a lot of information about if there are players below or
it's the classic.
It is a classic.
Oh, Creeds, what are you doing? This is what I love.
Creepy Creeds.
This is why Doe could be so annoying, because not only do you have to call some dude who thinks he's the best player in the game could just walk up a hallway with the SMG-12 like, I'm Herds, I can make this work. And to be fair, Creeds is great. And if Asfi starts looking the wrong way and doesn't focus on connector, well, Creeds might actually find a gap right here.
ITB have been good at doing that. And good sound cover as well enables Kenny to jump in. ITB shaping up very much on this connector and electrical position.
Oh, they're ready for it now.
Yeah, and the Maverick starts to come through as well. How's Reaps going to deal with this as his position starts to get exposed with the Bark tearing up the floor from underneath him? Flash is getting on out. It's going to be a very awkward position for Bleed. Caught in a real awkward position. Reaps doesn't really know where to play.
And very awkward for ITB, too. I mean, what are you just going to do? Flood in through the connector door and the breach? Bleed have all their guns trained on this.
Oh, here we go. Straight into the breach, but Aspie's there for 2. Reaps to cover as well. Low HP as Azza down below looks to finish him off, and indeed he does. Good work on the vertical game. Meanwhile, Noah is the lone player near the site. There's just no time for Azza to get there. Noah is going to have to do it all himself. Turster a big C4 over the top, but it doesn't find anything. And as Noah goes down, it looks like the round must be over. Azza finds his pick, but there's simply no time to get that diffuser. Mentalist just has to run away. And he does! Big round from Asfi. Bleed tied the scoreline once again.
And unfortunately, just a bit of a lackluster attack from ITB that Bleed very effectively counter by doing the basics, just holding the site, training your guns on the positions the attack is pushing from, also playing anti-flash, hiding behind the pillar when the secondary utility goes in. Just a well-played defense from Bleed, but ITB lacking an extra dimension on that attack, really, because the two kind of default pushes are through IT, through Garage, through connector, through Aqua. Those are kind of the two main ones. And maybe
there was nothing blue. Nothing
exactly.
Aqua, yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say. There was nothing Aqua. It was a fully linear take from ITB, and the only guy you had was, I think, Azzer down below, and the push already happens. He's not able to get into position in time. He does push up Aqua, but way after the take's already expired. So ITB, I think, recognized what the right positions were. They just didn't take them in that moment, and the actual bulk of the push they went for was through one breach and a door.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I liked that they had the vertical play. That was their little extra thing that they had, but they didn't have anything blue, as you said, and that did make things a bit awkward. However, Bleed now, with the scoreline tied, must move on to a tertiary bomb site. And this is where it fell flat for ITB on their first half. They had 2 very dominant rounds, and then they struggled when they moved on to that tertiary bomb site. Let's see how deep Bleed's strap is here as they go to cargo and storage. And once again, it's going to be very much an extended hold. Heavy presence upstairs.
You know the only thing I'd hate more than having to fight Creeds on Solus? Fighting Reaps 96 on Solus.
Reaps 96. Now, he's a bit of a gamer.
He is a bit of a gamer. And unfortunately, with the Specchio scanner and the SMG-11 for long range and the shotgun for close range, that's a bit of a worrying prospect, given he's, like you mentioned earlier, I think, the 6th highest rated player in the tournament. So, a little good at the game. Little good at the game indeed. And that doesn't even talk about the fact that with that Specchio scanner, if ITB try to go for a plant down below and the top floor roam isn't cleared, he could very easily deny it. Of course, what ITB could do is open up the IT breach, hardy har har, but then just deny any rotations across of it, not actually take the control, then try to go for a quick play, quick plant in cargo. They can minimize the impact of Reaps, of course. But it seems they're still trying to kind of fact-find, figure out what they want to do. They, of course, have that Grim to help on any execute they want to go for, along with Dokkaebi too. But nobody from Bleed biting. That's the more important part. They're forcing ITB to clear them, not giving them any opening.
Stay sharp.
Oh, I think Azza just got information on where that Solus is as well, as he was using his scanner for a brief moment. IQ, very multifaceted operator. Yeah, he works both ways, though, as the Solas can see the IQ as well. Good info for Reaps. Just trying to get a read on where this push is going to come through and how they're looking to clear this top floor, which I believe does seem to be the commitment from ITB. Almost a kill for Turd, as Reaps is the one feeling the pressure. Now players looking to execute onto his position. He goes down.
Whoa,
big
what the
from
hell?
Noah with the SMG-12. He finds a double. And now Bleed. Well, they bled pick after pick. There's 3 players from them gone down, and only Kenny fallen for ITB. Mentalist now looking for something with a C4, looking to try and capitalize off this information, but Asfi, he does so. Good headshot onto Azza, bringing it one step closer to even. This Dokkaebi call is making it all kinds of awkward for them.
This is going to be a very difficult tightrope for Bleed to walk. The big thing they have is Mentalist with the C4. He could deny it from a different room or rotate down below and use either of the soft floors in these sites to try to deny it. Asfi will be holding down up above. ITB taking their time, but there goes that C4. There goes that utility. ITB can now trade this advantage down.
Yeah, the damage was done, but not nearly enough. Bleed on their last legs here, but the time is ticking away, and it may be the 3rd player that Bleed is looking
Asfi.
for. Asfi is in a very cheeky position, so close to sight. I think he's going to find this. Oscar doesn't seem to have any idea, but it doesn't matter. He springs up at the best moment possible. And now Mentalist must find this 1v3. He denies the plan. All he's got to do is survive. But Creed says not today. Big round from ITB. Lead is theirs once again.
That awareness from Creed's right there, watching the exact vertical angle, able to catch Mentalist on that rotation out. There's only so many angles you can cover, especially when one of the players covering the plant is committing to the vault in the cargo alongside the player with the diffuser. Only so much you can watch, but you have one watching the garage side, and Creed's from up above watching the rotate from cafeteria. Nice little play right there to make that 3v2 work. And we actually have an ITB timeout. And to be fair, I can kind of understand why. You're thinking, hey, they won that round. What the hell's the game plan here? But look at how long it took them to get that roam clear going, and frankly, it was a huge individual performance from Noah with that double kill on the roam clear to make that a 4v2 and to make that so dominant and give them the amount of time to work with after that. So I think there's still things ITB can work on. The attacks have looked solid so far, but a bit slow to get things going in the round we just saw. And talking about time as well, remember that round earlier where they found the gap? It took a long time to get people into position to support Kendrew too. So I think maybe trying to speed things up a little bit without sacrificing too much intel, probably the name of the game here.
Very much so. Just look at their faces. I mean, this is the debut for most of the players on Into the Breach to a major, certainly the debut of the organization. One of the youngest rosters at the tournament. In fact, the 4th youngest roster in ITB. The youngest team at the tournament's actually Bleed, believe it or not. We've got 2 19-year-olds, a 20-year-old, a 21-year-old, and the veteran of this roster is only 23.
He's 23?
Mentalist is 23.
He's 1 year older than me?
Yeah, man.
That's
crazy.
crazy.
Oh my god, you're young as well.
My bad.
Wow.
I mean, to be fair, I didn't think Mentalist was like 29 or anything like that.
Mentalist joined, he's an OG, but like from when he was under 18. He was a part of that old Airwolf roster when they were called Envy before like he was allowed to play with them. He was their sub, their super sub that they were training up. As soon as he turned 18, he joined that roster. Of course, he was there in Tokoname when Airwolf famously beat the Giants roster. Alfama, I was talking to him. He was on that team. Got beat by Mentalist at that event. And yeah, that makes him a veteran because he's been around for so long, but still only 23 years old.
That's honestly a lot of credit to Mentalist. I mean, he carries himself with kind of a wisdom and a serenity that's a bit beyond his years. And sure, maybe not having a super impactful individual performance right now, but it's pretty clear that, like I mentioned earlier, he clearly knows how to call a good game of Siege. He knows how to kind of handle these younger personalities. And for only being 23, frankly, that is very, very impressive. You also mentioned ITB. Aside from Kendrew, the most some of these players have played is like a Yukin LAN 3 years ago. They are very, very inexperienced when it comes to LANs, let alone Tier 1 LANs.
Except for Kenny, who's, of course, won a Pro League.
And he's dead now.
Yeah, he is dead indeed. Funnily enough, the Pro League he won was actually the one that Mentalist was at as well. It was, of course, Tokoname. Here we go into the building for Noah. Oh, but he loses his life to Reeves, who is dominating on this position up at Rafters. Now, Bombside is all the way downstairs, but Bleed are dominating on this roam.
Now, Reeps just taking a couple 1v1s given to him, able to win it. Why? Because it's Reeps 96. This is kind of par for the course with one of the best players from Asia. potentially in some cases, you can make an argument for one of the best players in the world, depending on the kind of game he's having. And Bleed right here don't need to be the best in the world. They just have to trade down a 5v3, and that hopefully any team at this event can do and do effectively. 4v2 now. So they go 1-for-1 on that kill, and there's not many options at this point for ITB. They have the buck up above. That's nice. They have these nades as well to clear out F-knots on any of these doorways. Missed it, but hey, he's got one more, I guess.
It's going to be awkward.
Oh, Oscar's in sight.
Yeah, he's actually marched his way on down. Got the diffuser as well, but Hoven does spot him, and the diffuser at that. Good round from Bleed. It really just came down to that early roam game from Reaps, who's, by the way, copped 10 kills. He's top fragging the server. And Azza desperately trying to duel 4 different angles at once, but this should be an open and shut case. Bleed back into it, and look at what a treat we've had today, Carter. It seems like every single game has been a very tight affair. This has been a real tug of war. ITB started so strong with the first 2 rounds, and since then it has been back and forth, and Bleed tying us up to 5 rounds apiece.
I mean, yeah, it's been an extremely close game. I think only like 1 to 2 players from each team surviving by the end of the round, all these coming down to the wire. And as you pointed out, what was the defining feature of that? Reaps getting 2 picks at the exact start of the round, stopping the roam clear in its tracks. Not much you can do after that, especially when Bleed are disciplined enough to make it a 4v2 and to trade it down to something still favoring them after the loss of that. 3 defenses for Bleed to 1 attack for ITB, only winning that tertiary site. If that pattern repeats, we will go to overtime, but this is now a must-win bomb site for ITB if they want a good chance at closing this out in regulation, because the defenses were solid. We can all agree on that, and there have been very solid pieces to their attacks. It's not been a bad game from ITB, but Bleed have been holding on, and I think one of the big reasons, it's been a big tournament from Reaps, but this game, Reaps is showing up, Hoven showing up, Turds showing up. We actually have a bit more of a even game between these players on Bleed, winning 1v1s far more consistently than before, and are really making it difficult for ITB.
10 seconds remaining.
Not out of the woods yet, though, a Bleed. However, they built up some good momentum here on their defensive side.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and of course, attack is where the challenge really comes through, but we've got double shields and a Ying, so ITB are cooking up something very special, and they need to make good on this. I mean, this is either going to be the most phenomenal, beautiful round from them, or it will fall flat on its face. That's the nature of playing such a pocket strat kind of technique with 2 shields and a Ying.
And I imagine what you do here is, you have the Monty push one side, you have the Blitz push the other. I mean, Shield's so strong right now, so good at applying pressure to positions, though in 2 different ways. That make the most sense. And honestly, if they want to go for a connector-sided take again, they could send the Blitz into Aqua and do a similar strategy. But this is a very easy option to apply that other dimension. But with Kendrew playing Blitz with the diffuser, that might not be exactly what they have in mind.
What's he cooking up?
That's what I'm most curious about. They're pushed a bit towards the connector side at the moment. But, I see. So Oscar probably going to force control a garage with the Monty. Creed's backstabs. Kendrew hops into electrical and pressures with the Blitz. Tries to get the plant down, maybe around the pillar? I don't know. We'll have to see as the execute's oncoming.
Big gamble to take, but Asfi does get the knife on a Kenny. But the bloodbath continues for both sides. The 1 shield down, but 1 still remains. Tursta weathering the storm on the site, but he's about to get pushed by this Monty. Good keeper barrier will lock that Monty. Back and Bleed have fortified their position quite handily. Tursta about to throw down another keeper barrier, just slowing down this attack. And Hoven, he's come up from behind, but he's taken out the long angle from IT. Bleed falling, 1 by 1 by 1. ITB might have cooked up a storm, but Reaps is here to play spoils. Another big kill for the Chinese, as the New Zealander is the whole site to himself. Oscar and Azza trying to deal with this keeper barrier as the Monty starts to push on through. But Reaps, he's been so deadly today. He's looking for something more, shotgun in hand. On the other side, Azza is waiting to take him on down. Who will find the swing? The shotgun! Perfect for Reaps. All up to Oscar now. The Monty, the last one standing, but he's found turn. Reaps once again called upon.
C4.
But the diffuser has been locked down. A C4 waiting for Reaps. All he has to do is fall on back. Bit more damage onto Oscar. Oscar's got no good option here other than to take this fight.
No, all Reaps can do, he's just to sit here. Oscar can't push through. Oscar goes for the vault. Is Reaps aware of it?
This is winnable. Oh, Reaps! Shot to the foot. breaks his ankle, knocks him down. This guy is unbelievable. Match point for Bleed.
On top of all of that, too, for individual effort rewarded. 6-5 now, and all ITB have to hope for is winning that tertiary site, pushing this to overtime. Quality 7-4 over SSG today, but what a time for Bleed to come back into form after that very close game against Talon earlier, where the attacking side wasn't that great. And to be fair, in this game as well, certainly some problems on Bleed's attacking side. But the defenses here, Reaps obviously individually, but as a team, it all feels everyone is communicating, that we're on the same page, we're making plays together. That rotate, sure he dies, but that rotate from Hubbard up garage stairs to try to get the flank, that's on ITB to catch when it's a very hectic round ongoing. So I still like the ideas we have. They're coordinating very well. But it's still the tertiary side they have to win. OT is a very real possibility. Keep in mind, the one round ITB had still required a big double kill from Noah to actually get their advantage and convert that round.
And the only round that we've seen ITB win on their attack was onto this very bomb site. Bleed have Kitchen wide open. They could have gone to. It's what ITB did to close their half. They went to Kitchen and they won it in their final round of defense. Bleed deciding, no, we can back ourselves in here on this bomb site, even though we've lost it before. But I do smell an overtime that might just be cooking in the background here. ITB have had a phenomenal game, and to go down to Bleed, a team from a minor region like Asia, when they're the second seed into Europe, it would be a huge upset, even though Bleed have garnered quite a reputation for being that upset dark horse in this tournament so far.
Yeah, for Bleed, I mean, I've started to expect somewhat highly of them, given how much this team has achieved up until this point, given their relative newness to the scene. Like I think we mentioned earlier, you know, this roster really only coming together in the past year. I would definitely call this an upset, given their performance this tournament and given how good ITB looked earlier. And win 7-5 here to go up 2-0 would be very, very nice. Will they be able to do it? Are some slight adjustments.
What is that from Asfi?
That's what I was going to say. One of them being a run out onto Azur. So ITB starting this clear at a 4v5. Asfi might still be down below. There's still this roam up top. Remember how much was required of ITB individually to clear out these three players? Now you have to do that at a man disadvantage. They better have something cooked up.
My question is, has the tilt started to set in for ITB? Are they starting to get a little bit shaky? Because Bleed, they started so rocky in this game, and round by round, they're looking more and more convincing. And it really does come down to one man, Reaps, this demon, the high sense god out of China that a couple of years ago, everyone had just heard about him, and now he has plastered his name all over the international stage, and he's doing it dirty against one of the best teams out of Europe.
And the funny thing is, he doesn't even need to do anything here. What is ITB's game plan? We've had people opening breaches at the minute 30 left. Kendrew's down below EMPing things. Nobody's together right now. Nobody's cleared out anything. Nobody's made good of Azur's death early on. The 5 drones we've expended have found nothing. The utility we've expended have found nothing. We didn't get a trade off Azur's death, and there's still the roamers with the vertical angles alive. This is the easiest round we've seen so far for Bleed to win. This is a layup. They just need to make the shot.
Patience is a virtue, and that is all they exude right now. Big kills, another one for Reeves. Asfi locks down the side. Kendrew, once a Pro League champion, now must 1 versus 5 to keep this game alive against Bleed, but into the breach. They're going nowhere. 4 more to find for Kenny, and 20 seconds to make it work. He will find nothing. Turster dumps all over him, and Bleed have found their upset. 7-5 over into the breach. These guys continue their dark horse form in Manchester.
And 2 majors in a row now where they go up 2-0 to start their stage. They weren't able to qualify last time, but they've got 3 chances again to make main stage, something that I think going into this tournament that they had in them, that they had that potential. I'm not saying they're going to win it, but I think this team has the potential to make a quarter, and my confidence was shaken a bit, but now they find themselves in this position with 3 shots. If they can keep this consistent performance we saw today, not perfect, that attacking side needs work, but this individual performance, if we see Reaps leading the way with 2 people supporting him, that can get you a victory in a best of 3 somewhere down the line, surely.
No doubt, heartbreak for Into the Breach. I mean, look at Kendrew's face. It really says everything. And Julio comforting him, that's very, very wholesome. But Reaps and the boys must be incredibly fired up after that one. It has been a hell of a long time since we have seen a team from the Asia region on a main stage, and now Bleed find themselves just one series away from qualifying for being on stage in the top 8 in Manchester.
And look at Bleed's stats. This is what I mean by it was a team performance, sure with some flaws, but everyone was showing up in some way. Mentalist had 5 kills, and he still has the highest cost on the team, tied with Reaps and Asfi. You've got a great individual performance, consistent in the middle, 8 or 9 kills apiece, and then Mentalist doing what he does best, calling well, having impact where he can. This is the Bleed we need to see. Is it a Bleed in their peak form? No, but it's Bleed that's getting the job done, getting games over the line. This is the team that I have been looking for personally to show up in Phase 2. And it was shaky against Talon, and there's things to work on, but this has been a solid day of matches to go up 2-0, and they can feel very, very good going into their future games in the Swiss.
Bleed have proved the naysayers wrong. They've taken down one of the best teams from Europe. A huge win for them, and, well, hello. Our beautiful faces are here, but we're going to go to a quick break before we finish off the first day of Phase 2 here at the Manchester Major.
back to the Manchester Major. This is the B stream. We've got 2 more games to go, and you have the delightful dulcet tones of Ace of Pyrite and me, at least a little bit, not quite so dulcet. Tim, how's your day been so far?
Well, it's been fantastic. We've had some beautiful Siege to watch. An NJR 1v5, that BDS versus Furia game, and I'm just scratching the surface at this point. It's been absolutely cracking all day.
It has, yeah. BDS versus Furia, I think we'll look at, and many will look back at and say, game of the tournament so far, because the quality
Really
of
good.
play was just that damn high. And it sets a bar, the thing is, for everyone else to now try and fight up against, including the 2 teams that we've got coming up here. It's E1 against PSG Talon. Get it up on the screen here. Take a look at these 2 rosters, and you can see what's going on. That Brazil versus South Korean showdown, Tim.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really interesting game, this one. We looked at it, and obviously these 2 teams have lost in the first round of Swiss to Bliss and Bleed, 2 teams that have now gone on to 2-0 each. And I think you look at this matchup, you're 0-1 down. You know, if you lose this, you go on to having best of 3s for elimination constantly after this point. And I think both of these teams have got to look at this and think, this is our opportunity to grab our first win here. You know, they're both, I think, capable of beating the other. And I think we could be in for a real good matchup. We've got Perez on the side of E1, who's their top-rated player. Misa on the side of Talon, that's their top-rated player. And it could be a real showdown.
It tells you a lot when the teams that they played first today, the teams they've lost, as we mentioned, being Bliss and Bleed, are 2 of only 4 teams so far that are at 2-0. Like, any other time around, you might hear, oh, Bliss and Bleed, okay, and they've lost to not such significant competition. But for those who to both be 2-0, bringing down big known names in Siege, just kind of say, you know what? Forget about that first game. Oh, I love that little side swipe there, Producer Sam. I rate that big time. But for me, again, it's about they get the kind of reset here, right? They get a chance to prove themselves a little bit afresh. And I think both will want to come into tomorrow having at least that 1 win on the board. Otherwise, you're in elimination best of 3s the whole rest of the competition. It's going to suck. It's going to be grueling. So you do want to make sure you at least have a best of 1 tomorrow for a little more breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to look. PSG Talon, for those who don't know, have obviously come out of South Korea. They won it, so they go straight into Phase 2. E1 finished 2nd overall in Brazil, which is no mean feat in itself. They were only bettered by FaZe. And, you know, that may be a surprise to many, but you cannot... you can't overlook that achievement of coming through the Brazil region. You know, they placed higher than Furia overall to qualify for this tournament. Furia only went through in 3rd place from Brazil. You know, that's the reality of what E1 have achieved. So, absolutely no slouches in the server, and could be a tough game for PSG Talon.
I could already imagine if we grabbed Fabian, PSG Talon's coach, in case you guys didn't know by now, if we grabbed him for a chat and kind of said, right, you're down 0-1. The team you're up against is now 2-0. What does it say about you boys? He'd be sitting there saying, well, we lost 7-5. It was a really close game. A couple of rounds, we could be the team that's 2-0. And my God, would he be smug about it from start through to finish, Tim. But I guess in their mind, they'll be looking at that and saying, as mentioned, okay, we lost the Bleed, but it was a close game. We still got a lot of belief here that we can get this one done. And dare I say, I kind of lean into them for this. I think they are the team that could get this done against E1 and give themselves a 1-on-1. At least that's where I lean slightly. But E1, you also can't ignore. Not exactly massive slouches themselves, Tim.
No, not at all. And, you know, you've got to look at PSG Talon at this tournament. And, you know, I think if we're being realistic, and I think they'd agree with me, it's about the process for them. It's coming here. It's part of a learning experience. That's what they're doing at the minute. Obviously, with Fabian coming on board, he's going to be imparting a lot of knowledge and experience to that team. But it's going to take time. It's going to take time to build, you know, that familiarity. It's going to take time to build the strategies. It's going to take time to build the experience of playing a different brand of Siege for them. And coming here to the Major, it's a fantastic opportunity on land for them to do that and to play against all different styles. And coming up against E1 today, it's going to be yet another style for them to play against. It's going to be yet again something a little bit different, something to learn from.
I mean, hopefully so. It's that thing about the tournaments like this, I feel, is when you bounce from playing a North American team to a Brazilian team to a European team to an Asian team, it's just like, oh my God, so many play styles to deal with. You can't possibly sit there and prep for every single team in the competition. Like, it was only a couple of hours ago that these guys knew they were going to play against each other, so you haven't got time to sit down and crunch out VODs. Maybe you've got a little bit of analysis done just to kind of go, in case we do face them, here are the key things to know. They like these maps, they love these operators. This is the problem player to watch out for on that other side. And speaking of problem players, Tim, you raised two two players earlier on that you said have really been standing out so far. Should we go through those a little bit?
Yeah, as I said, we've got Perez and Misa on both sides. We've got to remember, of course, these teams have only played one game each, so the stats aren't awfully deep at this point. But they were like way higher rated than anybody else on their teams from their respective first games. So, to be fair, those are definitely players to be looking out for, keeping your eyes on. And I'm sure their teams, players that the teams are going to be looking to as well to repeat that performance. What they both need, I think, and this, showed from the stats, is they need those other players around them stepping up. I'm looking on the side of PSG Talon. You need players like Soldier, you need players like Roy Boy really stepping up alongside Misa and doing some of that heavy lifting as well. And I think part of the key for this matchup could be who can kind of activate the most of their team. If somebody can get 3 or 4 players really firing, it could be a difference maker.
It could, and that's what we're looking for here as well. PSG, you've just seen, have had their little team talk. They're now down at their desk. E1 will follow, no doubt, in the next 20 or 30 seconds or so. And then, of course, we'll take a look at the battleground that we're stepping onto as well. But really, you've got the gist of this one. A couple of big players, one on either side earlier on today. Both have lost out to big teams that have gone 2-0 so far. So they'll be looking at this as a reset, a chance to kind of go, all right, they're a bit of a wobble to start, but this is now the reset of our campaign, and we can go again here in Manchester.
It's both of these teams obviously wanting to stick around in Manchester for as long. I mean, it's a wonderful city. Why wouldn't you want to?
Honestly, you are the biggest Manchester advocate.
Like the Manchester Tourist Board.
And you're not even from here.
Give or take.
You're not.
I mean, no, technically I'm not.
So
I still love it.
Yeah.
If anything, that means I love it more.
Yeah, that's true. I'll give you that. It is a good city. It's very fun. Looking forward to when we get the actual event underway as well. Like, I've been seeing them building the stage over
it's starting to get excited. I always love this part of the event when stuff starts coming together and there's a real buzz about the place and it becomes a lot of fun.
I love how there's a really funny story here that's worth hearing on the B stream, because on the A stream we get told off for being so casual. We wouldn't, but I'm joking. Carter earlier at lunch. What an experience that was. So we had some really good catering today. Basically like a Sunday roast. If you're not from the UK, then a Sunday roast is meat, potatoes, veg, Yorkshire puddings, all the kind of good stuff, a bunch of gravy. Check out Joel. We're rating Joel. I wish we were on camera, but we're not. But we'll have Joel. He can vibe
We'll have
with
a
us.
little look. There we go.
Come on. Sam, come to camera.
Can we come to camera? There we go.
Joel.
We've got Joel in.
Joel's in. From the Bleed Boys. Good day for you guys so far?
Good day and a good win.
2 good wins.
2 good wins.
2 good wins.
Flying through.
Joel is the reason. Joel is the reason. Do you want Joel back?
There we go.
There you go. This is a sacred fish. I tell you what, a number of people in Twitch chat that are just like, what is that fish? And I'm like, how do you not know Joel by now?
How do you not know Joel by now? Joel's been a staple since Atlanta.
He's really disappointed that you don't know who Joel is.
We're all disappointed.
Joel. Remember that one. Let's go to maps then, take a look at those and see where we're going to for this one. Thank you very much, Joel. And guys, have a good one. Right, let's get through it. Border going to be the first band taken away. Gun heavy map following by Oregon. Oregon we saw played earlier on, I believe. That was the game that PSG went to, lost 7-5, so don't want to go there again. Lab's going to follow as our third, and Tim, you can take over from here like an auctioneer. I was going pretty fast there.
Chalet is going to be the next band. Now, I'm a little bit sad about that one. I always like to watch a bit of Chalet. It's still one of my favourite maps in the pool. Labs as well. I enjoy a bit of that. I'm kind of quietly hoping for a little bit of Consulate. We saw some earlier on the game that Doki joined us for, and it's a map that I really enjoy watching.
Any Sky enjoys in the chat? I'll take a Sky.
Des loves the Sky, to be fair. There you go. Thank you for that. That's dealt with that. I don't hate Sky. It's sort of middle of the. It's sort of middle. I know it's your favourite. It's sort of middle of the pack for me. I think I've got a strong Consulate or Bank are the ones that are left. We'll see where we end up. Both of them kind of similar maps in a lot of ways. Bank is going to be the choice. I don't mind Bank either. And where I say that they're similar, they're very big. A lot of roaming potential. More verticality on Consulate than there is on Bank, depending which site you're on, but basement on Bank, there's basically no verticality apart from the couple of hatches. So they sort of play out in a similar way. You're always going to have like a 3-floor roam, essentially. You're always going to have a lot of the map covered, and you've got a lot of work as attackers to do. So that's going to be the key battleground, I think, for Bank, is going to be who can fight over that roam, fight over those top 2 floors, how well can that be cleared, how efficiently, how effectively do the attackers deal with that, because there's going to be a lot of space for the defenders.
I had to rub my eyes a few times there, Tim, and I was looking at the stats on this one. This is the lowest preferred map for both teams, and I was like, how on earth have we handed up at lowest prep on both? They both banned it away 8 times out of the most recent games, and only had the opponent ban it away 2 or 3 times. They barely played it. In fact, when I was looking at it, the last time PSG played it was over 200 days ago against Cyclops. They didn't win. So it's one of those that you're looking at and saying, this feels like a bit of a permaban that they've hidden away, and choose now of all games to agree to bring it out. That's a little bit crazy, at least on my books. I'm pretty sure PSG would have maybe expected him to go to Consulate, but a little bit of a twist thrown in there at the end. Certainly not going to complain. But here we go, though, Tim. Bans are underway, and the game is certainly underway too.
Well, like you said, I mean, we're going to find out in the next sort of half an hour to an hour. You look at it and you think, is it a perma-ban because they don't like playing there and it's not one of their best maps, or is it just banned out because, like you say, they're keeping it for a rainy day and they feel like this is the rainy day and they want to get that first win, so right, we're going to bring out the secret weapon. We will see which it is for PSG Talon as we get underway, of course, but operator bans are coming through. We've got a Hibana and a Monte to begin with.
And then followed up by a Solus on the first defensive ban. We'll see what that comes down to next. The Hibana one really being the interesting one. I'm curious to see if they go with like a... I'm thinking here, not really a Maverick ban, maybe a Thatcher ban, a Kai ban, sorry, is what I'm thinking of on this side. Will they take it away to try and keep Hatches more locked up? In this case, it feels like a very...
Yeah, it wouldn't really be worth it now.
Towards that lockup, I think.
With Hibana gone, there's not really any value massively.
All right,
okay, we are going to take the K, but the thing is...
Thatcher's available, Maverick's available.
That's what I mean. Really, with the Hibana ban, yes, you're forcing alternatives. Now, generally, I would say your first choice alternative for opening those hatches is going to be hard breach gadgets. So you're going to bring your Capitao. Book's not ideal for a basement, but is for the other floors. So you're going to bring that hard breach gadget as an option, but really all you've done there is just lent into Maverick potentially. It's just so easily solved. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing, I'm just saying maybe there's value to be found elsewhere.
The main thing is that this isn't really a map you want to be bringing Maverick along, I think is the problem.
No, not just for hatches.
Think about Hibana, for example. Hibana is very, very good if you're attacking in towards basement as a wonderful example, or up on the top floor to open up those longer lines of sight. Maverick does not have the same capability because, of course, he's basically melee range with that blowtorch. So I think what you're actually going to see is neither side really wanting to run the Maverick here. Instead, they'll try and get a little bit creative, whether it's micro EMPs coming along. Again, you probably don't really want to bring Thatcher on this map if you can help it too. So it's just going to create a few small obstacles that either team have got to figure out. It's PSG that have got to work their way through it first. And this might be micro EMPs in the back pocket of the Dekebi. It might be the Twitch on side, as you're seeing coming out of Soldier, who is now aptly calling himself Soldier God. That remains to be proven, essentially, as we step through into this game. And with none of the gadgets on side to help deal with that EMP-wise, yeah, we're going to have to turn towards Soldier on that Twitch to be the one that deals with that if we see anything coming along.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you know, with the Cade off the board, it's at least going to leave the hatches available.
I'm being a moron. I'm looking about to front. You are right, yeah. So it's not really important in that case because they know that it can be denied away. Maybe a tuber out to slow it down, but that's about it.
Your other breaches, potentially.
I mean, speed, hello.
I mean, yeah, you can just run in. Soldiers.
That works too.
Soldier's going to take down Perez. SDK went along the way as well. You know, who needs the breach when you can just run in and kill everybody?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, that's, like I said, you know, the hatches to be dealt with, you're going to be looking at Book. With those R breaches, you've got 6 R breaches coming along. You got the Ying, you got the Grim, you got plenty of options there. The KE ban does allow for that. So
I don't know why I was talking and said the Kai was available. That was a real old man moment.
It happens, Des, and it's usually me because I am the old man.
We're both old now.
But like I said,
I tell you what really hurt earlier when Kendra in the interview was like, I'm an old man now. I'm
25, yeah.
I looked at you and I was just like,
but
say that.
like I said, there is value in the Cade ban. I understand, I accept that. I just think you possibly could have worked around it as well if you wanted to, but we'll see how impactful it is come the end of things. Royboy manages to pick up fast straight, and we are, well, we're looking at PSG Talon absolutely running away with this at the minute, all on gun skill mostly, just going in and taking fights. We've got a couple of hatches open as well, and I tell you what, Arthur and Ems are going to have a tough time of things down on site for the next 1.5 minutes. They've got an absolute age to try and survive.
Well, I think it's been a good read by Talon as well, just to identify, okay, here's where the gaps are. We've got players playing upstairs with no support. We can punish them here, and they've just moved at pace. And I think where a few teams fall flat is that the team aren't always doing things together, right? We heard Kendra again in his interview earlier on for SSG talking about how they have 1 or 2 players that go fast and everyone else runs really, really slow. And how on earth, I was going to say, Emp should not be staying alive here. Why he's turned around for a gunfight knowing he's going to be challenged from 2 different angles is a little bit confusing, but pays the price for it. It's a 1v4, Arthur with it all to do on the Echo. That is a clean and easy round from Talon to get things started.
Yeah, it's a great start from them. The Korean side just picking up that first round sort of effortlessly, really. I was very hesitant of saying in the 2v5 with them both back down on site, I was very hesitant to say, you know, that this is unwinnable, given NJR earlier on in the 1v5. But you ain't going to say it was on the same site. You're not going to see too many of them in one day. No. I can tell you that for sure. So we'll be heading into round 2. E1 taking a little bit of punishment there in a site that they really should be winning on the defensive side. It didn't, none of the play really came down around those hatches. It was a lot of it fought out on the mid floor. We saw, a final kill coming from play being pushed around from that sort of area, but honestly, the job was largely done at that point. So heading up to the top floor then, E1 not wanting to double down on that one. They're going to take us all the way up to CEO. Perez is on the mirror. That's the one that I'm going to be watching. We'll set up likely inside of Janitor, I would expect. There's one mirror looking out towards Stock, which is absolutely fine, and I would expect the second one inside of Janitor looking in towards side.
Help challenge onto those windows when it comes through. However, look at this. PSG Talon are cooking, Tim. Chef Fabian leading the way with this one, I'd imagine. Looking towards this comp, it is all about the execute blitz for that fast impact supported by the Dekebi. You then got the glass to play on windows through those light screens coming out from JLT on the Sens, and the Lion there. A little bit more damage, I guess, to throw in there, running around on the DMR as well. I'm just looking at this and thinking, okay, actually this now starts to feel very scary. And I love the fact that they've got these, 3 DMRs in pocket, by the way. Even with the glass, too, you consider that as well. You've got so many options to deal with the Azami on the other side, who normally is such a problem. Not really for this lineup. They've really thought this through.
Soldier's got another good entry there, taking down Arthur. And the reason that could be important is because with the blitz on side, you've now created a situation where you're probably going to find a little bit of space somewhere because you're only against 4 men now. So, sorry, I'm losing my words. Ryder could well have a field day getting in on the blitz here because there's going to be that space. You can see he can push in towards Janitor quite easily because there's nobody in stock corridor anymore. And that's the position that's been lost by losing that man at the beginning.
Misa is so locked. He has not looked away from this window for a solid 45 seconds here because he knows that there's a very good chance someone like Perez is about to throw himself out the window, and sure enough now comes away to try and make a fight happen. Has the right sort of idea. Will he see his man? He's going to repel inside and probably get beamed down by the mirror here. No, he's got Perez. How has Perez lost that one? The man's got a Vector coming up in the 1v1, has missed out entirely, and Talon have once again absolutely destroyed E1.
That was an absolute beauty of a shot from Misa there. Barely saw the head of the man in front of him and managed to get the kill. Wow, what a round from Misa. I called Misa out before the start of this, said he was the highest rated player in their game earlier on today, and he's come out and continued to carry this PSG Talon team in terms of kills, doing a fantastic job in round 2 there to really get them explosively inside of the site, and it was just really nice from PSG. Soldier's done a great job on the entry so far, picking both up, and it just, as I said, creates that space for them, means that they can push elsewhere, means that they can create problems, send the blitz in towards Janitor as the glass comes in through the window, create a lot of distractions, and the space was there to do that because E1 had to relocate a little bit, having lost that first kill.
Again, for me, it was the ability and the recognition from PSG Talon very quickly during the attacking phase to completely change their lineup based on the setup they saw coming out. And for me, again, having 3, arguably 4 DMRs on side just helps deal with that Azami so quickly. We were speaking about it on cast earlier and how frustrating it could... What on earth is going on here? I'm not sure we're looking inside a goal. 2 players just holding out hope, or... Hiding away, they're hiding.
I think they're trying to hide the clash particularly.
Hiding the clash, and I think also hiding the Maestro. Reason being, if you see a Maestro, the guaranteed insta-pick is a Brava, and to give them full credit, it has worked. Yes, there are no Evil Eyes down yet, now getting deployed around, but there is no Brava on the other side. So good start from E1, I like that.
They've also reasonably prevented anything being brought along to deal with the clash. No nades on side, no Zofia, no Carly, no nothing that can deal with that. So again, yeah, potentially a very good start for E1, at least in the prep phase, not as we get into the action phase, because again, that entry has come through. They're just giving themselves away in the beginning of the round far too easily, Des.
Beautiful though, catching out Ryder on the other side. I mean, I think Hatch gets opened up there unless it gets denied away by the C4. We'll check inside of admin and see what that looks like in a moment. And I was going to say, I'm not really too sure. Have a look now, actually, why don't we? Is it open? No, it is not. That may well find itself staying closed unless we rotate JLT or Roy Boy over, of which neither is particularly a hard thing to do, I suppose. But to come back to what I was going to say, I'm always a little bit wary of Wamai being the one that gets used for these early challenges. Of course, has a recharging gadget like Legion, like the Azami, and so the longer you stay alive and around, the more of them you have. Now, maybe there's a read into this. You know what? They haven't really got too much they can throw at us, that the most is going to be Candelas. But I will with him being offline now, there'll maybe be 1 or 2 deployed around site itself, but nothing is realistically going to stop these Candelas raining on through once Roy Boy's in position.
Soldier just going to be sending the Twitch shock drone in towards site, looking to take out the default cam to begin with. Doesn't get spotted out up there. Flashtree has absolutely no idea of the Twitch drone just sat above his shoulder there. Royboy straight into elevator as well. That's why they wanted the default cam gone. JLT manages to find Perez, and Royboy's got an opportunity to push in and get aggressive here on the back of this clash. The clash is stuck in between two of them. It's going to be a real problem. If Royboy peeks out, could well help his teammate GLT here with a clash, but wasn't quick enough.
It's a nice little start here as well. So after the spot, he can just hold down here, and Flashtree comes out, Trade coming on through. But this clash, as we said, was going to be a problem. No Zofia, no Ash, no easy way of dealing with it. He can just kite away pretty much all day long here, Tim.
Yeah, and the problem is they didn't really deal with it when they had the opportunity. It was, you know, a difficult call. It was a couple of seconds at best that they had it, but they had Royboy and JLT on either side. Clash could not have fronted up to both of them, whereas now just becoming an absolute nuisance, slowly just chipping away at the health of Royboy, making it super difficult for the Ying to stay in the round and stay aggressive. Soldier needs to find this kill, misses the shots into gold bars, and here comes the clash to front them up as well. Royboy is going for the plant, but unlikely to get it, just baiting out the clash. Not able to find the kill though.
They so sorely need that kill, but now Royboy's got in the corner. The clash can't challenge both unless they come round behind. He's gone round the front way instead, turn to the right. STK knows where his man is, but no, he gets him through the wall. Talon with a smash and grab operation in round 3.
It was very close. I've got to say that, you know, they at times made hard work of it. The clash making it very, very difficult for the two at the end there. But the spray coming through the wall, I think it was STK that was the last one alive, and that is super unfortunate for him. Takes his chance at where the plant spot is going to be exactly, and is literally a couple of inches at the most from hitting your last man inside of the site. And the return spray finds its mark, and that gives PSG Talon the third round. 3-0 here so far, and a great start for the Korean side.
A little bit of a timing problem there as well, with the clash pushing around in total isolation. I think, you know, no shield up as well. You know that one man's got the defuse going down. That means there is only one gun active. You locate him, and you can call information to your teammate. Right, plant's going down here. This is where the last guy is. Here's the angle that we can use to stop this going off. Or drop the shield a bit later on, cause a little bit of chaos, get that distraction and the attention, the focus being drawn away. But E1 sadly just forcing it down to 2 separate 1v1s, and they pay the price for it. Yes, PSG Talon really capitalised there on the dying seconds, but they're up 3-0, Tim, even with no expectation or, you know, knowledge that there would be a clash and a Maestro on the other side. Great stuff to get it over the line.
I said at the beginning as well, you know, I sort of spoke a little bit about that Kaid ban and, you know, whether more value could have been found elsewhere or not. E1 have started on the defence without the Kaid. We've seen them there suffer to a quick drop-down elevator hatch, a quick drop-down lobby hatch, and there's just not much that they can really do to slow that down. They're not bringing the Tuberai, for example, which would be an option to at least slow those hatch breaches down and prevent this aggression coming through. But like I said, you know, maybe if you've got the Kaid available, you can at least force PSG Talon to take some alternative choices on attack and maybe just slow things down a little bit. But you know, it's always a tough one. But E1, I think, definitely suffering maybe to their own choice a little bit at the beginning. When they switch sides, you know, I'm sure it may well work well for them, but they could just find themselves with too much to do at this rate.
I was a little bit perplexed how they had a player drop down to the lobby hatch and also have, unfortunate, one drop down to the lobby hatch, but also have one dropping at the same time into elevator. And I think that's on Flashtree. Like, he didn't realise where the Twitch was and runs off immediately in towards Garage to get rid of a drone that was coming in for him. It was a Twitch, I believe, and wanted to get it killed off. That's what let Royboy get in for the drop and gave away a very key position for his team. And then for E1, they've had that tech timeout now. You've lost 3 rounds in a row. This is where things need to change. Otherwise, this game careers towards the Korean side so quickly.
Ryder just looking for those FNATs. Did ping one out, but it wasn't activated. Just looking to see if they can find the 3 that are, and that will potentially slow them down. But it's going to be a little bit of top floor action, I would expect, from PSG Talon to begin with. We see the RAM gadget go in. It hasn't been activated yet, and that will likely just sit and wait until they want a little bit of a distraction. Smoke canisters will go in. I wondered whether it was the Candelas for a second, but they will follow shortly after. Perez, however, does manage to find JLT, but PSG Talon done a really good job there of getting straight in for the trade, and it's Soldier again. He's been so important early in the rounds. Misa unable to turn and manage to find that fight onto STK, but again, the trade is there every time for PSG Talon. Have they got another one in them?
Gotta ask the question, was Soldier a few seconds behind the mark there as well? Because we had the Ying up on the window, and losing that here is so critical. The Ying is massive for executes, as we all know, and without him available, this will make life at least a little bit more difficult. Down to a 2 versus 2. Still 70 seconds to play, so a lot of time here for Talon to sort of regroup, figure out what they want to do. You still got Emps playing on the upstairs, empty when it comes to kills, 0 and 3 in the game. This could be time for that to change.
Brad is looking to just get aggressive on into site here, I think. Going to play in behind a little bit of utility. But we see the Toxic Babe canister go out as well. Just the signal being there that the diffuser was going to go down. The smokes, I was going to say he's in the wrong place, but no. Ryder now has to relocate after taking a load of damage, but Soldier picks up Emps, and all of a sudden PSG Talon have got an advantage here. Flashtree can't really get too aggressive because he's being held, and that now leaves him working against the clock. Ryder is going to be stuck in that corner, but he's there to find the kill. Huge from PSG Talon, fighting their way back in 4-0.
Gets the plant, gets a 3K, drags what otherwise could have been a bit of a messy round over the finish line. I mentioned losing that Ying could really have come back to bite them. You're looking at the Candelas, you're looking at the smokes to make magic happen. But when he's off the board, you lose a lot of that execute power. Got to ask though, Emps, you're down to a 2 versus 2 and the man's in Narnia.
Yeah.
Like, why is he still up on the top floor at that point? Like, you drop that hatch, if there's someone sat inside of archives watching through admin, you're dead to rights. And I think that's exactly what happened. He just came running on through, and Soldier was like, oh, a freebie, thank you very much. So, end round looking a little bit messy at the moment for me. One, we look back at how the Clash round was played, look back at how that one was just played. I'm not saying they're throwing away rounds, but they really aren't doing themselves any favours.
I think ultimately 3-1, you know, the question now is, or the requirement now is adaptability. The game plan isn't working. What they're trying to do isn't working. But when I look at that, and so my next question to myself is, right, well, what do they do? What do they change? What do they adapt? And I think the problem is that it's actually a very difficult thing to fix because they're losing gunfights. They're losing gunfights repeatedly, and if you're not hitting your shots, you know, yeah, I can say, well, just click on the head, just find the shit, but that's one of the only things you can do, apart from maybe playing a little bit more turtle on site, you know, playing behind your utility a little bit more, trying to use mirror windows as much as you can. Just give yourself deployable shields, just as much advantage as you can in those gunfights.
Well, onwards we march. This time round, with it being up on the top floor, it's going to be all about these windows. And you know damn well that Talon are going to be far more mindful of what we saw last time round, which was Perez getting inside of ATMs and doing a little bit of damage. Yes, he was traded out pretty much immediately after, but again, taking that Ying offline is a real stinger. And in this round, more than any other, the Ying is so critical. There's no sends, there's no other smokes, there's no real nothing to work with them on that account. So Misa is MVP of the round. He is Mr. President. He needs protecting until they start pulling the go trigger.
I was just going to say STK is going to get himself caught out here, and as you said, there's free. Just far too easy, and this comes back to what I said. E1, what are the changes that you can make? You can win your gunfights. You can stop giving yourself up to PSG Talon. You can't give yourself away like that. It is a big, big loss. The Fenrir, they're stuck with the FNATs that are activated. They can't be changed around now, regardless of where this push comes from PSG Talon. JLT, exactly. They just prepared for everything here at PSG Talon. It's no wonder that Fabian's walking around the back of him looking as proud as he is, because they've absolutely read into this fantastically well.
Because they're shagging Tim. Absolutely shagging him so far. Like, this is the first time now at least seeing a little bit of fight back coming out of the other side. It's halfway into the round. They've lost 2 players trying to be aggressive. Again, I'll give full credit towards Misa and the other player that was on the rappel. Misa sits in that spot for half a round and is only rewarded when Perez finally makes a jump out. And that is why you'll see players sitting and holding these angles for so long sometimes. Royboy knows that he's got a man pincered in this corner here. Emps with the right sort of idea too, but has got to be careful he doesn't find himself shut out from one of these windows.
Yeah, I think they both know about each other, and Royboy knowing that that was really a tough position for him something to fight from, and I think that's actually a really smart move. He's got Diffuser, he's on the ace. Just get yourself out of that situation. It's a dodgy place to be anyway, because you can be attacked from stock window as well. Really tough position, and he just needed to get out of there. They didn't want that Diffuser down in no man's land. Can't find... Oh, no, he did find the shots there, Arthur. I thought he was going to miss that Candela, but is still flashed out as the flood comes on into sight. Royboy manages to find Flash Trade. Emps does step up and find Misa. 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1 as Soldier hits Arthur. The Diffuser going down. Nitro will just force him off that for a second, but immediately straight back. Emps is going to go for it from underneath and manages to spray through, but this is still recoverable with 15 seconds.
They have no information though, no idea exactly what's going on here. If they hold on to this angle, they should be in a great spot. And there it is, they've got him covered down. Spotted on a drone, no doubt. Emps taken out. And at this point, Tim, it really feels like E1 are just running on empty. Everything going the way of PSG Talon.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic from the Korean side so far. As I say, E1's game plan just really not panning out for them at the minute, and it's a tough one. You know, what do you do? What do you change at this point? They are certainly going to be feeling beaten up, of course, losing that first game today as well. They're staring down the barrel of those 2 losses and heading into the elimination stages of this Swiss phase. So, E1, I'm not going to say it's now or never because it's not quite there yet. You've got one more round before you face Matt Point, but 7-0 at this point before heading into those best-of-3 elimination matches would be devastating.
Oh, wouldn't it just? I mean... I look back at those games from earlier today and we said, okay, you kind of get a pass for those games. The one that was more dominant was E1's loss. They lost 7-3, weren't really in the way too much of Bliss. And all due respect to Bliss, they put on some really good fights and some incredible games over the last few tournaments, all the way back when I think about it, even a couple of years ago. But they're a team that you would look at and say, that's a team that you should be able to put a fight up against if you're coming in as one of the top few teams from Brazil, a very, very competitive region. But E1 got washed over quite comfortably in that game, 7-3. They're being utterly dominated right now by PSG Talon on the attack inside a bank. And again, for a map that neither team have played for quite some time, and it's their least preferred map. I think E1 last played it like 35 days ago, so not a terribly long time ago, during the regular stage either way. But you'd expect to see a little bit more coming out than what we've seen so far. Like between them, you can count the kills to the left-hand side of your screen. 12 kills across 5 rounds. Barely even close to a round win, Tim.
Oh, exactly. A couple of nice Valkyrie cameras coming in from Perez. May well be difficult to pick up. There's going to have to be some sharp eyes on the side of the attack to be able to find those, pick those up. Misa is just going to be holding that long angle for the time being.
Knows and is waiting, and sure enough, right sort of idea. The MPX might be a B shooter, Tim, but all it's got to do is find the head. Simply won't do that. Manages to get himself away live here, probably counting his lucky stars somewhat as well, as Royboy being shipped down at the same time. Flashy with the right idea, coming down main stairs as Royboy does finally hit the deck, but Ryder's coming in with a call to try and support him on that one. The E1D ringing out, and it feels like for the first time, we've got E1 slightly in the lead, even if only momentarily.
Flashtree looking to just make the peek around the stairs here and challenge on to the bottom. I think he's fairly aware that there's somebody in position. STK locked in this corner, switches to the shotgun, but the long angle is going to find him. Yeah, it really wouldn't have been any good, but Flashtree, meanwhile, does manage to pick the man up on the main stairs and find one. 4 versus 3 now. Sees his man, can't quite find the shots though. Warden there taking a lot of damage. Arthur just needs to be careful with any further challenges.
He does, however, it's only going to take one shot here from realistically any gun for him to go down. Sees his man. Bro, hello? Like, surely this is where Arthur takes his shot, but no, has opted not to, and Ryder's got away with a freebie there, Tim.
Yeah, he has. He's really escaped there without any damage, and he really shouldn't have got away with that one. 4 versus 3 though. E1 looking to hold on, but Ryder it is who manages to pop up again now and find the kill onto Emps. 54 seconds left to go, and E1, they always feel like they're just on the back foot, like they're just holding on.
Bro's just slapped in through the soft touch, and Emps has been basically AFK, seen on a drone clearly, and taken out for free, and it's down to a 3 versus 3. That's as free a kill as you're ever going to find, I feel, at this point. For PSG Talon, you brought it back to a pretty even ground. You've got the Candelas on side to play with. Yes, Arthur is still online, but he's only got about 10 HP to his name, Tim. He should be dead to rights.
In goes the Candelas through the floor.
Nice try.
We don't often see that used to them too much. Of course, they can be used similar to a fuse charge. 2 versus 1 as Ryder goes in and manages to get a trade, but unlikely to be picking up any more at this point. I think his location is known. He's moving in slowly. And It's going to be a little bit chancy for him now to try and get in. Oh, he does get one, but the trade is there immediately. And E1, they pick up their first round.
I'll tell you what, I was nervous then because Arthur, bearing in mind again, was on 10 HP. A single swing to the left and a trigger pull would have been enough no matter where it hit to see that round go in the way of Talon. But really, pretty much all of that round can come down to Perez, I think. And it's worth noting, that's the only round where we've seen E1 pick up an untraded entry kill. They only got 2 entries across the entirety of the half. The first one, though, if you recall, was him getting the kill from ATMs, or it was outside ATMs, but getting the kill up onto the Repel player, immediately being traded by Soldier. In that round there, they got rid of Roy Boy, and there was no response from the other side. So the first time we've seen them ever take a stable numbers advantage, dare I say, and then get it over the line with a 2 versus 1 that could have gone horribly wrong. It's a single round the board, Tim. It means they're not staring down match point for the entirety of their attacking half. But I've just said there what I think the problem is. Attacking half. Attack requires so much more team play and time work, I feel, on your side as a team. Like, sure, you're the ones who sort of dictate the pace and where the action happens. But I just don't think PSG Talon are going to sit there and wait for you to come punch them in the face, Tim. They're going to make this real difficult for them around the map.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Okay then, I'm going to move on to the second half of things. E1 on the attack, and like you say, you know, ultimately there's always 2 halves, and maybe it'll be a big shift in momentum for them. The game plan on defense wasn't really working. I think you know, those well-placed Valkyrie cams in the last round probably helping them out as well, and just making things a little bit trickier for PSG Talon, just allowing E1 to be able to play behind that intel, that information, but they're not going to have that luxury this time. It's going to be down to them to be using those drones. Still 8 on side, and I want to see them using that intel really well. They need to get a good picture of what's ahead of them here.
They do. The timing is really going to be the important part, I think, though. I'm not saying they necessarily have to go fast, but as mentioned, I think you'll see a couple of players from PSG Talon trying to cause a little bit of problems, a bit of trouble around the map. In this case, it's Roywood poking into him halfway up main stairs. STK might be trying to move quite fast here. I was going to say that hatch, both of them are hard reinforced off, so need fully opening up. Right idea, as Roywood is tucked around towards the left side here. Small props to try and work their way through. Soldier dug him ready here to slow down the opening of these hatches. Here's the first one. First tin opener open. Inside what, 65 seconds? So pretty good pace, I'd say, so far, Tim.
Yeah, looking good so far. Going to be the challenge of blue stairs that's really going to be the one to be dealt with there. And we're going to have the Warden out there, so not too much of a surprise. JLT with the shotgun. We've seen this so many times. Going to play his life here. It's going to be very difficult to move him out. Drone goes down. Is going to see him. Doesn't really matter too much because he'll know that they know that that's exactly where he's going to be playing. Roy Boy's just out in the garage as well, just to prevent any push coming in from that side. So I like this hold from PSG Talon. They've got a lot of angles covered here. You know, they're making it really, really difficult for E1 to move freely anywhere.
As long as you don't see a silly peek coming out from JLT here, I think he's solid. You're on the Warden, you can deal with Candelas, you've got the shotgun in hand, you can take this very comfortably with a little bit of support from the rest of your team on site itself. And sure enough, a nade comes in here, turns round for the gunfight, but it's not going to happen as they've completely blocked it up. Perez is looking for his man, has got the right sort of idea, must know that he's dug in. Does he know what? How on earth have you let that happen, my friend? That's unreal. JLT finding his man, a spin on the dime, gets the job done. Flashy might at least pick one back up onto Roy Boy, but Tim, I feel the damage has been done. There's 40 seconds to go, and only 2 of them still on their feet.
Yeah, STK down. Arthur's got an opportunity to pick him up here. It's going to take 5 seconds, but they've also got Flashtree out in garage, so he can cut the site in half here, and that's exactly what he's doing. Usually you'd play this behind an Ossa shield, but they don't have that luxury without the Ossa on the lineup, but still, he's using those bins for a little bit of cover, just holding all the way through into sight. Arthur with a pre-fire, but taken out, and that's an important trade. PSG Talon just wasting more time here. STK is going to have to go for the plant, and they might not be able to cross. It's all up to Flashtree. He's got to hold on. The challenge comes in. He finds the first, and there's the second. STK somehow, E1, they managed to scrap their way through that round.
JLT getting inside the site there was really concerning, and it was a massive risk from the Buck as well. Coming off plant to go for the gunfight instead, but it pays out for them. Flashy did all he had to, get the one down. You're in a 2 versus 1. Things are 100% winnable from that point onwards. A bit of a scrappy round ending, Tim, but still a round ending and one that E1 so sorely needed. Now at 5-2, Talon still quite clearly in the lead, but E1 could be cooking something here.
It's a long way back, that much is for sure, but PSG Talon, they need to show us an ability now to close games out, and obviously, you know, again, something potentially, everything's a little bit new to them at the minute, you know, as we've said already, Fabian's in there trying to teach them some new things, trying to get, you know, new mentalities going within the team, everything else, and this is going to, you know, become a part of it as well. How do we close games out? How do we, you know, get these over the line when we really need to? And that's something that they've got the opportunity to learn here, and honestly the answer is get around as soon as possible. You're on defense, get this basement held down, get yourself onto 6-2, get yourself onto that map point, and just give yourself as much time as possible to get it done. They know that they were close last time around, so I think they're going to be doing sort of much the same here.
Well, the lineup is exactly the same as last time. What has changed though is the attacker lineup, right? We've now got the Blitz coming along for Arthur, and Ems has moved across to playing on the Lion. An early call coming out here as well. So I say call, obviously E1D scanned or like the right word to use, but just coming out in case there was anyone looking to go too aggressive on windows or doorways early in the round. Confirm there isn't. Those last two now probably want to start being safe when we start thinking about the push in with, of course, this Blitz at the helm.
SDK just going to open that up. Yep, the push through into the Warden, but it's not necessarily going to have the impact with the flash, but it didn't matter because SDK was in there behind as that secondary gun and was able to take down JLT. Fantastic start from E1 to clear some space.
Oh, almost collecting two, and Arthur's the one who's down to a slither of HP. There's no smoke on the other side, Tim, and no C4s remaining. They're going to have to do this one the long and hard way, which I think is going to be holding site aggressively, making use of his army like both rounds now. We've seen Ryder dug in super cheap. All going to find itself still staying closed, at least for now. So it's going to be a little bit of a dance here, waiting for this to hopefully time out their way through and then be able to get themselves an execute coming on through. Wall locked up once again. No impacts to come out there to try and lock this one away. This will get opened up no matter which way they want to look at it, Tim. Everything is open, and E1 have got the 5 versus 3.
Yeah, there's going to be no opportunity now to freeze and close that wall up anymore. We see the exothermic detonating, so that's going to clear that up, and that's going to allow Arthur to go in now, get that shield on his back, and think about getting a plant down. But Royboy, he's just trying to hold that long angle. Can't find his man, but then does on the second attempt. Can he stop the plant? No, he's just hitting the shield, and that is why you send in the Blitz, get the shield on the back, 4v2, they've got the vertical. This should be E1's all day.
And Royboy's moved himself up, but Perez is the one walking away as the hero of this round. 3 kills for himself, and a great execute coming out of E1. What I really want to commend them for is we talked about that swap of operators, the Blitz being the main thing. They identified their main sticking point in that last round was those blue stairs. As we saw, they lost out to the Warden when they tried to push on through, just quite simply couldn't make him move away. So bring along the Blitz and rush his pants off instead. He can do nothing to get his glasses on fast enough when you're charging him down, and you see the outcome of the round far more convincing than the prior. Now that gap is only 2 rounds, Tim, so understandably, Fabian steps in, calls in the tack timeout. Just wants to try and calm the nerves, I imagine, here for the side of PSG Talon. It's not been a good start to this half.
No, not at all. It's been a tough one, that much is for sure. Fabian, of course, going to try to, have as much impact as he can. As we said, obviously, there is the language element there. There is that language barrier potentially. He's feeding that information in, and then it's being, disseminated to the rest of the team. And they've got to try and get everybody on that same page within that short space of time from what Fabian's trying to, impart the wisdom that he's trying to deliver to them.
A bit of a history of bananas being eaten on stream in this game, I'm afraid. Seems like it'll never go away. Who was it that had that before? The whole banana eating thing?
Pamba or NJR? It was on Dark Zero.
I want to say
I think it was
Pamba.
I don't know. I think it was MJR.
Was it?
I think it was NJR.
I don't think it was. But my memory's failing me. Yours is failing you, so.
It was all the way back in Charlotte. I think I remember that rightly.
Yeah, they were cheering for it back then, yeah. I do remember that.
It was a good while ago now, back in 2022. The first event back with a live audience, actually.
It was.
With Charlotte.
It was very good fun. Enjoyed it immensely. Right, top floor. This is where PSG are going to stake their claim here going into round 9. Giving up on their dreams of winning basement, at least for now. They're going to change things up on the top floor instead. Nothing super significant to note. The main thing I'll probably look at here and touch on those is the fact that there's no IQ coming in here for E1. There is a Valkyrie on the other side. Probably more by decision I'd expect from E1 here, thinking they can deal with it, or that they're not too worried about these Valkyrie cameras. For all we know, Tim, they're trying to hit the site hard and fast with the lineup they've got. That to me screams much more about getting these walls opened up, getting vertical control from below, blowing out the castle barricades from the windows. So I do think it's going to be a bit of a slower round coming out here.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's going to be a lot for them to clear, a lot for them to do. I think it's a good time for a tactical timeout. E1 creeping back in. You know, hopefully Fabian for PSG Talon has been able to just say something that's going to buy them around here, that's going to get them onto that map point. It might just be that breaking factor for E1. Mita just trying to stay in position on the Azami for the time being with the keeper barricade there. Flashtree, however, does manage to find the kill. Perez has got the long angle locked down as well. Just a little bit conscious of any potential flank coming in from the bottom of square there, but it's not going to happen for the time being, so he's safely staying in that position.
Yeah, Mita's threat in this round, again, really insignificant because you have those 2 DMRs coming in from the line and the Twitch. Seen a lot of teams, of course, running it at this event, I imagine for that exact reason. Just take away some of the strength that you see coming out of the Azami, and we know that PSG Talon have really enjoyed running it across these last 3 rounds, just admittedly not to the sort of effects that they would want. Square control has been lost, they've got the side swipe, they've got the Windows control, they have got a player running around downstairs to them, and that's the next thing I'm watching out for on the side of PSG Talon, is can they do anything with this player working his way through it. Soldier, who's found himself in below here, a C4 from below, more pre-place than anything, but Perez is aware.
Yeah, he's just going to be holding that angle, but how much time is this going to burn? Because the push ultimately doesn't look like it is going to come from that position. Like you say, Soldier actually just pre-placing that Nitro, really wanting to keep himself in a position to be able to detonate it, to be able to keep himself in the fight. Manages to pick up Emps as well, and that is the problem with not dealing with that player underneath. A minute left to go, and E1 might just have a little bit of a problem here because they're starting to have their attention, have their focus pulled elsewhere.
Soldier was the X factor in this round, and like I said, I wanted to see what it was that he was thinking about doing, and the fact that he gets with even a single kill is pretty significant here, because now the questions will start forming in E1's mind. Where is he? Where's he going to appear from? Will he kill me again? We don't yet know, but otherwise 2 kills have gone the way of E1. Yes, Ryder gets 1 back, but it's enough control that they feel they need. SDK underneath once again, but Arden's been brought down by Soldier here as well with a C4. They've left him unchecked, and the damage that he is wreaking upon this team is massive, Tim.
It really is. Perez is going to be looking for that long angle down from Vendin, just trying to use Stock Corridor and Janitor to get something going now, but PSG Talon feel comfortable in just sitting in here. They're trying to hold their angles. He knew that he was around the corner. I think there was a little bit of intel there. Perez managing to find Ryder. Plant going down from STK as well. Soldier has got it all to do, but can't, as Perez manages to find that kill, and E1, they continue 4 rounds in a row now. They've been able to fight back, and they are in touching distance.
Round 6 onwards, Perez has really warmed into things. I spoke about the entry in the first half being a bit rough. They only had 1 that they managed to convert from a non-traded position, but he got the entry then in round 6, secured a 3K, got a 3K in round 8, has gone on to do absolutely nuclear things in that round, even with Soldier, giving them a whole ton of grief on the way through. And for what looked like a real crumble job, to be honest, at the end of the first half, Tim, 5-1, we were just like, oh man, that is too big a hill to climb. They are climbing it. That's 3 on the bounce. They've won in the basement. They've won the top floor. Now we're going to see PSG Talon turn towards the offsite here of Staff and Open to make something, anything happen for them.
PSG really struggling on the defence. That much is fair to say. Like you say, they've just got to try and get something, anything going. I think we're just going to have a quick little rehost here. We've just got a little bit of a tech issue that we will get resolved. But yeah, PSG Talon, to be honest, this tech issue, I don't know if it suits more. You know, we often talk about this when we, you know, you don't get to choose when they happen. It looks like, I don't know if it's a problem on the side of E1 potentially. It certainly seems to be from what we're seeing on the cameras there. But, you know, one way or another, does it just help PSG Talon to just get a couple of minutes to be able to have that little bit of a breather? They can't have a discussion, but they've had 4 rounds go against them now. They maybe just need that little bit of a mental reset.
I've realised something for Fabian as well. Like, he doesn't strictly have to wear his headset like every other coach would. Because obviously as a coach you can hear the team comms, and that's where you can step in and say, hey, this needs to change, that's not going so well. They speak Korean. As far as I'm aware, he has not speed learnt Korean in the last month or
I don't think so.
No. So, he can have some freedom for his ears. I think, as we know, wearing a headset through a lot of the day can get quite achy. Obviously, in his case, not having to worry about that problem. And again, he can't contribute anything here. No one can. They have to just wait whilst the tech issue gets addressed. Imagine really, as you mentioned already about the break as well and who it starts to benefit the most. Maybe a PSG, I think again a PSG Talon sort of lean for this one. E1 have got to keep on doing more of the same. They can't, win more, arguably. They've already crushed their way through so many of these rounds. For PSG Talon on the other side, they're the ones who need time to sit and stew and kind of go, okay, then what has really gone wrong these last 3 rounds? What is it we've got to course correct? What needs to be changed? And every single player has the chance now to think, and when they get back into the game, bring their ideas to the table if it comes down to that. I can see everyone getting back into lobby, so don't worry, it won't be too long before we get things back underway. And just a reminder, it is currently sat at 5-4. PSG Talon we thought might have a good chance to get themselves up to 6 and at least leave the match points staring down the face of E1 through the majority of the rest of the rounds. But as it transpires, E1 really do not want to let it go that far. They can still come back and win the 7-5, Tim. That's the craziest thought.
Yeah, at the minute they really could do, because obviously there's not going to be any sort of switch of sides. There's not going to be any change in momentum there. PSG Talon are struggling to get a defence done, and that's all they've got left to them unless this goes to overtime. So right now, PSG Talon need to lock something down. Otherwise, E1, like you say, just going to run away with this. It was a 5-1 half. The only way to come back and win in regulation is to go one better and go 6-0. And at the minute, they're not a million miles away from that.
Or is it? No. The more I keep thinking about it myself for PSG Talon, just what's been kind of like crumbling for them across those last few rounds, I think it's been that change in pace. We spoke about it back at the very start of the map when PSG Talon were the ones making use of that. Some rounds were very, very fast, some were very, very slow. We've seen E1 bringing along counters to deal with the Warden on blue, for example. Just every time it feels like Talon are getting into any kind of comfort, there's a new type of play being thrown at them by the side of E1. And so I think, truthfully, like, it's going to be on Talon, as mentioned, to sit there, think about these ideas during this tech pause, come back and say, right, here's what we need to start thinking about here. We're the ones who are going to have to innovate and try something different. Otherwise, this game is just cooked.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. E1 have certainly found their momentum at the right time. They've, as I said, on the defence, they just couldn't really get anything going. I think the game plan wasn't working, but getting onto the attack, it is just a completely different sort of vibe. It's a different mentality. It's a different momentum. It's a different set of challenges, really, and it's a set that T1 have certainly lived up to a lot better than they were able to on the defence. I think we are almost about to get back in. Don't worry, you won't miss anything. We always like to just make sure that everything is sort of up and running as it should be before we take you back, but we will be back there any second.
I think that's the wrong round score that we've got locked in there. I think it should be at 5-4 instead, so imagine we'll go into another quick rehost there to get that one balanced in. So we'll have another quick rehost.
And that's why we don't take you back straight away.
No, that's why we wait sometimes, and that's exactly why we're going to wait while we get that one addressed and recycle back up again. So bear with us for another couple of minutes on that one, guys. I want to talk more about the UK culture for our visiting friends. There's a fun one I had last week. So I was over in Austin last week for a work conference, and I went for lunch with someone, and it had been chucking it down outside, and I just said, "Have you bought a brolly?" And she looked at me like I was crazy. She's like, "Brolly?" I was like, "A brolly," and she's like, "What's that?" I was like, "Umbrella," and she's like, "Oh, brolly." I was like, "Yeah."
I've never really thought about it, but you're absolutely right.
I didn't realise it was such a UKism.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of a, what do you call it, a colloquialism?
A colloquial term, yeah.
Yeah, it's...
She did turn around and say to me, I'm going back to the office
Is it a bit
now.
of slang? I don't know which you
say
call
it's
it.
slang.
It's not
It's
really
like
slang, is it? I'd say definitely more colloquialism.
It's like a casual term for an umbrella.
Yeah.
Brolly. It's easy to say. It rolls with the tongue better as well. And she was like, "Oh my God, I'm so going back to the office and using that term from now on."
I mean, we get plenty of use out of them here in the UK.
I tell you what, I bought a brolly and then the wind got so bad. If it bends it inwards and stuff started snapping, I've replaced it since.
For that reason, that's why I personally don't use a lot of them in the UK, because it's usually windy if it's raining. We don't tend to get one without the other too much. The only time I tend to use an umbrella is if I'm playing golf, because you're kind of out in the open.
You're kind of very stuck and exposed.
You've not really too much of a choice. But again, you have this exact same sort of problem. Is in the UK, it tends to get whipped inside out pretty quickly.
Yeah, I just take a really, really good approach here, and gamers everywhere have mastered this art. It's called not going outside.
Yeah.
Don't need a brolly if I never
Don't
go
need
outside.
to worry about it then.
It's honestly genius. Like, makes you so proud. Players are all back in lobby, so we'll be loading back in just a second, and then we can get things underway. A few more nibbles of a nana. What about that one, nana? I think everyone else says that. Like banana, obviously, is what we're referring to there, but nana, we say, is a casual thing. Do you reckon that's just a UK thing as well?
I don't say no. I mean, I would.
You never said nani. What's some nana?
Yeah, when my daughter was like 18 months old, maybe.
That's
but
what I mean.
Yeah.
But that's a term people would use.
It's not something I'd say to like my friends.
Because they don't say.
I think if I came to you and said, "Do you want some Nana, Des?" I think you'd look at me like,
I'd be
"Why
like,
are you talking to me like I'm a baby,
Nana,
Tim?"
Give me Nana. Yeah, that'd be it. No, but like I was thinking about it because like in America they say banana. They don't say Nana. So of course they wouldn't say
That's a beautiful attempt at an American accent.
Banana?
I enjoyed that.
You want a banana? That's how they say it. With the light inflection of the voice and everything.
Brilliant.
Go and ask Carter later, how do you say banana?
I will ask him.
Banana.
I will ask him.
Trust me. What do you think I'm so bad at accents? I imitate you to perfection.
You don't though, do you? It's a million miles away.
Nah, I'm a solid 8 out of 10 on Tim accents by now.
Absolutely awful. Who was it? Carter actually does.
See, I think you just wind him up when you say
No,
this.
specifically, he's terrible at anything else that I say, but specifically saying laser gates.
At what I say then, because he's absolutely terrible.
No, he's fantastic at many things, is Carter. He's fantastic at many things. He's been. I tell you what, I would say about Carter. I said it earlier. Carter has impressed me with how open-minded and willing he has been to throw himself into British cuisine. We went out and he tried beans the other day. He had the roast dinner today, which. It went a little bit wrong, but he tried his best, and he's been very much willing to get involved and give it a go.
He has. Look, there's a guy in chat that Yugi said, as an American, I ain't even mad about the banana attempt.
Banana? See, I feel like that was better.
That was not better than mine. That was not.
Definitely better. Yugi knows it.
Oh. Talk about Yugi, I'm just thinking about Heart of the Cards and all that kind of crap. Right, I think we're about ready to get back in. We are in. The score is 5-4, so we're good. I love how this guy Jordan's coming. The stream is so unserious from the match of the casters. Yeah, you ain't far off, mate. Welcome to the Unhinged Hours. It is 9:45. We have still got one more game to go. If you want a serious game, we've got Liquid vs. FaZe coming up next. This game, still pretty serious. E1 have been clawing their way back in if you're just joining us.
I was going to say, I'll tell you now, this game's going to get very, very serious.
Are we going to have another overtime?
In the next 10 minutes or so, because, you know, as we've said, both of these teams have lost their first game today. They come in here for trying to get the win, trying to avoid it, just to remind you of the stakes. Or whoever loses here, if you lose here, you're going into best of 3 elimination games. You need to be getting this win, really, to keep yourself kind of afloat in the Swiss. You're not done yet, but you're getting into really tough games after this point. So you want to keep yourself afloat, really, by getting that win and just go into that 1-1 bracket. I mean, don't get me wrong, that 1-1 bracket, it ain't looking so tasty. There's some, you know, there's the potential, and it hasn't happened yet because they're playing a bit late, but there's a potential to have BDS in there, there's the potential to have FaZe in there, to have Liquid in there. The 1-1 is going to be tough, but they both want to be there.
The thing is, Tim, they're all tough because we're in the final 16 as well, let's not forget. Now that I've learned that chat is basically real time, because normally we cast on like a 4-minute delay so teams can't like stream watch off to the side and see what else is going on around the map. Like, this can be some fun interaction during rehost from now on. I've only just learnt about this. It's going to be glorious. So if you do have any kind of craziness for us during a rehost or anything of the such, you can let us know and we'll talk some crap. It'd be great fun. It's what we do for a living. Anyway, here we go. Of course, all the kills have reset, but we did see a couple of players going big. Perez, especially the one to watch out for on the side of E1, was doing some real work. Soldier had a great previous round in the Valkyrie with some roam game coming through. But obviously now everything kind of starts from afresh as we go into what could be the last few rounds. Em's found his way upstairs, already made use of the nades to clear some space here and get control of White. So in a spot where he's got the hatch to play with, just needs to time his drop correctly here if he's going to make a drop attempt at all.
Soldier just pinging out that little bit of utility that's on the wall.
Should have had it.
You can't lose that, Ryder. No. And I think that's one of the big differences at the minute. Kill's absolutely flying in, and we end up in a 3v3 somehow with a flurry at the beginning or in the mid-round there. And Ryder, you've got to be winning those kills. That's the difference for me for PSG Talon. You know, the start that they had when they were on the attack was fantastic because they were winning those fights time after time after time, but they just haven't been able to the same when they've been on the defense. It just, I don't know what it is that's changed. It's been the gunfights. However, JLT manages to pick up a big one, gets forced out by the nade, and FTK finds his man behind the counter.
I'm glad to see that we're still at a circus here coming into round 10, team, because this round has been back to front, balmy from start to finish. STK knows where his last man is here in Soldier. Again, is that a pretty... No, what the... What was that? Has found his man through the soft card, and now it's him. There's still so much time. Flastry going to be able to get the diffuser down here as well, and Soldier's now the one that's got to try and win this one back. I was about to say, it's not like the days of old. He's got a magnification scope now, but it ain't going to stop Flastry. Gets the plant down, gets the closing 1v1 kill. Things are all even, Tim.
Well, PSG Talon started out with 5-0, and then E1 have run it back with 5 rounds of their own. Rarely do we see such one-sided affairs in both directions.
Yeah, that was the coach. We've had some noisy coaches today.
E1 weren't doing that in the first 5 rounds.
No, I wonder why, Tim.
They certainly seem to have
I wonder why.
Perked up a little bit, don't they?
Honestly.
The Brazilian team certainly arriving in this game with a bang in the second half.
Fabian's going to be fuming if they give this one away.
Yeah, he's
fuming.
And the thing is, he looked so proud through the beginning. He had a big smile on his face, and he was absolutely loving it. But like you say, getting onto the defence, it's certainly been tough for PSG Talon on bank. And yeah, I think there's going to be some words to be said. But they still have an opportunity. They're down in basement, strongest side on the map, as we would expect at least. One thing that I think PSG Talon need to control better than they did last time is that garage. Royboy was out there, they lost Royboy, and they had the Capitao able, I think it was Arthur at the time, was able to come and sit on the bins and just watch down red corridor and cut it in half, and that was a big part. They did end up winning that fight, but enough damage was done that STK could then get off the plant attempt and find that final kill. So for me, that's something that they really need to improve upon here, PSG Talon. Keep a hold of garage and keep a hold of servers for as long as possible.
What the Bruni structures to chat with is I can't wait for the Fabian tweet post-game. The things if you speak to a player or a coach on a team after a game they've lost, they say, well, I know we lost like 7-4, but there were 3 rounds there that were ours to win and we threw away. I'm like, to some degree, but also the team had a part in this as well, let's not forget too. Either way, it is looking like one of those games that they will lament and rue if they find themselves down 0-2 on the first day. Honestly, can you guys shut up? All I hear all the time is just expletives and shouting behind me, and it's hard to hear yourself think sometimes. Christ alive.
Perez is going to be looking to get some nade. Oh, that's not ideal. SDK just having to make a quick adjustment there as the nade comes off the door frame and stays upstairs. So that's going to be, if it was intended to move somebody from the bomb chassis, that job will have been done, but also clearing any utility. Maybe a little bit of utility survives that shouldn't have done after that first nade is missed. We'll see whether that has any impact later in the round. I like this from PSG Talon, bringing along the pulse on Soldier. They're looking for something different. They've struggled down in basement, and they're trying to just get it over the line. They've got the Goyo this time for the denial. They've got the pulse for the intel, so they should know everything coming at them. But right now, it's Emps that's coming at them. Gonna pick up Misa, and that is gonna be a big entry for E1.
Again, a big lean in towards the Warden here. Just kind of trying to ignore him as best they can. They've got 2 of them on blue stairs here, whilst everything else is falling apart. And Perez could be with a massive backstab. Finds the one as well. Soldier hits the deck. It is all falling apart for the South Korean side. Royboy at least gets back a consolation kill. JLT another. Don't tell me we go from 5v2 down to a 2 versus 2. Perez ain't going to let that happen. Royboy, the sole man left standing, or E1 move up to match point.
Royboy's just going to have to try and hold on to this long angle, but cannot do it as Perez hits an absolute beauty around the corner of the bomb chassis, finds the headshot and closes out the round. E1 make 5 rounds in a row, 6 rounds in a row, and they are the ones that are going to have the opportunity for match point. The best that PSG Talon can hope for now is to match what they did in the first half, a 5-1 to go into overtime.
Fabian Angie, man. Me scared. Gave him the fist bumps, but also grabbed a couple and shook them, just kind of like, boys, wake up. And as mentioned, he's not going to be a happy chappy. They were up 5-1. This game was so closable. And we said earlier on about this being that map that both teams, it's the least preferred map. They tend to always ban it away. They've really brought it out here to entertain us. And my God, are we entertained. PSG Talon have got to find that 1 round here and now to get it done. Not forgetting as well, by the way, that it was the last round of the half that E1 managed to get over the finish line. PSG Talon could very well do exactly the same. Both teams winning 5, then losing 1, winning 5, then losing 1 to take us to overtime.
I'm not sure that we're going to get there, to be honest with you, Des.
Never say never, Tim. It only takes a couple of shots.
It does.
Shots, whatever it might be.
Anything is possible, but I just think PSG Talon right now are so beaten up. I'm not sure that there's going to be a way through this for them. E1 are just on cruise control at the minute. Since they've got themselves on the attack, there's been absolutely nothing stopping them. Looking at top floor, they attacked it back in round 9. They were able to get the win. Flashtree kicked it off with a kill on Tamisa. Perez got a 3K. There wasn't really too much that PSG Talon could do to keep them from winning that round. And in all honesty, it's going to be a huge task for them here to prevent it. The barbed wire is going to be cleared off Spiral Stairs, so already there's an avenue in there. We're going to see stock wall open, so JLT is forced back. I've spoken about this stock corridor location at length previously and why it's so important. Once that gets cleared out, you can push towards pressure in Janitor. Ryder might have to move or adjust for the push into that corridor, so then it opens up your window player. It really can be one of those strategic pieces to remove.
Key thing in this round for me, the only DMR we've got is in Emp's back pocket. He can't go around clearing out all of his army Kiba barriers by himself, and where we've seen Ying be such a staple in the attacking lineup, it is not here in this round. I'm a little bit nervous that actually E1 haven't really got the tools to get the job done, Tim. They haven't got enough bites almost coming in, 2 hard breaches coming out. Huh? Flores, okay, going to help you get rid of some castle barricades, but the Azamis can come back out to cover up those holes that get opened up. Again, I don't really feel like they've got the tools for the job, and I think here, PSG might be able to get it done.
I'm a little bit I agree with you. You're on a top floor attack. Where's the Ying?
That's what I'm surprised it's not a thing.
Just bring the Ying along and try and force this one. STK does manage to pick up one and gets himself up onto the top of Marble Stairs, but Ryder is there to find Arthur, and they haven't dealt with this position yet behind the mirror window. That would have been a big, big key. They go in and just aim over the top of the head. Ryder picking up Flashtree, and Ryder has decided that one way or another he wants a few more rounds, but STK, even stunned out by the yokai, manages to stun Misa with a beautiful headshot there, just whipping around and deleting his man. He's got a good idea that there's one potentially down there. How many times are they going to push Ryder in the same way? He's just kept himself crouched and got kill after kill. It's all up to STK nowadays, and I don't think he does this.
He's got it all to do against 3 players. I just do not think with 30 seconds on the clock that PSG Talon are going to give him a thing. Again, I come back to the lineup for me, Tim. It was weak. It didn't really have any bite to it. It wasn't going to present a real threat to the side of PSG. And just like we saw back in that first half, 5-1 and 5-1, we go to overtime.
We're going to get a few more rounds of this, and we'll see whether that can break the mentality and the momentum of E1 and just try and put them on the back foot a little bit. I think we've got a little bit of a tech issue, so we're just going to have a very quick pause while we get that resolved before we head into overtime. But I tell you what, there's credit where it's due to PSG Talon there. That round, not an easy one for them to pick up. They've been absolutely battered over the last 6 rounds. E1 have had the way with absolutely everything, and then they turn it around. You got to dig deep there to get that done.
This can all come down as well to who breaks this curse now, because it's going to be Talon starting on the defense, Tim. That's a bit of a stinger, given that we've seen 5 attacking round wins by both teams, 10 in total, only 2 defensive rounds won. And in case you are wondering why we're in a tech pause, you saw a second ago tapping the microphone. Not quite sure it's in 100% healthy. I think it's JLTs that's playing up for them, so we'll get that sorted and then look to get ourselves back into the game. It's quite important to be able to hear each other, Tim, in case you didn't know, in a game of Siege.
Quite important, to be fair. Quite important. We're back on the banana. I'm sure it was MJR. Maybe it was.
Let me just Google it. Siege banana. Not banana charm.
Honestly, it's such a long time ago is the problem.
Of course, let's get the call out for the whole thing. It was MJR. You were correct.
Yes! I
well
love
done,
being
Tim.
right when it's me and you.
Yeah, Tim, hold that L in second place here in the fantasy, right? Yeah? Yeah?
Give it a rest,
mate.
man.
I'm going to be
I've
climbing
just won the
today.
EUL Fantasy. You've won nothing
I
yet.
didn't play in that. That was the qualifiers to play against me.
You've won absolutely
You earned the right to play me,
yet.
and you are losing.
I tell you what, I won EUL without even ever having a single BDS player.
Who did you have?
Bring it on. Exactly.
Who did you have?
I found value, my friend, throughout the league. Uno sorted me right out.
Okay.
Uno put some serious points in. A lot of plants, a lot of clutches from Uno. I had Doki for quite a lot.
That's a good one.
Picked up a lot of entries.
So you mean you didn't have High Tom, by the way? So you didn't have BDS, but you had G2?
I didn't have G2. I had Uno consistently throughout. I had Doki for a few games.
Right.
I had Azza, and he scored me an
Azza
absolute ton of points through EUL.
Look, I swear to God, Fabian's going to start punching them in a minute if they're not careful. I feel bad, like, how small they are compared to Fabian. I know they're sat down, obviously, but he's not like a small bloke. He's quite tall.
He is quite tall, as Fabian, yep. I think he's a good 6 foot, 6'1".
Yeah. I feel like he could snap him like a twig if he wanted to. Dangerous. So let's not get too excited, Fabian. We have got overtime to get through first and foremost here. As mentioned, Talon are on the defense. Makes me nervous because the attack is where we've seen real effectiveness from both teams so far, and E1 get at least 2 swings of the bat with that.
Going to be down in the basement again then. Having a look at that, how many times was it attempted? The answer is 3. 3 times PSG Talon attempted to hold on to this site. Round 7, round 8 and round 11. They were unable to. E1 won it every single time. Interestingly, E1 actually got the entry kill as well, 2 out of those 3 rounds. So, for me, first things first, PSG Talon, get yourself the entry kill. You've got to give yourself the advantage here. It wasn't enough in round 7 when JLT got it. They still ended up losing the round, but that much for me is essential because I think mentally as well, they cannot be coming into this on the back foot. Now, interestingly, we've got the Deimos brought along as well. Deimos, super frustrating operator potentially, especially in the late round, but there's not much of a roam presence, so there's not going to be too much work for him to do in terms of tracking people down around the map. But get into that late round. I think E1 are sort of prepping there for the fact that they've been 4 versus 3, 3 versus 2 quite often. They've had that advantage, and as soon as you do, stick a track on somebody as well. And it's a huge advantage when you've got that manpower situation to know where one of them is. But you can't slow peek that corner, Perez. JLT is there and ready. Rather than playing aggressive this time, which didn't work last time, he's altered it and he's gone to the SMG and absolutely removed Perez.
I do like how they've approached this one as well, where they realise that, okay, if we stick JLT on blue stairs, they don't attack blue stairs. That's a big boom, but also means that elsewhere around the map, they then get a lot of pressure. So I think by giving up, not really giving up blue stairs, but letting some of the pressure slip away, it's actually worked out quite nicely for them. Have they got enough time on that micro EMP? It's just re-electrified, hasn't it? No, okay, got it.
Nope.
I was really worried for a second then it would reactivate in time. C4 came up as well, but they won't manage to find their man. Hatches are both opened up here. Half the round still to play.
This is good. This is good from PSG Talon. JLT's in better position here. I think he tried playing the blue stairs twice, was unsuccessful both times. I think being down here, shotgun, you cannot really be pushed other than a tight angle where he's going to have an advantage. There's no nades on the side of E1, so there's nobody that can really force him out of that position.
Look.
They can use the Capitao, but they're not necessarily going to be able to get it deep enough, I don't think. They've fired him off, but look, he does. He creates a bit of space. And he finds his man. He was safe. I think he found a little gap in the flames. He loses his life ultimately, but the fact that he swung into it and took the kill means it doesn't matter.
I do think he probably stepped out a bit too far then for the kill, absolutely, but step back into safety to then go back into the fire. Could have kept himself alive. However, he's done his work, Tim. He's killed 2 players. Dekebi offline. Deimos gone. This is looking good, but the thing is, the Warden being gone means the smokes of the Capitao and the Candelas are everything. They unload everything. Arthur's in, Plant going down, and they get a kill from the hatch, Tim.
And if they can keep hold of this verticality, it could be the round, but that's big. Ryder manages to put the diffuser down. 20 seconds left to go. 2 versus 2. Empt is upstairs, so that's going to cause a problem now. They can't go in and get this diffuser. Flashtrick takes the drop, cannot get the fight. Surely it's going to be over as Ryder picks up a double, and that's going to be the first time in 4 attempts that PSG Talon successfully hold on to basement and take us into round 14 with an advantage.
Just huge to win that. We said just before we got into that round that the real defining moments in these final 3 rounds will be on the defense. The fact they've got that win, and it was at the back of a really small adjustment. It was a different placement coming out from the Warden. Rather than playing a high line, high up the stairs, he's sunk way back and deletes the Deimos, then causes trouble inside of server. It was more problems being created for E1 than they knew how to deal with. Wonderful stuff. Once again, Ryder and JLT especially, I think, need a massive shout-out since the rehost. Yes, they've got 11 kills between them across just a couple of rounds here, but it's enough, and it may be enough to get them over the line. They go onto the attack, and they're going to be hitting the basement, Tim.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from them. And like you say, PSG Talon now attacking that basement, a site that E1 were unable to successfully defend. They only tried twice. They didn't go there 3 times as PSG Talon did, but still, that is 2 attempts and 2 losses. They haven't got the clash this time. We did see them bringing that along previously. It was unsuccessful for them, so, you know, not the end of the world. But it did a great job, so that's why I bring it up, because I think that was kind of the closest that they've been to winning this site, was when they had the clash on board.
I was like, they haven't lost 6 drones, surely the round's only just started, but no, visual bug in the top corner, so it's just 3 drones they've lost so far. Still not bad work coming out from the team that hasn't got a Solus on side to chase those around. Where I'm a little bit nervous, Tim, is also the lack of an IQ. Yeah, seeing a Valcon side, it feels bad enough not having one. When there are Yokais also in play, that can really come back to bite you. Really looking towards Soldier here on the Twitch to get those shock drones out, play a little bit of Robot Wars, hunt down those Yokais, get them removed so they aren't stinging you in the dying seconds of a round. C4 missing Ryder here.
And E1 really need to be getting the maximum out of their utility that they can. An opening kill would be huge for them, especially onto somebody like Ryder, who has been playing so well so far. A couple of hard breach charges as well that are going to be used on those hatches later. You know, would have been a big advantage for them. Now then, Valcam's going to be feeding in that information as well as the Yokai drones as well. Attackers could really do with picking those up and making sure they're clearing out that utility. We haven't really seen any IQ play to support that clearance of that utility and that gadgetry, and it's maybe something that they will come to rue.
Okay, move to this top floor, getting the verticals opened up. It's all about control of the rest of the map here. So for Talon, it's a slow start. Just making sure they aren't dealing with any roamers, knowing they already had a C4 attempt come their way early on. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. But with the Grim coming out as well, that's normally a sign that something is about to happen. Arthur anticipating a push, but nothing coming in from Talon just yet. Do they know about the elevator player? That's the actual question. Yes, they do.
There we go. Just going to be picked up there at that point. STK. Right to play here, I think, given the aggression that they played with last time with the Ying. Royboy going down into the elevator and trying to push from there. So they've tried to keep hold of that for as long as possible. The Grim is going to force it out. Royboy again, so it suggests he's maybe going to be the one to take that elevator hatch. But with a minute left to go, PSG Talon really need to be finding some kills, and sooner rather than later.
Competition here where there's still, again, these shot drones are the key thing for me. It will help get rid of the Valcams. It will help clear through and find any of the Yokais as long as he doesn't lose the drone, which it looks like he might. In fact, Flashy's got no idea. They could use that information. I don't think I was pushing Garage Way, mind you. I say that, looking at that, there's a couple out that way. If they can get that kill, that will be absolutely huge. And it's Soldier, I believe, the one who's pushing himself down here. Ryder's also got himself on main stairs. There's a lot going on, just missing out on the Valkyrie, and in come the Candelas.
STK just waiting for this push to come out, manages to pick up Royboy, turns and looks for his second on main stairs, but they're further down than he realised. Ryder manages to get the trade, 15 seconds left to go, and Soldier is a mile away.
Where's
here.
He going?
He's not going to get to
Diffuser,
site.
Or?
I don't know, but he's not going to get back to site in time. They're going to have to go for kills. No. It's all falling apart, and it looks like we're going to go to 15. Ryder, no choice but to just send this on into site. Tries to plant, but surely going to be shut down, and E1 take us all the way to 15.
I mean, Soldier again stuck in Narnia while that attempt was coming through at the end of the round. Not quite sure what it was he was planning on. I think he was looking to come down Marble and hold the cross. Right sort of idea, but just simply not there in time. Talon letting that round run away from them, and I was a little bit concerned. We got to 90 seconds left, and they were still working their way through top floor. That's always going to put the alarm lights on that, hey, maybe this is a little bit slow, and they pay the price. It's going to take this 15th round, Tim, to determine who goes 1-1 and stays in these best of ones into tomorrow, or who goes 0-2 and ends up facing off in one of those best of 3 elimination games.
Top floor it will be then, and this is the site, of course, that Talon won on the defence to take us into overtime in round 12. They did try it twice and had a 50% win rate, the 50% being that 12th round. So, last time around, it was a failure to deal with Ryder that really cost E1. Ryder was playing on the mirror inside of Janitor, just basically sat there crouched, and every time they peeked him, they peeked at head height, and he just sprayed underneath it because the bullets were going above his head, and he was able to get that held onto for, I think he got a triple kill as well in that round. Yeah, he did. Just having a look back, it was a 3K for Ryder. So that's a position that they're going to need to deal with here. They've not brought the Ying again. We picked up on this last time, Des. E1 just, you know, really not favouring that operator for this attack, but with the smoke canisters, you know, being able to get the Candelas in as well. I know that you've got a Warden to go up against, but they know that it wasn't the Warden that was playing on that mirror window last time. Yes, he can relocate potentially, but if you do some other work along the way, potentially get a book in underneath, for example, open up the floor a little bit, just prevent them from playing in that space, you can create the opportunity to get in through the window. And I don't know if E1 are maybe just making this difficult for themselves.
I spoke about last time round too, how they hadn't really brought anything to be the X factor in their round, right? It looked a little bit kind of aimless. The double hard breach was okay, but didn't have anything to deal with the mirrors, for example. Didn't really have anything to upset the other side, and Talon looked very, very comfortable for the whole thing. At least in this comp, it's got a bit more direction. Sure, there's no Ying on side, but they have got the Ossa, and we've seen so many good Ossa executes coming out. My only real worry is no smokes, for example, and smokes are so strong in the game right now. You know, JLT on the Warden, really the only one that can do much about it. But on their side, are we looking at many DMRs coming along? No. So again, the Azami is going to be very, very powerful. It's a massive contrast to what we saw PSG bringing along 4 DMRs, so the efficacy of that Azami completely disappeared. But in this round, Soldier can live up to his name. He is God.
We saw STK have a good push from this side previously. It wasn't actually in through stock. He came up marble stairs instead, but he did manage to get a couple of kills. But this is actually pretty good from E1, I agree. They've got themselves in. They've got the Ossa shield locked in. They're going to be able to play from behind that Talon shield to try and find Ryder. But how about that? Misa threading the needle and finding a headshot onto Arthur.
They've gone fishing there, and Ryder was prime bait. Misa into a second, making a third as well. Looks like PSG Talon will do enough here to hold on and secure the win. Flashy getting at least one back, but look how dug in PSG are here, Tim. They can't play too deep inside of sight because they had the Zofia on the window, but now that he's dead, they've got so much more freedom. They can play as wide as they want. And I don't see how E1 get this over the line outside of a massive clutch from one of these two players.
Yeah, all that E1 can do at this point is go in and try and find some kills. Flashbang goes out, but they play in behind shields here. They've got all the utility they need. The Warden peeks around the corner. The flash, of course, not going to be affecting him. JLT picking up Flashtree and leaving us now 1v4. STK, he had a good round last time they attacked this site, but I'm not sure he can find what he needs to here on the top floor to keep E1 in there. And JLT will close it out. And after what was a mammoth effort from E1 to come back into this game with 6 rounds in a row, PSG Talon wake up at the very last second to get themselves back to overtime and ultimately close it out.
The players jubilant. Fabian, I'd say, a little bit more reserved, a couple of smiles, but I think he knows that this game should have been closed out long ago from 5-1, battling all the way back to overtime. E1 have also made a pretty big statement themselves here that they are not going to be a walk in the park for any team to breeze over.
No, absolutely not. You know, coming up to them in an elimination best of 3 is not going to be an easy thing necessarily. But, you know, what a matchup we've just been treated to. Full 15 rounds, both teams absolutely throwing everything at the wall. You know, yes, both had a few mistakes here and there. There was periods of excellence from each team, really. And it was a real tough one for E1 to lose.
It is, again, for them to really battle their way back, because at 5-0 down, we were saying these guys look like they're done. They just weren't bringing any real bite to the game. Again, it gives life to the thing that I've got the pizza box being carried through. Oh well. It's just one of those where I look at it and say that was a real example of there being 2 halves to a game of Siege, right? I think everyone had E1 written off when they were down 5-0, and that game was pretty much done. Then we get into the second half, and it's the exact opposite story. The back and forth between the two of them just goes to show. Sometimes all you need is a side swap and your fortunes can change drastically.
On they go then into the next round of the Swiss. PSG Talon will now have a 1-1 record, and E1 go in there with the 0-2 record, where they will now start playing best of 3 matches to try and save themselves from elimination from the Manchester Major.
It's going to be grueling.
It
Real
really
grueling.
is. Certainly not the best introduction to the Major and LAN environment for E1, but it's their first time here. There's a lot of learning to be done.
There is, but also let's not forget they've really got to win 3 best of 3s over the next couple of days. I don't know if they play 1 tomorrow or 2 tomorrow, but across the next few days, they've really got to put a shift in if they want to make it any further in this competition. The stats here for you to see how that one played down. Of course, we had that rehost which cut it out, but here is everything stitched together. Ryder, I think, as we said, after the rehost, absolutely nuclear. Had a great performance before it as well. 20-10 he finds himself at. Definitely one of the key reasons why PSG got this over the line.
Yeah, I mean, look at Perez there, 15-11
Big game for
on
him
the
too.
other side. I picked him up before we came in. He's had the reason I shout him out. I know PSG have got the win, but Perez has had 2 big games today. He's had a really good day, and others stepped up around him today. STK, Flashtree in that second game, and I think if they can bring that mentality and carry it forward, maybe they could be a danger in those best of 3s.
What I will say about Perez, mind you, sat at 47% cost. Very much feast or famine rounds. Either he does nothing or he does a lot.
And it was like that in the first game as well. I think it was 55% or something in the first one. So yeah, that's something that that could be improved upon.
Yeah, definitely some work to be done there. And equally on the other side, Misa at 20% as well. Again, areas of growth for all these teams to work through as well. But for now, it'll be a slightly more calm night, should we say, for the side of PSG Talon. Knowing again they're at 1-1. For E1, it's going to be all about preparing for best of 3s. This is going to be tough. But that all said and done, Tim, that's the end of this game. We've got one more coming up, and my God, is it a screamer. FaZe against Liquid, coming up after the break. Welcome back to the last game of the day here on the B stream at the Manchester Major. FaZe versus Liquid. It's such a storied showdown as well. I was looking back at the history of this. FaZe have won this matchup 17 times. Yeah. Liquid have won it 19 times. Nearly got you on that one. That's nearly 40 times they've played each other, Tim. All the way back to 2018. Beautiful way to end the day.
And it's pretty close, really. 19 to 17. It's not a huge advantage for anybody, is it? What it does tell us is these are two teams that know each other unbelievably well. They're going to come in here knowing exactly what to expect. Both of them taking a loss earlier will want that one-on-one record. They don't want to be moving on to eliminations, and it's going to be hard fought.
It's going to have to be as well. Again, some really storied players across both of these teams as well. FaZe, as we all saw recently, for narrowly falling in the SI Grand Final. Liquid, what more do you say about them? Nesk, Palu, two players that are more storied than arguably the whole game itself. And to have them both down here in 0-1 feels very strange for a day one, but what's even scarier is that one of them will be 0-2. I'm pretty sure in every prediction set out there, Tim, people had FaZe going 3-0 in this phase. So far, the 0-1 after this game, it could be 0-2, and that is a terrifying thought.
Of course, FaZe having a tough game already today against Team Secret, taking that loss earlier on. I think, you know, it's probably fair to say a few people might have been a little bit surprised by that. Not me, I said that Secret would win, you know, I did mention that. But seriously, you know, this is a team that, as you said, only, you know, very recently were in the SI Grand Final, took it all the way to the 5th map, very nearly won the thing. We're within one round of winning the thing. You know, unbelievable performance from them, and then come in and, you know, struggle against an EUL side that's, I won't say finding its feet, but it's a reasonably new roster coming in here, you know, first time as a roster at LAN, and got a great result against FaZe. You know, deserve all the credit that they take for it, but FaZe certainly won't have been expecting necessarily to be playing in this 0-1-1 bracket.
And I thought Liquid equally were, you know, I won't say unlucky, but they were close earlier on. They lost 8-6 on Night Haven Labs to M80. And that game itself, again, was super back and forth, super close ultimately. And ironically, Cameraman, who kind of dealt them that loss, of course, himself a former player on quite a few teams, mainly FaZe over in Brazil. So a little bit of kind of a haunting from Ghost Pass over there. So for both teams, looking to reset expectations in this game again. Both had both had really good games earlier. Both lost a very worthy competition, I think. But these are two teams that many would expect to see in the top 8 bracket for a major like this, Tim.
We can see there that Liquid have got the ducks out on the desk. We've seen those a few times. Lagonis has got his Loch Ness Monster as well. If you're wondering why there's a Loch Ness Monster there, that's because it's at Lagonis' desk. And yeah, I think, you know, ultimately...
He did tell us the story of that, didn't he, once?
Yeah.
We did like a little podcast thing back when we used to be in Paris, and he came on as a guest. And we asked him for the whole story, and I forget what the story was now. It's a couple of years ago.
I've spoken to him about it a couple of times. There we go, nice little close-up shot there. So it's... you'll excuse me for being partly wrong in this, but it's... his name comes from, I think, the first half is like from the Portuguese of lake, and that's where it relates to like Loch Ness and that sort of stuff. And then part of it is one of his old friends' names. He like took part of that and kind of smushed it together. But yeah, he just has an interest,
like Loch Ness.
He just has an interest then in Loch Ness Monster, and that's where it came. It sort of came about in when I was casting Brazil back in 2020. We did an interview with him, and we kind of saw it at the end of the shot. Like we cut away from it, and I said to Jackie at the time, I said, "Was that Loch Ness Monster?" And I didn't know if it was like, you know, because you get myths that'll like crop up around the world in different cultures, but in slightly different forms. But things like, you know, yetis and abominable monsters, you know, snow monsters and things like that will crop up in different areas of the world in slightly different ways, but with a lot of similarities. And I didn't know if it was maybe something like that, that was maybe a similar thing in Brazil that was like kind of this, you know, monster living in this lake, and they don't know if it's there, don't know if it's not. So we asked him about it, and he said, no, it's Loch Ness, and he got very enthusiastic about it. So yeah, it's absolutely the Loch Ness Monster.
Of all things to be obsessed with, the Loch Ness Monster is not one that I'd normally have on my list, but you know what? Fair play to him in that case. Of course, other changes we've seen them make before the stage coming in. Maya, of course, a name that we were very hot on last year, formerly of Los. Obviously had a bit of a change around in that team, a little bit of a scrambling of things. And Maya, for me, was one of the up-and-coming prospects last year. Unbelievable player on that former team, arguably their star player. And I think him being on Liquid now, many look towards the squad and say, hey, it's about high time that you guys are one of the best in the world. And obviously not quite starting with the campaign they'd hoped for here, but again, that could potentially change here as we go into our last game of the day. FaZe themselves also looking pretty chilled out. It is late here, let's not forget as well. So we're knocking on the doors of what, nearly 11 o'clock, 20 to 11. So the teams are going to have felt it. It's been a grueling day for some of them, going through those losses as well, the highs and lows that come with that, the prep that comes into it, to then have to play at the very end of the day as well. I think, honestly, whichever team comes out the gate raring and ready to go, the most warmed up, that'll be where we see the difference in this game.
Yeah, I mean, all of these players have, they've been around enough of these tournaments to be aware of that and how to deal with it. I'm sure there was probably maybe a slightly later night last night and a lie-in this morning, much like we did, Des, knowing that we were working late. You stay up late and then you get up late and you kind of just shift that sleeping pattern by a couple of hours so that we can bring you all the energy that you deserve for a game like this at 20-11 at night. Not too much of a problem. I always love group phases and Swiss phases because the first day is always kind of chaotic and you've always got an awful lot going on. It's usually a long day and you're trying to keep up with all these different matches going on. But let's keep up with our map bans that are going on. We've got our location coming our way. FaZe versus Liquid. We take out Chalet, Cafe, Border, Oregon.
And looking on why for those as well. For Cafe, it's the permaban coming out from Liquid. Oregon is a map that FaZe have got a wicked record on. 6-1 on that map. It has to go away. And Nighthaven Labs, I think that kind of comes as a little bit of a... Well, I'm not really surprised. That is actually FaZe's most preferred map where they've seen the most success. So one ban targeting away their own permaban, the next two then have basically said to FaZe, you don't get to play your favourite map, sorry.
Ooh, I was kind of looking forward to a Clubhouse. So FaZe and Liquid have got a bit of a history on Clubhouse. There's been some pretty heated encounters across the years between the two of them on Clubhouse. But that one's going to go by the wayside. Bank gets taken out. So pretty much the same options that we had for PSG Talon versus E1 in the last game. It came down to Bank and Consulate, except this time we're going to go to Consulate, which I'm quite happy with. I enjoy watching Consulate. It's one of my favourite maps to watch and cast at the minute.
Cast it with Doki earlier. It was great fun.
We did, yeah. We do enjoy a little bit of Consulate. So we're going to head there to decide who goes through to the 1-1 bracket and who goes through to the 0-2 bracket. We've got FaZe, we've got Liquid, and we could have a hell of a game
on our hands. You got to throw in the end of that.
That's where we love them. That's where we love them.
On our hands. How heavy is a game though? Is it like hand crushing weight? Do you think, or just you can bounce it around? It's like quite easy to hold.
I think it probably depends how how good it is, or what are the stakes. This one I'd say is probably a decent weight to it.
Like medicine ball type kind of weight?
Well, medicine balls can be different weights, can't they?
That is true.
You're kind of giving me a moving target there.
Yeah, but I'm more thinking more around the kind of use case for a medicine ball. Like for rehabilitation, they're designed to have a bit of weight behind them. It's kind of the point.
Yeah.
So I'd say, yeah, I don't care what the weight is. I'm going to say it's a medicine ball anyway. Deimos going to be our first band coming out here. We spoke about this a little bit with Doki when we had the TriCast earlier on today. Can open up a lot of vertical lines of sight himself, very good at going through soft destruction. So him being taken away in conjunction with that gadget, just really good as an operator to take off the board. The Kevin needs no introduction. We've seen her banned away for months and months and months and months and months now. Incredibly oppressive around the map. Those dial phones just calling through to everyone on the map. Really makes life a bit obnoxious to play as a defender. Castle, an interesting band coming out.
Yeah, we don't see too much Castle.
You see him on very specific maps, and I don't really think of this map as one where you'd see him. And if nothing else, the reason he's got stronger lately is now he has the magnified scope, the ACOG in essence. So he can do an awful lot with the UMP. It might not do a lot of damage, but you can hit some nasty headshots with it. And then our final band coming out, I think will surprise no one. It is the Fenrir, incredibly oppressive right now. Removed off the board and taken away as well.
Yeah, Fenrir particularly powerful on Consulate because there's some sort of well-trodden avenues that
it's very kind of bottlenecky as a map as well.
There's some well-trodden paths that people like to follow. So, for example, put an FNAT at the top of Yellow Stairs where it comes through towards CEO. People are going to try to push through there. You put an FNAT, for example, you can put an FNAT at the top of Visa Stairs. There's just a column between Visa Stairs and where you would head round to admin. You can put one on there, you can put one outside copy door, and you've just made it very difficult for anybody to head out of admin, up Visa Stairs, to head across that corridor at all. You play from vending machine, you're going to be able to do some serious damage. You could get an FNAT at the top of Spiral Stairs, for example. There's so many places, like you say, that you can really cut off those bottlenecks. That Fenrir is super powerful, and it's not just on this site. You go down into the basement, you've got your Yellow Stairs area, you can cut off Spiral Stairs at the bottom of that. If anybody tries to come down, you can worry about your archive side, get that FNAT'd off. There's so many options with Fenrir, no surprises to see him go.
Arguably the advantage that you might see coming out here for the side of FaZe is that Liquid played this map quite recently against GK, perhaps just a couple of days ago. So that's the one I'm looking at there and thinking, okay, then there's probably some damage to be done based on what you can analyse from that game. A couple of days to prep for it. No doubt the coaches and the analysts would have been in overtime trying to get themselves ready for this. But really on the other side of things, it's a little bit of a blind map coming in for FaZe themselves, or sorry, for Liquid themselves. They haven't got much to go on. In fact, the last time that we saw FaZe play this map was against E1 35 days ago in stage play. Very different to play it online, of course, not forgetting that as well. But again, I think for me, at least when it comes to the map, this is where I give FaZe a slight advantage. But more than anything else, like I said in the pregame, it's about who comes in hot here as well. It's been a long day for both of these teams. You really have to be firing on all cylinders, and Nesk wasn't at least in the entry. Cyber's going to find him for free here. And a second as well. Timing on the impact was beautiful.
That already has me worrying a little bit for Liquid there. Ness comes in absolutely fine, tries to get a quick fight with Cyber, loses it. It happens, no problem. Maya just following in through that window when Cyber's already picked one up into bathroom not 5 seconds before. I think you're asking for trouble there, and he gets exactly what he's asked for. Cyber picking himself up a double to kick things off, and that is a great start for FaZe.
But I feel like we're kind of going back over trodden ground as well from our series earlier. But the Ram and the Buck were a very common combination in that game. We'd often see one being taken out before the other and then asking the question, okay then, is it the end of the world? They still have another available. The difficulty with the Ram, of course, yes, you've got the secondary shotgun, but you've only got 3 of those gadgets, 3 of those boogies to make use of to start making a move across the dance floor, getting things ripped up, whereas the Buck has a lot more flexibility in that regard.
Given that they're defending down in the basement as well, FaZe have just got so much flexibility now in a 5 versus 3. They can leave Cyber out on the roam. He can keep, making things difficult for those players who are trying to get Piano and Exposition control. Lagonis trying to peek around this corner, but easily dealt with there, and it ends up with a flawless round as 3 kills come in quick succession, and that is going to be FaZe picking up 1-0, and Liquid are going to need to wake up quickly.
Like I say, if you come into this game a little bit sleepy, you've sort of let the day wear on, the adrenaline's dropped off, you haven't got yourself back and warmed up for this game, it's going to bite. It probably sounds silly saying that, oh, you're playing 2 games of Siege a day. Like, well done, I sit at home and play ranked 8 hours a day, whatever it might be. More than anything else, it's everything surrounding the game. And when I was talking about like adrenaline, for example, you get yourself amped up for a game. You've got your pre-game rituals, maybe your warm-ups that you go through, the sort of briefing session on the team that you're about to play. After the game, you get some food, you feel a bit lethargic after that. The day does take a toll on you.
There's a lot that goes into it.
There is, yeah, a lot more than you think than just playing the game itself. And so if FaZe come into this hot, like we sort of said, and they showed it in round 1, absolutely cleaning up Liquid, Cyber especially. 3 kills to his name, and Liquid not really showing any bites in the round itself. This could be 2, 3, 4 rounds before you know it, and only then do Liquid actually start getting themselves into the game.
Yeah, it's definitely, a part of it is, which team can manage that best. Coming in, playing earlier on in the day, and then you're just sitting around, even if you, go back and you sat down chilling, you're practicing, you're prepping, whatever you're doing, it's an awful lot of time to manage your energy, and it's kind of a roller coaster of a day these days where you've got a couple of games, a break in between. It's definitely something that you need to get used to, and we will see who comes out best from it here. So first round going to FaZe on the defense. They are going to move on this time into Piano and Exposition, so we can see all those holes opened up for the verticals. They're going to be holding on from above. They've got a number of players playing upstairs, much the same as we saw earlier on in the game that we cast on this map. And they're going to try to hold on to this ground for as long as possible. They've got 4 above at the minute.
And if you're wondering why we're having so much of a hold upstairs and only 1 player on site itself, there's kind of a philosophy to how you defend sites in Siege. If you can't play in the room itself, you have 2 choices. You either play above it, or you play laterally. You play the perimeter rooms and look to kind of deny space inside the site itself. Things like mirror are then very, very good. So as an example on this map, you might play mirror around the lobby area with mirror windows looking in towards site. The problem with that being lobby also isn't a very good area to hold. So the last option you've really got then is to move upstairs and play it above. That does mean essentially that they have to make sure they've got some threat on site itself, mainly coming in from above, but there's always these cheeky little spots that you can get away with tucking in and getting a plant down, especially on the side of reinforcements and things like that as well. So for Liquid, their main objective is going to be, can we force the members of FaZe off this top floor, secure even a couple of the vertical angles ourselves, and then plant safely below? That's all good, but you've also then got to worry about clearing out the mirror that's playing on site itself. So a few problems that you're going to have to see Liquid work through in this round, and so far, not really applied any pressure. You have got Parlo underneath though, which is quite an interesting take here. So kind of like turning the vertical against it by working from below rather than above.
Yeah, really good there. What Parlo's done is just chase KDS into the lines of sight for Nesk, and he's been able to pick up that kill. So that actually means that sight is clear at this point. But without those verticals, it's going to be very, very difficult for Liquid to necessarily use that space. They may well try, as you say, to go in under the cover of smokes, under the cover of just finding somewhere that doesn't have a vertical angle onto it. If they've had the drones in there, maybe they're confident that they've got a little bit of space that they can find to try and put this diffuser down.
That's it. Of course, you've got to worry about the Warden if you are going to make use of those smokes, but I feel like Lagonis really is the linchpin here. He's the one that they've got eyes on. And sure enough, plant's going down. C4 came out ready, going to get in and get rid of one. It gets rid of resets, but the plant is still going down, and at that same time, they're using the Grim to deny the vertical angles. They're shooting upwards as well to contest. A really good start coming out from Liquid here. Still got the Monty on side, and like with the clash, as we commented earlier, Tim, the lower the numbers start to fall in this game, the more effective those shield operators become.
Yeah, absolutely. Saber having a good game so far, 4-0, but he's going to need to pick up another couple of kills at least if they want to be able to do anything about this. If they could get to 3 versus 1 here with just the Monty left to deal with, then FaZe can absolutely do this, but they are running out of time. That's the first that they needed, but Ness is there. Handy gets him, and now in a 2v1, they should be able to deal with it. Do they get on the diffuser? Yes! Souls is already there. He's picking it up. A 4K wins the round for FaZe, and they go 2-0. That is going to hit Liquid hard. It's a round they should have been able to lock down.
I mean, there's 3 players there, all hanging around lobby, and Handy has taken every single one. Real pain, as I said, it gets even more frustrating because he was essentially in a 1 versus 3. Souls had to worry about the diffuser because they made that end of round play with only 20 seconds left on the clock. Souls can't really afford to charge over and get involved in the gunfights, pick up a kill or 2 maybe, and then get back over to the diffuser. He's got to go straight for it. So massive props towards Handy there, making full use of the sort of expectation, I think, on Liquid's side that with 20 seconds to go, there'd be a Hail Mary diffuse attempt coming on through. They were correct, but they didn't also expect at the same time to find Handy working his way around them and killing all 3 in the back line. Beautiful stuff.
Moving into round 3 then, FaZe coming out with a solid start so far. Liquid, they better find something soon. As I said, they really don't want to find themselves too far behind here. The Liquid that we covered in the G2 game, they looked sharper, Des. They looked like they were just on better form than this. And then from what we've seen of them today, it hasn't necessarily been up to that same standard. And again, Liquid just seeming to struggle with that consistency of performance. And this time, in this round, they're going to be attacking onto the top floor. I want to see them from multiple avenues here, not just pushing one side. We don't just want to see it all from yellow stairs, for example. We need somebody on that meeting breach or on connector window, maybe somebody on CEO window, depending where they're looking for the plant. Top spiral, admin. Think about a number of these locations.
What I will give to all of that as well is actually, again, really like the strategy coming out of Liquid. Very smart. They got the diffuser down. It only crumbled towards the end of the round. So I think we've seen them at least strategically and tactically, they're there. They've got the right ideas in their mind. But now it comes down to being able to hit your shots because, as we so often say, the beauty of Siege often comes into the strategic play that you see, the interaction of operators and gadgets and how they work together or against each other. But it's still at its heart an FPS. You've still got to win your gunfights if you want to see a round being won out. And unfortunately, they just couldn't get that done there. However, it does show promising signs of life that we might see that change in this round or in the next. You've got Parley below on the Buck, probably the most signature operator that he's got as a player. His history throughout the game, Buck has always been somewhere in his arsenal.
Parley's position here screams the CEO window plant for me. You get the Buck underneath. When the time comes, he's going to clear out the floor around the back of the desk.
And they've got Graham, they've got Lion.
Exactly that area. Thank you very much. He's going to clear out that area so that nobody can play it. There you go. He's going to do it now. So nobody can play in behind that desk. He's going to clear out this army, watch the hatch, and he's there to prevent anybody going underneath and using those verticals, using a nitro, anything like that. So now you need to get yourself stacked up. One potentially on connector window, but certainly one on CEO window. Get the diffuser there and all collect collapse into site at the same time, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. Lagonis has the diffuser in hand. They're going to be held back for the time being by that Toxic Babe canister. Maya is using those bees cleverly. You play them on the edge of the half wall there, and what that does is it prevents anybody swinging, or at least that's the intention. Now then, in through the window goes Nesk, walks into meeting, picks up an absolute freebie, and surely that's going to be the opportunity for Liquid to get themselves on in here, because FaZe are going to have to turn away from that window, and that's what happens. Lagonis is getting the diffuser down. He's going to stick it. The Nitro misses. 4 versus 4. They can hold this from outside now, Des.
They've got enough going on, yeah, and they've managed to also bring down most of the members of FaZe. Only Souls left on side. It looked like it was going to crumble, and crumble it has. Honestly, Tim, if I'm Vita King there, I'm fuming at my team. They're also on their feet. I'm the one denying the plant spot with these smokes. Yet, what are they even watching? The fact that he can get himself inside a window, charge in towards, well, not sight, but in towards meeting, and bring down the only real method they had of denying that plant going down is, I don't know, almost unforgivable. But a great backstab coming in, great use of the Amaru as well. Every single player having his part in that round from Liquid. And now they're on the board, Tim. There's a game in our hands.
Yeah, great checklist attack there from Liquid. You know, understood the steps that they needed to take in order to get that down and had everything in place. Buck underneath, clear out the Azami, Grim Bees onto the wall, in for the plant, but also the beautiful addition of that Amaru in through the window. That's opportunity spot in there. There's nobody over on the admin side. There's nobody playing vending. They are going to have no idea that we're going to just walk into meeting and pick up freebies. And that was a big mistake from FaZe there. You cannot allow that to happen, and it was brilliant really. Liquid make a load of noise. They actually scream at FaZe, "We're doing the CEO window plant, we're doing the CEO window plant," just so that Ness can walk in and get that for free, and it's absolutely brilliant stuff. Really well played from Liquid. Nice attack.
It was wonderful stuff. Now we'll see if they can repeat it going into round 4. Cybers had a good first couple of rounds. We saw him getting a couple of kills on the board, especially in that first with the 3K he collected. A little bit quiet since then. And as the entry, you want to see him being the one that's going to be a little bit disruptive, cause a little bit of bother. Also worth noting as well, we do also have the A stream on the go. If you're here on the B stream, I'm pretty sure you're aware of that. But there we've got BDS versus SSG, where currently it stands at 4-3 to BDS. In fact, going to find itself being 4-4. So their game's nice and tight. This one looking to probably go the same sort of level. So in all, again, right down to the final hour. Games just being close today, Tim. We've had 2 overtime games ourselves out of the 3 we've done so far.
Honestly, I haven't done the stats, and it's not quite fair because obviously I've casted phase 1, but I mean, I kept up our side of the bargain through phase 1, even without you here.
Oh yeah, how many did you get?
I did, I think, at least 3 maps of overtime.
We might be about to meet that on day 1,
maybe more. So I think I'm definitely at the highest round count for a caster so far.
It's unreal, isn't it? We'll find out once we get Tim up what that looks like for this one. All right, Nesk's found himself put in the dirt by Vita King as well early on the alibi. Fantastic roamer, of course, incredibly quick ability to open up rotates, and also has that prox alarm to feed information to the team when the attacks start marching on forwards. But has got himself back through, reinforced off, and that now leaves Liquid pushing in on the east side of things here with FaZe at least coming out mainly towards the west.
Yeah, I think Nesk a couple of times now just losing himself very, very quickly in the round. Obviously going in, trying to get that entry. We saw him playing really well earlier on today, getting plenty of multi-kills, but it just isn't really happening for him here overall. Good play on the Amaru in the last round, but has been ineffective in this one. However, Liquid are taking some good ground here. They're pushing themselves forward now. There could be an opportunity for Maya here if he gets aggressive enough to catch them rotating back down spiral stairs, but he's actually dropped right back out of that, trying to go and play a little bit more directly with his Monty, but resets his lost elsewhere to Handy, and it's not looking great right now. The repositioning from Maya there was to actually deal with the mirror window. Palu being careful here, sees his man, but Souls manages to pick up Maya. That's not like Palu to miss those shots onto KDS, and it's another flawless round coming out for FaZe.
Just they lose the entry, it feels, in some of these rounds, and everything falls apart from there for Liquid. And I don't know if it's we've lost our point man, we've lost a key part of our attack or our plan, therefore we've got to rethink things, and they're just a little bit too slow at doing that element of it. But they do crumble when they lose this entry, and that's what's starting to become a little bit of a concern. I know they found one round where they managed to convert things over, but it's more of just we've got to be able to deal with this early round aggression. You're playing a slow comp, you're running in behind a Monty, for example. We've seen it work once, we've seen it not work the next time around. but just lacking that composure still, I feel, from Liquid. That's what I want to see developed here in round 5, because FaZe are already starting to build up a good lead here on this defensive side.
Yeah, they're getting really comfortable. Heading back to Piano and Exposition this time, it was, again, a site that they were able to deal with last time. It did come down to a big moment from Handy at the end of it, to be honest. They had to get in there and get a couple of kills in that 2v2, and it wasn't easy. So I think Liquid can come in here with a bit of confidence. If they can get round 5 here, they go 3-2 on the attacking half. It's not the end of the world if it finishes 4-2 before they switch on for the defense.
I'm reloading.
They just then need to make sure that they have a really solid start to that second half.
This is going to be a change in attack as well. You've seen that blitz on side. Of course, it was the Monty last time around that they used to navigate his way in towards side, get the diffuser down with it on his back. The blitz can do the same, but that's not why you bring a blitz. You'd rather bring a Monty in that case. This comp, to me, if nothing else, screams that they want vertical control. They want to get Lagonis in a good power position, probably top yellow, for example, and then just go nuclear. Run at a couple of fools, set up on that top floor, clear them out, get top floor control, and then make a plant happen when you've got to establish what you need to work with. No book on side means they can't make the same play happen from below there, if you remember Palu being down in the basement. So a few things to reconsider, no doubt, and FaZe need to be the ones to read into that.
KDS is going to be the one to be inside of sight again. We saw that last time. Maya going to use the boogie drone to create a diversion while Lagonis goes in on the blitz straight into a goo mine though. So good setup from FaZe. They've got to be aware, and they are. KDS manages to cut one down. Handy taken out by Ness, but Souls is there for the trade. Maya picking up KDS along the way. 3 versus 3, but that could be sight clear here. There might be an opportunity for this diffuser to go down on the ground.
Again, if you want to make a play like that, or you're pushing in laterally, I'd rather you bring a Monty, because you've seen exactly what the problem is. The Blitz can't fully cover himself, lost his life for it. They haven't got the vertical control. Souls will get put back on his feet, and now we're back where the round started, realistically, where Liquid have got to worry about this top floor. They can't make a plant happen without it.
At this point, no. Not in a 2 versus 3, so they're really going to have to reposition here, Resets and Palu, to see if they can find
This
somebody.
is the best chance they've got here, because it's such a narrow angle on the vertical. If they win this gunfight, then suddenly things are looking all good. You can see the player as well, knows what's going on. They see the plant going down. Managed to tuck themselves away here and make it work nicely, but Souls has got the lateral shot coming through. King put down on the vertical, but now he's got to worry about, okay, where's Cyber coming from? I know that Souls is around. He's found what he needs, but across towards your left man. It's simply not going to happen. A nice attempt, but FaZe will move up 4-1.
Again, really smart play from FaZe there. They knew that that plant was going down, but rather than overpeak it, rather than give Palu the opportunity to pick up that kill onto the vertical, they just waited, knowing that Souls was coming in. That was a conscious decision to say, we might just have to play this on the retake. Okay, that's what we're going to do. Instead of losing a man here, let's just wait until we're in a more powerful position. Souls rotates down, comes in with a huge kill, especially when Liquid are watching the vertical. It's a bit of a freebie for Souls to come in on the horizontal, find his man, and then they've got the advantage. It was still a good effort from Liquid to try and hold on. They almost did it, but Cyber just able to get in and get that final kill, drawing the Liquid tactical timeout as well.
I mean, we're staring at the tactical timeout screen off towards our right-hand side, and the main thing that I'm drawn to, Tim, as painful as it is, Lagonis and Palu, both 0 kills, 9 deaths combined. It's not that they've contributed nothing towards the game, but they are contributing very little, is the best way that I can describe it. Again, I could look back at that round and mention about the Blitz. I really thought they wanted to make a top floor take happen. Twice now they've tried to force it to come through on the ground floor itself. Twice they've got the diffuser down to give them full credit, but both times they've then gone on to lose the round. Yes, one was off the back of a big handy play, but again, that's why I prefer a Monty in that kind of situation. So just a small misread there, and maybe not quite the most optimal use case, I feel, for the comp that they had. They tried, they almost got away with it, but FaZe are giving them nothing. Liquid's last attack to come in here, otherwise they're down 5-1, and my God, you best hope they get it after that tank timeout.
They desperately need it, is the reality. I honestly think 5-1, I'm not going to say it's not possible to come back from, we just saw it in the last game. But I am going to say it's rare. It's even rarer against a side like FaZe. You know, they are going to more than likely lock it out at that point. If they go 5-1, they only need to find one site that they can successfully attack, pick up those 2 rounds, and they get the job done. So it's an essential round for me for Liquid. I'm usually looking towards round 8 or 9 for those real pivotal moments, but this time it's definitely round 6. Liquid need to get this done.
I just also feel like we can't ignore our last match. We were, like Haran and Horim, and it was 5-1, 5-0 over to PSG Talon, and look what happened there. The game went all the way to 15 in the end. So don't quite count the side of Liquid out yet. Things could change drastically. FaZe might absolutely suck on the attack. We'll find out once the game concludes. For now, at least, though, again, Lagoon is a player I mentioned that hasn't really found his role in the game just yet. Him and Palu, 0 and 9 between the two of them. This is where you've got to have an impact, boys. Like, you can't keep running at that kind of pace.
Yeah, it's definitely time. Nesk, one way or another, has been involved in every single opening kill, apart from round 5. 4 of them, he's either got the entry or been at the entry death. So, will he be a little bit more reserved this time or not? That's going to be the question. It is a top floor attack again. We saw last time out, Liquid did a great job of it. Ticked all the boxes, got all the ground that they needed and no more, and were able to go in and get the plant down. They won't get away with it quite the same this time. That's actually clever from Nesk. He's deployed the track stingers to prevent the plant coming up yellow, but I think he's also done it at the time that he was going to drop, just to try and cover that sound. So it could be that FaZe are not quite aware of anybody at the top of yellow yet.
At least not yet. But
I think Souls is. I think Souls is.
On the flick around, yeah, all the expectation is coming in straight away. You can hear, for example, a countdown coming out. A smoke has gone down. More trying to draw a response out of the side of FaZe, I'd imagine. But so far, Tim, it's musical statues inside here. They ain't moving nowhere, just waiting to see what's going to happen. Liquid, got to try again. This time around, they maybe actually pull the trigger.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that Liquid have got enough control here. I'm not sure that they've got quite enough to be able to go in and put this diffuser down. Lagonis is going to try it, but there's going to be nobody there to cover him. The push comes in. Souls gets one, but doesn't realise that he's backed up as Nesk manages to walk in and find a double. That's going to leave them 4 versus 2 as another kill comes in. There could be an opportunity potentially for Lagonis here. Vitaking and Cyber have been pushed back deep into sight. Cyber taken out, and it leaves it all for Vitaking to do 1v3.
Got himself dug in. He's managed to find one. The other line, Yellow's a mile away. What's going on there? Smoke comes out, but I was going to say the round would have come in from Yellow. A scrappy round, but Liquid get it done, Tim. They find that second round, and that's a healthy bit of padding going into the second half.
Unfortunate time in there for Vitaking, just choosing to throw that toxic babe canister and cut off one of the approaches to his position. But as is always the case in Siege, at least for me anyway, as he steps around the corner with it in his hand, he's being peaked at that moment. So, as I said, an essential win round for Liquid in my books, and they managed to get exactly that done, bringing us now to 4 versus 2 on the scoreboard and heading into the second half. And this is really the big question moment, Des. It always is, but how are FaZe going to do on the attack? Is it going to be as dominant as it has been through the defense, or are Liquid able to find some momentum now? They've chosen to go up to the top floor to kick things off, whereas the basement was the primary choice for FaZe, so a slightly different approach here from Liquid, and another really important round coming up. If Liquid get this one done, and they're only 1 round different, you look at that and think, you know what? You've actually held on there. You've come away from that first half okay.
I don't think it's in the world, no, I do agree, although it did feel like FaZe for the most part were extremely dominant. Looking back, of course, at the 1 round when it came down to the massive handy play, I think FaZe have been, without a doubt, the stronger team. So I won't say count your lucky stars in this case, but you have got a game in front of you now that you're going to have to do really well, at least in the second half. As mentioned, though, FaZe themselves could completely crumble on the attack or run away with things, Tim. It's hard to call, given it's still only the first day as things have stepped forward. Now, looking at the comp that they've got, every time we see a Ying, I'm always saying it's the execute operator. Same can be said for the Capital. The pair of them coming along here really just screams to me that we're going to see a lot of smoke, a lot of, well, I was going to say smoke, fire, and brimstone. Close enough for the first 2, most definitely. So look towards Vitaking, look towards Souls. Where they find themselves set up will be really pivotal, because that will let you know where the action is going to take place.
Stepping up to potentially try and get this meeting wall open, but he's going to need a little bit of support there. There isn't I was going to say, there isn't any EMPs on side, so it's going to be up to the Buck. Cyber just going underneath, and will do exactly that. Ooh, I like that.
If he waited like half a second, he probably gets Lagonis there.
Yeah, so the nade went in. The way that they cleared the electricity off is a nade went in from the connector window. There is a little gap above the wall, so the nade goes in to clear off the electricity behind, and then Cyber, instead of going for the electricity, tries to find the man who's in there looking for a bandit trick. Really smart play from FaZe there, but just didn't work out for them. I love to see it though. Great team play.
Yeah, like I say, if they hang on half a second, I think they find Lagonis there for free, as he was so desperate to get in and get the trick off, but things happen. Either way, that meeting wall's open up. That's one challenge in this round they've worked their way through. They've also now got to worry about what's going on inside of this central corridor, where you've got Nesk at the Azami sat right at the top of it, playing in behind this Kiba barrier. That's a problem too. So again, just constant little obstacles being put up here for the most part by the side of Liquid. And he manages to get away safely here whilst burning a little bit of time, a little bit of attention, because we're down towards that last 60, Tim, and they're not looking too close to getting the execute off yet.
No, not at all. Nesk's got a number of Kiba barricades as well.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, just wanting a bit better cover than that, but still manages to find what he wants there with the second one. And right now, Liquid can just hold the line.
Boy.
Lagonis going on a long flank attempt here, going all the way around. I'm not sure if he's looking for a nitro potentially, or looking to maybe get up Spiral, but we'll keep our eyes on him. Palu manages to pick up Cyber.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Look at that, double from Ness, just bringing it to 5 versus 2, and it's almost certainly done here. 30 seconds left to go. Lagonis does get picked up, and FaZe are fighting back, but it's all up to Souls. A 1 versus 3, one of the most clutch players in all of Siege, but it's going to have to be a big effort from him with only 25 seconds to go.
Doesn't have the diffuser in hand either, so with 20 seconds to go, he's really got to fight his way through 3 players that I just don't think he's going to be given. They will try and Candela off through the room here as well and make his push across what will be a default spot if he had the diffuser in hand, but as you can see, it's across the other side of the map. Going to be given nothing. Palu taking him out, and Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege. It begins, because now we're sat at 4 and 3.
Yeah, this is what I said coming into, you know, the end of that first half when it was, you know, sort of 4-1. You look at it and you think FaZe are on top of things here. Liquid, you know, can be thinking that things aren't going particularly well for them, but those last 2 rounds that they've managed to win have been huge for them, because now they feel like despite FaZe's best efforts, they're still in it. They're keeping pace with them. They're back within 1 round. If they can lock down their second choice defensive site now, you're looking at it straight away thinking, well, this could be overtime. It could be even better for Liquid.
Just an update on the game on the other stream as well. BDS are up 6 and 5. They've found the entry in this potential final round for them in round 12, and could well see themselves securing that win to go up to 1-1. It still feels weird to say that BDS were down here in that 0-1 bracket, but the game against Furia did that for them.
Round 8 then. We're going to have a Liquid continuing to try and keep this momentum going. They've just successfully held on to the top floor. And I think this time they are moving into the bottom floor. Or is it Piano X position?
Piano X.
It's Piano X position. They're not going to go all the way down just yet. So again, much like FaZe did, they're going to be looking to hold on to that top floor. You can see bodies up there, 4 at the minute, with just 1 underneath on site. It's a little bit of a tricky one really, Des, because, you know, as we saw when Liquid were attacking, there are spaces that you can get into here to plant, so it does put a lot of pressure on your player that's in sight, which is Lagonis in this case.
It does, yeah. I mean, this is what we spoke about back in that first half, right? That one player needs to be removed at some point. It hasn't got to be immediately, especially if you want to hit the top floor first and try and clear out the defenders who are up there. But knowing that he is alone means, like we saw back in that first half, getting into garage below, making use of a Buck to open things up from below can be a really good play. No Buck on side. I can't really imagine using the Ram shotgun is going to be a great alternative, to be honest. So if nothing else, either it's going to be that direct rushing towards site and hitting people on the way through. No smokes to plant behind. So for me, Tim, it feels like top floor control is on their agenda.
Maya needs to be careful here because there is a player upside down rappel on that CEO window. We'll know that now with the bees coming in from the Grim. Just trying to prevent that movement around towards that window. And there comes the drop from Cyber into the top of Yellow. Going to actually head down rather than up. Looking to potentially find Lagonis inside here. They're aware that there's only one there. They're all alone. And as we've seen a couple of times, it is possible to go in there and grab a bit of ground.
It's one of those now where I'm just starting to think, okay then, we've got halfway through the round, we've not seen the big move. I say, as I go to say, it's a Castica, so there's no big plays made yet, and then suddenly everything just springs to life. Couple of kills back for Liquid, who once again find themselves up with the massive numbers advantage. And to give them a big shout out, Tim, Nesk has been unstoppable so far on this map.
Oh, 12 and 5 is absolutely flying, and you just feel like it's, you know, maybe what Liquid needs at the minute to carry them through a couple of maps, get them a couple of wins on the board, and then go from there. Plant is going to be going down though. Soul's just trying to tease that one a little bit. Does exactly that. Bitch resets into the challenge down the hatch and then is able to pick up the kill. Will he relocate and try and put the diffuser down? That's the question. There's plenty of time for him to work with, but Piano is not the site to try and put it down if he wants to, really. The better spots are in X position if you're trying to avoid those verticals.
The thing is, there can be so many in Expo, and they're really long sightlines to the entirety of the room as well, which is larger than what you see inside a Piano, so there's no ideal here. It's why, like I said, I thought we'd see a big push in towards this top floor. Sure, you can get rid of it the second time, mate, don't worry. And as you can see, all these holes scattered above him as well is going to make this risky. Handy cannot afford to die here as well. Best thing he can really do is make sure this is locked off. Chuck a drone at his feet, for example, have someone watch the angle for him, but has pushed in and found the kill. But Souls here knows that he can't make a play without some assistance first. Will he find one? No! Nesk onto a third, and Souls with it all to do by himself knows that he hasn't got the time, hasn't got the resource to make this happen, and by the looks of it, Liquid are going to give nothing over. The vertical is there. Palu gets the close. The classic old school duo coming back together to make things happen.
Souls was a little bit unfortunate there. Absolutely piling shots into Palu above, but you could just hear the metallic ting as the bullets were hitting those girders through the floor and just preventing that final shot finding Palu that Souls needed. If he finds that onto the Soulless, things might have just gone a little bit differently there. But 3 rounds in a row for Liquid, bring them back level at 4-4. They are well and truly back into this one, so much so that FaZe decide it's time to pull that tactical timeout trigger and just have a little bit of a break.
Well, not forgetting it was 4-1 to the side of FaZe, right? And it is only since that tactical timeout that Liquid called themselves after 5 rounds that we've now seen them swing, as you say, 3 rounds back into it. Looking difficult here, and for FaZe, understandably. We said there's 2 halves to a game of Siege, and they really have not got themselves on firing on all cylinders here on their attacking side.
Hugsord, of course, having the opportunity to speak to the Liquid players as well. So we'll see which team comes out the better for that little break. FaZe certainly needed the reset here. They need to, find something on the attack because this next round is particularly important. On the attack, they're now looking to get a minimum of 2 rounds to take them into overtime. So going to the split site here, if Liquid can hold on to Teller's archives, it puts them in a serious advantage over FaZe because they go on to 5 rounds and then they're able to go to CEO, they're able to go to Piano and X position again, them 2 sites that they've won. They're able to go to Basement if they want to, which we know is a strong site here on Consulate as well. So this is a real pivotal moment for this game.
The big one is they now know that they're not going into the basement, which is where you'd expect to go, so I would assume we'll see a couple of changes coming out here. Looks to be the case. 3 players moving off of their operators and instead over onto alternatives to try and make this push happen. The Ying is going to stick, not at all surprised, as we all know. Incredibly impressive as an operator when it comes around to the execute. But what you're seeing coming out, looking on the defensive side on their actual setup, is, as you'd also expect for this site, not really playing anyone on the ground floor site. Everyone's playing below. They've got 3 C4s to work in behind. They've got the Soulless to see when they've got the diffuser going down so they can spray through the floor as well. So it's very much quite a dug-in deep sort of setup that you expect to see coming out of Liquid, which then invites a secret push, or a blue push as you might sometimes hear it called, through the single wall in the back stairs that working towards the east side of the map. When they get inside of there, that's where things like a Monty normally become really effective. That's when you can start doing some damage and that vertical control suddenly becomes nothing. That is exactly, though, why Lagonis has electrified this off to try and stop them coming in. And my main concern, Tim, is they have no hard breach at all. I'm sure my eyes don't deceive me, but they will not be able to get this secret wall opened up as they have no hard breach at all. They've got the Thatcher, but that's it. Was this a mistake by Souls, maybe, not bringing along the can openers?
Well, you've got to wonder because, if you're not going to bring the hard breach and you've got the IQ, why bring the Thatcher? It's not the only use that Thatcher has to support the hard breaches, but it is the primary one. Yes, you can do a couple of other bits, but there's no warden on side. You're not going to look at disabling his glasses, for example. So yeah, little curiosity there.
It will disable the Soulless is the most important part, and that's what I think they're looking for. But again, with not even any tin openers on side, what worries me is it limits their options.
Yeah.
They're basically sworn into trying to make a push on the ground floor work unless they can pull out something real special to hit downstairs. But I'm not convinced they will. And given the position of all of these players, it does look like this ground floor hit is going to be the thing.
Yep, not too sure about it, but we'll see how it pans out. For the time being, Cyber is looking to find another kill. They did manage to pick up Palu along the way, so that's the Solace gone. And they're just using that IQ now, ping out any other gadgetry, and just trying to posture and position, try and get themselves into a spot where they can start thinking about getting a plant down potentially here. KDS is very low health, so that's something that needs to be factored. They still haven't dealt with the man up on the top floor, and I'm wondering if they know about his location or not.
I mean, this is a bit of a new one, admittedly, making it C4 to open up the floor rather than deny it. And all you've really done there is invited an absolute freebie. Is that another C4 coming up? Tim, they're out of C4s. Like, that's your main denial tactic, and you've let it go. What the hell is happening?
Cyber's getting the plant down as well. The cover is there. KDS finding resets. Handy onto Ness. It's all over for the round as Souls managed to pick up Lagonis, and that was a great attack from FaZe. We asked questions. We wondered exactly what the plan was going to be, but they certainly had one in mind. They get the job done in round 9. 5-4 they find themselves now. It was an important round because it at least gives them that comfort of potentially heading towards overtime if Liquid are now able to keep a hold of their two primary site choices, which is going to be console again. They're going up to that top floor, and then it'll likely be piano and exposition again. I'd be interested to see if Liquid win these next 2 rounds and they have that opportunity at third choice site again. Do they go to the split site, or will they go to Garage? I think it'll probably be Garage next time around, because they weren't even really kind of close to holding that.
And again, we're having a break because there's a water spillage. It happens at least once an event. It's classic.
Yeah, it definitely does. We always see it. I can't remember the. I can't remember the player. We saw a player.
Someone spilled it over the
all
keyboard.
over the keyboard,
yeah.
and it was everywhere. I get a feeling it might have been SSG. I've got SSG in mind for some reason.
It wouldn't surprise you how nuts they go when they win a round.
I could be wrong, and I apologise to SSG if it wasn't you who threw water over your keyboard in the previous tournament. But I get the feeling that it might have been. But we'll just get this one resolved. I think it's pretty much sorted now, and we should be good to get back into things. But yeah, FaZe 5-4 at the minute, just managing to stop a run of 3 rounds in a row from Liquid. And I think the more important thing is, yes, winning the third site was very important for them, but I think it's also just about stopping that momentum for Liquid as well. They can be. Lately, it seems more of a little, confidence-based team. Like, for example, Palu just struggling here against FaZe, not really getting himself going. He's managed to find 5 kills now, which is certainly picking the pace up a little bit for him. But Neska's been quiet over the last couple of rounds as well. We picked up on him. He was at 12 kills, I think, when we picked it up. He's now only 13, so Liquid just need to make sure that they're facilitating those players and getting them into these rounds.
I mean, to me, again, I'm still a bit baffled by that previous round, that you have 3 C4s you can play
It's
behind.
one I'll definitely watch back.
You don't get a single C4 kill. You have someone use them above to open a vertical, and then die from it. And I'm just like, this was free. They had no heartbeats. They had only one option. Of course, they didn't know that, but again, perplexed. I will probably also watch it back and find out exactly what went wrong there, because that's the kind of round that Liquid should be winning, 9 times out of 10 easily. But fair play, FaZe got it done. Tac timeout buff is still a thing.
Into the action phase we go then. FaZe have the Ying on side, have the Book on side. This one screams to me the potential of a CEO plant. Just going to open up that wall at the top and at the bottom. So just offering maybe a little bit of phantom pressure. I expect Vita King to move away from there, which he will. But actually saying that, the Book is over on the admin side of things. So I don't think we are going to see the CEO attempt, because FaZe are all stacking up over this side. So it could be a little push into Meeting instead. There is a really nice plant spot inside a Meeting, to be fair. As soon as you go in through the door, you've got like a half wall in front of you directly. If you can plant inside of that corner, it's actually really well covered. There's not a lot of angles that you need to deal with. It's more the swing from long desk and sort of, spiral area. But look at this. Nesk hidden away on the Goyo, and I don't think he's been picked up.
Don't think he has. This is where you have the Warden, though. He then draws the attention of drones, of players. Of course, has the ability to shoot drones out as well. If Ness can stay in tucked tight and then keep this denied away, he could be a bit of an X factor for them. They still don't know that he's here. They don't know it's a thing. But now that Palu's looking to back away, this is where Ness has got to be very careful. If there is any drone that might just sniff him out, even for a second, it can be all over as you're pretty exposed in that position as soon as you try and run back towards that central hallway.
Yeah, I'm really wondering whether they're aware of his position or not. Handy goes in, doesn't look in that direction, doesn't check, continues on through. Nesk remains hidden, remains safe. He just needs to stay patient here. And with the drones going through, he's going to know that the push is going to come from this side. The question is whether they come through Copy or not. Do they just work through Coffin instead, which is where IQ is located at the minute, and potentially they might actually just bypass Nesk a little bit here. But even if they do, he can still come through on the flank and really hurt them.
I still don't know at this point as well. He might find himself a couple of kills if this carries on. Must know now. There is one in front, and sure enough, shot straight in the back and rounds himself in towards admin. They're panic stations for FaZe because they now can't execute despite when it looked like they had such good positional advantage. And they've got to recover this somehow. KDS also a little bit isolated, but where is Ness? Can they find him?
Well, that's it. It's really smart from Ness to move into admin because they can't ignore him. They can't leave him. He probably could have just kept himself actually a little bit more stationary there. Decides to relocate and is going to get picked up. But it leaves 20 seconds now for them to try and get a plant down. There's still a Toxic Babe canister left. We're going to see the fire canisters coming in from Lagonis on the Tachanka as well, but Vitaking is able to use that plant spot that I spoke about, Des. He's able to get it down, and that's a big misstep from Liquid if they're not able to get the retake here. They managed to find the trade and take Cyber down, but it's still 2v3. KDS and Vitaking just trying to hold on.
All they'll be able to do enough is the real big one, to be fair, Tim. They've got enough that they've got the longer angles. They know someone's coming up Spiral as well. A good read on this one. Sees his man, and honestly, it's a freebie. What a second shot. I was going to say, Lagonis is chalked, and KDS, he is the difference. 6 and 4 for FaZe.
What a triple from KDS at the end there. Absolutely beautiful. The first one onto Palu was routine. He had the info. He knew he was coming. But that second flick down long desk was just an absolute beauty. And as you say, that really breaks the back of this Liquid defense now because it's one of their primary sites taken. And honestly, Des, they should have won it. Ness pops up. He stays off the radar. He gets his man. He keeps himself in admin. And he's just a constant problem. Until Nesk is dead, it's like playing with a wasp in the room. You just can't focus on what you want to do because he's going to just pop up and sting you at some point. But Ness goes for the relocate, gets taken out, and it gives FaZe that little bit of space. And even with the smoke canister, even with the Tachanka fire canisters, you gotta say that they have to deny that plant. But the shots weren't good enough, the aim wasn't there. And Vitaking just found that little bit of space in by the wall to get the diffuser down. Really well played from him.
Whew. It's a game that keeps on delivering. After both teams have had their timeouts, they haven't stopped winning rounds until we've had the other timeout come through. And now FaZe have won 2 back-to-back despite crumbling for those first couple of defensive rounds. Or sorry, first couple of attacking rounds. And now they look ready to get this one closed out. Yeah, sure, Ness did a little bit of damage, but they managed to control him well. He got the one. They managed to secure him about 20 seconds later. So it wasn't like he was the reason they won the round there. That privilege all goes towards KDS. They've been very quiet in the game so far, as you can see. It's 6 and 6 now. 3 and 6 before he comes out with a nuclear play like that in the previous. And again, I just worry for Liquid here. Will they be able to bounce back? Can they have 2 more rounds on the board? I don't really think they can, Tim.
I agree. I don't think they've got it in them. I think that attacking round from FaZe might have just broken the mental a little bit here. You know, we'll see as the round goes on, but this is going to be very tough because FaZe are one of those teams, you know, there's blood in the water and they're aware of it, and they're going to go in and look to ruthlessly finish this off. I feel like maybe a very decisive round. If Liquid can get this done, they can definitely take it to overtime because, again, it just sort of bucks that trend a little bit. It sends them back into a primary site choice, and they can go again, they can try again, but I'm just not sure that they stand up to FaZe now.
No, obviously the focus here on that downstairs. You did say you might see us change over towards that instead, and that's exactly where we're heading to for what could be our final round here. In round 11, Palu being found out by KDS, who keeps it going. And the thing is, Tim, that's one of the easiest kills in the book. Seen on Handy's drone, runs up Spiral. Oh, there's someone on Spotlight. I guess I'm dead.
Yep, gets taken out, and that is not a good start for them. Cyber battling with one inside of Exposition as well. Just trying to get himself into main lobby for the time being, but just going to hold in case that peak comes around the corner. He's not in any rush at the moment, but with 1 minute 15 left to go, time is a factor for FaZe. They can't go forever, but
Whoa,
I thought that Handy was going to win that one out, but Maya manages to strafe around the corner, takes a ton of damage in doing so, but is going to be more than happy to bring things back to 4-4.
Doesn't look like Maya should have won that gunfight, does it?
No, not at all. It was they were aware that he was coming down. There was no pre-fire coming out of Handy, which is a little bit unusual, and he's going to be kicking himself for that one. 45 seconds left to go, and FaZe haven't created any space inside a site yet.
Not yet, no. Still, it's that 1-for-1 between the two, so it's not like the end of the world, but my worry is, Tim, we're down to the last 30 seconds or so. They've got to make a move sooner for FaZe. As you get down towards the dying few seconds, that clock becomes the 6th man for the other side. Lagonis on the backside. Will he find the first kill in this game? No, he won't. He is a punching bag for the other side. A 3 versus 3 and 20 to go. Inside a site they may be, but Liquid are standing strong, at least for now. It's another trade coming back through. Vidaking onto 2. It's 2v2, Tim. 10 seconds to go.
Who knows which way this goes. Vidaking just trying to move in. He's got a little bit of intel. Can get the diffuser down here potentially, but no, Ness manages to pick up souls. Means he has to go for the fight. 3 seconds. No choice but to stick this, but it's the Soulless above, and he knows that he is going to get stopped if he tries to hold that, and so just comes off, and we find Liquid taking us to 12. They manage to hold on to that 3rd choice. Going to Garage for the first time was a smart choice. They get the job done, and this could deliver just a few more rounds of entertainment yet, Des.
Normally in those situations, I'll be the first to say, you know, pros don't fake, hold F. You don't know if the other player's going to mess things up. He knew that it was the Soulless playing above. What he did do is come off, and with about a second to go, also pre-fired on towards Yellow. I forget what game it was we saw, whether it was in the regular stage or back at SI where a player did that and finds his man. It was in Cafe, basement downstairs defense. I can't fully remember exactly what happened, but someone comes running in. In fact, no, it was the Aussies. I think it was Xenox casting at the time. You recall the player with like a second left, thought, oh, I'm going to kill this guy. The guy comes off the diffuser with that half a second left, gets him, and it's like, what are you doing, man? Like, are you crazy? And so what he's done there is said, okay, well, I got the first kill over towards Garage, which means probably fair chance the second man's going to come pulling back in from Yellow. He'll come down Yellow, he'll join up with his teammate. So he's come off and pre-fired on towards that on the off chance that he does manage to catch his man. The Soulless, though, not giving anything away, but at least I appreciate the attempt there of what he was looking for. It wasn't a pure KD save, as we're so used to some players doing.
No, absolutely not. He's hoping that he just catches a stray bullet almost onto that. You never know what is going to happen. You got to shoot your shot if you want to hit it. You definitely miss it if you don't. So we're going to have Piano and Exposition being that final hold for Team Liquid. They have